Who knows, I just came out, and I don't know much. Yu said. Before those creatures seemed to know that they would die, but they still rushed into the Venus dimensional field. Do you know why? Zhou has always been concerned about this matter. I don't know, maybe they are not happy and want to die by themselves. Yu said with a smile. Zhou watched Yu for a while, without saying a word. He felt that Yu must know something, but if Yu did not speak, he also had no ability to read minds, so he could only give up. Thank you for coming to save me, I'm very happy, but this place is not suitable for you, go back. Yu stood up and said. What is the danger in the universe? Zhou asked. Again. When you have the power of natural disaster grade, you will know it naturally. Yu turned around and flew away from the asteroid. Only the cold voice passed through the vacuum and reached Zhou's ears. If it is not necessary, don't leave Earth. Zhou wanted to ask something else, but Yu had disappeared. In the universe, what is there in the universe that can make a powerful existence of natural disaster level so fearful, even fearful? Zhou looked up at the universe starry sky, but on this asteroid, he could see nothing. After entering the universe many times, Zhou knew one thing. The stars in the sky that can be seen on Earth cannot be seen on many other planets. Teleporting back to Earth, Zhou was lucky to appear not far from Luoyang this time and soon returned to Luoyang. I don't know if it's Zhou's illusion, Luoyang seems to have become more prosperous than before, with people coming and going and shops everywhere. Zhou soon discovered that it was not his own illusion. Many shops were newly opened and had never been seen before. After thinking about it for a while, you probably know what's going on. The major forces must be trying to figure out what the aurora created by the Yin family is. If it's too hard, we can only try to find another way. In Luoyang, which is so big now, I don't know how many people from all walks of life are spies of other forces. Back in his room, Zhou couldn't wait to summon the 3 swords of the Son of Heaven. He wanted to figure out why the 3 swords of the Son of Heaven could block the 7th bullet that would kill. Theoretically speaking, it is impossible for the fear level 3 swords of the Emperor to block the natural disaster strike without being damaged, not to mention that the bullet is not an ordinary natural disaster strike. Even so, the 3 swords of the Son of Heaven were not damaged. Zhou studied the various abilities and skills of the 3 swords of the Son of Heaven one by one, hoping to find out the reason why the 3 swords of the Son of Heaven were not broken, and it was possible to reverse the ability to launch the 7th bullet. In fact, it's not just Zhou who is researching himself, the major forces are also researching why the King of Leaks can block the 7th bullet. Through the Battle of Yuadu, many people discovered that the 7th bullet was particularly powerful, and the 8th bullet after Yuadu was not so strong. But such a 7th bullet was blocked by an ancient sword. They wanted to know what kind of companion pet the ancient sword was, what kind of abilities it possessed, and whether they could find a replacement. All major forces are studying this aspect, but no one recognizes the 3 swords of the Son of Heaven in Zhou's hands. In fact, in reality, there are no 3 swords of the Son of Heaven at all. Even if they go to the ancient sword tomb, their luck is against the sky. The 3 swords of the Son of Heaven were created by Zhou, and it was impossible for them to explode. After finding out the origin of the ancient sword, the major forces want to find out the leaking king, even if they can cooperate with him. It's a pity that no one knows who is the King of Leaks, and the media has been guessing all the time, and no one has guessed Zhou. The information on the three swords of the Son of Heaven itself is very vague, and there is not much reference value. Zhou studied it for several hours. After researching and researching, he felt that it might be related to the sword of unkillable, the wheel of fortune. Could it be that this sword that cannot be killed does not mean that it cannot kill, but a sword that cannot be killed? Zhou thought about it. This is the most likely. In fact, fate, destiny, and fear are all abilities like the Son of Heaven, and I don't know what they are used for. It seems that it has nothing to do with immortality. If it's really like what I guessed, this sword can't be killed, it's not that it can't be used to kill people, then why can't I pull it out? Zhou thought about it and felt that something was wrong. I can't think of a reason. It's time for the Venus dungeon to refresh. Zhou just took the three swords of the Son of Heaven to try it out in the Venus dungeon, to see if he can use the three swords of the Son of Heaven to block the natural disaster grade bullets. He never rushed to the Golden Palace. He already knew the route to the Golden Palace from Udu. As long as he could block a few bullets, he might rush to the Golden Palace. As for killing the shooting dimensional creature, Zhou has no hope now. Even Udu couldn't kill him, and Zhou is even more impossible now. After all, his body is not even at the fear level. Using the three swords of the Son of Heaven to kill the metal guard is still the same as before. It cannot be pulled out at all. It can only be used as a stick. With Zhou strength, he can also smash the metal guard. One thing is certain now, this sword is capable of killing people. Not the sword that cannot kill as Zhou thought before. But apart from the hard point, the three swords of the Son of Heaven has no other abilities at all. When Zhou used it, it was very difficult to even kill the Golden God of War. He hit several swords, but he was not able to kill the Golden God of War. Also at the fear level, the destructive power of the three swords of the Son of Heaven is much worse than the Azura sword transformed by the Azura of the Heavens. Fortunately, Zhou didn't expect it to kill, but only hoped to use its power to block the shooting of natural disaster grade bullets. Although the hardness of the Son of Heaven's three swords is enough, if you want to block the natural disaster grade bullet, Zhou still needs to be able to touch the bullet. Because the speed is too different when Zhou teleports accurately, or when he teleports out, he will be killed with one shot. It is not easy to use the sword of the Emperor to block the bullet. You must concentrate and use all means to determine the trajectory of the bullet and prepare to block the bullet in advance, otherwise it will be too late to block the bullet after seeing the bullet come out. Zhou thought about it, trying to block the natural disaster grade bullet. There is only one way. When fighting the Golden God of War, Zhou did not use all his strength to kill them quickly, but started to practice blocking bullets with the help of their shooting. The fear level power that can strengthen one's own sensing ability was engraved by Zhou. Defension and Human Sovereign appeared at the same time. One was behind the blood-colored villain, and the other was integrated with the blood-colored villain's body. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. The bullets shot by the Golden God of War, though very fast and powerful, have various attributes. However, such an attack does not pose much of a threat to Zhou. His reaction and speed can keep up with the speed of the bullet, so after practicing for a while, Zhou knows that it is meaningless to practice like this, any progress. After the three swords of the Emperor were used to block all kinds of bullets, I can now be very sure that this thing is really a bit hard. The bullets of different attributes hit the ancient sword, and even the scabbard was not damaged. It seems that the only way to get natural disaster grade bullets is to have some effect, otherwise it will be a waste of time to practice. After thinking about everything, Zhou Wen killed the golden god of war one by one, ready to try it out. Cannot block natural disaster grade bullets. Now Zhou Wen very much hopes that he has the ability of the Eye of Odin, so that he can record the shooting process of the bullet and slowly replay it. It's a pity that Zhou Wen didn't have that ability, so he had to see clearly in the process. Zhou Wen has seen it many times before. But every time he was killed by one, none of it was an accident. Not only could it not be stopped, but also could not keep up with the speed, and could not escape. Now that there are the hard three swords of the Son of Heaven, it should be able to block them, but it is a problem whether the three swords of the Son of Heaven can hit the bullet. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to encounter. But Zhou Wen has no plans to give up. Before solving the last golden god of war, Zhou Wen summoned his fear-level companion pet. After being summoned, these 6 fear-level companion pets, including the banana immortal, the 3 golden gods of war, the Azura of the sky, and the god of death, were marked by Zhou Wen one by one. The power of fear suddenly poured into Zhou Wen's body. No, it should be poured into the armor transformed by the promised demon dragon king. Black crystal-like armor. Because the energy is too large, the black crystals begin to emit terrifying brilliance, as if the black crystals are burning. The function of the promised demon dragon king has played a role, sharing their power with Zhou Wen. Now Zhou Wen is equivalent to 6 more fear-level powers. Coupled with his own fear-making power, Zhou Wen now has an unprecedented terrifying power. With this strength, holding the 3 swords of the Son of Heaven tightly, Zhou Wen ushered in a natural disaster-grade bullet. Bang! Although Zhou Wen's reaction was already quick, if that shot still blew his head off before he could swing his sword. And because of the powerful strength of the Dragon King's armor, the natural disaster creature regarded him as the first target of shooting, and after one shot, there was nothing. Is it still not good? Zhou Wen now deeply feels the gap between the natural disaster and the fear level. He received 6 fear level strength blessings, and he couldn't even block a normal bullet, let alone block the 7th deadly bullet. However, Zhou Wen is not completely without gains. With the blessing of powerful strength and the improvement of Brahma and the Emperor's perception, Zhou Wen can probably see the trajectory of the bullet clearly. But he can see it, but can't avoid it. Strange, when I used the 3 swords of the Son of Heaven to help Yuadu to block bullets, I was able to block them. Why was it too late to block a normal bullet when I blocked it for myself? Zhou Wen thought about it for a while and understood why. I couldn't stop myself. Before, he helped Yuadu to block the bullet, which was actually a kind of prediction. When he saw the bullet turn, he had already predicted that the bullet would hit the back of Yuadu's head, so he was able to throw the 3 swords of the Emperor ahead of time. But when it was his turn to block the bullet, although he knew that the bullet would definitely hit him, he didn't know where it would go. The Emperor's 3 swords couldn't block his whole family. Without prejudgment, he purely relied on himself. If you react, there is simply no time to block the natural disaster-grade bullet. The promised Demon Dragon King's armor can be used by me with the power of 8 creatures in total. I only used 6 this time. I will try to gather 8 next time, maybe it can be blocked. Zhou Wen was thinking about what companion pet to use. While brushing the copy, Zhou Wen was thinking about the bullet trajectory he saw today and his prediction when he helped you read the bullet. The bullet is so elusive that even the shooter can't see it. It's not easy to predict. Is there no way to predict the trajectory of the bullet in advance without seeing the person? Zhou went aside think while practicing in the game. Master Wen, what are you doing? Wen and Xing came to look. For Zhou Wen, he saw Zhou Wen gesturing around empty-handed, and he didn't know what he was doing, so he seemed to ask. I'm practicing swordsmanship, Zhou Wen said. How can you practice swords like this? What's the use of gesturing with your fingers? How can you practice with real swords and spears? And Xing said. I also want to practice with real knives and real guns, but no one has such a fast attack speed that can make me feel the pressure. Zhou Wen was telling the truth, but when he told others, he would feel a little arrogant. Knowing Zhou Wen's character and knowing that he is not an arrogant person, and Xing asked suspiciously, how fast do you want? It's almost as fast as the bullet fired by the natural disaster level creature in the Venus dimensional field. Zhou Wen said casually he didn't think and Xing could help him find a natural disaster level sparring. Only speed is required. Are there any requirements for strength? And Xing asked again. No, as long as the speed is fast enough, but with that kind of speed, it must be a natural disaster grade. Creatures below the natural disaster grade cannot have such a speed, Zhou Wen said. You don't need to use people, it can be solved directly with machines. Humans will definitely not be able to achieve that fast speed, but machines can. You only need speed, strength, etc. If there are no requirements, you don't need too complicated machinery. A flashlight is enough. And Xing said. Zhou Wen shook his head and said, I've also thought about this, the speed of light is naturally fast enough, but the person who uses the flashlight can't be that fast, as long as I see him using the flashlight to look at me, judging from the user's movements, it's easy to dodge. There is a model of a compression accelerator in the military's laboratory. Although it is a model, the principle is the same as that of the real machine. As long as the input is good in advance, it will emit light smoothly. You can't always judge the movement of the machine, right? And Xing said. Is that thing convenient for me to use? Zhou Wen listened to Xing's detailed description of the principle of the thing, and felt that this method might be feasible. Following Xing to the military laboratory of the Sunset Army, Zhou Wen started a new round of practice. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. The bullets shot by the Golden God of War, though very fast and powerful, have various attributes. However, such an attack does not pose much of a threat to Zhou Wen. His reaction and speed can keep up with the speed of the bullet, so after practicing for a while, Zhou Wen knows that it is meaningless to practice like this, no any progress. After the 3 swords of the Emperor were used to block all kinds of bullets, I can now be very sure that this thing is really a bit hard. The bullets of different attributes hit the ancient sword, and even the scabbard was not damaged. It seems that the only way to get natural disaster grade bullets is to have some effect, otherwise it will be a waste of time to practice. After thinking about everything, Zhou Wen killed the Golden God of War one by one, ready to try it out. Cannot block natural disaster grade bullets. Now Zhou Wen very much hopes that he has the ability of the Eye of Odin, so that he can record the shooting process of the bullet and slowly replay it. It's a pity that Zhou Wen didn't have that ability, so he had to see clearly in the process. Zhou Wen has seen it many times before. But every time he was killed by one, none of it was an accident, not only could it not be stopped, but also could not keep up with the speed, and could not escape. Now that there are the hard 3 swords of the Son of Heaven, it should be able to block them, but it is a problem whether the 3 swords of the Son of Heaven can hit the bullet. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to encounter. But Zhou Wen has no plans to give up. Before solving the last golden god of war, Zhou Wen summoned his fear-level companion pet. After being summoned, these 6 fear-level companion pets, including the banana immortal, the 3 golden gods of war, the Azura of the sky, and the god of death, were marked by Zhou Wen one by one. The power of fear suddenly poured into Zhou Wen's body. No, it should be poured into the armor transformed by the promised demon dragon king. Black crystal-like armor. Because the energy is too large, the black crystals begin to emit terrifying brilliance, as if the black crystals are burning. The function of the promised demon dragon king has played a role, sharing their power with Zhou Wen. Now Zhou Wen is equivalent to 6 more fear-level powers. Coupled with his own fear-making power, Zhou Wen now has an unprecedented terrifying power. With this strength, holding the 3 swords of the Son of Heaven tightly, Zhou Wen ushered in a natural disaster-grade bullet. Bang! Although Zhou Wen's reaction was already quick, if that shot still blew his head off before he could swing his sword. And because of the powerful strength of the Dragon King's armor, the natural disaster creature regarded him as the first target of shooting, and after one shot, there was nothing. Is it still not good? Zhou Wen now deeply feels the gap between the natural disaster and the fear level. He received 6 fear-level strength blessings, and he couldn't even block a normal bullet, let alone block the 7th deadly bullet. However, Zhou Wen is not completely without gains. With the blessing of powerful strength and the improvement of Brahma and the Emperor's perception, Zhou Wen can probably see the trajectory of the bullet clearly. But he can see it but can't avoid it. Strange, when I used the 3 swords of the Son of Heaven to help Yuadu to block bullets, I was able to block them. Why was it too late to block a normal bullet when I blocked it for myself? Zhou Wen thought about it for a while and understood why. I couldn't stop myself. Before, he helped Yuadu to block the bullet, which was actually a kind of prediction. When he saw the bullet turn, he had already predicted that the bullet would hit the back of Yuadu's head, so he was able to throw the 3 swords of the Emperor ahead of time. But when it was his turn to block the bullet, although he knew that the bullet would definitely hit him, he didn't know where it would go. The Emperor's 3 swords couldn't block his whole family. Without prejudgment, he purely relied on himself. If you react, there is simply no time to block the natural disaster-grade bullet. The promised demon dragon king's armor can be used by me with the power of 8 creatures in total. I only used 6 this time. I will try to gather 8 next time, maybe it can be blocked. Zhou Wen was thinking about what companion pet to use. While brushing the copy, Zhou Wen was thinking about the bullet trajectory he saw today and his prediction when he helped you read the bullet. The bullet is so elusive that even the shooter can't see it. It's not easy to predict. Is there no way to predict the trajectory of the bullet in advance without seeing the person? Zhou Wen aside think while practicing in the game. Master Wen, what are you doing? Wen and Xing came to look for Zhou Wen. He saw Zhou Wen gesturing around empty-handed, and he didn't know what he was doing, so he seemed to ask. I'm practicing swordsmanship, Zhou Wen said. How can you practice swords like this? What's the use of gesturing with your fingers? How can you practice with real swords and spears? And Xing said, I also want to practice with real swords and real guns, but no one has such a fast attack speed that can make me feel the pressure. Zhou was telling the truth, but when he told others, he would feel a little arrogant. Knowing Zhou character and knowing that he is not an arrogant person, and Xing asked suspiciously, "How fast do you want?" "It's almost as fast as the bullet fired by the natural disaster level creature in the Venus dimensional field." Zhou said casually. He didn't think Xing could help him find a natural disaster level sparring. Only speed is required. Are there any requirements for strength? Xing asked again. No, as long as the speed is fast enough, but with that kind of speed, it must be a natural disaster grade. Creatures below the natural disaster grade cannot have such a speed. Zhou said. You don't need to use people, it can be solved directly with machines. Humans will definitely not be able to achieve that fast speed, but machines can. You only need speed, strength, etc. If there are no requirements, you don't need too complicated machinery. A flashlight is enough. Xing said. Zhou shook his head and said, I've also thought about this. The speed of light is naturally fast enough, but the person who uses the flashlight can't be that fast, as long as I see him using the flashlight to look at me. Judging from the user's movements, it's easy to dodge. There is a model of a compression accelerator in the military's laboratory. Although it is a model, the principle is the same as that of the real machine. As long as the input is good in advance, it will emit light smoothly. You can't always judge the movement of the machine, right? Xing said. Is that thing convenient for me to use? Zhou listened to Xing's detailed description of the principle of the thing, and felt that this method might be feasible. Following Xing to the military laboratory of the Sunset Army, Zhou started a new round of practice. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. You call this thing a model? Zhou asked Xing strangely, looking at the instrument that looked like a tractor in front of him. It's the model, yes, it's only 1/20th the size of the real machine, but because it is used for simulation experiments, the basic theory and functions are similar to the real machine, but the power is a little smaller, and there is no actual operation. The function achieved. Xing pointed to the instrument and introduced, although the power is a little smaller, but the speed is not enough, the fear level can't be avoided. If you want to practice, it is perfect. How to operate this thing? Zhou looked at the instrument that looked like a tractor cockpit and had some headaches. Although there is a computer that can set the launch parameters, it is an experimental product after all. In order to prevent accidents, someone still needs to guard the console. However, this thing cannot be seen by others, so non-staff who have permission to come here, there are only 4. In total, I can only help you. Xing entered the console. Soon, the front end of the instrument like the head of a tractor lit up, with black crystals in the form of fences in front. If you look closely, you will find that the fences are composed of small hexagonal crystals. Master Wen. I'm going to start shooting. You have to be careful. Xing shouted. Come on. Zhou chose a suitable distance to stand and looked at the shiny crystal end on the opposite side. There was no sound, and there was no sign. One of the hexagonal crystals shot a beam of light, which was different from the light-based skills used by ordinary humans. This was the true speed of light. Bang! Zhou chest was hit by light, and his body didn't move at all. The power of the beam is not high, and a large amount is equivalent to the attack strength of the legendary level, and even Zhou Wen's armor was not able to hurt. The speed of light is indeed similar to the speed of the natural disaster-grade bullet. Zhou Wen is still very satisfied with the beam speed of the model machine. And those hexagonal crystals are quite a gun barrel. Under the operation of Anxing, beams will be emitted from different crystals. Because it is controlled by a computer, Zhou Wen has no way to predict in advance, and can only wait for the beams to shoot out. Then react. I tried many times in a row. But every time I failed, even if Zhou Wen used the Demon Dragon King armor and the power of the fear-level companion pet, he could only see the beams shoot out, but it was still too late to dodge. The speed of light is too fast. At my current speed, let alone dodge, even if I want to use my sword to block it, I can't do it unless the opponent directly hits the bullet on the sword of the Son of Heaven. Zhou Wen tried repeatedly, and soon determined, it is impossible to block by speed, unless he is promoted to the fear level, and then with the help of 8 fear-level companion pets, it is possible to react and block the beam in time. Since it's not enough to rely on speed, then we can only find another way. Zhou Wen thought, while trying to block the beam, by reacting. Master Wen, it's not feasible to block the speed of light at this distance, by relying on the reaction and speed of humans. The Overseer has also tried it, and he can't avoid the speed of light attack, Anxing said. Anxing is very clear that this kind of attempt is actually futile. If the speed is not fast enough, it is not fast enough. And it is too bad. Zhou Wen naturally knew that practicing alone would not work, but after listening to Anxing's words, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Anxing and asked, Anxing, what did you just say? Master Wen, I don't have the speed to hit you, but judging from your current speed, it's impossible to avoid the speed of light attack. Anxing told the truth, he didn't say something unrealistic, because of his good relationship with Zhou Wen. Of flattery. No, you just said that the speed of light cannot be blocked at this distance, that is to say, if the distance is far enough, the speed of light can be blocked? Zhou Wen said. Assuming that, if the distance is far enough and there is a time difference, it should be able to block it. However, the number of distances is too large, and it is difficult to open such a long distance. There is also a disadvantage, such a long distance, before the light arrives, you cannot see it, and when you can see the light, it has already arrived, so this is just an assumption. Anson said. Although it is only a hypothesis, it is not necessarily impossible. It is still possible to exchange space for time. Zhou Wen muttered to himself. But as Anxing said, the speed of light is too fast, even if it is a tenth of a second, the distance it travels is far enough. If you want to spread such a long distance in a short time, interstellar teleportation can be done, but in the Venus dimensional field, there is no such a large distance for Zhou Wen at all. However, Zhou Wen is good at space power, maybe he can try it and use space skills to spread the distance. Zhou Wen has carefully considered the various abilities of demon gods Ji and stealing the heavens. Judging from the existing space skills, it is impossible to stretch the space. Zhou Wen had seen Zhou Yue's ability to use space stretching before. Since someone can do it, it means that there must be such space skills. Where can I get such a space skill? Zhou Wen told Anxing his thoughts. Anxing thought for a while and said, I don't know if this method will work, but we don't have a dimensional field that produces this kind of space skills. If there are any other places, it must be very rare, and at most you can buy mythical grades. The crystallization of skills, the fear level will definitely not be sold by anyone. Myth level is also fine. Where can I buy it? Zhou Wen thought that Lu Yun could train Star Stealer to fear level, so he could also try it. You can only try your luck in the fireworks alley in the holy city. Only there are most likely to be found there. Even if other families have them, they will not sell them casually. And Xing said, Zhou Wen is no stranger to fireworks alley in the holy city. He has been there before. The faceless Buddha in fireworks alley is his classmate, classical. Hearing what Xing said, Zhou Wen tried to send a message to Gugu, explaining his idea of buying space skill crystals. It didn't take long for Gu Jingu to return his message. There are space skill crystals, but there is no such thing as you said. And there will be no one to sell it. Zhou Wen was immediately disappointed. Although it does not mean that there is absolutely no way to create space skills, the difficulty of creating them is as difficult as the discovery of the periodic law of elements by human beings in the past. Yes, not just by thinking about it. Who knew that Gu Jinghua sent a second message? I know there is a place that can produce this kind of space skill crystal. The explosion rate is very low. It is not too troublesome and not afraid of death. You can try it. Where? Zhou Wen was overjoyed and quickly asked. Western District, Time Cabin. Gugu returned the message quickly. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Seeing the words, Time Cabin, Zhou Wen's smile froze. He has heard of this dimensional field. Not only he has heard of it, it is estimated that there are very few people on Earth who do not know the dimensional field of the Time Cabin. Many mainstream media have reported on the dimensional field of Time Cabin. In that dimensional field, the flow of time is completely different from the outside world. Once someone went in for a moment, he changed from a young man to a dying old man. There are also old people who turned into babies after entering. Moreover, the flow rate of time inside is variable. Whether you can come out after entering is not based on how strong you are, but how lucky you are. Some powerhouses who are proficient in time-related power may be better off entering the Time Cabin, but Zhou Wen is not good at time-related abilities. Isn't the Time Cabin a dimensional field of the time system? How can there be space system skills? Zhou Wen asked the classical details. Gu sent the information of the Time Cabin to Zhou Wen, which is obviously some confidential information, many of which have not been reported by the media, and many details of the Time Cabin. Although the Time Hut is called a hut, there are actually many rooms in it, and the time flow rate of each room is different. Some rooms have been explored and know the time flow rate inside. And in some rooms, the humans who entered were not able to come out, so I don't know what was going on inside. Even within a known room, the flow of time is changing. The crystallization of space skills referred to in classical times is owned by a mythical creature called the Spacetime Pig in one of the rooms. According to the classical data, the Spacetime Pig has both time and space skills. Someone got a space-based skill after killing the Spacetime Pig. Later, that skill was sold to Dongshi, who used it in the past. Skills are indeed the ability to stretch in space. Zhou Wen planned to go to the Time Cabin to take a look. It would be too risky to enter the Time Cabin, but he wanted to go and see if there were any small hand patterns in the Time Cabin. If there is a small hand pattern, you can download the copy, then he can brush it in the game, and it should not be difficult to get a skill crystal. Master Wen, are you not practicing anymore? Seeing that Zhou Wen was leaving, and Xing hurriedly stopped him. I'll go out first and come back to practice. Zhou Wen hurriedly went to the time cabin, and continued to walk out. And moved his mouth to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. After leaving the base with Zhou Wen, seeing Zhou Wen's disappearance, and Xing shook his head helplessly. Does this guy have no entertainment and emotional needs for normal humans? The distance to the West District is relatively long, but for Zhou Wen, who has the ability to teleport, it is not too far, and it is not as risky as others. Bring Yer to the West District, Quan is going to travel. Since you do past the Venus dungeon, no other creatures have entered it for the time being. All major forces are making preparations. The most important task is to capture the pirate saint. In addition to getting the dragon tortoise companion egg, there is also the desire to use the space transmission ability of the thief to help them clear the Venus dimensional field. Creatures in space have never appeared again, and the angel with black wings before has never appeared. Strange, even the monthly reading has come. Why didn't the black-winged angel enter the Venus dimensional realm? Isn't all creatures in space restricted? Zhou Wen secretly guessed in his heart. In fact, after Zhou Wen got the number 10 death god, he wondered if he could get another angel companion pet. Who knew that the black-winged angel never appeared? The Ice Girl and the Jade Rabbit were released by Zhou Wen. The demon infant and Yer were sitting on the backs of the earthbound beasts. It was not far from the time cabin, and there was no one there, so Zhou Wen released them all to blow air. Where is this place? It looks good. Killing Demon rarely came out to let the wind out, and he had the excitement of just being released from prison, and everything felt fresh. The Peninsula of the Gods. Zhou Wen replied casually. Zhou Wen has been to the Peninsula of the Gods before. Medusa and the Golden War God Halberd are all from here, and the invisibility cloak is also obtained from here. The scene of meeting Zhongxia at the beginning seemed like it was just yesterday, but now the two are already separated from each other, and no one knows if there will be any chance to meet in the future. I don't know how that guy Lucas is doing now. Zhou Wen thought of the guy who was called a hero 5 years ago. Lucas often sent him messages, but since Zhou Wen was trapped for 5 years, he hadn't received any more messages from that guy. Speaking of which, Zhou Wen really misses that guy. People like that are always memorable. When I came to a human city closest to the time cabin, I saw many humans walking on the street with their companion pets. Trolls, elemental elves, sirens, etc., all kinds of bizarre companion pets are dizzying. In contrast, Zhou Wen's companion pets are relatively ordinary in appearance. How do I get to the time cabin? Zhou Wen bought some things in the store with money, and then asked the boss about the way to the time cabin. He only knew that the time cabin was in a forest, but he didn't know where it was. For an outsider to go to the time cabin, it's best to hire a guide, otherwise it's easy to get lost in the strange forest. The boss was very enthusiastic when he saw that Zhou Wen had spent a lot of money, and spent a lot of money. Is there a map? Zhou Wen asked. Yes, it's cheap, 20 yuan a piece, but the path in the strange forest will always change. With a map and without a map is not much different. An experienced guide can quickly find the location of the time cabin. The boss took a map, came out, and handed it to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen took the map and looked at it. Seeing that the map was quite detailed, it marked the road to the strange forest. Although the map in the strange forest was also very detailed, it was marked with a lot of explanations, saying that those roads may not exist sometimes. For reference only. This is enough for Zhou Wen. After receiving the map, Zhou Wen asked again, what city is Lucas, the hero of the peninsula of the gods, in now? What hero Lucas? The boss was slightly startled. It's the famous hero who killed Medusa before. Zhou Wen was a little surprised that there were people in the peninsula of the gods who didn't recognize Lucas. The boss heard the words and thought about it for a while before he suddenly realized, it seems that there is such a person, but it happened many years ago. There are so many heroes now, and people from so long ago, can't remember well. Now, the most famous hero in our peninsula of the gods is Booth. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Zhou Wen had some doubts in his heart, and asked a few more people, and found that they didn't know Lucas. Strange, with Lucas' character, it shouldn't be possible to live in peace, right? Zhou Wen thought about it and sent Lucas a message, but no one replied to him. This guy, shouldn't there be an accident? Zhou Wen flipped through the news. The reports about Lucas were all 4 years ago, and there were no reports about him after 4 years. It was as if Lucas had disappeared all of a sudden, but there was no report of what happened to him either. Although it is normal for human beings to die unexpectedly in this era, it still makes me feel very uncomfortable to think that the people I know have disappeared like this. Take the map and go to the strange forest. The strange forest itself is a dimension field, and the time cabin can be regarded as a part of the strange forest. Because the strange forest itself is very dangerous, there are not many humans who come here. The only good thing about Bizarre Forest is that there are only dimensional creatures of the plant system here. Generally, the dimensional creatures of the plant system cannot move. As long as they do not approach a certain distance, there will not be too much danger. It's just that the dimensional creatures of the plant system are mixed with ordinary plants, and it is not easy to find them, and it is normal to approach them by mistake. Zhou Wen's 8 senses are extremely sensitive, and it is not difficult to distinguish the dimensional creatures of the plant system. After entering the strange forest, he immediately discovered many dimensional creatures of the plant system. As small as a grass and a mushroom, or as large as a towering giant tree, they may all be dimensional creatures. Moreover, the dimensional creatures of the plant system generally do not have too strong aura, and it is difficult for ordinary people to distinguish which are dimensional creatures and which are ordinary plants. Zhou Wen discovered that some moss turned out to be dimensional creatures, and with a move, he called Tai Sui out. After Tai Sui discovered the moss, he rushed overexcitedly and quickly devoured a large piece of moss. It has been eating Dragon King goo for the past few years, and it seems to be a little tired. At this time it changed its taste and seemed very happy. Tai Sui, like a big white ball, jumped and led the way in front. There were spore-like dimensional creatures in the air, and they were all directly swallowed by Tai Sui. For others, the strange forest may be a forbidden place for death, but for Zhou Wen, it is not so dangerous. It is similar to his own vegetable field. Yer also picked a few flowers of dimensional creatures, and those dimensional flowers did not dare to resist and did not attack. The scenery here is pretty good. It would be even better if I could have a little wine. Killing Demon was finally released, and everything felt good. The magic baby didn't respond at all. She was not interested in the beauty at all. The ice girl held the smallest form of the jade rabbit, and looked around with beautiful eyes, but she was on alert for possible dangers. She didn't like this kind of vibrant place, and the world of ice and snow would make her feel comfortable. In such a place, the ice girl felt uncomfortable all over. The thought of all kinds of bacteria on those plants made her feel terribly uncomfortable. Zhou compared the map and walked forward, and found that the map was indeed wrong. Many paths and references marked on the map were not here at all. Zhou had no choice but to use the ability of listening to find the time cabin, but unfortunately, within the range that listening could detect, the time cabin was not found. The group could only search slowly, and after walking a short distance, Tai Sui, who was bouncing in front of him, suddenly stopped walking and stopped in one place. What's the matter? Zhou walked over and saw that in front of Tai Sui was a big tree with a fist-sized hole at the root. Tai Sui seemed to be very interested in the tree hole. If it hadn't been given Zhou order and didn't dare to act without authorization, I'm afraid it would have gotten into it long ago. Zhou listened carefully to observe what was in the tree hole, and soon discovered that the tree hole had been extending deep into the ground. The roots of the tree below are intertwined, and a large hole appears under a dozen meters. The empty space is quite large, the entire top is the root of the big tree, and some strange dimensional creatures grow below. That thing said it was a mushroom, but it didn't look like a mushroom. It looked harder than a mushroom. It is not like Ganoderma lucidum, the jade-like body has some blue teeth. Zhou didn't know what dimensional creature it was, but Tai Sui could not wait to get in. Its body is much larger than the hole, but Tai Sui can change its shape at will. The body seems to change like a liquid, turning into a snake-like slender strip, and it drills into the hole. After arriving in the tree hole space, Tai Sui began to devour those strange creatures, and those strange creatures did not dare to resist, shivering and swallowed by Tai Sui, with no resistance at all. Zhou hadn't figured out what those things were, but Tai Sui had already swallowed them all. Tai Sui escaped directly from the soil below. Before Zhou could figure out what it devoured, Tai Sui secreted a dark gray substance. Not long after, Tai Sui's entire body was wrapped in a layer of black-gray that looked very hard, like a black-gray rock ball. Tai Sui has evolved? Zhou was slightly startled. This was too sudden and too easy, making him a little uncomfortable. Seeing that Tai Sui didn't respond, and I didn't know when it would be able to evolve, I put it into the chaos orb first. There is someone over there. Killer said, looking at a direction in the forest. Let's go and see. If there are people, maybe you can find out where the time cabin is. Zhou also sensed that there was a group of humans over there, and walked there with Yer in his arms. They didn't go far, and they saw a group of people coming towards this side. They saw Zhou and others. And they were all vigilant. In a place like the strange forest, encountering the same kind is sometimes not a good thing. Which direction is the time cabin probably in? Zhou didn't care what they thought and asked. The old man at the head looked at Zhou for a while, and then said, "Are you from out of town? If you want to go to the time cabin, it's best to ask a guide, otherwise it's easy to get into trouble. If you can you tell me the approximate direction and location of the time cabin?" Zhou is naturally not afraid of any danger. Unless there is a natural disaster creature, it is difficult for ordinary dimensional creatures to hurt him. The old man wanted to say something, but a young man in the team pointed directly in one direction and said, "The time cabin is over there. If you are not afraid of death, go ahead." Zhou listened to his tone, and it seemed that something happened at the time cabin. Please remember this. Books, first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile version reading URL. Is there something wrong with the time cabin? Zhou asked. The old man who led the team was very kind. He heard the words and said, there is nothing wrong with the time cabin, but on the only way to the time cabin, a terrifying piranha flower appeared. Our team suffered a big loss there. You'd better not go anymore. Thank you for the reminder, but we still want to go take a look. Zhou said, looking at a troll companion pet behind their team. It was a blue-skinned troll, 4 or 5 meters tall, looking extremely majestic. On the troll's back, there was a box on his back. Zhou didn't pay attention at first, but there was a sudden sound in the box just now. Zhou's senses were too keen. Woman. The woman's hands and feet were tied and her mouth was sealed. At this time, she seemed to have noticed that there were other people outside, so she desperately hit the inner wall of the box and made a noise, trying to let people find her. Seeing Zhou looking at the box, the old man said, if you insist on going, just be careful yourself, we have to hurry back. Wait a minute, what happened to the box? Zhou stopped the old man and asked. Although he doesn't like to meddle in his own business, Zhou won't be stingy if he can save someone's life since he encounters it. Of course, before that, Zhou had to figure out the whole story so as not to blame good people. What's your business? The young man gave Zhou a displeased look. But the old man stopped the young man and said to Zhou, to be honest, the person in that box is our employer. She paid us to take her to the time cabin, but now there is a man-eating flower king on the road. People can't get through it all. Several people have already died, but she still has to move forward. We didn't want to see her die, so we brought her back forcibly. Can I ask her a few words? Zhou didn't think the old man was lying, but it was a matter of life, so it was better to ask clearly. You don't want to make an inch. The young man was very unhappy. The old man stopped the young man from having a seizure again, turned his head and said to Zhou, of course, we actually didn't do it right. Since we received money from others, we had to send people to the place even if they died. But this time, it was obvious that I was going to die, and there was no point in going any further. I'm dead, and I'll die if I die, but I can't watch these young people die along with them. The money we collect will be the same in the future. If the amount is returned, the compensation will be doubled. After all, the old man asked people to put the box down and open it to Zhou and the others. Dad, what are you doing? Is it necessary to explain so much to an outsider? When Zhou and the others went to see the box, the young man complained too. The old man with dissatisfaction. The old man whispered, you are confused, these outsiders know nothing about the strange forest. They don't even know the location of the time hut, but they can come here safely. There must be very powerful beings among them, and they must not the impulse to happen. The young man was startled, and only then did he understand. He glanced at Zhou and the others who were looking at the box, and said in a low voice, it turns out that I was too careless. You're still young, you've experienced a few things, you'll be able to see through it naturally, and you'll just need to think more about it in the future. The old man patted the young man on the shoulder and led him towards Zhou and others. The box had been opened, and it turned out to be a woman tied up with 5 flowers. The old man lifted the ban on the woman's mouth in the past, and the woman immediately called out, Hatu, you ungrateful bastard, when Lucas was still there, did you take care of you? How could you treat me like this? Fei Luo, it's not that we don't send you there. We really can't deal with that piranha flower king. If you go, you will die. What's the point? The old man said helplessly with his hands out. You are afraid that you won't die. That's your own business, why stop me? Phiro struggled to get out of the box. But her body was tied. Like a worm, she couldn't even stand up, she could only lie in the box and talk. We don't want you to die either, the old man explained. I don't think you want your reputation to be damaged, right? Philo snorted coldly. What's your relationship with Lucas? Zhou looked at Fei Luo and asked, he was a little surprised that he heard Lucas' name in Fei Luo's mouth. I'm Lucas' fiancé, do you know Lucas? Phiro knew that it was because of Zhou Wen's relationship that he had the opportunity to speak. Seeing Zhou Wen asking about Lucas, he said quickly. Zhou Wen didn't hear what Lucas said about his fiancé, he thought about it and asked, why are you going to the time cabin? Of course I went to Lucas. He went to the time cabin 4 years ago and never came back. I must find him. Phiro gritted his teeth and said, if you don't want to go for fear of death, let me go. Open, I'll go by myself, I won't bother you. Let her go. Zhou Wen looked at the old man and said. This? The old man hesitated, although part of the reason was for the reputation of his team, and he didn't want his employer to die. But most of the reasons still don't want Phiro to die. After all, as Phiro said, Lucas took care of him a lot in the past. You don't have to worry, we will take her to the time cabin. Zhou Wen said. Do you know Lucas? The old man looked at Zhou Wen and asked cautiously. Great Lucas, I am proud to have such a friend. Zhou Wen said the truth, people like Lucas are indeed worthy of respect. The old man was still hesitating, but Fei Luo had already shouted happily, let me go soon, I'll go with them. The old man looked at Zhou Wen for a while, sighed lightly, and let the chains on Fei Luo's body be opened. After Phiro jumped out of the box, he said to Zhou Wen, what's your name? Lucas's friend, I basically never seen it, but I haven't seen you. My name is Zhou Wen, maybe he hasn't mentioned me, but I am indeed his friend. Zhou Wen said. Are you Zhou Wen? Fei Luo suddenly widened his eyes, pointed at Zhou Wen, and asked in surprise and joy. My name is Zhou Wen, is there any problem? Zhou Wen was a little puzzled why Fei Luo had such a big reaction. Which college did you go to before? Phiro asked one after another. Sunset Academy in the East District, I don't know if you have heard of it. Zhou Wen probably guessed that Lucas should have mentioned him before Phiro. Ah, that's right, you are really Zhou Wen, you are really good. Fei Luo was overjoyed. Pharaoh. Is he really Lucas' friend? The old man asked with some doubts. Not just a friend, he is the person Lucas admires the most. No, Lucas said he is a great man like a god. Phiro said solemnly. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Everyone listened to it for a while. Many of them were like old people who had known Lucas for many years and knew Lucas very well. Lucas is the kind of person who is extremely narcissistic. In his eyes, he is the only hero who can save the world. Although he is not a difficult person to get along with. He wants to hear some compliments from Lucas. It's not easy. The words Phiro said, to them, did not seem to come from Lucas' mouth at all. Lucas said he was a great man like a god? The old man looked at Joe and, strangely, he really didn't believe the great Lucas would praise others like this. Phiro ignored the old man and said to Joe excitedly, "You are here to save Lucas, right? It's great that you can. Come. Cough, you are going to the time cabin, did you find anything?" Joe was a little embarrassed. He found that he was not a competent friend. What happened to Lucas, he didn't know anything about it. Fei Luo shook his head and said, "Lucas said he is the greatest hero, so he must contract the strongest guardian, and the most terrifying dimension field in the God's Peninsula is the time cabin. He doesn't know where he heard it. The time cabin, there is a guardian inside, so I decided to go to the time cabin to contract the guardian. As a result, I never came back. In the past few years, I have tried every means to organize people to go to the time cabin to find him, but my ability is limited after all, and there are not many people I can find. I have gone several times to no avail. I can find someone stronger. But who can I know? This time, I just thought that after so many years, Lucas' chances of surviving are not high, and I can't find a decent strong person. If you can't see him, then go with him." Fei Luo explained the matter once, and then Zhou Wen realized that Fei Luo had already decided to die when he went. This time, if the old man hadn't brought her back, she would have died in the time cabin by now. Inside. "Okay now, even Lucas said that you are a godlike person, you must be able to save him, right?" Phiro looked at Zhou Wen with anticipation. "I will do my best to rescue Lucas." Zhou Wen said so, but he also knew in his heart that Lucas was afraid that he had already lost his luck. 4 years is too long. If Lucas really encountered danger in the time cabin, he would have been dead for a long time. Fei Luo naturally understands this, but she still has hope in her heart. Over the past few years, she has relied on this hope to support her. "Let's go, don't waste any more time," Zhou Wen said and prepared to continue on the road. "Fei Luo, let's go and see with you." The old man hesitated and said to Fei Luo. Although Lucas said that Zhou Wen was his friend, who can guarantee that this young man is really the Zhou Wen that Lucas said? After all, this Zhou Wen looks too young, and no matter how you look at it seems a little different from the godlike great man that Lucas said. Although he was unwilling to risk his own life, he also did not want to see Philo being deceived. "Are you going again now?" Phiro looked at the old man in surprise. "We'll take you to Khao Piranha. If you can't get through, we can take you back. If you can get there, it's still a long way to go to the time cabin, and it can be faster if someone leads the way," the old man said. Fei Luo nodded and did not refuse. A group of people restarted the road, the old man led the way, and soon reached the place where they said Piranha Flower King was. There is a canyon between 2 mountains. The originally wide canyon is now filled with a flower. The petals of the flower were carved like ice flakes, and they were crystal clear and radiant in the sun. No wonder the old man called it the Piranha Flower King. This flower is indeed big enough. It's not an exaggeration to say that it is the king of flowers. Zhou Wen looked at the flower and asked the old man beside him, "How does this piranha flower eat people?" The old man said, "There was nothing in this canyon before. I came here this time, but suddenly there was such a huge flower, I sent someone to use a companion pet to explore the way, I just wanted to try to see if the man-eating flower king would hurt people, but I didn't expect. The old man told the story again, and everyone couldn't help but feel a little sad. You didn't see how those people disappeared? After the old man finished speaking, the ice girl on the side suddenly asked. No, after the companion pet alerted the piranha king, the companions who were closer to the piranha king disappeared one after another. We had no choice but to bring Fei Luo to return first, the old man said. The ice girl continued to ask, when they disappear, does the head disappear first, or the body disappears first? Does it make any difference? The young man asked suspiciously. Of course there is a difference. The ice girl didn't mean to explain, and still looked at the old man. The old man thought for a while, then looked at his companions before he said somewhat uncertainly, I remember that the head should disappear first, but I only saw the appearance of one companion when it was swallowed, and the others did not. It's true that the head disappeared first. I also saw it. Their heads disappeared, but their bodies seemed to be pulled into the air by something, and then even their bodies disappeared quickly, said a middle-aged man. Anyone who saw it said that the head should have disappeared first. After listening to the ice girl, she showed a thoughtful expression. Do you know the origin of this flower? Zhou asked Ice Girl. The ice girl nodded slightly. If I guessed correctly, this flower is not a man-eating flower king, but the flower house of the flower family. Flower house? Zhou looked at the flower. No matter how it looked, it was a living flower, not a house built in the shape of a flower. The flower house is the shelter of the flower clan, just like my ice castle. The real flower clan is inside the flower. However, the flower clan has always seldom communicated with the outside world, and I have not seen many flower clans, but it is basically certain that this is a flower clan. The ice girl paused and said, at this time a flower clan suddenly arrived on the earth, which is obviously very problematic, and may be related to the Venus dimensional field. If it's really a flower clan, he should be able to see us, right? Zhou Wen looked at the flower and asked. It's definitely possible under normal circumstances, but generally speaking, the flower clan should not appear in such a place. After this flower clan came to the earth, it was obvious that they encountered some problems. Maybe they were injured. Maybe. The ice girl thought about it. Want to say the injury is just right. Zhou Wen looked at the huge flower room, and was already thinking about how to capture the flower family inside. You mean that the flower is not an earth creature, but a creature of another dimension? The old man listened for a while, and finally understood. His face changed greatly. Although the emperor killed the emperor at the beginning, it was a proof for human beings, but for ordinary people, other dimensional creatures are still godlike existences. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. In the eyes of ordinary people, other dimensional creatures are still life forms that humans cannot reach. After all, there is only one emperor, and most of them are just ordinary people. Is there a way to get there? Fei Luo looked at Zhou Wen, uneasy in his heart, for fear that Zhou Wen shook his head. Zhou Wen calmly looked at the ice girl and asked, what do you think? The ice girl replied, even if the flower clan descends into the world, they can't be cow-level powerhouses, and they will be suppressed by the rules of the earth very much, so there shouldn't be much threat. Everyone listened to the ice girl's relaxed expression, and their expressions were a little weird, because the ice girl's tone was too loud. It was like an ordinary person eating a bowl of noodles in a street noodle restaurant, and suddenly heard that someone at the table was eating peanuts and noodles. I'm talking about the feeling of buying a few aircraft carriers this year. The killer on the side also said, it's just a little flower clan, if you dare to block the way, just kill it directly, what are you doing? With so much nonsense. If that's the case, then let's go. Zhou said, and walked towards the flower room. With Yer and the demon baby in his arms. Philo gritted his teeth and followed, but the others hesitated and did not dare to follow them. The old man coughed dryly, Fei Luo, be careful, don't force it. If Lucas isn't there, there's no fun in this world. The big deal is death, and it's nothing. Fei Luo said, and strode up, closely following Zhou Wen. Lucas said that Zhou Wen is the most trustworthy person he has ever seen. Lucas believes in Zhou Wen, and Phiro is willing to believe it, and she has no other choice. Except for Zhou Wen, I am afraid that no one dares to take her to the time cabin. The old man and his guys were watching from a distance, no one dared to follow, and it was not because they were timid and afraid of death, they all had their own families, and many of them were the breadwinners of the family. And they dared not take their lives. Adventure. When approaching the canyon, the petals swayed slightly like a breeze, which looked really good. Most people just think it looks good, but Zhou Wen, Ice Girl, Killer, and the others saw crystal clear stamens sticking out from the flower room and attacking them. Those stamens are like snakes, with slender bodies. But their heads can be opened into 4 petals, like the big mouths of monsters. Without waiting for Zhou Wen to do it, the demon killer, who had already been itchy all over, rushed up, the demonic energy condensed a knife, and instantly cut off the protruding stamens in the air. The severed stamens lost their strength, appeared immediately, and fell to the ground. He's at the fear level. The young man looked at the killer in horror. Because Killer followed Zhou Wen and looked like a follower, but he didn't want to have such a terrifying power. The old man looked at the killing demon thoughtfully, and seemed to have thought of something, but he was not sure. He asked the red-nosed strong man beside him, Big Nose, do you think that guy looks familiar? You said that, there are some, but I can't remember where I saw it. Big Nose thought for a while and said, You think so too, so do you think he looks like the Guardian who showed his invincibility in the Rubik's Cube battle 5 years ago? The old man said again. 5 years ago, the Guardian, Big Nose screamed, as if he had figured it out. Yes, it is very similar, that Guardian is called Killer, right? He seems to be with the Emperor. Yes, that's right, it's him. The old man nodded, you think so, that's right, I didn't expect to see him here. 5 years ago, he was already a top Guardian, and 5 years later, today, I'm afraid it will only be stronger. No wonder you're not afraid of other dimensional creatures. It is said that Killer is the servant of the Emperor. He is following Zhou Wen now. Could it be that Zhou Wen? Big Nose widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Zhou Wen, who was walking towards the flower room. It shouldn't be possible. How old is he? 5 years ago, I was afraid that he was only a teenager. It should not be the Emperor. The old man's son understood what Big Nose was talking about and thought it was unlikely. Yes, if he is older, it could really be the Emperor. However, even if he is not a human emperor, he can be treated like this by a guardian like the Killer, and he must have a lot of history. Maybe the elders in his family are related to the human emperor, said the old man. Big Nose and others also felt the same way. No wonder they guessed so. Zhou 5 years ago was too young. No one would believe that. A teenage boy could reach that level. The universe dominates the General Tian. Killing the demon showed great power, and the demon gas turned into a 100-meter sword, and slashed at the flower house in the valley with one stroke. As if sensing the terror of killing the demon, the flower room in the valley shook violently, and the stamens like light snakes stretched out and rolled towards the demonic sword. However, under the demonic energy of killing the demons, the flower stamens were cut off with a single knife, and the densely packed flower stamens were not able to block the demonic aura, and were all cut off. Click! The magic sword slashed on the petals, forcibly slashing a huge crack in the petals. When the powerful magic knife was about to hit the bottom of the petal, it was finally blocked. Zhou stared and saw a girl like a flower fairy sitting in the stamen. Her eyes were like petals, showing the color of silver, and her gauze was translucent, like a celestial garment. A pair of jade hands blocked the demon-killing sword, which was as powerful as a demon killer, and could not continue to slash. The girl held the magic sword in both hands, and stood up slowly. Her legs were slender and straight. With her movements, the flower room converged and turned into a flower dress that gathered around the girl, making the girl look even more beautiful. Noble. The murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the demon killer, and the demonic energy in his body continued to pour into the magic knife, making the power of the magic knife stronger and stronger, but it was never able to cut down. Do you know? Zhou asked Ice Girl. I don't know, but I'm sure. It's the flower family, said the Ice Girl. That's it. Zhou directly condensed Jian Wan and directly directed Jian Wan to shoot at the flower woman. The Hua clan woman was fighting against the demon with all her strength, and had no spare energy to deal with Jian Wan. Jian Wan directly penetrated her chest, took her body, and slammed into the mountain wall behind her. Fei Luo and others could not see the fear-level battle, they only saw the killing demon rushing towards the flower room, and then the flower room disappeared. When Zhou waved his hand, the mountain wall collapsed, and a beautiful woman's chest was pierced by a generally crystal-clear sword, nailed to the mountain wall. It really is a fear-level existence, he is still so young. The old man sighed. Fei Luo was overjoyed, and said to himself, Lucas really didn't lie to me, Zhou is too strong, maybe he can really save Lucas. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Transparent blood continued to flow out of the flower woman's chest, but the clothes on her body were gradually withering. Her eyelids could not be opened, and it seemed that she was about to hang up. Zhou wanted to walk over to see if he could pick something up from her. Anyway, it's from a different dimension, so there might be something precious on him. The Ice Girl also walked over with Zhou. Just when Zhou was about to loot something, the Ice Girl saw something on the neck of the flower woman, and suddenly her pupils shrank, and she said to Zhou in a hurry, I can't let her die, save her quickly. What's the matter, no? Zhou looked at the Ice Girl with some doubts. He had asked the Ice Girl before, but the Ice Girl clearly said he didn't know him. No, it's too late to explain, save her first, don't let her die, I'll explain to you later. Ice Girl looked very anxious. Zhou rarely sees the Ice Girl with such an expression, and the flower girl is really dying. If you don't save it, it will be too late, and there is no time to ask again. After thinking about it, Zhou pulled out the sword pill and used the power of the Emperor at the same time. At the moment when the flower woman fell, his fist ruthlessly smashed on her chest, smashing the wound that had already been penetrated by the sword. A punch hole came out. Fei Luo looked at Zhou Wen with some doubts. She clearly heard that the ice girl asked Zhou Wen to save her, but Zhou Wen fought hard. Others also looked at Zhou Wen in confusion. Zhou Wen punched the Hua clan woman's chest with one punch, smashed her body on the mountain wall, and shattered a large piece of the mountain wall. But the next scene made Fei Luo and the others widen their eyes. The Hua clan woman who was punched through the chest by Zhou Wen, the wound on her chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was intact in a moment. The flower girl had just recovered, and the ice girl directly hit the power of ice, freezing the flower girl and sealing it in the ice. Zhou Wen looked at the ice girl, wondering what she meant, and wanted to save her and seal it up again. The ice girl used a strange ability to send her voice directly into Zhou Wen's ears, and no one else could hear her voice. "We're afraid we're in big trouble." Ice Girl didn't wait for Zhou Wen to ask, and continued, "This flower woman has the tears of the flower god on her body. She must have a very close relationship with the flower god. If you put her killed, the flower god was furious. At that time, we are afraid that we will all face unpredictable horror. But we can't let her go. We treated her like that before, and almost killed her. If we let her go, she holds a grudge, and we will be more troublesome then." Flower god? Zhou Wen didn't know what kind of existence the flower god really was, but looking at the expression of the ice girl, the other party seemed to have a very high status in another dimension. The ice girl still explained in a voice that only Zhou Wen could hear, among the apocalyptic powerhouses in different dimensions, the flower god can be ranked among the top 5, and there are many powerhouses of the flower clan. At that time, it will be a cataclysmic catastrophe. Zhou Wen used his space ability to send his voice into the ears of the ice girl. Will the flower god be desperate for a clan who entered the earth? That should be a big price, right? As far as Zhou Wen knows, the clansmen sent to Earth by different dimensions in recent years are all cannon fodder, and most of them are even just guardians, not pure other-dimensional creatures. The ice girl smiled bitterly and said, "The bad thing is that this flower woman is not an ordinary flower family. The tears of the flower god are extremely rare among the flower family. There are only a few very special flower families. The tears of the flower god were given. If the flower clan who owns the tears of the flower god is threatened with life, the flower god can sense it. This is the last protection to protect their lives. Because this is the earth, and it is too isolated from other dimensions. It's amazing, so maybe the flower god hasn't sensed it yet. But once she dies, the flower god will definitely feel it, and then the trouble will be big. Even if she can sense it, she doesn't know who killed her, right?" Zhou Wen frowned. "It would be nice if it was that simple. That drop of the tear of the flower god is not simple, although I only heard about it. I don't know the specific use of the tears of the flower god, but if we kill her, it is definitely impossible not to be discovered. At least in different dimensions, no one dares to kill the flower clan who own the tears of the flower god. The ice girl is extremely disgusting now. She did not expect that if she casually hit a flower clan on the earth, it would be an existence with the tears of the flower god. The flower clan who owns the tears of the flower god have nothing to eat and support. Why do they come to the earth? There are hundreds of millions of people in the flower clan, and there are so many cannon fodders. No matter how you think about it, such a guy has come. Then what do we Do? Zhouwen doesn't like trouble, and this is obviously a big one. I don't know what to do. I definitely can't kill her, but it's not easy to let her go. After a pause, the ice girl continued, well, let's take her first and see if we can find a way to kill her. The ideological work of drawing her over. What kind of guys are the flower clan with the tears of the flower god? This one doesn't seem to be very strong. Zhouwen thought for a while and asked. The future flower god, or the descendant of the flower family that the flower god valued, or even the daughter of the flower god, this is all possible. I just heard about it, and I haven't seen it before. How can I know which one it is? The ice girl just felt sick as if she had eaten a fly. Then take it with you first. Zhouwen waved his hand and put the frozen flower woman into the chaos pearl first. However, Zhouwen is not too worried. If it is so easy to conquer the earth in a different dimension, they have already taken the earth as their own, and why would they wait until today to do so many things? No matter how strong the flower god is, it is not so easy to come to earth. However, this flower clan woman can save her life, and such an important person may be able to find out more news about the different dimension. Let's go to the time cabin, Zhouwen said and continued to walk forward. Killing and saving people are only between waving. This ability is really shocking. The old man brought people over and continued to lead the way for Zhouwen and the others. Even when Fei Luo talked to Zhouwen again, he didn't dare to be as natural and casual as before. The ice girl didn't speak any more along the way. She was having a headache about how to deal with the flower girl. When she came up, she made her look like that. It seems that it is not an easy task to make her not hold grudges. There were no major incidents along the way, some small troubles, the old man as a guide and a group of subordinates can solve it. They are very familiar with this place. After rushing for 2 or 3 hours, Zhouwen finally saw the legendary time cabin. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. The time cabin really lives up to its name. Zhouwen looked at the time cabin and finally knew why it was called that name. Above a big tree in the forest, there is an unremarkable tree house. The material for building the tree house is the logs in the forest. On the tree house, there are also plants like creepers, which make the whole wooden house look full of life. If it wasn't for Phiro and the others, they were very sure that this was the time cabin, but if Zhouwen came by himself, he would have thought that this was a temporary residence built by hunters, which was too small. From the outside, it could accommodate 2 or 3 at most. Like an adult. The door of the hut is made of wooden boards, and it looks like there are many gaps. There is a plaque with bark hanging on the door. The shape is not shape. And you can see insect eyes and annual rings. On the plaque, there is a line of words sweet wooden house. Zhouwen had seen these words on the internet before. Many people were guessing the meaning of the word Tian, but after thinking about all kinds of Western myths, they couldn't come up with what the word Tian was. Some people speculate that Tian is the name of a certain creature, and the time cabin belongs to it. It has also been speculated that the time hut is a candy-like thing for mythical creatures. There are still people who speculate that there is some kind of candy hidden in this wooden house, and if you eat it, you can immediately advance to mythology, etc. Anyway, there are various speculations, but no one knows why it is called this name. Until now. People are more accustomed to calling it the time cabin. After all, the name of the sweet wooden house is really not suitable for such a terrible place, and it is not easy to call it. Zhou Wen looked at the wooden house, and he was not in a hurry to go in. It was useless to hurry. Lucas had been missing for 4 years. I walked around the wooden house, hoping to find the little hand pattern. In a place like the time cabin, going in reality is equivalent to taking your life to try your luck. If you are not lucky, the fear level may not come out. Even the powerhouses of the time system, like Donsher, are all space skill crystals bought from others, rather than going into the time cabin to explode the skill crystals. You can imagine how terrifying this place is. Suddenly, Zhou Wen was overjoyed. At that time, Zhou Wen found a small hand pattern on the wooden board on the roof of the hut. The little hand was carved on the bark of the plank. Under the wind and rain, it became a little blurry, and it looked like a child's doodles. Zhou Wen took out his mobile phone and took a picture of the small hand holding the wooden house. The mobile phone immediately entered the downloading screen, and pretended to take a few pictures elsewhere. Are we going in now? Firo asked Zhou Wen. She knew that she was not capable, but this time she planned to go in. If Lucas couldn't be found, she hoped to finish herself in the time cabin quickly the rest of life. We won't go in for now, we need to make some preparations. Zhou Wen planned to wait for the copy of Time Cabin to be downloaded, and then go in and take a look in the game. In such a dangerous place, bringing people in at will, when Lucas fails to save him, and he has to accompany so many lives, it goes against the original intention of saving people. Although Fei Luo wanted to go in immediately, she also knew that without Zhou Wen, even if she went in, the possibility of saving Lucas was very slim, so she could only wait patiently. Thank you for bringing us here. If you have anything to do, you can go back first, Zhou Wen said to the old man. The old man hurriedly said, don't hurry, the strange forest is unpredictable. The way you came will be a little different when you go back. Only people who are very familiar can find a way out by experience. We are waiting for you and Firo to put Lucas is rescued and will take you out again. Zhou Wen was about to say something, but suddenly frowned slightly and looked deeper into the strange forest. After watching for a while, Zhou Wen turned around and asked the old man, are there any animal-like dimensional creatures in the strange forest? No, they are basically plant-based dimensional creatures. We have never seen animal-based dimensional creatures. Only there are some animal-shaped dimensional creatures in the time cabin, but they are not real animals, but animal shapes. Puppet, said the old man. That's weird. Zhou Wen looked into the depths of the strange forest, and his expression became a little dignified. He heard a strange wheezing sound, and with his hearing, he could only hear the faint wheezing sound, and it gave a very dangerous feeling, which made Zhou Wen palpitate. The strange forest is a little uneasy, you guys should go back first. Zhou Wen turned his head and said to the old man. Although I don't know where the thing is, Zhou Wen can be sure that there must be some kind of terrifying creature in this strange forest. Now that the creature didn't appear, it didn't mean it didn't appear. What's more, Zhou Wen faintly felt that the creature seemed to be peeping at them eagerly. This was just a feeling. And Zhou Wen couldn't be sure where the creature was. You can rest assured on this point. My father has been walking in this strange forest for decades, and he has never encountered animal-like alien creatures. There are some plant-based dimensional creatures that can move, the most common being the magic tree man. Their roots can move in the soil. The old man's son said, and summoned a companion pet of the magic tree, which looked like a tree with eyes and a strange tree, the trunk of which was as thick as a water tank. It's not a magic tree man, it should be some kind of animal. Zhou shook his head slightly, he was sure that the panting sound was animal. Most of these people have been in this strange forest for more than 10 years. They have never seen any animal-like dimensional creatures. Naturally, they do not believe what Zhou said. But they didn't dare to refute what Zhou said, but they were very different in their hearts, thinking that Zhou didn't want to use them. The old man smiled and said, "Then let's go back first. I'm afraid it's too late now." Zhou stared at the depths of the forest, his expression became a little dignified, he already felt that the gasping sound was approaching. But he didn't find the trace of the creature. With his sensing ability, he could only hear the sound of gasps approaching, but he couldn't find the other party's location, which made him very vigilant. The old people were a little puzzled and didn't know what Zhou meant. Killing Demon and Ice Girl also sensed something at this time. They looked around, and they also heard the gasp. Like Zhou, they couldn't tell where the gasp was coming from. Yura leaned against Zhou's arms and seemed a little scared. The demon baby was not afraid at all, staring at a direction deep in the forest with big eyes, as if looking at something. Boom! The earth shook, and the trees in the distance broke apart, and the large trees fell in rows, like dominoes, and kept overwhelming. High-speed text hand typing. I just want to play the game chapter list quietly. As a large number of trees fell, a clearing appeared in the forest, and Fei Luo and others also heard the depressed and dull gasping sound, but their eyes could not see anything. Fear of creatures? The old man's expression changed slightly. However, Zhou, being new, and others knew that things were not that simple. If the Holy Fang was an ordinary fear-level creature, they should have seen each other long ago, but until now, they also can't see anything, only the gasping sound. It reverberated continuously in his ears, as if it was a beast with red eyes that was choosing people to devour. The killing demon burst out with terrifying magical energy, rushing towards the clearing of the forest like a tidal wave. Thinking about it, he didn't see where the other party was, and wanted to use this method to force the other party out. But after the surging demonic energy passed, all the trees and flowers were smashed, but still no trace of the other party was found. Only the extremely suppressed breathing sounded from time to time, almost driving people crazy. Zhou had already opened the Great Brahma, and he had been watching everything around him, but he didn't find it either. He has a lot of fighting experience in killing demons. If he failed in one test, he immediately launched a second attack, but this time, instead of using a wide range of demonic energy, he screamed in the sky, sending out a chilling air. The magic sound. The magic sound spread in all directions. The old man and Fei Luo heard the magic sound, and immediately fell to the ground with their ears covered, and soon began to bleed from the 7 holes, rolling in pain and screaming. If he continued, he didn't find an opponent, and everyone on his side was afraid that they would all die, so Zhou had to let the killing demon stop the magic sound attack. Killing the demon had to stop, frowning, and said, "It shouldn't be an invisibility ability. If it is an invisibility ability, when my demonic sound touches it, there should be feedback." Zhou saw Phiro and the others crawling out of the ground. Although they looked embarrassed, there was not much of a problem. He knew that killing the demon should have deliberately controlled the lethality of the demonic sound, otherwise ordinary people like them should have died long ago. It's not an invisible ability, but I can't see it. What kind of ability could this be? Zhou was not actually asking about killing demons, but thinking for himself. The ice girl heard the words and said, "As far as I know, there are several possibilities, such as phantoms, nightmares, ghosts, and other creatures, can achieve this effect, but these creatures themselves are not very aggressive, and pay more attention to the spirit. The attack, the blow that destroyed the forest just now, is a real power type. And I can't think of any creature that has both abilities." Zhou didn't think what kind of ability it would be, but he also had his own way to summon his army of node elves, and tens of thousands of node elves flew around. Covers all nearby areas. No matter what kind of creature the opponent is, if you want to come over, you always have to pass through the area of the node spirit, and it will naturally be exposed at that time. Seeing countless node elves covering a large area, Phiro and the others felt a lot more at ease. At least in this case, they felt safe within the area of the node elves. Even if there is danger, the node spirit is killed first. But they obviously underestimated the horror of the creature. The musical node spirit was not touched, but a member of the guide group suddenly disappeared. The man was standing not far from the old man, and in a blink of an eye, the man suddenly disappeared, as if he had learned to teleport. But the terrifying gasp that sounded in the ears of the old man let the old man know that it was not the man who learned to teleport, but the terrifying creature that took him away. Zhou, Ice Girl and Killer all looked ugly. People disappeared not far away from them, and they couldn't find each other's whereabouts. Zhou suspected that the other party was a tiny dimensional creature, but using de Brahma's microscopic observation ability, no special microorganisms were found nearby. "You must leave here immediately and go separately," Ice Maiden suggested. "Even without knowing where the enemy is, there is no way to fight this battle, and can only be beaten passively, and there is only one dead end left. What's the hurry? If you die a few more people, you will be able to catch it." Killer said coldly. Such an opponent made him a little angry. The dead man, he said, was naturally referring to those guides, not only killing demons, but Zhou and the Ice Girl also saw that the creature did not attack them first, but was looking for those weak guides to start, and it was also scruples. Should not will start with them. The life and death of those guides, killing demons will naturally not take it to heart. If you can be a guide in a place like the strange forest, if your mind is dull, you will definitely not be able to live for long. Those guides are all human beings. They don't know that if they stay now, they will be dead. Going to be able to run away one as one. Killer wanted to stop them from escaping, but was stopped by Zhou. "Come back." Zhou asked the demon baby to take the killing demon back, and at the same time, he also asked the Ice Girl and the Jade Rabbit to return to the Chaos Bead, and Yura was also sent into the Chaos Bead by him. Phiro gritted his teeth and rushed to the time cabin. Zhou reached out and grabbed it in the air, sucked Fei Luo back, and threw it directly into the Chaos Orb. There were only Zhou and the demon infant left. Zhou did this, because he found that the demon infant seemed to be able to see the creature. The demon baby's eyes kept turning, and there was no more gasping sound where she was looking. "Can you see where that thing is?" Zhou asked, MOing. The magic baby nodded slightly, then shook his head again. "It can only sense where it is, but cannot see it." "Left," the magic baby said suddenly. Zhou immediately understood and teleported to the right. Boom. A huge hoof print is now where Zhou was just now, and the deep pit that he stepped on is the size of a room. Zhou held the golden god of war spear in his hand, and shot it above the hoof print, but he hit nothing and did not sense the opponent's position. Behind. The magic baby said again. Zhou teleported again, and the position he was standing just now was attacked. Again. It seemed that something like a knife slashed across the sky, and the nearby rows of trees were cut off like grass. What the hell is this? Zhou Wen's face was a little ugly. In such a fierce battle, he still couldn't sense the existence of the other party. But the opponent is obviously a very powerful creature, not a spirit body with weak attack power. Fortunately, the magic baby can sense the location of the other party and act as Zhou Wen's eyes. A special battle unfolds in the strange forest. High-speed text hand typing. I just want to play the game chapter list quietly. Zhou Wen held 2 golden guns and kept shooting at the position determined by the magic baby, but none of the bullets could hit the target. The opponent not only can't see it, but also doesn't seem to have a real body. In the continuous attack, Zhou Wen feels like he is fighting the air. However, the opponent's attack has a real powerful destructive power. If there is no magic baby who can help Zhou Wen determine the position, I am afraid that Zhou Wen will not know how many heavy blows he has suffered. The golden guns of the 3 attributes were useless, so Zhou Wen put away the golden gun directly, summoned the Son of Heaven sword and Shura sword, and continued to fight the air. Zhou Wenlai also looked forward to whether the Tianzi sword could play a special role, but unfortunately found that the Tianzi sword could not hurt the opponent. As the battle continued, Zhou Wen suddenly felt his hand sink, and the blade of the Shura saber seemed to be drawn from something, and then Zhou Wen found that there was red blood on the blade. Have you hit? Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised. But staring at it, no trace of the opponent was found, and the blood on the blade quickly disappeared, as if it had never existed. Zhou Wen immediately began to think, why the Shura knife suddenly hit a knife, and there were thousands of knives that had been slashed before, but none of them could hit. Why did this knife hit? Coincide? Obviously not. Could it be the luck and blessing attributes of the Azura of the sky? Zhou Wen thought of it for the first time, and naturally it was the most special ability of the Azura of the sky. But after thinking about it carefully, I feel that it may not be that simple. Luck will only generate a certain probability when it is possible to hurt the opponent. And this opponent's body seems to be nothing but non-existent. If he can't even slash, there is no problem of hitting. It's not the role of the lucky attribute. Is it because of the 5 declines of heaven and man? Zhou Wen suddenly thought of another possibility. Azura of the sky has the ability of being big and small, and although Zhou Wen has never felt that these 2 abilities are of any use in the state of the Azura sword, but in this situation, Zhou Wen thinks that these 2 abilities are likely to be, it had an effect, and it allowed him to hurt an enemy that seemed to not exist. After a while, Zhou Wen actually slashed again, this time in a shorter time than before. Zhou Wen became more and more certain, there must be some kind of role played by the big, small, heaven, and human beings, otherwise, if it is just a lucky chance, the probability should be about the same, and there will not be too much deviation. But now, Zhou Wen clearly felt that it was getting easier and easier for him to slash his opponents, and most likely it was the 5 failures of heaven and man that had an effect on the opponent. As the number of Zhou Wen's cuts increased, although he still couldn't see the existence of the strange creature, he could feel that the other party was getting weaker and weaker. Finally, when Zhou Wen slashed down again, he heard a scream, a creature fell into a pool of blood on the ground, and its head was cut off in half. Zhou looked carefully and found that the creature was not as big as he thought, and it was more than 2 meters high. The lower body was a horse, the upper body was a human, and both arms were blades. The whole body was made of metal. Inside the body, there are many mechanical gears and parts, which look strange and mysterious, and have the feeling of a mechanical creature slashing at the creature's corpse. The metal body could not stop the sharpness of the azure knife, and various mechanical parts inside fell out. And Zhou soon discovered a dimensional crystal. It was a peculiar metal crystal, shaped like a metal pocket watch. And the hands were turning. Zhou took a photo with his finger and immediately saw its information. Time and Space Thief Dimension Crystal, Fear Level. Requirements: Time-based fear, Space-based fear, Physique 81, Vitality 81, Strength 81, Speed 81. It turns out that this guy is called a space-time thief, a fear level of both time and space. I don't know what kind of skill this skill crystal will be. Will it be an ability that people can't sense or see? It's a pity that I don't have time. The fear-turning power of the elemental. Wait, it may not be without a chance. If I can use the demon god body and the demon god G at the same time, I can use the demon god body to become a time-based creature, plus the space power of the demon god G. Is it possible to meet the requirements? Zhou looked at the body of the space-time thief on the ground. The demon body can only simulate living creatures, and there is absolutely no way for the dead. Go into the time cabin later, and you will definitely encounter time-related creatures. Let's try it again then. Zhou released the ice girl and the others without feeling any other danger. However, Zhou didn't let Fyro out, lest she impulsively want to enter Time's cabin to find Lucas. Zhou also wanted to save Lucas, but if he went in without certainty, there would be danger and more time would be wasted. It is Zhou style to make decisions and then act. Zhou believes that this is not fear of death. Do you know what this is? Zhou pointed to the space-time thief on the ground and asked the ice girl and killer. I don't know, I haven't seen this kind of creature, and I haven't heard of it. Both Ice Maiden and Killer said they had never seen it before, and they had never even heard of the name of the space-time thief. Zhou saw that the space-time thief seemed to be very special, and the corpse did not disappear like ordinary creatures, as if his body itself had become feared, and all the parts were things of fear. This is very similar to the ice dragon king. A fearful creature like this is rare among fearful creatures, and it is quite special. Summoned all the companion pets that he valued more, and let them see if anyone was interested in these feared things. The demon infant is obviously not interested in this pile of metal parts and fragments, and among the companion pets that can be evolved, Ting, Banana Immortal, etc., are also unresponsive. Zhou was a little surprised that the blaster was actually interested in those feared metal parts. He walked to a part, picked it up, and gestured on himself, as if he wanted to put it on himself. Body. It's just a long time of gestures, but it can't be installed. Seeing this, Zhou simply sent the pile of parts and the blasting demon into the chaos orb, and let him slowly mess around, in case he can come up with something. After such a period of time, the copy of Time House has already been downloaded, but the name of Time House in the game is not called Time House, but Sweet Wooden House. Zhou was in no mood to care what it was called. After taking back the ice girl and the demon killer, he immediately started the dungeon and entered the game. The blood-colored villain entered the wooden house and came to the inside of the wooden house. The scene he saw was similar to the Information he found on the internet. Inside the small wooden house, there were wooden tables, wooden chairs, wooden beds, and a wooden horse that looks like a small wooden hut for children. High-speed text hand typing. I just want to play the game. Chapter list quietly. The moment he entered the wooden house, Zhou Wen felt a strange force descend on him, and the body of the blood-colored villain was rapidly aging. Because the time flow rate of the time cabin is not fixed, Zhou Wen found that the time flow rate of the cabin he entered this time was quite fast, and his body was very aging. At the moment, I didn't dare to hesitate anymore, and rushed directly towards a wooden door on the back wall of the wooden house. From the outside, the time cabin is just a wooden hut, but there are actually many rooms inside. After passing through the wooden door, there is a corridor behind, and behind the corridor is a row of 4 wooden hut doors. Inside the last door, there may be time pig. In reality, space-time pigs occasionally appear, but not necessarily. Zhou Wen needs to test whether they appear every time in the game. After rushing through the wooden door, I saw a corridor, but the flow of time in it was faster than that in the wooden house. Zhou Wen switched to the heavens and opened the scriptures, but he was not able to stop his blood-colored villain from aging. Before reaching the last wooden door, the blood-colored villain had already aged and died. It seems that there is no way to use teleportation skills in the time cabin. It's not a restriction of the rules, but the chaos of time and space. Using the space teleportation skills, I don't know where it will be teleported. Zhou Wen was reborn from a drop of blood again and entered the time cabin copy again. Fortunately, there is number 24-hour limit for the copy of time cabin. Zhou Wen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After entering again, the time flow in the wooden house was much slower this time, giving Zhou Wen enough time to enter the corridor, and the time flow in the corridor was not very fast. Zhou Wen was not happy because of this. If he just wanted to use the skills of the time-space pig, he could go back now. But now he wants to save Lucas in reality. The flow of time in the time cabin is so irregular, and he can still try his luck in the game. Do he still need to try his luck in reality? If you are unlucky and the flow of time is too fast, I am afraid that you can only die inside. There are 4 wooden doors in the corridor, a wind chime is hung on each wooden door, and 2 words are written on each wind chime. Past, future, present, chaos. Zhou Wen saw that these words were the same as what they said on the internet, so he no longer hesitated, and pushed open the last wooden door with chaos written on it. The space inside the wooden door is chaotic, even if the door is open, you can't see what's inside. Zhou Wen could only walk in by himself. It's not that he doesn't want to use the companion pet to explore, but a place like the time cabin. Behind each wooden door is an independent time and space. If he sends the companion pet in, the companion pet will lose contact with him. What happens inside him? I don't know, it doesn't work as a pathfinder. After stepping into the chaotic hut, Zhou Wen still saw a wooden hut, with a wooden table, wooden chair, wooden table and wooden horse, exactly the same as the previous hut. No, in this hut, there is also a little pig carved out of wood. It is not big, only the size of a pig, and it looks very chubby and cute. Time and space pig. Before Zhou Wen could be happy, his body suddenly aged to death, and the game screen went black. The time flow of the chaos hut is too fast. The time of the few breaths just now has passed at least 1 or 200 years. If you go in reality, you will be unlucky, enter a room with a very fast flow of time and even escape. There is no chance. Zhou Wen's expression became heavier. He knew that he had to find a way to make chance a way he could control, otherwise going in would be like buying a lottery ticket with his life. But even the Taishang Kaidianjing can't stop the flow of time from changing, and I'm not good at the power of time. How can I avoid being affected by the flow of time? Zhou Wen didn't think of a good way. Entering the time cabin again, this time the luck was not good. When I entered the door, I felt that the blood-colored villain was getting old rapidly. When he pushed the door and entered the corridor, the blood-colored villain was already old and was about to die. Zhou Wen frowned slightly, and summoned the chaos egg, an eggshell-like spherical shape that wrapped the blood-colored villain inside. Chaos egg is still mythical, and it is purely defensive. Even if it can work, Zhou Wen can't move when he stays in chaos egg, and it is useless to use it. So I didn't plan to use this article originally, but after trying all kinds of powers, I found that it was difficult to stop the time change, so I had to give it a try. This test really worked. Inside the chaos egg, the blood-colored villain did not continue to age, but the mythical chaos egg completely blocked the flow of time outside. It's really possible, but after using chaos egg, I can't move, I can only stay inside. It's useless even if I'm not affected. Zhou Wen thought about it and felt that this was also an opportunity. He intends to try to upgrade the first order of chaos to the fear level, and maybe he will only be able to shrink in the chaos egg so passively. This is quite difficult. After being trapped for 100 years, the first order of chaos is the one that Zhou Wen has spent the shortest time thinking about. Otherwise, it would not have been feared until now. The difficulty of first order of chaos is no less than that of Dao Ju, and it is a little uncomfortable. It is this origin Qi Ju, which is completely non-aggressive. The mood of the origin Qi Ju itself is determined. This is an extreme passive power. Although Zhou Wen is not a very active person, he can't stand that kind of extremely passive thinking. Judging from part of Zhou Wen's understanding of the mood, if the first order of chaos is compared to a person, then he is the kind of person who is beaten on the left side of the face by others. Type. This kind of mood is not suitable for Zhou Wen's character, so even if he wants to learn, he is very slow to comprehend, and he doesn't even want to practice. After all, I still have to pass this level. Zhou Wen felt that this was not an opportunity. Anyway, he had to practice sooner or later, so he simply took this opportunity to see if he could turn it into fear. The time flow characteristics of the time cabin are helpful to the understanding of the first order of chaos. In the high-speed flow of time, Zhou Wen continued to describe and understand the first order of chaos, but the harvest was not as big as he imagined. This vitality art is really not suitable for him. Even getting started is unlikely. Without the slightest progress, Zhou Wen could only withdraw from the chaos egg first. After being killed by the time cabin, he entered the game again with blood dripping. See if you can use the demon body to transform into a time-based dimensional creature, and then learn the skill crystals of the space-time thief. If it is a time-based skill, maybe you don't need Chaos Egg to advance to fear, and you can freely enter and leave the time cabin. After trying 3 or 4 times, I finally entered the chaotic cabin. Alive again, and the time-space pig was lying there. High-speed text hand typing, I just want to play the game. Chapter list quietly. This time, the flow of time in the chaotic hut is not too high, at least it will not let the blood-colored villain die immediately. Because he didn't know the specific flow rate of time, Zhou didn't dare to waste time. The space-time pig reacted immediately, staring at the blood-colored villain with wide eyes. A strange thing happened. The golden bullet seemed to be cast with slow-motion magic, and it became very slow. Take it off. What a powerful space skill. Is this the legendary space stretch? Zhou was a little surprised. The space pig is only mythical and has a certain influence on fear-level bullets, indicating that this skill is really strong. It's a pity that the myth level is the myth level. Even if the bullet can be slowed down, it still can't see where the bullet is, and it is quickly blown up by Zhou random guns. What made Zhou depressed was that the first time he killed the space-time pig, he only exploded a crystal of added vitality, and then there was nothing. Fortunately, the time cabin dungeon can be refreshed indefinitely. It is enough to visit it several times a day. Time. The only uncertainty is how long it takes for the time-space pig to refresh once. Not wanting to waste this dungeon, Zhou turned and left the Chaos Hut, looked at the remaining 3 cabins, and hesitated about which cabin to enter. Although the Chaotic Hut has a high mortality rate, after all, there is still a chance of surviving, and the people who enter the other 3 huts basically have no chance to survive. Occasionally some people come out alive, and the descriptions of the other 3 huts are also different. People can't tell the truth. After all, you have to walk the road in the future. It's in your hands now. The only thing you can't change is the past. I'll go into the past hut and see what's inside. After thinking about it, Zhou pushed open the wooden door directly. Went into the past cabin. The moment he entered the past hut, Zhou found that he actually appeared in the terrifying high-temperature magma. Fortunately, the blood-colored villain was wearing the Dragon King armor, and this level of magma would not hurt him. But in the next second, a behemoth suddenly appeared between the magma, opened its mouth, and swallowed it towards Zhou. Zhou hurriedly teleported upwards, avoiding the swallowing of the behemoth. Standing in the air, Zhou found lava and volcanoes all around, and he didn't know where it was. In the magma river below, there was a man with a dragon's tail, but his head was not human, like a dragon but not a dragon, and there was a dragon on the top of his head. A giant monster with a horn and a face that looks a bit like a human being, holding a black flamed fork, standing in the magma, staring at him. The monster who wanted to devour the blood-colored villain just now was him, seeing Zhou appear in the air. The flame fork in the monster's hand was raised, and the whole world suddenly became a sea of fire, and the red flames rose up, overwhelming the sky like a tsunami. Zhou used the golden double guns to shoot at the monster, and at the same time quickly retreated to avoid the monster's attack. But the speed of the flame was more terrifying than Zhou had imagined, and it drowned the whole world in an instant. Even though the blood-colored villain used teleport, the screen went black after coming out, and the game ended in death. The battle was so intense just now that Zhou saw the warning box in the game, which reminded him of danger over and over again. Danger. Danger. That thing is definitely a natural disaster grade, and his appearance looks a little familiar. He seems to have seen it somewhere. Zhou must have never seen such a strong dimensional creature, otherwise he will not forget it. This kind of familiarity is most likely because he has seen similar things somewhere, so Zhou recalled it carefully, and finally remembered where he had seen similar creatures. That's not a real creature, but when Zhou checked the information on the Vulcan platform, he checked a lot of information about the Vulcan. In fact, there is not only one fire god in Eastern myths and legends. There are many fire gods in different legends. The terrifying creature I saw just now is very similar to the legendary fire god Zhurong, who defeated the water god Gonggong. Gonggong knocked down Buzhou Mountain, causing the world to collapse. The horror of his strength can be imagined, but Zhurong, the god of fire, was able to defeat him, and his divine might was naturally more powerful. The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he felt that the monster he encountered just now was very similar to the mythical fire god Zhurong. This is the West District. And the dungeon is also the dungeon of the West District. There can't be any mythical characters in the East District, right? It should only be a long portrait. But there are natural disaster level creatures in the dungeon of the time cabin. This is unscientific. How could there be? What about such a powerful creature? Zhou Wen felt that this was too exaggerated. There are copies of natural disaster level creatures, and Zhou Wen has not seen a few until now. Even the Dungeon of Venus, which is an elite dungeon of a planet, seems to have only one natural disaster grade. In this small time cabin, there will be natural disaster grade creatures, no matter how you think about it. Reborn. From a drop of blood, Zhou Wen entered the time hut copy again. This time, he was lucky. He rushed into the chaos hut once, and did not see the time-space pig. It seems that it does not refresh so quickly. Generally, mythical creatures are 24 hours a day to be refreshed once. Zhou Wen thought about it and went to the future cabin again. Zhou Wen had already made sufficient preparations, but after entering the future cabin, he was a little dumbfounded. He didn't see anything, and the screen of his mobile phone went black. Why did you die? Zhou Wen frowned secretly, but soon found out that he was not dead. The Scarlet Villain's induction was still there. But it was absolutely dark all around, and he couldn't see or sense anything. It looks like the phone screen is completely black, as if it's dead. Zhou Wen used the power of the Emperor to illuminate the surroundings, but the light just appeared on his body, and the screen of the mobile phone went black again. This time it was really dead, and Zhou Wen didn't know what happened at all. What is this all about? Zhou Wen originally thought that dying in the hut in the past was depressing enough, but he didn't expect that the hut in the future would be even more unacceptable, and he didn't know how he died. Gritting his teeth, he entered the dungeon again. This time, Zhou Wen's luck was not so good. After being reborn 5 times in a row, he finally came to the door of the current hut. Zhou Wen has seen both the past hut and the future hut, but only the current hut has not been seen, and just went in to see what is inside. Pushing the door and entering the current cabin, Zhou Wen was fully alert, ready to resist the terrifying attack, but nothing happened. The scene I saw was still the small wooden house, with the wooden table, wooden chair, wooden bed, and wooden horse, exactly the same as what Zhou Wen saw when he first entered the time cabin. There was no difference. There are no time-space pigs, no terrifying creatures in the past huts, and no weird darkness in the future huts. Even the flow of time is normal, and the blood-colored villains show no signs of aging. High-speed text hand typing. I just want to play the game chapter list quietly. Strange, looking at the information on the internet, it seems that no one has been able to get out of the current cabin alive. This should be the most terrifying one of the 4 cabins, but it seems that there is nothing, there is no danger at all. Zhou Wen in the wood after a few laps around the house. No danger was found. Nothing was found. After waiting for a while, there was still nothing. Zhou had to walk out of the current hut. But the moment he walked out, the screen of the mobile phone went black, which meant that the blood-colored villain had died. Could it be that the hut is now a hut that can't be walked out? If you walk out, you will die? Zhou immediately realized what happened. Zhou's mood is very heavy now, not because he has died so many times himself, but after thinking about it carefully, the possibility of Lucas still alive is really low. When Lucas entered, it was only epic. Even if he was lucky, it was almost impossible for him to survive when he entered the past and future cabins, before the 4 cabins. Now, the hut is even worse, and he has to die when he comes out. It is estimated that if he goes, the possibility of staying in the hut and surviving is very low. The only possibility of survival is probably to enter the chaotic hut, but if you encounter the spacetime pig, it is still a dead end. After all, it is difficult for the epic level to defeat the mythical level. After thinking about it, Zhou felt that the possibility of Lucas surviving was too low. Lucas, you said that you are free, so what are you doing in a place like this? Isn't it bad to get married and have children at home? Zhou said. So, but he could understand it, just like Lucas. It is difficult for a person to live a peaceful life. Among the 4 cabins, Zhou was most interested in the future cabin, and he wanted to find out what was going on in the darkness. As for the hut in the past, Zhou's current strength is not enough to compete with the natural disaster grade. Even if he goes in, it is useless. Now it is also useless to enter the hut. There are no dimensional creatures in it. If you come out, you will die, which is of no value at all. Entering the game again, this time Zhou entered the future cabin, and the scene he saw was still dark, but this time he did not immediately illuminate the surroundings, but wanted to use his perception ability to sense what was around him. The result is still the same, he hasn't sensed anything yet, and the game is really black. Strange, it doesn't seem like he was attacked. How did he die? The power of the rules? Zhou entered again and opened the Taisheng Kaidianjing. In the darkness, the Taisheng Kaidianjing immediately burned like a torch, instantly turning into fly ash, and Zhou was killed at the same time. What's the situation? Zhou was horrified. There is no doubt that the Taisheng Kaidianjing has played a role, proving that the power in the dark is indeed some kind of rule power, but in an instant, the Taisheng Kaidianjing is wiped out, and the power of the rules is unimaginable. Entering it again, this time Zhou used the dual power of chaos egg and Taisheng Kaidianjing. What surprised Zhou happened. The chaos egg was in the dark. Although it was oppressed by some strange force, it was not as strong as the Taisheng Kaidianjing. It took more than 10 minutes for the chaos egg to crack open and be eroded by darkness. The power of the chaos egg is obviously much weaker than that of the Taisheng Kaidianjing, not even the fear level. Why does it last a lot longer? Zhou entered the future cabin again and again with doubts. After not knowing how many times he died, Zhou gradually understood. The Taisheng Kaidianjing is an active force, it is the force to control the rules, so when it enters the future cabin, it will directly confront the force of the rules. Either you die or I die, there is no second way to go. Therefore, Taisheng Kaidianjing, who was at a disadvantage, was wiped out in an instant. However, Chaos Egg is different. It does not fight against any rule power, but passively bears it. It is self-sufficient. and creates its own small world. Therefore, its existence does not stimulate the strong targeting of the power of the rules, and the influence of the power of the rules is actually very small, but because the power of the rules is too strong, even a little bit, the chaos egg is unbearable, and in the end it was wiped out. However, in the process of being destroyed again and again, Zhou accidentally discovered that it was actually growing. The first order of chaos is really weird. You can't practice well. Do you have to be beaten to improve? Zhou was both surprised and delighted at this discovery. Zhou entered the future cabin again and again, causing the chaos egg to be destroyed again and again. At the same time, Zhou also felt a little change in the chaos egg. This first order of chaos also seems to make sense. Although it is not right to not fight back, there are advantages to not fighting back. Zhou gradually discovered the mystery of first order of chaos. Zhou used to describe first order of chaos by being beaten and not fighting back, but at any time Zhou's understanding of it deepened and found that the metaphor was actually inappropriate. For people, being beaten is a loss. But for the world, collision represents the transfer of energy, and the birth of any life is inseparable from energy. Rather than being beaten, it is better to say that chaos egg is absorbing the energy passed to it from the outside world. No matter whether the energy is gentle or violent, as long as it is energy, chaos egg will always come. Use the energy of the outside world to build your own small world, saying that it is a good gentleman who can't fight back, or it is a model of a miser who can only get in and can't get in. After any energy is accepted by it, don't even think about running out. Chaos egg is an energy container that can only be entered. With the deepening of comprehension, chaos egg is also gradually changing. In the past, Zhou didn't like this kind of vitality art, and he couldn't understand its true meaning. Now Zhou finally understands it, and first order of chaos has also advanced by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Zhou painted the chaos egg on the wheel of fortune over and over again. The appearance of the chaos egg has not changed, but the inside has undergone earth-shaking changes. Maybe Leonardo da Vinci never painted eggs, but the artistic conception of painting eggs is not wrong. Many times when you look at one thing and look at it from different angles, you will find different truths. A thing that seems to be at a disadvantage, perhaps on another level, has already gotten huge benefits. The moment Zhou understood the truth that suffering is a blessing, the chaos egg also underwent a qualitative change and was finally promoted to the fear level. Zhou watched the chaos egg get promoted, but the appearance did not change, it was still a ball. High-speed text hand. Typing, I just want to play the game chapter list quietly. Fearful, Chaos Spawn, S rank, even the name has not changed, it seems that there is not much change, but Zhou is very clear that the current chaos egg is not the same as before. If the previous chaos egg was just a solid shell, then the current chaos egg is a huge energy-absorbing converter. Any force acting on the chaos egg will generate energy that will be absorbed and transformed by the chaos egg. According to Zhou's understanding, the chaos egg is divided into 3 levels. When the absorbed power is small, it will be directly converted into vitality and stored in the chaos egg. If the force acting on the chaos egg is too strong, the energy transformed by the chaos egg will be further concentrated and become liquid vitality. If the power is greater, the transformed vitality is further concentrated, and it will be directly transformed into solid. If the entire chaos egg is filled with solid vitality, Zhou doesn't know what the consequences will be, and it is estimated that it may burst. Zhou has not tried it, because the regular energy in the future cabin is not enough to fill the chaos egg with solid vitality. It has only just reached the liquid state, and it takes a few minutes to generate a drop of liquid vitality, and the liquid vitality of a whole chaos egg can be concentrated into a solid vitality. Although chaos egg still has no attack power, inside chaos egg, there is no way to attack outside creatures. However, the feared chaos egg finally has the ability to move and peep outside. It is no longer a pure target, at least it can run now. A sphere is constantly moving in the dark, but no matter where it moves, all it can feel is nothingness, and nothing can be sensed. What the hell is this place? Zhou explored the future cabin for a long time and found nothing, which made him very depressed. After entering the future cabin, there is no door to go back, and it is impossible to go back. Zhou can only let the blood-colored villain leave the chaos egg, and then die out. It's so strange. If it's a labyrinth, there must be a way, but the darkness is endless and nothing. What's the meaning of existence? Zhou thought for a while, but didn't come up with a reason. Entering the copy of time cabin again, this time Zhou directly protected his body with chaos egg, and after entering it, the flow rate of time not only has no effect on Zhou when in the chaos egg, but also generates vitality, making the vitality in the chaos egg more and more full. Zhou is very skeptical. Even if his vitality attribute does not reach 81 points, he will automatically break through to 81 points when practicing with such a strong vitality. With chaos eggs, Zhou has life-saving capital in the time cabin. Even if the flow of time changes quickly, it will have no effect on Zhou. As long as you don't enter the three cabins of the future, the present and the past, the time cabin is no longer too difficult for Zhou. The time has not reached 24 hours, and the time-space pig has not been refreshed. Zhou entered the current hut again, and tried to use the chaos egg body protection to see if he could get out of the current hut. As a result, this time the blood-colored villain successfully walked out of the current cabin alive and did not die. Although being able to enter and exit the hut does not help Zhou to brush dimensional creatures, Zhou is very happy. If Lucas is in the current hut, he can also go in and take a look. Zhou tried to enter the past hut again. He was ready to fight the natural disaster grade creature, but who knew that after entering, he did not see the previous creature. The place where he is now turned out to be in the depths of the deep river. Although there is no light here, with Zhou eyesight, he can still see the surrounding situation clearly. He looked around and was suddenly horrified to find that on the sandy ground at the bottom of the river not far away, there was a huge skeleton shape. The entire skeleton is the size of a frigate, and I don't know what kind of creature it belongs to. It has horns on its head, but no bones of its limbs can be seen. All the bones are as crystal clear as jade, exuding terrifying coercion. Even Zhou felt shivering, and he was so terrified that he had turned into a white bone. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it was when it was alive. When Zhou was thinking about what kind of creature the skeleton was, he suddenly felt that the surrounding river water was suddenly flowing backwards, and the speed was terrifying, making Zhou's body involuntarily follow the river water backwards. There seems to be some kind of terrifying force that attracts the river to flow back. And even the terrifying monster skeleton is sucked, and it flows back with the river, which is unimaginably fast. Zhou hurriedly used teleportation to rush out of the water and appeared in midair. Suspended in midair, Zhou looked around vigilantly. When he saw everything in front of him clearly, his mouth opened wide and didn't close for a long time. A big river is rolling, with no head or tail. It seems to connect the left and right horizons. And the waves are so magnificent that one can't see the edge. But there is a giant, who is buried in the river at this time, drinking water non-stop. Every time he took a sip, the water level of the big river plummeted by several meters. After a few sips, the small tributaries of the big river would have dried up. After a few more sips, the main road would also stop flowing. Just now Zhou felt that the river was flowing backwards because the giant was drinking water. While Zhou was stunned, the giant sucked the big river dry, then raised his chest and headed up, and ran away in the direction of the sun. His big feet fell, the earth shook, the mountains collapsed, and the dust and air waves were like the explosion of an atomic bomb. Zhou body couldn't resist the air wave, and under the protection of Chaos Egg, he was still thrown out. Before Zhou could identify the direction, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound like the vibration of dragon tendons, and then saw a stream of light flashing, and the Chaos Egg was directly penetrated. The last picture Zhou saw was that the Chaos Egg was caught on an arrow, flying into the sky like a meteor, and then the phone screen went black again. The hut in the past. Could it be that you really went back to the past? Zhou thought of an extremely terrifying possibility. Because the pictures he saw just now were all too familiar. The giant, the drained river, all of them were too similar to the fairy tales Zhou heard from his grandfather before. Those are just myths and legends after all. Even if the past hut can really go back to the past, it shouldn't go back to myths. Unless myths are not just myths. But is that possible? Is there really an age of myths? Zhou expression changed, and he was in a very bad mood. If the past hut is really a return to the past, then what is the dark world of the future hut? Is the future world like that? Zhou couldn't believe it. High-speed text hand typing, I just want to play the game chapter list quietly. The more Zhou thought about it, the more shuddered he felt. If the earth was smashed into a dark nothingness in the future, what kind of terrifying war would have happened to make the earth look like that? It shouldn't be a real vision of the future. If Time Cabin can really see the future, then everyone can predict the future. Zhou thought about it and thought it was unreliable. No matter what, Zhou is now able to enter and exit the chaotic hut and the current hut without danger, and the future hut and the past hut can only enter and exit temporarily. Zhou decided to go to the chaos hut and the current hut to see if he could find Lucas. I hope Lucas is still alive. Zhou walked to the time cabin, pushed open the wooden door and walked in. Before walking in, Zhou had already used the Chaos Egg, and he would use it after he went in. If he had bad luck and encountered a 1,000-year flow of time, he might die before he could use the Chaos Egg. The real-time hut is the same as in the game, with wooden table, wooden chair, wooden bed and wooden horse. It looks like a child's room. Zhou didn't stay for too long. Chaos Egg knocked open the wooden door behind and entered the time corridor. When I came to the time corridor, a lot of liquid vitality was immediately formed in the Chaos Egg. Judging from Zhou experience, the time flow rate in this case may have passed several decades in 1 second. If not for the protection of Chaos Egg, only I'm afraid that if I can't walk a few steps, people will die of old age here. Sure enough. Zhou controlled the Chaos Egg and floated towards the Chaos Hut. Because no one came for too long, after Zhou Wen entered the chaotic hut, there was not only a time-space pig, but also a rag doll in the house. The rag doll was wearing a beautiful princess dress and had long blonde hair, which looked very beautiful. Zhou Wen had never seen a rag doll, nor had he seen any information about her on the internet, so he did not dare to come out of the chaos egg rashly. The time-space pig and the rag doll immediately moved when they saw a big ball crashing into the hut. The light in the eyes of the space-time piglet shot out like a spotlight, shining on the chaos egg, and the vitality in the chaos egg suddenly increased a lot, condensing a drop of liquid vitality. After all, it is only a mythical level, even if it is a full-scale attack, it will not have much effect on chaos egg. The ragdoll also launched an attack, only to see that she was holding a magic wand in her hand. He held it high above his head, and his figure turned with the magic wand, turning a few circles. The princess dress fluttered because of the rotation. This was not the point. With the rotation of the rag doll, a large amount of liquid vitality was produced in the chaotic egg. In a short time, half of the liquid vitality was filled in the chaos egg. A feared creature of time? Zhou Wen was overjoyed. Previously, the skill crystallization of the space-time thief required the dual fear of time and space. Zhou Wenjin was worried that he could not find a time-related fear creature. This ragdoll is very likely to be time-related. In the past, Zhou Wen could only capture the ragdoll alive and completely subdue him before using the demon body to scan her body and become her appearance. Now that there are chaos eggs, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. Although the offensive power cannot be used in chaos eggs, it does not prevent Zhou Wen from observing. On the Wheel of Fortune, a catalogue of the bloodline of the demon god was drawn, and Zhou Wen's body underwent strange changes, and his eyes became extremely demonic, glowing with strange light. Zhou Wen stared at the doll, and his body gradually began to change. The ragdoll and the space-time pig are constantly attacking the chaos egg, but unfortunately they are not very useful other than adding some vitality liquid to the chaos egg. Zhou Wen received no damage in the chaos egg, and the demon god body was not interrupted. However, becoming a fear-level creature requires too much data to be scanned. The demon pupil continued to scan. After a while, Zhou Wen's body gradually changed to the appearance of a rag doll. It wasn't until half an hour later that he finally completely transformed into the appearance of a rag doll. Sure enough, it's time. Even if he didn't look at the data, Zhou Wen knew the details of the rag doll with the data obtained by scanning. He was overjoyed at the moment. And he portrayed the era of the devil and made the clown mask appear on his face. Now I have both time and space systems. I hope I can absorb the skill crystals of the space-time thief. Zhou Wen took out the time-space thief crystal and tried to absorb it. This time, the space-time thief crystal was easily absorbed by Zhou Wen, turned into an endless stream of energy and injected into Zhou Wen's body, and opened up a new vitality circulation route in his body. It's done. Zhou Wen felt the information of skill crystals pouring into his brain, and the surprise on his face became stronger and stronger. When the skill crystal was completely absorbed, Zhou Wen couldn't wait to open his phone to see his skill information. Although he has mastered the skill information of the space-time thief, Zhou Wen is still habitually looking at the written materials. Time and space robbery, fear level, killing through time and space. The information is very simple, but Zhou Wen, who has obtained the information about the space-time robbery, is very clear. That simple description represents a very terrifying meaning. Time and space stealing is an extremely strange time and space skill, which can delay all actions of a person from 0 to 3 seconds. This delay does not mean that the action has slowed down, but that the action is completed 0 to 3 seconds in advance, and the attack completed before is used to attack the current person. It's a bit troublesome to describe. Simply put, it's like there is an avatar, and this avatar is you a second or two ago. At this time, you have completed a skill, but the skill will be cast after a second or two, and the real you has long since fled. Only your attack can hurt the opponent, but the opponent's attack cannot touch you because you are not there at all. In practice, the changes are much more complicated and maneuverable than this, and it was difficult for Zhou Wen to fully explain it for a while. However, he is very clear that this is a very useful skill, and if used well, it can be said to be a magical skill. The space-time thief should have other space-time skills. It's a pity that I only encountered one. If you can explode a few more skills, maybe you can kill people invisibly like the space-time thief. Zhou Wen regretted secretly. But even so, Zhou Wen was very satisfied. He tried to use the time and space stealing skills, and then used a trick to fly from the sky. This trick of Tian outside the sky did not work immediately, and Zhou Wen immediately left the position just now. In less than a second, all the positions of Zhou Wen just now burst out with the streamer of flying immortals from the sky, slashing in the direction of the space-time pig. The space-time pig used the skill of space stretching. But unfortunately, it was only a mythical level, and it still failed to escape the blow of the flying fairy, and was directly killed on the spot. High-speed text hand typing. I just want to play the game chapter list. Quietly. Ding. A dimensional crystal fell out. It was a crystal of wood with the appearance of a time-space pig on it. The crystallization of the skills of the space-time pig, will it be space stretching? Zhou Wen was overjoyed. However, within the chaos egg, Zhou Wen had no way to pick up skill crystals. Time and space stealing solves the problem that Zhou Wen can't attack in the chaos egg. As long as you use the feature of delayed attack, you don't need to worry that the attack will hit the chaos egg and can't get out. Zhou Wen continued to attack the ragdoll. After he turned into a ragdoll, he already knew a lot about her various skills, and it was a great advantage to fight against her. What's more, with the protection of chaos eggs, Zhou Wen is already invincible. Using the ability of space-time stealing to continuously delay the attack, because Zhou Wen is not very skilled. The delay time is very short at the beginning, and rarely can exceed a delay of 1 second. After being proficient, there is a delay time of 2 to 3 seconds at most, and there is no way to continue the delay time unless the skills can be broken through to the fear level. However, it is not that the longer the delay time, the better. The longer the delay time, the higher the requirements for prejudgment. After all, the opponent is not a dead person, but can move. The longer the delay time, the harder it is to hit the opponent. Of course, if you can predict the opponent's trajectory, you can attack the opponent in advance and not in the position. After the delay time expires, the opponent just walked there, which is amazing. Zhou Wen has just started to use this skill, and he can't do it to that extent. He just tries to reduce the delay as much as possible to increase the accuracy of the attack. Finally, the ragdoll was chopped under the Shura knife, and the ragdoll was cut in half, only to hear a jingle, and something fell out from the broken body of the ragdoll. Zhou Wen originally thought that even if it was not a companion egg, it should be a crystallization or something, but after a closer look and seeing what it was, Zhou Wen was little puzzled. When it fell out, it was a small box with a rather unique shape. The small box was made of logs, with exquisite patterns carved on it, and a small and cute copper lock. On the front of the small box, a few words are also engraved. Sweet candy box? Zhou let the chaos egg disappear for a moment, sucked back the dimensional crystal of the spacetime pig and the small box, and then reopened the chaos egg, reciting the words on the box in his heart. It feels very weird. Reaching out and touching the copper lock, the lock didn't even lock, and it opened as soon as it was touched. Zhou took off the copper lock and opened the small box, only to see a candy inside the small box. The outside of the candy is wrapped in pink plastic wrapping paper, and the 3 words lemon candy are printed on the paper. Zhou took out the candy and took a closer look. No matter how you look at it, it's all packaging produced in the factory. The characters are printed mechanically. No matter how you look at it, it looks like it was artificially produced, not something that dimensional creatures should have. And that small box seems to be an artificial product, not a dimensional item at all. Strange, how can a dimensional creature have these human things on him? Zhou looked at the candy box again and found that there was actually a note at the bottom of the box. Zhou saw at a glance that there was a crooked line on the note, like the words written by a child who had just learned to write. Tian's least favorite lemonade. Zhou looked at these words and thought to himself, could it be that someone brought these things in and was killed and taken away by the ragdoll? But that's not right, the name of the time cabin. It's called Tian's hut. Could it be that Tian is alone, and the time hut is hers? Time and space pigs and dolls are her toys. Zhou felt that his idea was too absurd. How could human beings use fearful creatures as toys? If Tian wasn't alone, what would she be? A creature from another dimension? Or a powerful creature bred from the earth? But looking at her words, it doesn't seem to be such a powerful creature, it's clearly a child. Many thoughts flashed through Zhou mind, and he felt that it was wrong no matter what he thought, so he had to put this matter down first, and it was more important to find Lucas. Put the lemon candy back in the candy box, and wanted to put them into the chaos orb together, but was surprised to find that the candy box could not be put into the chaos orb. How could this be? Zhou tried a few more times and found that every time he wanted to put it in, there seemed to be a strange force repelling the candy box, preventing it from entering the chaos bead. With a move in Zhou heart, he took out the lemon candy and tried to put it in the chaos bead. This time he put it in all at once. Is this candy box actually a space item? Zhou was surprised, and quickly took out some things to see if he could put things in it. The result was beyond Zhou expectations. Those things could not be put in, and the space of the candy box did not become larger. Isn't it a space item? Then why can't you put it in the chaos orb? Zhou frowned and thought. Suddenly, Zhou seemed to think of something, and took out some chocolate candies from the chaos orb. Those candies were bought for Yer to eat. I bought a lot at a time and occasionally took some out for Yer to eat. Zhou tried to put those chocolate candies into the candy box, and in the next second, Zhou only felt a little dumbfounded. Those chunks of chocolate can easily fit into candy boxes that are much smaller than chocolate. Zhou took out a pile of various candies and tried to put them in. As a result, the piles of candies were all put into the candy box. As soon as the candy got close to the box, it would automatically become smaller, and it didn't take up any Space in the candy box. Who is so boring to get such a space item specially designed for candy? It's too extravagant to spend such a huge price just to hold candy. Zhou didn't know what to say. Obviously, it is a rare space item, and the capacity is not small, but it can only be used to hold candy, which is useless to Zhou. Alright, just give it to Yer. This thing is very small, and it's good to put some candy for Yer to eat, so that she doesn't ask me for candy when she wants to eat it. Zhou put all the candies in, thinking about it. After thinking about it, I took out the lemon candy again. God knows if there will be any problem with this piece of lemon candy. It is necessary to prevent people, so it is best not to eat them indiscriminately. The candy box was not given to Yer immediately. Zhou wanted to wait and see, after a while, if the candy in the candy box was alright. It would not be too late to give it to Yer. After packing up, Zhou left the chaotic hut and walked towards the current hut. Lucas was not in the chaos cabin, so Zhou could only pin his last hope on the current cabin. If he couldn't find it again, he wouldn't have to look for it again. The future hut and the past hut are places where there is no return, at least Zhou has not found a way to return. Chaos Egg knocked open the wooden door, and Zhou entered the current hut. High-speed text hand typing. I just want to play the game chapter list quietly. Now the hut is the same as in the game. It is the standard time hut style: wooden table, wooden chair, wooden bed, wooden horse, and the same as the ordinary time hut stall. But in this current cabin, there is something that is not in the game. There were as many as a dozen people in the hut. They were standing, squatting, or sitting. They were all living people with flesh and blood, but for some reason, they all stood there like puppets and didn't move. Eyes are looking straight in one direction. Zhou heart froze, and he didn't dare to come out of the chaotic egg. Even inside the chaotic egg, he was not very at ease. He quickly put on the Dragon King's armor again, all kinds of skills that can be unlocked, and so on. Open it up first. After all this was done, Zhou looked at the situation in the hut again. The dozen or so people in the hut made the small hut seem a little crowded. Zhou soon discovered that Lucas was in it, but he stood there motionless, like a realistic wax figure. Like the others, Lucas was staring straight at the only bed in the cabin. Zhou didn't dare to look at the bed with his eyes. He scanned it with his listening ability, and found that the bed in this room was a little different from what Zhou saw in the game. The wooden bed in the game is an ordinary wooden bed, but this bed actually has a translucent bed curtain like a gauze, covering the whole bed. And on that bed, there was a person lying on the bed, and the eyes of Lucas and others were all looking at the people on the bed. Zhou listened carefully and found that the person lying on the bed should be a beautiful woman. She was lying there, and her graceful and undulating figure was still visible, and her face was even more delicate. And not like a human being. Human? Zhou was a little surprised. Although the woman was not as beautiful as a human being, Zhou could feel the human breath from her body. It was definitely not a dimensional creature, at least some of the human blood. Zhou didn't dare to go over, and he didn't even try to call Lucas, because he didn't know what happened, and acting rashly not only could not save Lucas, but might even harm him or even himself. Just like rescuing someone who has been electrocuted, you must not pull him directly. You must use some insulating tools to save people. Lucas wasn't electrocuted, so he couldn't mess around. He had to figure out how to save him instead of harming him. Chaos eggs are all normal and have no vitality, indicating that the current hut is the same as in the game. It does not have the ability to hurt people. Nor does it change the flow of time. Lucas and the others became like this. 9 times out of 10. That woman did it. While Zhouwen was observing, someone suddenly moved. Zhouwen looked over quickly, and saw a man standing beside the bed, who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He was originally standing there motionless. But for some reason, now he suddenly moved. His eyes were blood red, and the white eyeballs looked blood red. Because of the congestion, as if they were about to burst. He still stared straight at the woman on the bed, and his body rushed towards the wooden bed like a wild beast. But his hand just touched the gauze-like bed curtain, and his whole body seemed to have been electrocuted. His body suddenly stopped. He did not continue to rush forward, and his body was still shaking like a cramp. At the same time as he kept shaking, dry powder kept falling from his body. In a short time, he changed from a human being of flesh and blood to a dead bone. The dead bone could not be preserved, and finally turned into fly ash, and then nothing. There is nothing left. Even his clothes and armor seemed to have undergone the baptism of thousands of years and turned into dust. Zhouwen was shocked, and he didn't dare to look at the woman on the bed. However, the ability to listen carefully made Zhouwen discover that the woman lying on the bed became more delicate and ruddy, and more beautiful and moving. Sure enough, that woman is playing tricks. Zhouwen froze in his heart, but he didn't see how the woman did to the man. The enemy who cannot see the depths is the most terrifying. Zhouwen just wanted to take Lucas out now, without any intention to provoke that woman. But how to take Lucas out is a problem, not to mention whether he can move Lucas. Even if he can move, how to bring him to the hut? Without the protection of chaos eggs, leaving the current hut would be a dead end. But chaos eggs can only be used by Zhouwen himself, and Lucas cannot be brought in. You can only put him in the chaos bead. Zhouwen looked around, hesitant in his heart. He definitely couldn't move Lucas. Now, if something happened, he wouldn't even have a chance to make amends. So Zhouwen could only make up his mind on the remaining people, thinking about getting someone into the chaos bead to try and see if he could bring him to the hut. In the game before, Zhouwen had already tried that the companion pet would die if it entered and exited on its own, but it would not die if it was placed in and out of the chaos orb. But that's just a test for companion pets after all, and it's safer to try it out with a human. But if the test fails, it means killing a person, which makes Zhouwen hesitate. It seems that it is not appropriate to choose anyone. I'm sorry, anyway, you're still dead here anyway. I'll take a bet for you. If you win the bet, you can get out of trouble and survive, and I don't need your thanks. If you lose the bet, you'll complain. Your life is not good. Zhouwen randomly selected a person and was about to close the chaos egg and force him into the chaos orb. But before Zhouwen could start, suddenly someone moved again. A young man standing beside the table, like the previous middle-aged man, rushed towards the wooden bed with blood-red eyes. With a move in Zhouwen's heart, he immediately closed the chaos egg, stretched out his hand to suck the young man, sucked him abruptly, and stuffed it directly into the chaos bead. Zhouwen reopened the chaos egg to protect his body, and was about to exit the current cabin, but something horrifying happened to him. After the young man was stuffed into the chaos pearl by Zhouwen, his body actually aged rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he changed from a young strong guy to an old man with a curtain. He struggled hard, but his body quickly cracked and powdered, and in a moment, it turned into fly ash, scattered Everywhere. How could this be? Zhou was in shock. He hadn't left the current hut, but just put the person in the chaos pearl, and the person died like this. Zhou heart throbbed violently, and he suddenly felt bad. His first reaction was to destroy the chaos egg and want to leave the current hut. But when he turned to look at the wooden door, he saw a beautiful and tall woman standing in front of the wooden door, with beautiful eyes without the slightest human emotion, staring at chaos egg. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Come out. The woman said blankly. Zhou knew that the woman meant to let him get out of the chaos egg, but he was willing to get out. If he didn't get out, he might be able to resist a few times, and he might die if he went out. The woman arrived simply, and within 2 seconds of speaking, she slapped her in the air. Zhou is in the chaos egg, even if he has all kinds of flying skills, he can't fly with the chaos egg. The chaos egg itself doesn't move very fast, and suddenly he only feels a terrifying invisible force drawn on the chaos egg. The chaos egg flew out like a ball. Bang bang. Bang bang. The chaos egg was like a bouncing ball. It bounced back and forth quickly in the wooden house, knocking all the people in the house upside down, and even the wooden tables and chairs in the house, even if they were hit hard, they didn't move half a point. There was no damage either. Inside the chaotic eggs, solid vitality like diamonds appeared one by one, each one the size of a cat's eye, which shocked Zhou. The previous attack of the ragdoll could only be transformed into a few liquid vitality, but this woman's casual blow condensed so much solid vitality. If she does her best, what kind of power will make Zhou a little terrified? Maybe the chaos egg will really be burst with vitality. Natural disaster grade, this woman is definitely a natural disaster grade, but is there really a natural disaster grade among humans? Zhou had some doubts that this was not a real human being. At present, Wang Mingyuan is the only human natural disaster known to Zhou. But strictly speaking, Wang Mingyuan is no longer a human being, and it is obvious that he can feel that there is a non-human aura in his body. But the human breath on this woman made Zhou unable to tell the difference between her and ordinary humans. Wait. Zhou shouted quickly when he saw that the woman was about to start again without saying a word. The woman stared at Zhou indifferently, and said again, "Come out." Zhou thought for a while, guessing that his chaos egg couldn't resist a natural disaster level attack, at most. He would hold on for a while longer, which didn't make much sense, so he closed the chaos egg and revealed his true body. It's just that he is still wearing the Dragon King's armor and has a clown mask on his face. He still can't see what he looks like when he comes out of the chaos egg. Human? The woman looked at Zhou up and down, seeming a little surprised. Aren't you human too? Zhou asked tentatively. The woman ignored him, just stared at his body, and uttered a word indifferently, "Take off." Take off? Zhou didn't react for a while, but she understood that she was letting herself take off the Dragon King's armor. Why did you let me take it off? Zhou would definitely not take it off. Death or take off. The woman gave Zhou 2 choices, very simply. Okay, Zhou said, his body suddenly moved rapidly, and the potential of flying immortals in the sky reached its limit, bypassing the woman in an instant and rushing towards the wooden door. The woman didn't chase after him, but Zhou was stunned in his heart, and with an ominous premonition, he hurriedly summoned the Chaos Egg bodyguard. Bang! As if a heavy hammer smashed the Chaos Egg, the Chaos Egg was smashed as if it was about to be flattened, and then bounced again, constantly ejecting in the room. Inside the chaos egg, solid vitality condensed and fell, filling about 1/6 of the space. Zhou felt a little depressed in his heart. After all the calculations, he did not calculate that such a perversion would appear in the cabin now. He originally thought that the cabin was safe now, but now it seems that there is life in or out, and the plan can't keep up with the changes. With an attack like this, as long as there are 7 or 8 more attacks, it is estimated that the chaos egg will be filled with solid vitality. It's not the way to go on like this. Many ways flashed in Zhou Wen's mind, but few were effective. For the natural disaster grade, the woman didn't care so much, slap after slap and slapped the chaos egg on the wall, bounced back, and slapped it on the wall again. The terrifying force almost flattened the chaos egg, but the chaos egg just resisted. The pressure didn't explode. But inside the chaos egg, a large amount of solid vitality appeared, and after a few times, Zhou Wen was almost buried in the solid vitality. Although the chaos egg was only about half full after 7 or 8 strokes than Zhou Wen imagined, but if it goes on like this, it will still be unable to escape the fate of being filled. I suck again. Zhou Wen desperately absorbed the solid vitality inside, and at the same time used time and space to kill to release. Skills. The ability of time and space stealing is very strange. When using time and space stealing while using other skills, those skills will not be released immediately. After a delay of 0 to 3 seconds, even if Zhou Wenren had left there seemed to be an invisible clone releasing the skills Zhou Wen used just now. Under Zhou Wen's frantic release, where the chaos egg was ejected, sword lights appeared one after another, shooting towards the woman like a rain of swords. Zhou Wen's anti-heart swordsmanship can also be regarded as a powerful swordsmanship, with 3,000 sword intents in one, and the sword intent of each sword light is different. One after another sword light came to the woman, and the woman's eyes froze. The sword lights seemed to be frightened by her gaze, and they stopped immediately. And stopped in the air. Naturally, it was impossible for the sword lights to be frightened, but there was a terrifying power in the woman's eyes, which made those sword lights have to stop. The woman's eyes changed, and the sword light all over the sky shattered, turning into countless light and dust scattered. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and rushed out of the chaos egg, but instead of rushing towards the woman, he rushed towards the people in the room who were lying on the ground. In order to survive, Zhou Wen didn't care so much anymore. He directly grabbed the 2 people on the ground and threw them at the woman with one hand. The woman didn't kill the person who Zhou Wen threw with her eyes. When her eyes moved, the 2 people froze in the air and then fell to the side. Zhou Wen kept stopping, grabbing the puppet-like people on the ground and throwing them at the woman. The woman didn't hurt those people, but controlled them one by one to fall behind, leaving Zhou Wen with nothing to catch. Soon, more than a dozen people were thrown over by Zhou Wen, and they could no longer catch them. They reached out to grab the chair, but the chair seemed to be nailed to the ground, and could not be grasped no matter how hard it was. I wanted to lift the table, but the result was still the same. I exhausted all my strength, and the table didn't move. The woman's eyes had already fallen on him, and Zhou Wen suddenly felt that his body was controlled by an invisible force, and he couldn't move at all. The woman walked towards Zhou Wen step by step, and her eyes became more and more sharp. The Dragon King armor on Zhou Wen's body actually cracked open after the woman's gaze, and it looked like it was about to shatter. Suddenly, the Taisheng Kaidianjing appeared above Zhou Wen's head, the pages of the book were opened. And some mysterious scriptures flashed with mysterious light. Zhou Wen, who was originally immobile, suddenly burst out, and the Azura knife slashed at the woman who was close at hand. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel. Mobile version reading URL. The wooden house was originally small, and the woman was already very close to Zhou Wen. This knife was too close to the woman. With Zhou Wen's knife speed, it only took an instant to hit a woman. But at such a close distance, the Azura knife stopped, and was watched by the woman's eyes. The Azura knife trembled all over, but there was no way to move forward an inch, so it stopped in front of the woman and kept shaking, and a dying fish is no different. Zhou Wen slammed the back of the blade with his other hand, but the Azura blade still couldn't move forward. Bang! The woman's eyes narrowed, and Zhou Wen flew out with his knife and smashed on the wooden bed. The Dragon King's armor was shattered in several places. Zhou Wen spurted out a mouthful of blood that could not be resisted, and the pain in his chest was piercing. The woman didn't know when she had reached the bedside, and reached out and grabbed the clown mask on Zhou Wen's face. Zhou Wen slammed his eyes open, and the light and shadow of Brahma appeared like a demon and a god, and the fourth face, facing the black hole, slowly turned. There are countless resentful spirits screaming, and countless hell creatures roar, as if to turn the world into purgatory. The woman stared at the black hole that looked like an exit from hell, but only slightly curled the corner of her mouth, showing disdain, and pressed a palm to the black hole like an exit from hell. Her fingers are smooth, with no flaws to be seen, as perfect as the most perfect white suet in the world. Such a palm contains unparalleled power, as if it can suppress the heavens and the world. The terrifying black hole gradually shrinks under the palm. The resentful spirits in the black hole screamed, and the terrifying roar became weaker and weaker, until finally they could not even hear it. And the black hole was compressed to almost become a gap, and the huge body of Brahma became as small as an ant under the suppression. Seeing that the terrifying palm had taken over the world, Defension and Zhou Wen were about to be smashed into pieces. But suddenly, Defension and Zhou Wen disappeared in an instant. And disappeared from under the woman's terrifying palm, causing the woman to be slightly startled. The terrifying space ability is impossible to break through her suppression. In fact, in the current cabin, the space teleportation ability is not so easy to use, and it is easy to have the problem of not being able to enter the space channel. But Zhou Wen disappeared like that, and another humanoid creature appeared almost at the same time under the woman's palm. The woman didn't close her palm in time, and the terrifying power in the jade hand directly crushed the humanoid creature into fly ash. Although it was only a glimpse, the woman had already seen clearly that the humanoid being crushed to death by her was one of the dozen or so people standing in the room before. Later, after being cast by Zhou Wen, she was placed behind her, close to the wooden house. The woman realized something, and when she turned to look, she found that Zhou Wen had rushed out of the current hut under the protection of Chaos Egg. The woman's eyes were full of anger. She was escaped under the nose of a mere human, and she accidentally killed one of her prey. This was unacceptable to her arrogant self-esteem. Without any hesitation, the woman rushed out of the current hut directly. Although there is only a wooden door between the hut and the time corridor, the wooden door seems to be a portal between two worlds. Even if a woman wants to go out, it takes the same amount of time to pass through the door. When she came to the time corridor, she only saw Zhou Wen passing through another wooden door and returning to the time cabin. The woman chased after him again. Her heart was full of anger, but the time she passed through the wooden door left her with a lot of power and speed, but she couldn't use it. When she entered the time cabin, she only saw Zhou Wen. Passed through the wooden door and left the back of the time cabin. I see where you can go. Even if you go to the sky and fall to the ground, you will surely die today. The woman's figure could hardly be seen moving, and she had already entered the wooden door. Out of the time cabin. After Zhou Wen rushed out of the time cabin, he turned his head and saw that the woman's face came out of the door, but her body was still inside the door, shrouded in brilliance. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen directly used the interstellar teleportation ability of stealing the sky and changing the sun to reach Venus. When he threw those people to women just now, he had already left coordinates on those people's bodies, and then used Brahma to attract women's attention. So that when women thought he had fallen into a desperate situation, he would use the method of stealing the sky for the sun and the other way around. One person switched places. Originally thought that the woman would not find out that it was not him who died at the first time, but the woman's eyesight and reaction ability were more powerful than he imagined, and the exchange between Zhou Wen and the man was discovered at the first time. Almost without giving Zhou Wen time. Caught up. Zhou Wen's teleportation to Venus was also just in case. If the woman was able to catch up, he could also use the copy on Venus to resist. After arriving at Venus, Zhou Wen found that he was actually near the Great Rift Valley where metal flour was discovered last time. If the woman can't catch up, it's fine. If she can catch up, maybe you can try to use the power of the metal flour to stop her for a while. Zhou Wen just teleported out, and a tall woman appeared in the position where he was just now. Like a ghost, it gradually condensed from a virtual body into a solid body. It was the woman who chased and killed Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen sensed the appearance of the woman, but he was not flustered in his heart. Although the other party was a natural disaster-level powerhouse with overwhelming strength, Zhou Wen might not be able to kill him if he wanted to. Zhou Wen may not be the strongest in other aspects, but the ability to save his life and escape is an expert among experts. The experience of countless deaths in the game is definitely not messing around. Zhou Wen, who has experienced countless deaths, knows how to avoid death. Teleporting to the edge of the Great Rift Valley, Zhou Wen teleported into the valley again without thinking. It was just when he teleported out that Chaos Egg had already appeared outside him, falling to the bottom of the valley like a big ball, and that was where the little metal flower was. With the fall of the Chaos Egg, the solid vitality in it suddenly increased a lot, and soon filled half of the Chaos Egg, making Zhou Wen not surprised, but happy. The greater the reaction of the Chaos Egg, the more terrifying the little metal flower. Normally, Zhou Wen would not want to encounter such a terrifying creature, but at this time, he hopes that the metal flower is as strong as possible. The woman followed and entered the canyon. Without the restriction of the portal, her speed was much faster than Zhou Wen. She reached the Chaos Egg in an instant, reached out and grabbed the Chaos Egg, which was faster than Zhou Wen imagined. Chaos the egg has not yet reached the bottom of the valley, and it has only fallen about half the distance. God bless. Zhou Wen can only pray to the sky now, hoping that the little metal flower will give some reaction. In theory, when any creature's territory is invaded by a strange creature, it will be the first to pay attention to those creatures that can threaten it. The Chaos Egg itself is very threatening. If Metal Xiaohua is not cowardly, it is very likely that women will be the first target of attack. Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. The latest website. The woman's fingers are slender, but compared with the Chaos Egg, they are still much smaller, but her fingers grasp the Chaos Egg, but it seems that an invisible finger force extends out and holds the Chaos Egg. The Chaos Egg was squeezed by the invisible finger force, and the Chaos Egg turned into petals, and it was about to be crushed. Is the little metal flower unresponsive? Joan was a little depressed, and people were about to be buried alive by the constantly generated solid vitality in the chaotic egg. When Joan was thinking about whether to use the second, third or fourth set of preparations to escape, he suddenly felt that the pressure on Chaos Egg was much reduced. Buzz. A strange humming sound entered Joan's ears. The woman holding the Chaos Egg seemed to have much weaker strength on her fingers. She looked at the bottom of the valley and saw a small metal flower there. The humming sound seemed to came from there. The woman stared at the bottom of the valley, and the clothes on her body were shaking slightly, like ripples in the water. Joan felt that the surface of the chaotic egg was also vibrating, but the power of the vibration was not transmitted into the chaotic egg, and a lot of solid vitality particles appeared in the chaotic egg. The little metal flower has a reaction? Joan was delighted, but soon he couldn't be happy, because the vitality in chaos was about to be full, and Joan's entire body had been buried in solid vitality. Because the solid vitality cannot be compressed any further, after the Chaos Egg is filled, it will support the Chaos Egg and begin to expand. Joan was surrounded by a lot of high-purity vitality, and he did not have the happiness of vitality at all. The woman seemed to want to rush out of the Rift Valley, but for some unknown reason, her body retreated a certain distance, but she was unable to exit the Rift Valley. There seemed to be an invisible force suppressing her body, preventing her from rushing out of the rift. In quite a few years, I have fought in countless dimensions, and killed I don't know how many terrifying powerhouses. Now a mere little flower dares to provoke me. The woman seemed to be really angry. The pillar of light descended from the sky and bombarded the Rift Valley. The woman at this time is like the reincarnation of the Virgin, purifying all the demons in the world. The terrifying beam of light blasted towards the bottom of the valley, but there was no rumbling sound. Before the beam of light approached the small metal flower, it suddenly disintegrated automatically and shattered into bits of brilliance. When Dao saw some clues. Inside the Rift Valley, there is a strange vibrational force. Anything that enters the Rift Valley will be affected by the vibrational force, and will soon fall apart, decomposed into tiny particles and scattered at the bottom of the valley. What kind of power is this? Joan saw this kind of power for the first time. Although he was curious, he didn't have time to be curious now. Because of the squeeze of the woman's fingers and the vibration of the metal flower at the same time, the Chaos Egg has grown to the size of a hot air balloon, and it is full of solid vitality, which is about to squash Joan. Although Joan was already trying his best to absorb vitality, it was a pity that the amount of vitality he sucked was a drop in the bucket, and it didn't affect the overall situation at all. It seems that only the second plan can be used. Joan knew that he was in the overlap of two natural disaster-level natural disaster fields, that is, he was able to survive only by relying on Chaos Eggs. If the Chaos Egg bursts open, I'm afraid he won't even have the chance to teleport out. The Chaos Eggs are getting bigger and bigger, and they are all made transparent. Joan didn't dare to wait any longer. He put on his armor and various equipment, and then used the technique of stealing the sky and changing the sun while using time and space to kill. When Zhou Wen rushed down the Rift Valley before, he deliberately touched the stones outside the Rift Valley, leaving a mark of stealing the sky and changing the sun, which can be used to exchange positions at this time, hoping to escape the Rift Valley. However, Zhou Wen is also prepared for failure. In the overlap of the two natural disaster fields, it is still a question whether stealing the sky and changing the sun will work. Zhou Wen first used stealing the sky for the sun, but because of the delayed effect of time stealing, when he closed the chaos egg, stealing the sky for the sun also had an effect. Zhou Wen only felt that the whole body armor was shaking, as if it was about to disintegrate. Fortunately, in just a moment, his people disappeared into the rift and returned to the mountains outside. In the woman's hand, there was a piece of rock on Venus. The rock could not withstand the strength of the woman and the metal flower, and it shattered directly. It actually came out. Zhou Wen was overjoyed. The method of stealing the sky and changing the sun, which combined the ability of the demon gods Ji and the ability of stealing the sky and changing the sun, was even more bizarre than he imagined, and the field of natural disasters was not able to keep him. It's not worth the name of stealing the sky and changing the sun. Zhou Wen didn't dare to stop, and quickly teleported away in the direction of the Venus dimensional field. If the woman catches up again, he will rush into the Venus dimension and use the natural disaster creature inside to deal with this strange woman. But after teleporting a few times, I found that the woman did not follow, and on the other side of the rift, a terrifying power fluctuation broke out. One after another holy light bombarded, piercing voices sounded from time to time, large tracts of rock cracked, a mountain collapsed, as if the end of the world. That woman didn't rush out to chase me? Zhou Wen was overjoyed. He ignored the woman and used the method of stealing the sky again. A small grass on the earth appeared where Zhou Wen was, and Zhou Wen returned to the door of the time cabin. This is also the mark he left after rushing out of the time cabin before, but he didn't dare to come back before, because he was afraid that the woman would come back with him. Now that the woman is fighting against the metal flower, it should not be so fast to catch up. The chaos egg was summoned again, and the solid vitality inside was still full, which supported the chaos egg so much that Zhou Wen couldn't care about it much, and barely controlled the chaos egg into the time cabin. Soon, Zhou Wen came to the current hut, but the scene in the hut surprised Zhou Wen. Most of the dozen or so people before were young and middle-aged, at most in their 40s and 50s, but now, most of the dozen or so people have turned into old people with wrinkled faces, and they fell to the ground and lost their breath. Only 5 were alive, 2 looked very old. Lucas and the other 2 looked normal, not so old. What's going on? Zhou Wen moved in his heart, put one of the younger people into the chaos orb, and then tried to leave the current cabin. This time, the young man did not die of old age quickly. He was taken out of the hut by Zhou Wen and nothing happened. Instead, he suddenly woke up. Zhou Wen was overjoyed. After confirming that he was all right, he rushed back to the current hut non-stop, and packed out the people and the corpses, including Lucas. Latest URL. Ah. Why am I here? Lucas looked at Zhou Wen and Phiro in front of him in confusion, his face puzzled. It was Zhou Wen who rescued you, thank you so soon. Fei Luo was full of joy. Originally she was a little angry at Zhou Wen forcibly imprisoning her. But I didn't expect that after Zhou Wen let her out, Lucas was actually in front of her. Although he looked a little awake, it didn't seem to be a big problem. Thinking that Zhou Wen even ventured into the time cabin and rescued Lucas, she had previously suspected that Zhou Wen was afraid to go in and save Lucas for fear of death. Zhou Wen, how did you get me out of the current cabin? I thought I was dead, Lucas said with lingering fears. Although Zhou Wen really wanted to know what he experienced in the current cabin, now is not the time to talk. Now the terrifying existence in the hut is chasing and killing us. Everyone escaped separately, and we will talk about what we have to say later, Zhou Wen said and teleported away. He wasn't sure when the woman would catch up again, having scattered the people and the corpses in different places before. Now that they are separated from Lucas, even if the woman really catches up, they should not be in the mood to catch Lucas. The great Lucas is fighting side by side with you. Zhou Wen vaguely heard Lucas' voice, but ignored him. Zhou Wen teleported to Venus again, but the location was not near the rift, but he could sense the power fluctuations from the direction of the rift. At such a distance, he could feel the tremors of the earth. Obviously, the battle was still going on. What is the origin of that little metal flower? To be able to fight that terrifying woman to such an extent that it doesn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Zhou Wen felt the power fluctuations and found that the vibration force of the little metal flower was still very strong, and it was not affected by woman suppresses. Zhou Wen didn't dare to get too close, but felt the fluctuation of vitality from a distance, and roughly judged the situation of the battle. Because the distance is too far, the power of Brahma and the listening cannot reach there either. Feeling that the power fluctuation seemed to be weakening, Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and dived in the direction of the rift. This woman was so terrifying, and she wanted to put him to death. If there was a chance, Zhou Wen would naturally not let her go. It's just that Zhou Wen is not her opponent yet, but now it seems to be an excellent opportunity. The power of the woman and the metal flower seems to be fading. Zhou Wen still decided to take a risk and have a look. If the woman is allowed to leave safely, this time, when she recovers, she may not chase after Zhou Wen again, so Zhou Wen knows that the opportunity is rare, so he should go and see. Putting on the invisibility cloak and using the invisible function, although I don't know if it is useful to the natural disaster grade, it is finally a little psychological comfort. As Zhou Wen kept approaching the Rift Valley, he found that the power fluctuations there were still very terrifying, and the holy light came one after another, and the great Rift Valley had already been blasted out of shape and turned into a basin instead of a narrow rift. The power of natural disaster grade is too terrifying. Fortunately, this is on Venus. If it is on Earth, I don't know how many people will die. Zhou Wen leaned forward against the fluctuation of power, because the fluctuation of power was too strong, and if the distance was too far, he did not wait to see what's inside. He had to know what was going on inside to know if there was a chance. The holy light of the woman is not bad, the power of the holy light is very condensed. And it basically bombarded the basin, and only the aftermath spread out. Zhou Wen wore the armor of the dragon king, coupled with the power of the great Brahma, it was not difficult to resist. However, the vibrational power of the metal flower is scoped, spreads a long distance, and the vibrational power is still so strong, which makes Zhou Wen feel uncomfortable, and the Dragon King's armor is about to be shattered. No, if you continue to approach, the armor will be disintegrated. Zhou Wen felt that the Dragon King's armor was creaking, and it was almost unbearable, so he had to stop approaching. He is still dozens of miles away from the basin, and he still can't sense the situation inside, but there is nothing he can do. He can only wait patiently, hoping that after the strength is weaker, he can get closer. After waiting for more than half an hour, the battle over there was still extremely terrifying, and there was no way to get close. At this time, humans on Earth also discovered this terrifying battle. The Rubik's Cube did not broadcast the battle live. It seemed to be only interested in creatures that broke into the metal dimension field, and other creatures completely ignored it. The reason why humans were able to discover this battle was also due to the use of space teleportation capabilities by major forces to get some artificial satellites near Venus. Originally, those artificial satellites were only for the convenience of observing the situation in the Venus dimensional field, but I didn't expect to see such a big battle unexpectedly. However, when they discovered this battle, it was already relatively late. The artificial satellite of the Special Inspectorate first discovered the terrifying holy light there. As the director of the Inspectorate, Wego immediately tried to have the satellite photograph the situation there. Although only the holy light and the collapsing rock can be photographed, it is shocking enough. That kind of power is obviously not caused by the movement inside Venus. There must be some creatures fighting, but they can't see it. Soon after the news spread, many forces used artificial satellites to observe, but the pictures they could see were similar to those of the Supervision Bureau. What a terrifying power! Is it a natural disaster level battle? The Blood Witch looked at the image sent back by the artificial satellite and said with lingering fears. Donsher said, there is no doubt that both sides of the battle should be natural disaster grades. If we are present, we may be able to see some clues. Although the shooting function of artificial satellites is already very strong, but if you want to photograph the real bodies of natural disaster grade creatures, I'm afraid it will still be difficult. Why do they want to fight there, not in the Venus dimensional realm? Is there something special about that place? The hermit said thoughtfully. Wait and see, maybe there will be an answer soon. Tian looked at the image calmly and said, as if he was not in a hurry. Although the hermit wanted to propose to send someone to see the battle, but because of his radicalism, the Tower of Babel was bombed down, causing the Guardian Alliance to be very passive. At this time, he did not dare to ask again. When everyone from all sides was watching this battle, Zhou was also waiting, but unfortunately, he never found a chance to get close. When Zhou was worried, he suddenly felt that there was a vibration of consciousness in the Chaos Pearl, which made Zhou slightly startled, and his consciousness probed into the Chaos Pearl, and immediately found that the one who conveyed consciousness turned out to be the star sea crustacean. As soon as Zhou opened the chaos bead, the Xinghai crustacean flew back, returned to Zhou, and turned into a tattoo again. It's just that the current Xinghai crustacean is a little different from before, and the sphere that it was holding has disappeared. The original Xinghai crustacea was a blue crystal that looked very much like an Australian lobster. But looking at its appearance now, although it is still only a tattoo, it has been seen that it is very different from before. The color has turned into a translucent jade white, crystal clear, and there seems to be a flow of clouds and mist inside, like a dream, as if it is something that does not exist in the world. The appearance of the crustacean has also changed. Although it still looks like a large lobster, its head has become more like a dragon, its body has become wider, and the carapace on its back has become thicker. And it presents a multi-angular state, like a diamond-cut surface, which is hard and gorgeous, as bright as stars. Feeling the information from the Xinghai crustacean, Zhou eyes showed joy, and he quickly took out his mobile phone to see it clearly. Prisoner dragon, fear level, evolvable. Fate, unbreakable. Life and soul, extreme things turn against each other. Wheel of Fortune. Absolute defense. Fearful, prisoner dragon. Strength, 99. Speed, 99. Physical fitness, 99. Vitality, 99. Talent skills, death cage, ghost armor. Prison dragon lock, trapped dragon ascension. Companion status, armor. It is not unexpected that the Shanghai crustacean was promoted to the fear level. After all, the jade bead it absorbed was owned by the dragon turtle of the natural disaster level, and it was strange that it could not be promoted to the fear level. What Zhou could not have imagined was that the prison dragon was not as simple as being promoted to the fear level, and it seemed that even its species had changed. Now Zhou doesn't know whether the prisoner dragon is the promotion of the Shanghai crustacea, or whether the power of the jade ball occupied the body of the crustacean, thus carrying out another way of life continuation. No matter what kind of situation, there are only advantages and no disadvantages for Zhou. When the attributes of the prisoner dragon are undoubtedly the top of the fear level, especially the defensive ability. Zhou felt that it was even possible to compete for the position of the first defensive companion pet at the fear level. Absolute defense can now be used indefinitely, no longer with the previous time limit. Under the blessing of unbreakable fate, the defense is simply abnormal, coupled with the fate soul, which can reflect all kinds of attacks. It is even more hedgehog than a hedgehog. The feared prisoner dragon and various skills that are not the same as before need to be tested in actual combat. Zhou immediately replaced the Dragon King's armor with the prisoner dragon armor. The black armor was instantly replaced by the crystal translucent white armor. The clouds rose inside the armor, and there seemed to be endless stars around it. It looked gorgeous and dazzling, like a hero shining on the stage. This is too exaggerated, isn't it? It's so ostentatious, it can be seen from afar. How can I sneak attack? How can I hide and escape? Zhou doesn't really like this gorgeous armor, or the Dragon King armor that looks inconspicuous armor, such as in line with Zhou's aesthetic. However, the defensive ability of the prisoner dragon armor is obviously much higher than that of the Dragon King armor. Zhou wears the prisoner dragon armor, so he can't feel the impact of the vibration force on him. As expected of an absolute defense, Zhou rejoiced in his heart, trying to get closer to the basin he hit. The distance to the battlefield is getting closer and closer, and the absolute defense of the prisoner dragon armor has played a role. It is forced to carry the aftermath of natural disaster grade power forward. The armor is not damaged at all, and the impact on Zhou's body is also weakened a lot. Zhou finally sensed the situation on the battlefield. The rift had turned into a huge depression, bigger than a city. Where the little flower was, it turned into a long giant pillar, perhaps several hundred meters high, like an unattainable lighthouse. The small metal flower looks very small, but its roots are bottomless. Its roots are everywhere in the entire giant column, and it has been plunged deeper into the ground. I don't know how long it is. There are many metal mines on Venus, and the metal elements here are especially rich. The ground below is almost like an alloy. It seems that such a small flower can take roots so deeply in the metal, which is a bit unimaginable. The holy light on the woman is getting stronger and stronger, and the holy light slams down one after another. It can no longer be simply called holy light, but is like the arrival of holy light angels. Each holy light angel comes with an unparalleled presence, the power of the holy light rushed towards Xiaohua like self-sacrifice. But Xiaohua remained there, just humming. no matter how terrible the power of the holy light angel that descended, they could not reach Xiaohua. The strongest holy light angel was 2 or 3 meters away from Xiaohua. It is automatically decomposed into particles. It's so strong. Zhou Wen didn't know the origin of metal Xiaohua, but this ability is too perverted. Anything close to it will be decomposed, and it feels quite invincible. Xiaohua is not a human being, it doesn't know how to be proud, otherwise it should be very proud to despise women now. That woman has exhausted all means, but she has never been able to hurt Xiaohua. This flower, couldn't it be the legendary withering flower? That's not right, the withering flower can only wither life and turn it into dust, but this metal flower can be decomposed by the power of vibration. What is this stuff? The woman was also frowning, she couldn't see the ability of the metal flower. The key is that she doesn't want to fight this metal flower, but she can't break out of the metal flower's field. The other party has locked her firmly, and once she shows her weakness, she will suffer disaster. That damn bastard, don't let me catch him, or he will be smashed to pieces. The woman already hated Zhou Wen, and if it wasn't for Zhou Wen, she would not have encountered such a difficult metal flower of unknown origin. Just thinking about it, the woman suddenly felt that someone touched her natural disaster field, and after careful identification, she found that a human entered the battlefield area. The woman wasn't sure if it was Zhou Wen. The armor on the other side was completely different from what Zhou Wen wore before, and she couldn't tell if the person inside was Zhou Wen. But the woman thought about it. It doesn't matter if it was a human being just now, and now there is such a person who suddenly broke in, and it can also resist the invasion of the power of the natural disaster field, which seems to be good news for her. A few thoughts flashed through the woman's mind, and she soon made up her mind that whether or not the human being was the one she chased just now, she can use it now. Zhou Wen didn't dare to get too close, so he stopped at the edge where he could peer into the battlefield. After observing for a while, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. I saw the woman and took out something from her arms. Before Zhou Wen could see what it was, her body flew towards the woman involuntarily. Zhou Wen danced wildly, trying to stop himself from flying towards the woman, or teleporting away, but it didn't work, and he couldn't even bring him back to the previously marked position. Oops! Zhou Wen suddenly felt very bad, and he could see clearly that the woman was holding a yellow paper talisman in her hand. The appearance of the yellow paper talisman is somewhat similar to the stand in talisman drawn by Zhou Wen himself. The lines seem to be from the same vein, but the rune and paper are a little different. Zhou Wen didn't know what the rune meant. It was just the power of the rune that attracted him to the woman. He couldn't get rid of it. His body flew faster and faster, caught in the hand. Fortunately, Zhou Wen reacted fast enough and turned on the chaos egg in time, but the woman still only grabbed the chaos egg, not Zhou Wen's body. It's just that the solid vitality in the chaotic egg is already full, and if the woman exerts more force, the tents will be about to explode. The woman didn't even pinch it. She grabbed the chaos egg and smashed the chaos egg towards the small metal flower like a baseball. Zhou Wen wanted to use the method of stealing the sky and changing the sun to return to the mark he left in the distance. But he was shocked to find that the method of stealing the sky and changing the sun was still unusable. And the yellow paper talisman was pasted on the chaos egg, suppressing his strength. As the chaos egg quickly flew towards the small metal flower, the vibration force it endured became stronger and stronger, and the solid vitality inside increased greatly, and it was about to explode. It seems that only the third set of plans can be used. Zhou Wen has considered this issue before. It is not impossible to quickly consume the vitality in the Chaos Egg. There is still a way. Without hesitation, Zhou Wen took out the immortal slaughter sword, held the hilt, the slayer merged with himself, used the immortal slaying technique, and wanted to forcibly pull out the immortal slaughter sword. The slaughtering sword just moved a little, and it sucked out a huge amount of vitality. The solid vitality in the Chaos Egg disappeared in large chunks, and the vitality transformed from the Chaos Egg was not enough for the slaughtering sword to absorb it. The vitality required by the Sword of Immortal Slaughter is very huge, and how much is needed, even Zhou Wen himself does not know. According to Zhou Wen's calculations, fear level vitality is only a drop in the bucket. For slaughtering Immortal Sword, only natural disaster level creatures can provide the vitality that slaughtering Immortal Sword needs. When he came, Zhou Wen had already thought about it. It would be best if he could find an opportunity to kill the woman. If she was caught again, he would try to see if he could use the transformed vitality to pull out the immortal slaughter sword. Zhou Wen soon found that he still underestimated the amount of vitality required by the Sword of Immortal Slaughter. The solid vitality crystals that had accumulated in the Chaos Egg for so long had been sucked away by half of the Sword of Immortal Slaughter in a moment. Fortunately, the Chaos Egg is getting closer and closer to the metal flower. The impact of the vibrational force is getting stronger and stronger, and the vitality that is transformed is also a lot more, so that the vitality in the chaotic egg will not dry up directly. Zhou Wen's current situation is like boiling water. The vibration force of the metal flower is like fire, and the chaotic egg is a pot for boiling water. If the fire was too violent, the pot would be melted. But because there is water in the pot will not be damaged until the water is dried. Lose. Now the slaughter sword is playing the role of water. The pressure that the small metal flower puts on the Chaos Egg is transformed into vitality, which is absorbed by the slaughter sword. Before the slaughter sword is fully absorbed, the Chaos Egg will not be damaged. Although the Chaos Egg is not damaged, it does not mean that the power of the Chaos Egg can really compete with the small metal flower. After the woman's throwing power did its best, the Chaos Egg was immediately bounced back by the vibrational force, and rushed towards it more quickly. The direction of the woman. The woman originally wanted to take advantage of the chance that the little metal flower was disturbed by the Chaos Egg to escape, but she found that in this peculiar realm, her body seemed to resonate with the vibration. On the contrary, the frequency is different. Rejected by the frequency of the entire universe, it will be seriously injured if not dead. Seeing that the Chaos Egg was bounced back again, the woman's palm erupted with holy light, hit hard on the Chaos Egg, and smashed the Chaos Egg back. The solid vitality in the chaotic egg is almost bottomed out, but the Sword of Immortal Slaughter has not been pulled out, and it is still absorbing his vitality crazily. It turned out that Zhou Wenjing was secretly complaining, but he didn't expect that the vitality transformed by the power of the natural disaster level would not be enough to consume. This time, when he pulled out the slaughter sword, he might have to find a way to stimulate the power of Wang Ji's Sai. But who knew that the power of the woman bombarded the Chaos Eggs violently, and immediately transformed a large amount of solid vitality into the Chaos Eggs, which could last for a while. The Chaos Egg was hit by the force and flew towards the metal flower again like a comet. During the process, it was affected by the force of vibration, which also produced a large amount of solid vitality. The Chaos Egg was sandwiched between the two natural disaster grades, and was constantly beaten by their power, but instead gave Zhou Wen enough vitality to barely meet the needs of the sort of immortal slaughter. What Zhou Wen is most worried about now is that they suddenly stop fighting, or don't beat his chaos egg, then slaughter immortal sword will directly suck him up. Fortunately, the situation that Zhou Wen was worried about did not happen. The woman didn't seem to believe that she had such a strong power. She hadn't smashed the strange ball, and beat the chaos egg even more, trying to blow it directly. It's just a human being, and at most it's just a fear level. The woman doesn't believe that her own power will not be able to break the chaos egg. Even if she can't affect metal Xiaohua, she has to kill this hateful human first. Bang bang. Bang bang. Chaos spawn is like a ping-pong ball, bouncing back and forth between the woman and the metal flower. Humans who are watching this battle are trying to figure out what kind of creatures are on both sides of the battle, but the power interference there is too strong, and the pictures from the satellite can see nothing but the explosion of light arrive. Such a holy power, shouldn't it be the coming of the Sun or the Virgin? Someone in the West District was speculating. In the terrifying holy light, some fear-level powerhouses could faintly see the angels transformed by the holy light. It's also possible that a powerful angel descended. Could it be the legendary Archangel Michael? Probably not, do you remember? Among the dimensional creatures who have been to Venus before, there is also a black-winged angel. Maybe one of the protagonists of the battle is him. That black-winged angel looks like a fallen angel. Shouldn't it have such a holy power? Who said that fallen angels can't have holy power? Doesn't the legendary Lucifer have holy power? When everyone was talking about it, they suddenly saw that on the battlefield in the image, the holy light erupted like a volcano, and the holy radiance shone on the entire battlefield. And in that brilliance, the light and shadow of a seraph could be faintly seen. The face and shape of the light and shadow were very similar to that of the woman. My God, that's a seraphim. Seraph. The world is really going to change a lot, and even the blazing angels have appeared. Many believers who saw this scene prayed to the light and shadow of the seraphim. The seraphim, represented in the Old Testament, is the seraph, the head of the angels, but all believers are proud to be able to see the seraph. The seraphim is now in this world, showing a sacred posture. It's time for my teaching to save the world again. The archbishop was full of old tears. In today's era, beliefs have collapsed, all kinds of gods and demons have been slaughtered, the beliefs of human beings are becoming more and more indifferent, and there are fewer and fewer believers. But there are still many devout believers who believe that their true God must exist. Now, the appearance of the light and shadow of the seraphim has made many devout believers believe that the real angel has come, and their true God is about to save them. The high-level officials of the major forces saw the angel's light and shadow, and their expressions were different, some were happy and some were sad. People in the Western District naturally believe that it is a powerful existence belonging to their area. If it really comes, it may bring good changes to the Western District. But even the two big bosses in the Western District, the Cape family and the God family, were not happy at all at this time. Their thoughts are completely different from ordinary people. Even if they are powerful beings in their own area, as long as they are not in their own hands, they are only threats. No matter what kind of angels and demons he is, in this day and age, they have long since disbelieved them. Guess, are the creatures in the battle really the seraphim in the mythology of the Western District? Xiao Luchuan happened to be a guest at Zhang's house, and when he saw this scene, he asked Zhang Chuanqiu, beside him. I don't know. After all, it's not something in our area. I don't know much about it. Zhang Chuanqiu said. Xiao Luchuan pouted and continued, as far as I know, in the Old Testament of the Western District, the blazing angels described should have 4 or 2 heads. This seems a little too normal, and if it's just a light and shadow, I don't know. Is it a real seraph? Maybe it's just the light and shadow effect caused by the skill. It's not a light and shadow effect, it should be the realization of natural disaster level power. Zhang Chuanqiu paused and then said, if such a level of power appears on Earth, it would be a miracle, and it is not an exaggeration to say that the true God has come. Xiao Luchuan said, actually, I want to know who her opponent is, whether she is a real blazing angel or not, who can fight her to such a degree, but still can't see the power manifested. Maybe her opponent is even more powerful. Powerful. Maybe. Zhang Chuanqiu was not as curious as Xiao Luchuan. He only hoped that this level of battle would not appear on Earth, otherwise it would be a catastrophe for mankind. Originally, only a few people could see this battle. But the Archbishop was too excited and wanted to spread the miracle, so he broadcast the footage from the satellite live, which attracted many people from the Federation and overseas. People watch. Damn, what is that? Seraph? Is that Venus? Seraph fighting on Venus? Who is she fighting? Why is it outside Venus? Shouldn't it be to break into the Venus dimensional field? The number of viewers is increasing. According to word of mouth, many people know that a blazing angel has appeared, and many fanatical believers immediately opened the internet to watch the live broadcast, and some even worshipped the angel's light and shadow. Zhou Wen didn't think that there was anything to worship. He knew better than anyone the viciousness of that woman. Don't say goodbye, Zhou Wen wished he could kill her with one sword. However, the slaughter sword has not absorbed enough vitality, and still has not been able to pull it out. What surprised Zhou Wen was that the strength of the woman's burst suddenly increased a lot, causing the solid vitality in the chaotic egg to quickly condense in a large amount, and it even kept up with the absorption speed of the slaughtering sword for a while. This woman is so strong. Zhou Wen originally thought that the woman should have shown the strongest fighting power long ago, but he didn't expect people to really break out now. In fact, it wasn't that the woman didn't want to break out earlier, but that if this power was used, it would have serious consequences for her. She didn't want to use this power unless it was a last resort. If it is normal, women will not use this power. Even if she can't kill Metal Xiaohua, that Metal Xiaohua can't win her. In the end, at most everyone's strength is consumed almost. When the strength of the natural disaster field is weakened, she will be able to rush out. What makes her intolerable is that she can't even handle a mere human being, obviously just a weak guy, but the ball he condensed, I don't know what it is, after so many hits, I can't hit it rotten. She couldn't bear it and just let Zhou Wen go. Even if she is trying to make some sacrifices, she must break the chaos egg and kill the hateful Zhou Wen on the spot to restore her peace of mind. At this time, the woman also had 6 angel wings unfolded behind her back, and an angel ring appeared on top of her head. The whole body was spewing out a blazing holy light like a flame. Holy light flooded the entire battlefield, forming the light and shadow of the seraphim, and even the vibration domain power of the metal flower was suppressed. If a woman wants to leave the battlefield now, it is very easy, but at this time, she doesn't want to just leave. If the power that has been paid for at a huge Price cannot be vented, anyone will feel very uncomfortable, and the same is true of women. The woman stared coldly at the chaos egg, which was bounced back again, half held with one hand, and the blazing holy light actually condensed into a flaming long sword. The holy light on the flaming sword is thousands of times stronger than the holy light on a woman, and it slashed directly at the chaos egg, and a sword light like the opening of the sky smashed down, and the natural disaster of the metal flower was cut down. The realm was cut open, and it went straight to chaos egg. Zhouwen was shocked when he saw this, and was a little worried about whether chaos egg could withstand such terrifying power, but now, he can only give it a try. Boom! Those who watched the live broadcast saw the light and shadow of the seraph burst out with a holy light, like a sword light. The holy light directly split the earth, forming a long ditch that was hundreds of miles long, as if it was the sword of judgment at the end of the day. Because metal was natural disaster field was cut open, they finally saw the situation inside. I saw that the gap cut by the holy light could not be seen at a glance, and the light and shadow of the six-winged angel was suspended in the air. In the gap, there was a tower-like giant pillar, and at the tip of the giant pillar, there was a plant growing. Metal florets. I'm going, the creature that fought with the blazing angel, turned out to be a flower. What is the origin of the flower, and it was able to fight the seraph? Unbelievable, do the dimensional creatures of the plant system also have such a strong fighting power? A plant that can compete with seraph? Even Dongshi and others in the Guardian Alliance were very surprised to see that it was a small metal flower that was fighting seraph. Plant-type dimensional creatures have always been relatively weak. Even if they have a certain ability, they can only function within a certain area. The plants on this Venus are actually able to fight seraph. I don't know what the origin is, said the Blood Witch. The hermit stared at the little flower for a while and said with some moving, that flower looks a lot like the legendary withered flower. What is a withering flower? The Blood Witch asked suspiciously. Dongshi looked at the small metal flower in the picture and said, in legend, each withered flower represents a life, and when that life is about to end, the withered flower will also wither, so the withered flower is actually the flower of life, controlling life and death. But withering flowers should be natural. This kind of metal body doesn't seem right. The hermit thought for a while and said, there is something wrong, but it really looks like a withering flower. The fairy sitting on the main seat finally spoke. When he spoke, everyone became quiet, including people like Blood Witch and Dongshi, who did not dare to make a sound for fear of disturbing him. That is the withering flower in myths and legends, but it is not a normal withering flower. If I guess correctly, someone should have brought the withering flower seed from the Earth to Venus, and let the withering flower absorb the metal elements of Venus to grow. There is a mutation, and there is such a strange withered flower now. Tian said slowly. Who has the ability to find the withering flower, and bring it to Venus, so that it can grow in that environment and not die? The hermit felt that this was too difficult. Who knows, but he must be a very interesting person. Tian said with interest. On the battlefield at this time, the small metal flowers also began to show their power, and I saw that from the tower-like giant pillar. There were strips of flower roots sticking out. Don't look at the little flower, it's only so big that it can be held in one hand. However, its roots are unimaginably large. The roots are like real dragons, breaking the rocks and drilling out from the ground, breaking the earth, opening the rocks, and the mountains are shaking constantly, like a 12-magnitude earthquake. A strip of flower roots stretched out, occupying a range of hundreds of miles, and some flower roots even rolled up the mountain peaks and directly pulled up the mountain peaks. Boom! Boom! Broken peaks. It seemed that there was an invisible force that shattered all the peaks and rocks into tiny particles. Wherever the flower roots passed, you could almost see with the naked eye that the entire space was shaking violently. It was not an earthquake, but the whole space was shaking and shaking. People were stunned. How could they have seen such a ferocious plant? It was like an interstellar monster, and a random flower root could shatter mountains. What a terrifying power! Now many people are secretly glad that this battle did not happen on Earth, otherwise many human beings would definitely be affected. Just when people were shocked by the terrifying power of the metal flower, the woman launched an attack again, and the flaming sword in her hand slashed again. It's just that the target of her slash this time is no longer the chaos egg, but the little metal flower. The small metal flowers also sensed the danger, and the flower roots rolled towards the flaming sword like metal monsters, trying to block it. But the blazing sword slashed above the flower roots, just like cutting tofu, cutting off all the terrifying dragon-like flower roots. Any flower roots that touched the flaming sword were melted in an instant and fell to the ground like iron juice. Boom! The stone pillar, which was already thousands of meters high, like a giant tower, was also split in half from the middle by the blazing sword, and collapsed on both sides. The leaves next to the small metal flowers were cut off, and almost all the roots below were cut off and burned. Lord Seraphim is invincible. This is the real angel, the all-powerful messenger of God. Slaying such a terrifying monster with one sword, it is indeed the most powerful blazing angel. People were amazed and sighed at the power of the seraphim. Many believers even worshipped the woman as a real blazing angel. At the end of the gap at this time, a person came out of the gravel, holding the hilt in one hand and the scabbard in the other, and the breath on his body was almost zero. Just now, the chaos egg was slashed by a sword and knocked hundreds of miles away. This gap was created by the chaos egg. Originally, Zhouwen was worried that the chaos egg could not withstand such a strong impact and would be cut open directly, and even he would not be spared. In fact, the chaos egg was indeed broken in the end. Fortunately, the remaining force was blocked by the prisoner dragon armor with absolute defense. However, before it was broken, the chaos egg had transformed a massive amount of solid vitality, filling the needs of the sword of immortal slaughter. Even so, after the immortal slaughtering sword finished sucking, it did not stop immediately, and the vitality in Zhouwen's body was almost sucked, and then it really stopped. When the slayer was about to be taken out of time, Zhouwen was taken aback, but fortunately, the slaughter immortal sword was finally satisfied and no longer devoured his vitality. Zhouwen was wearing the prisoner dragon armor, holding the sword of slaying immortal, and walked along the chasm to the place where the woman was. People were sighing at the power of Seraph, but suddenly discovered that Seraph turned his head and looked in one direction, as if he was staring at something. Is there anything over there? People were a little puzzled, but within the scope of the picture, nothing suspicious was found. There were broken roots and broken rock mountains everywhere. Old Sue, adjust the angle of the satellite, and try to see if you can see the end of the gap. The Supervision Bureau, Wei Ji's heart moved, and ordered. Lao Su immediately adjusted the data, and soon, the screen turned around and turned several times in a row, and suddenly saw a figure walking in the gap. Zoom in. Wei Ji's eyes narrowed and he ordered again. Lao Tzu and those staff were operating for a while, and the picture was gradually enlarged and gradually became clearer. That's a person. The sword in his hand looks familiar. The emperor. After Lao Tzu saw the picture clearly, he jumped up from the operating chair and pointed at the screen for a long time without closing his mouth. Interesting. Wei Ge squinted his eyes and didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, Wei Ge gave another order, send the signal to the FBI. Aren't they broadcasting live? Contact them first and let them use the R source. Although they were very puzzled, why did Wei Ge do this? But in the Supervision Bureau, Wei Ji's words were the imperial edict, no one dared to question him. Lao Tzu immediately contacted the Federal Bureau of Free Investigation. When the editor-in-chief of the Federal Bureau of Free Investigation saw the picture of the signal sent by Lao Tzu, he also jumped up from his chair. His fat body had never been more flexible. He stood on the chair and pointed to the picture for a long time before speaking. For words, I rely on the emperor. After Jian Zhan Di Tian, there is probably no one among humans who does not know the sort of immortal slaughter. Although there are already many people in the Federation who are selling imitations. But the human beings who can hold such a sword on Venus and dare to enter the battlefield of natural disaster grade are undoubtedly very likely to be emperors. My God, boss, is this really the emperor? The staff on the side were all excited. The possibility is very high. It can appear in a place like Venus, and it is the signal source given by the Supervision Bureau. Switch the signal source immediately. By the way, be more rigorous. The press release will be used as a suspect later. Soon, the new media of the FBI was running at full speed. It didn't take long for people who were watching other media to turn to the FBI because they heard a name. I rely on, is this the real emperor? That sword looks like it. Being able to go to a place like Venus, and dare to go to a natural disaster level battlefield, I really can't think of anyone other than the emperor. My God. The emperor has finally come out again. After 5 years, I finally waited for him again. What is the emperor going there for? It looks like he's going to the Seraph. No way, don't tell me. No. Those angel believers felt extremely complicated at this time. The emperor is the spiritual pillar of human beings, but the angels are also their belief and spiritual pillar, and they do not want to see the scene they guessed happen anyway. But what should come is always coming, and everyone can see that the emperor is walking towards the Seraph, and the light and shadow of the Seraph are also staring at the emperor. This guy hasn't seen any news for a few years, and he does such a big thing as soon as he comes out. Does he like to be in the limelight so much? Xiao Luchuan said strangely. Does he still need to do things to get the limelight? Zhang Chuanqiu shook his head and said. That's right. Xiao Luchuan said helplessly after thinking for a long time. If the emperor really wanted to be in the limelight, it seemed that he didn't need to do anything at all. What does he want to do? In the Guardian Alliance, the expressions of Dongshi, the hermit and others were complicated. And they were both respectful and afraid of the emperor. From the standpoint of human beings themselves, they believe that the emperor is indeed fighting for human beings and retains the last face of human beings in front of other dimensional creatures. But they are now in the Guardian Alliance, but they are working for a different dimension, and there is no doubt that they are on the opposite side of the emperor. Xian just sat there and watched, but he couldn't see any expression, his eyes didn't change, he didn't know what he was thinking. That guy, finally can't stand the loneliness anymore. In the president's room of the Holy Spirit Society, Zhongxia was wearing a white bathrobe, holding a sword in her arms, sitting diagonally in front of the window, holding a glass of wine in her hand. Eyes wide open, but watching the live screen. The number of viewers of the Federal Bureau of Free Investigation has skyrocketed. As long as people who can access the internet, more than 70% of them are watching the live broadcast of the Federal Bureau of Free Investigation. The attraction of the word emperor is too great. Zhou Wen didn't know that there were so many people looking at him, and even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. He just wanted to try it now, and see if killing a mortal sword could kill that woman and stop this scourge. Now Zhou Wen's only worry is that the woman will run away when she sees the immortal slaughter sword in her hand. After all, too many people have seen this immortal slaughter sword and know how powerful it is. Zhou Wen obviously thought too much. The woman didn't know about the slaughter sword, because she had been in the current hut for a long time. She didn't know the battle of Tian, and naturally she didn't know the power of the slaughter sword. Seeing that Zhou Wen wasn't dead yet, the woman frowned slightly, and immediately raised the blazing sword again, directly slashing at Zhou Wen, who came from the chasm. She used the state of seraphim. The consumption is too great, she must solve it as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous, and now she just wants to kill Zhou Wen as soon as possible. At the corners of the woman's eyes, some fine lines have appeared, making her look at least a dozen years older than before, which is already a sign of a physical problem. This sword is even more terrifying than the previous two swords. As time goes by, the power of the seraphim is still increasing. The sword light pointed at the sky and painted the earth, as if to split the starry sky, and when it fell, it gave people a strong sense of visual impact, as if even Venus would be split in half by this sword. Ah! People who care about the emperor can't help but be a little worried when they see such a terrifying attack. Some timid women didn't even dare to look anymore, turned their heads and waited anxiously for the result. Human sovereign is still human after all, so he shouldn't be the enemy of Seraph, that's the real apostle of God. The archbishop muttered to himself. Most believers, after all, feel that their faith is more important and more powerful. Ordinary eyes can't keep up with the speed of the sword light at all, and can only see the terrifying sword light, like cutting a watermelon, smashing into the earth. The whole world seems to be illuminated by the brilliance of the sword light, and nothing can be seen. Arrive. Hum. A sword roar resounded through the universe, and in the world almost occupied by the sword light, a black gap opened. The gap passed through the air, like a straight black line on a white paper. Click. The white paper was dislocated and split up and down. The sword light also fell apart, and people's sight returned to normal again. The emperor was still standing, his hand still holding the handle of the knife, as if he had never moved. And the light and shadow of the six-winged angel in the sky is also still, and it seems that it has not moved. People are wondering what the situation is now, when they suddenly see that the angel's light image is broken like glass, and a figure also falls out of it. It is a woman with 6 wings, and a halo above her head, like an angel. It's just that at this time, she doesn't look like a noble angel. She is covered in blood. 4 of the angel wings behind her have been cut off, and her body is also broken in 2, falling straight to the crack deep in the valley. Impossible. The archbishop was dumbfounded, unable to believe what he saw with his eyes. Those believers who were still holding on to their beliefs only felt that Something was collapsing in their hearts at this time, making them unable to speak, and just stared at the live broadcast. Human sovereign is invincible, even Seraph was slashed with one sword, too strong. Haha, what kind of angels and demons are not as good as the sword of my emperor? Lord Human Sovereign, let's get the Venus dungeon by the way. Only you, Lord Human Sovereign, are worthy of the first place. People were ecstatic, although most people didn't even have the ability to fight, but because of the name of the emperor, they felt the same way about victory. In the Guardian Alliance, the Hermit and others had ugly expressions on their faces. They subconsciously touched their waists. They were very worried that the next time the Emperor's sword would be cut on their waists. Tonight, notice that many people are going to have insomnia. Zhou only felt a burst of collapse in his body. With so many external forces to supplement, using the immortal killing sword still caused a lot of burden on his body. Fortunately, this time I was just a little weak, much better than the last time. I didn't hurt my body, and it didn't cause much hindrance. The Dao Ju was running, and the vitality came in an endless stream, and it recovered a lot. Holding the slaughter sword and flying towards the rift, although the creature slashed by the slaughter sword should be unlikely to survive, but just in case, Zhou still wants to see it with his own eyes, it is best to add 2 more knives, cut off the possibility of a woman continuing to live. Zhou flew down the rift valley and saw that the woman's body was broken in 2, and her vitality had been cut off. The reason why the slaughtering sword is terrifying is not simply because of its power. Even if the creatures killed by it have strong self-healing or even resurrection ability, the possibility of being able to survive is very low. Otherwise, why would they be able to kill immortals? Those immortals possess the technique of longevity, and their self-healing ability is really not difficult. But what surprised Zhou was that the woman's body was cut off, but her head still exuded vitality, and her soul was not erased by the power of the slaughtering immortal sword. Zhou clearly saw the woman staring, and there was a small red lip print on her forehead. The lip print is very cute, it should be from a child, not an adult. At this time, the lip print shone with a strange brilliance, which actually resisted the power of the slaughtering sword, allowing the woman to retain a glimmer of life. Her body had begun to rot, but her head was still alive, and one head flew up and was about to flee for her life. It's a pity that she has only one head left. Obviously, she is no longer incomparably powerful at the natural disaster level. And her speed is even less fast. Zhou made a move to fly from the sky, and the scabbard slaying sword slashed on the woman's head, directly killing the woman. The head fell to the ground. It's a pity that the unsheathed killing immortal sword is just a hard iron rod, and Zhou full blow was not able to smash the woman's head. The head fell to the ground, smashed a large piece of the rocky ground, and sank face up on the rock. Because of Zhou blow, the lip print on her forehead was incomplete, the brilliance on it gradually dimmed, the vitality on her head was also weakened, and the flesh and blood on her neck had begun to rot. What is the origin of that lip print? It can resist the power of the slaughter sword? Zhou was a little surprised, but now is not the time to think about it. He wants to kill the woman completely first, leave no woes. The woman seemed to know that she was going to die, and shouted sharply at Zhou, no matter who you are, no matter where you are dead, in the sky and the ground, the endless universe, no matter where you lie, the master will avenge me, knocking you down into the endless hell, forever immortal, lowly human, and soon you will know what is the real terror in the world. With the woman's screaming voice, she saw a sudden burst of strong holy light from her head, which burst open violently, and the shock wave generated instantly destroyed everything around her. The intense light caused the image sent back by the satellite to be blazing white, and nothing could be seen. The light continued unabated, as if it were an eternal holy light. Zhou teleported away and was not affected by the self-destruction. Although it was still shrouded in brilliance, at this distance, the brilliance's power could no longer hurt the prisoner dragon armor. However, Zhou was also a little surprised. The woman was so powerful. In his opinion, even in a different dimension, she was considered an extremely powerful existence. But listening to her tone, it turned out to be just a servant, so how powerful should her master be? Apocalyptic level? Zhou secretly guessed, but even if it is the apocalypse level, what can you do? Those apocalyptic level powerhouses in different dimensions do not dare to enter the earth in person. Zhou thought of the small metal flower and teleported to the vicinity, wanting to see if it was completely dead. If it was not dead, he could take the opportunity to make up 2 more knives. Maybe it would be able to explode a dimensional crystal or something. It would be cool if a companion egg exploded. He didn't have a natural disaster-grade companion pet yet. When I came to the small flower, I saw that the roots of the metal flower were almost completely broken, and the leaves were also cut off. Only the stem and flowers fell to the ground. Not seeing the appearance of the small metal flower, Zhou should not even need to repair the knife. He was about to pick up the potasto see if it was of any use, but suddenly felt the mysterious mobile phone vibrate, as if it was about to come out. Could it be? Zhou moved in. His heart swept his consciousness, and found no other creatures nearby, and because of the existence of Xinghui, there should be nothing to see outside, so he took out his mobile phone and looked at it. It turned out to be a dead person. The tree automatically emerged and patted the small metal flower. The corpse and countless roots of the metal flower disappeared in an instant, and there was a flower bud on the dead tree. Strange, didn't the dead tree always absorb only special humans? How could it absorb this little metal flower? Zhou felt more and more strange in his heart. But it's always a good thing. No longer stop now. Zhou directly teleported back to Earth. For those who watched the live broadcast, the meeting paintings were always blazing white. The temperature of Venus was originally very high, and the area there was even more frightening, turning into a blazing white color, like a huge white holy flame lake. The burning did not go out, and it lasted for decades without going out. From space, it looks like a shining white pupil. Later, people called the holy flame lake on Venus the Eye of the Emperor, to commemorate the Battle of the Emperor. And at the moment when the woman's head exploded, the red lip print also turned into a streamer and disappeared. In an ancient castle somewhere in the universe, a little blonde girl was lying in a crystal coffin, wearing a white dress-style pajamas. Her face was ruddy, and she looked like she was asleep. Suddenly, a red lip appeared on the crystal coffin lid, and the little girl was awakened. Seeing the red lip print on the crystal coffin lid, her eyes suddenly showed a sad expression. Yana is dead? The little girl pushed open the crystal coffin lid, and the red lip print flew in automatically and landed on her mouth. The little girl bit her lip and her eyes gradually became firmer, as if she had made some important gesture. Decision. Little master, why are you awake? A giant wearing a maid's costume and a height of more than 10 meters came to the crystal coffin, knelt down, and brought his face close to the crystal coffin, but asked, carefully and softly. Yana is dead. The little girl said sadly. Which Yana? Oh, I remembered, it's the little maid. With dirty hands and feet. She has been kicked out. If she dies, she will die. It's not worth your concern, little master. The giant maid said indifferently. But Yana is my friend, said the little girl. The giant maid immediately said, Little master, Yana is just a low-level creature in the ancient forbidden land, who is qualified to be your friend. When you play in the ancient forbidden land, let her be your maid, and she can accompany her. Being by your side, serving you around, is already a great blessing for her. She is too ignorant of her own superiority and inferiority, and she even delusionally wants to be your friend and stole your things. She deserves to die. But the little girl moved her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say anything. She hugged a panda rag doll about her height, lay down again, and closed her eyes before she said, Xiaoju, I'm tired and want to rest. You go down. Yes, little master. The giant maid carefully closed the lid of the coffin, and then walked out of the room lightly, as if she was afraid of disturbing the girl to rest. After the giant maid left, the girl opened her eyes again, blinked her big eyes, quietly opened the crystal coffin lid, and crawled out from inside. After walking a few steps, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked back at the empty crystal coffin, and then looked at the panda puppet in his arms. Finally, he reluctantly put the panda puppet in the crystal coffin. You don't have to worry, I'll be back soon after I resolve Yana's matter. The little girl said, reached out and kissed the panda's forehead, leaving a small and cute lip print on it. In an instant, the panda puppet turned into the appearance of a little girl, lying peacefully in the crystal coffin. Originally, people thought that the emperor might go to the Venus dimensional domain and take the first place, but this did not happen. The emperor disappeared after beheading the seraph. After Zhou returned to Earth, his luck was relatively bad. He arrived in a desolate swamp with many dimensional fields around him. He was trying to find a way to return to the human city, at least to a place with an internet connection, to know if there were any creatures going again break into the Venus dimension field. But before Zhou returned to human territory, some creatures had already entered the Venus dimensional realm. This time, it was the black-winged angel who entered the Venus dimensional realm. He was not as noble and holy as Yana. He had black wings, with a few white hairs in the middle, and he was not wearing armor, but a robe that didn't look very clean, similar to the kind worn by priests at work. The Rubik's Cube lights up, and when people see that it is not the emperor who has entered the dimensional realm, they are all disappointed. But what happened next shocked everyone. The black-winged angel held a black book and entered the Venus dimensional realm. Facing the bullet fired by the metal guard, he did not lift his head, but calmly opened the black book. Then there was no then, people only saw him flip the book, and what happened next, no one saw. The metal guard and his bullets disappeared. This kind of plot is constantly repeated. The metal guards, the golden god of war, come out one by one, and then disappear one by one inexplicably. Until the last natural disaster bullet was fired, people only saw the black-winged angel open the book, but did not see how the black-winged angel entered the labyrinth, and how he finally reached the Golden Palace. He was already standing there. The Rubik's Cube appeared on the leaderboard again, and the word fallen appeared at the second place in the leaderboard. Behind the fallen, there were 4 golden stars. Professor Gu, what do you think of the new fallen person? Every Part of the Federation hates the fallen person, and the FBI is also doing a show about the fallen person. Professor Gu said, the situation is relatively clear now. Only creatures who have reached the Golden Palace can be on the rankings. So far, a total of 2 have been on the rankings. The first is monthly reading, followed by 5 stars, the second is the fallen, and there are 4 stars behind, so he ranks second, and Uadu ranks first. The number of stars should be the standard for ranking. Many people think that Uadu is weaker than the fallen from the perspective of performance in the dimensional field, but her ranking is above the fallen. What do you think of this? The host asked again. On the surface, it's true that the fallen looks more powerful and mysterious. And Uadu received the help of the king of picking up to reach the Golden Palace. However, this does not mean that the fallen are really stronger than Uadu from now on. Look, the ability of the fallen is still unknown. What happened after he opened the black book, it is difficult to judge now. Everything is still difficult to say. Professor Gu said ambiguous. When Zhou Wen returned to the human area, he learned about the fallen. But this time it was obvious that there was nothing cheap to pick up. Even if he came back early, it would be useless. Zhou Wen continued to brush dungeons in the game, brushing Venus dungeons once a day, trying to find out how to pass the level. Zhou Wen even tried to use the prisoner dragon armor to block natural disaster level bullets, and he really blocked it. Although all the bullet holes were dented, he was not penetrated in the end. Of course, this is just the first 6 bullets, and when the 7th bullet is reached, the blood-colored villain's head is blown off with one shot, and the absolute defense can't stop it. It is quite remarkable to be able to block 6 natural disaster-grade bullets. It seems that this 7th bullet that will kill you still needs to think of other ways. Zhou Wen took out the space-time pig crystal obtained in the Chaos Hut before. I hope it's a space-stretching skill. Zhou Wen absorbed it. The mythical crystallization, and the space system, Zhou Wen easily reached the absorption requirements. Seeing the time-space piglet crystallize into the body, opening up a new cycle of vitality in the body, Zhou Wen vaguely felt that this time he really seemed to have achieved what he wanted. Absolute space. Mythical level. After Zhou Wen studied it carefully, he found that this was indeed an ability similar to spatial stretching. But it was still somewhat different. This ability can't really stretch space, but can create a strange space, that is, absolute space. In absolute space, space can be changed. Absolute space is like map space, and there is a proportional conversion relationship with real space. In reality, it seems that the distance is only 1 meter long. After it becomes an absolute space, it still looks like 1 meter long, but in fact this space has become a distance of 1 kilometer. In fact, Zhou Wen can't do it to this extent. He has just learned absolute space, and he can only achieve a ratio of 1 to 10, and the absolute space he can create is only the size of an egg. Such a small absolute space, even if the space inside is 10 times larger than in reality, it is impossible to block natural disaster-level bullets. Zhou Wen knew that he had to raise the absolute space to the fear level to have that little bit of space. Hope. No matter how small the hope is, it is hope after all, so Zhou Wen started to practice. Because he has practiced the vitality art of the 2 space systems, Zhou Wen is quite familiar with space power, and can even be said to be proficient. Although absolute space has not been touched before, after understanding how it works, Zhou Wen can quickly get started, and he is still making rapid progress. In just 1 day, the absolute space that was originally only the size of an egg has reached the size of 1 cubic meter, and the Contrast between the space inside and the outside space has reached hundreds of times. That is to say, it seems that the distance is only 1 meter. In fact, after the object enters it, it has to pass a distance of several hundred meters before it can pass through this absolute space. A distance of a few hundred meters is enough to fight with ordinary opponents, but it is too far to compete with a natural disaster-level powerhouse. As far as the speed of light is concerned, the difference between a few hundred meters and a few kilometers is not big. Zhou has to find a way to make the absolute space longer, so that the natural disaster-level attack can be slowed down by the slightest so that he can dodge. In the next few days, Zhou was constantly pondering and researching how to make the absolute space stronger, but when the comparison between the absolute space and the actual distance reached about 1,000, there was no way to continue to improve. Zhou knew that this was the bottleneck of God-level skills, and it was necessary to surpass God level in order to continue to grow and make the absolute space stronger. Li Xian was idle and had nothing to do. He came to Zhou for a drink and chat. Seeing Zhou frown, he asked curiously, "I rarely see your expression, what happened?" "I'm thinking, how can a skill level up and become stronger?" Zhou replied. "It's very easy, just practice and think about it." Li Xian said and asked, casually, "What skills do you want to improve? What level are the skills originally? Tell me, and I'll help you find a solution." "Space system, now mythical level," Zhou said. "It's really difficult to promote mythical level skills, and it's the space system that is already difficult, so it's no wonder you're worried. In this way, I have a way, you go to the dimensional field where there are space system creatures, and those space system dimensions. In the battle of creatures, if you experience their spatial power more, you may be able to comprehend and break through to the fear level." Li Xian shared his experience. He has been fighting, beating, and tortured continuously for the past 5 years. There will be current achievements. Zhou sighed and said, "It's not difficult to advance to the fear level, that is, it takes 2 more days, but I'm afraid that the skills of the fear level will still not meet my requirements. It is difficult to go further." Li Xian's head was full of black lines, and he said depressedly, "Can we still have a good chat? You don't think the skill level of the fear level is high enough? You want to go to heaven? There is no way. If you want to break into the Venus dimensional field, you must practice this skill well," Zhou said. "Do you want to use this space skill to evade natural disaster level bullets?" Li Xian understood at one point and guessed what Zhou wanted to do. Zhou nodded and said, "There is only such a way to reach the Golden Palace, before being killed by a natural disaster-grade bullet. Then you can practice slowly. I don't know how to make the skills reach the natural disaster level. In other words, your own level should only be mythical level. Right?" Li Xian said. "Oh, it's really too difficult." Zhou also knew that his own level was too low. If it was a fear level, there might be a glimmer of hope that the absolute space could be promoted to a natural disaster level. Zhou is also worried about this problem. If the absolute space of the fear level does not meet his requirements, it will be difficult to advance to the natural disaster level. However, Zhou still has no eyes on his promotion to the fear level. This time, the 4 attributes have already reached 81 points, and the 8 vitality tactics have also been turned into fear, but the Slayer has not moved for a long time and he can't turn into fear. If you need to kill to be promoted, then I even killed. The natural disaster, but I didn't even react at all. What's the point? Is it necessary to kill the guardian? Zhou vaguely felt that things did not seem to be that simple. Wonderful. A man's voice came, and an Sheng walked into the yard with Tianzua. It was Tianzua who spoke just now. And Tianzua was not far from the yard just now. His ears were very good. He heard the conversation between Li Xian and Zhou Wen clearly, and knew that Zhou Wen actually wanted to promote a mythological skill to the natural disaster level, and it was a space department. Guzi said something, although he was not speaking to Zhou Wen, but anyone could hear that he was talking about Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen just pretended he didn't hear it, ignored Tianzua, looked at Sheng and asked, Sheng, why are you so free? You came to me? Master Wen, it's like this. The overseer and I have been buying yuan jing ore recently. You know how much yuan jing is needed for that thing. We've searched almost all the yuan jing we can buy, and other families have them. Even if there are goods, in this case, they are all up for sale, and it is impossible to give them to us easily. Therefore, the overseer and I plan to go out and explore a dimensional field that may have yuanjing mines. Sheng paused and said, you know the situation in Luoyang recently, all the major forces are watching here, I don't know how many spies are in the city. As soon as we go out, if something happens, there must be a man at home. Take care of it. You think it's inconvenient recently, take care of the house for a while? How long will it take? Zhou Wen asked, thoughtfully. If he wanted to take care of this place, before Sheng and the others came back, he would definitely not be able to leave Luoyang casually. This is still uncertain. If it is fast, it will be back in about a week. If there is an accident, it is difficult to say. We will try to come back within a month. Sheng said. 1 month. Zhou Wen frowned slightly. If any creatures entered the Venus dimensional field within this month, he would have no way to pick it up. Sheng. Tell him, don't stay, don't force it. Tianzua said blankly. Tianzua was standing on the other side. Zhou Wen could naturally hear him, and Tianzua knew that, but he just didn't talk to Zhou Wen directly. What the overseer means is, if you have something to do, don't force it. We'll think of a way. It's just that Madame feels that she is still on her own and doesn't want outsiders to come to the house. Sheng recounted it. It sounded like what Tianzua said meant the same thing, but he felt that it was not the same thing at all. Please help me tell the overseer. If he asked me to stay, I would definitely not force it, but it's about Sister Lan and my father, so I won't care. Zhou Wen said. Overseer. Master Wen said that he is also the son of his wife, and he will definitely take care of his wife, so that nothing happens to the family. Sheng translated the sweat while wiping the sweat on his forehead. You tell him to do things seriously, don't think about those messy and unrealistic things all day long. If something happens to the family because of this, I will never take it lightly. Forgive him. Tianzua said. Master Wen. The major families have been watching our family very closely recently, and those spies are all pervasive. In order to get the secret of the accelerator, they may do everything they can to get the secret of the accelerator, and they may even take advantage of our absence. Miss Jing made a move to intimidate us. The overseer is very worried about your safety, so you must pay attention to safety. It doesn't matter if the Anfu is damaged, you can give up the Anfu if necessary, as long as everyone is fine. Sheng translated again. Tianzua glared at Sheng and seemed to say, have I said so much? Tell the overseer that since I agreed, I will naturally ensure their safety. You don't need him to worry about it. I'd better ask him to use more snacks and think about how to get Yuan Jing mine. Zhou Wen said. You tell him I don't have to worry about him. Help me tell him I don't care about him. Li Xian was stunned watching from the side. He had seen people quarreling, but he had never seen such a quarrel. Well, can you speak for yourself? And Xing's translator's head was about to explode, and he couldn't help it. Humph. And Tianzhua turned around and left the yard. With Xing, without looking at Zhou Wen. Old Zhou, it's not easy for you to live in the inn family. After Tianzhua left, Li Xian patted Zhou Wen's shoulder and sighed with some pity. When he was at home, he was often scolded by Li Mabai, but he was not as bold as Zhou Wen and dared to confront Tianzhua. There's nothing wrong with it, just don't treat him like a human being. Zhou Wen said with a straight face, holding the teacup. Pfft. Li Xian just spit out a sip of tea in his mouth. In the Federation, who dare not treat Tianzhua as a human being, I am afraid that this is the only one. Tianzhua said as he walked, flimsy, arrogant, ignorant, and proud of myself with a little achievement. If I am such a person among human beings, what qualifications do I have to fight against different dimensions? And Xing didn't dare to speak, but just listened beside Tianzhua. Why don't you speak? Tianzhua said for a long time, seeing that Xing didn't say a word, he stopped and turned to look at him. Overseer, you are right. Xing quickly lowered his head and said. You don't mean it, that's not what you said in your heart. Tianzhua snorted coldly. Xing wanted to explain, but Tianzhua interrupted him, I don't want to hear a perfunctory explanation. That. Don't be this or that, just say, does that guy get angry when you look at it? Tianzhua interrupted him again. I think young Master Wen thinks so too. Xing thought so in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it. That's right, young Master Wen is too much, how can you only think about Madame and your, and also think about you and the overseer? Miss Jing is not. Who said? He wants to think about me and Xiao Jing, we need him to think? Tianzhua stopped again, glared at Xing fiercely, and said coldly. Xing can only bow his head and smile, I definitely don't need it, I just said that casually. If you can't control your tongue, I don't mind helping you control it, soak it in. Formalin, it should be obedient and not talk nonsense. Tianzhua said with a cold face. Xing quickly covered his face with his hands, as if to say that he would never talk nonsense, please let go of his tongue. Only then did Tianzhua continue to walk out with satisfaction, leaving the governor's mansion, and Tianzhua came to the front of the car, and Xing opened the back door of the car, and covered the upper door frame with his hands. Tianzhua did not sit in, but walked to the driver's seat, opened the door by himself. Did not sit in immediately, stopped and said to Xing, the materials that I sent to the teacher before. Did the teacher send them back? The last information I sent to the teacher was sent back more than a month ago, or was it sent back by Principal Leng himself, have you forgotten? Xing thought about it. And said that he didn't seem to have sent any materials recently. Well, the teacher has seen those materials, and it's useless. Throw them away. You can deal with them. Tianzhua got into the car after speaking, and drove away by himself. Throw it away? Xing was slightly taken aback. Those materials were not ordinary materials, but genuine stone tablets found in a mysterious dimension field. Not to mention the content above, even the stone tablets themselves are very precious things. Although what Leng Zongjing sent back was a manuscript, the significance of the manuscript was even greater. And Xing remembered that Leng Zongjing said at that time that the content recorded on it was useless to ordinary people. But if it was a space powerhouse like him, it was extremely precious. At that time, Leng Zongjing left the original version, and even copied a copy and sent it to him. The above contents are the same, but with more comments from Leng Zongjing, and Tianzhua also put it in his private collection room. After thinking about it, Xing suddenly understood something, showing a look of understanding, and quickly turned around and went back to An's house. He was the only one who could enter and exit in Tianzhua's private collection room. After Li Xian left, Zhou Wen continued to study the absolute space, and it was only a matter of time before breaking through to the fear level, but the more he studied, the more he felt that if it was only the fear level, it would be difficult for the absolute space to play the role he imagined. Is Master Wen here? And Xing knocked on Zhou Wen's door. Didn't you leave? Why did you come back? Zhou Wen opened the door, looked at Xing with some doubts, and asked. Not yet, here are some materials, which were transcribed and annotated by Principal Leng, see if they are useful. And Xing handed 4 thick diaries to Zhou Wen. Principal Leng transcribed the annotations? Zhou Wen took the diary, flipped through a few pages, and was immediately fascinated by the contents. Where did this come from? Zhou Wen asked, while flipping through it. I heard that someone got it from a mysterious dimensional field. I don't know the details. If it's useful, you can take a look first. And Xing opened his mouth and seemed to want to say something, but hesitated for a moment. After that, he didn't say anything and left after saying goodbye. This is clearly the experience written by the head of the Space Department. I'm afraid that this person is likely to be a natural disaster level powerhouse. Principal Leng can explain and annotate to this level, and his understanding of space power is also extremely profound. Test. Zhou Wen was a little surprised by the contents. And he also knew why he had to copy it by hand instead of using electronic equipment to store it. Between the lines, the artistic conception carried by each stroke was something that electronic equipment could not show. Just looking at the content is not enough, you have to look at the mood of the words. Zhou Wen himself is a master of the Space Department. It is easy to understand these contents and annotations. Although many of them are already known by Zhou Wen, some of them are indeed unique, and they also give Zhou Wen a lot of ideas. From the perspective of the content, the person who wrote these content must be in existence with extremely high achievements in the space system, and can only explain some issues from such a macro level. Leng Zongjing's annotations are also very accurate and in place, and he also wrote a lot of his own understanding and perception of space power, which also has a lot of inspiration for Zhou Wen. Combining his own perception and experience, in just a few hours, the absolute space has broken through to the fear level, and it is still making progress. Although I don't know if it can really break through to the natural disaster level. The speed of such progress is quite amazing. Zhou Wen is obsessed with studying the absolute space. Except for the necessary dungeon refreshes, he studies the absolute space every day. But the ice girl was not in a good mood. Like Zhou Wen, she had been worrying about the flower girl. Zhou Wen doesn't know much about the different dimension. And he doesn't know the horror of the flower god, but the ice girl is too clear, that is the real big boss of the different dimension, the supreme existence of the apocalypse. Even if she doesn't want to come to the Earth world in person, even if she just launches a large number of flower powerhouses and guardians, to come, it will be enough to cause a huge catastrophe to the Earth. The Ice Girl is so worried, mainly because she is a creature of another dimension, and she will have to go back in the future. Zhou Wen can ignore it, but she has no way to do that. If the flower god knows that her ice demon clan has captured the flower girl and wants to kill her, then maybe the ice demon clan will have bad luck, and may even be abandoned by the demon clan to calm the flower god's wrath. Of course, this is only the worst plan, and it may not really go that far. What should I do? How can I make that flower girl ignore the past? The Ice Girl racked her brains, hoping to come up with a way to get the best of both worlds. Zhou Wen, I want to talk to that flower girl. Ice Girl racked her brains, but she didn't think of a good solution. She planned to first understand what kind of mentality the flower girl is now, and why she came to Earth. In fact, the Ice Girl is also very puzzled. Logically speaking, even if a flower clan is really sent to the Earth, they are all cannon fodder. How could a flower clan with the tears of the flower god be sent to such a place? Although Zhou Wen thinks that the possibility of the flower god's coming is not high, if there is a better solution, he doesn't want to cause trouble. Just in case, Zhou Wen asked the Ice Girl and the flower girl to meet in the chaos Pearl, lest the flower girl escape or send news to the flower clan. This is what the Ice Girl meant. 2. She was even more afraid of accidents. The space in the chaos bead is huge, and the space of everything can be independent. All you can see is a chaotic fog. No matter how you walk through the chaotic fog, you can't really move your position. In fact, it is still in place. Spin around. The Ice Girl was sent to the flower girl by Zhou Wen, and she waved her hand to release the freeze on the flower girl, allowing her to recover herself. The flower girl was just frozen, her consciousness was not in a coma, she knew what happened. After the freezing was lifted, she just looked at the Ice Girl, and did not make any extra moves, let alone attack the Ice Girl. Seeing this, the Ice Girl couldn't help frowning secretly. If the flower girl attacks at the first time, then she is just a reckless man, and it will be easier to deal with. But looking at Huanu's appearance, it is clear that she is a very calm guy. Such a person is obviously more difficult to deal with. Even if she promised to reconcile on the surface, Ice Girl would not dare to believe her easily. What's your name? The Ice Girl looked at the flower girl and asked, tentatively. You. Lian. The flower girl looked at the Ice Girl and continued, you should be an ice monster, right? They are also different dimensional creatures. Why do you want to help humans become my enemies? I didn't want to be your enemy. You took the initiative to attack. The Ice Girl paused and asked again, why did you come to Earth? Why did you come to Earth? Yu Lian didn't answer, and returned the question as it was. I'm just an unimportant person in the Ice Demon clan. It's normal to come to Earth as cannon fodder. But you have the tears of the flower gods. Obviously, your status among the flower gods is not low. You shouldn't be in such a place. The Ice Girl continued to test. Yu Lian sneered, that's why you dare not kill me, right? No matter how strong the flower god is, it is difficult to directly intervene in the affairs of the Earth, and the Earth is not as unbearable as you think. Even if the flower clan really attacked the Earth, they may not be able to take advantage of it, not to mention that the flower god may not be able to take advantage of it. You go to war. Ice Girl looked at Yu Lian and said solemnly, I won't kill you. Just because I'm a little curious, why do you come to this kind of place? This is not the place. You should come. Yu Lian has a hesitant look on her face. She seems to know that it is not easy for other dimensional creatures to come to the earth, and it is also restricted by the rules of the earth, which she has experienced firsthand. And the matter of her coming to earth, the flower god does not know. If she really died here, it is hard to say whether the flower god can sense it. After all, this is the earth, an ancient forbidden place, and it is difficult to transmit information. Yu Lian's expression made the Ice Girl realize something, so she said, it is impossible for a flower clan like you to be sent to a place like Earth, so there is only one possibility, you sneaked here. Who said I was sneaking? It was the flower god who sent me to Earth to perform a mission. Yu Lian said immediately. But her reaction had betrayed her. How could she be able to deceive a shrewd person like Ice Girl? Actually, we are all the same. I also sneaked to Earth just for that thing. Ice Maiden's heart was relieved a lot. Yu Lian looks sophisticated. But she is actually too young, she just pretends to be calm, not as difficult as she imagined, like a greenhouse flower that has never experienced storms. I don't know what you're talking about. Yu Lian is just not experienced enough, but she is not mentally retarded, and it is impossible for the Ice Girl to easily tell her. The Ice Girl didn't say anything, but suddenly the bloodline of the Ice Demon King broke out, and her body turned into the appearance of the Ice Demon Queen. Ah! The bloodline of the Ice Demon King. You are the descendant of the Ice Demon King. Why are you here? Could it be that you are also here to get the Earth Companion pet? Knowing is the same, they all think that the identity of the other party cannot be sent to Earth unless there are special circumstances. There is only one special situation that Yu Lian knows about, and it is precisely because of this that she secretly came to Earth. Seemingly realizing that she had said something wrong, Yu Lian immediately shut up. Hey! I heard from the elders in the family that the dimensional realm may be where the companion pets of the Earth are located, but who knew that just after arriving on Earth, he was caught by that evil human being? Ice Lady said pretendingly. In fact, her situation is similar to what she said, and her emotional expressions are quite real. You were also caught by him? Yu Lian seemed to be a little disbelieving. The Ice Girl said with shame on her face, the evil of human beings is beyond your imagination, it's just a pervert, and he is a pervert among perverts. If I don't obey his orders, he will cut off my hands and feet first, and then cook it again and force me to go down. The more Yu Lian listened, the more frightened she became. She was really frightened. Although death was also frightening to her, she was able to overcome some psychological barriers. But what the Ice Girl said was something she couldn't bear. Just thinking about it made her shudder and her body trembled. If she is treated like that, she would rather die. In Yu Lian's mind, Zhou Wen has been replaced by an evil super pervert. Before me, many other dimensional creatures had been abused by him, and they couldn't survive or die. Finally, when he got tired of playing, they were killed and made into Xiaolongbao. You don't know what Xiaolongbao is? It's the kind of meat that chops into stuffing. The Ice Girl said in her heart, it's better to die than one if the two die. If the Huaxing Yu comes, anyway, you're going to die anyway, just take the one from me. Give it back too. Damn human beings, how dare to treat us like this. When my mother comes, he will be smashed into tens of thousands of pieces. No, let him have a taste of those punishments, and then kill him. Yu Lian gritted her teeth. Said. This Yu Lian, shouldn't it be the daughter of the flower god? The ice girl was secretly shocked, but she pretended not to hear any problem, and continued, we are now in his hands. We can only make a fool of yourself and protect the snake. Useful body, after you find an opportunity, kill him together. During this period of time, you must not disobey him, I don't want to watch the same kind die. Yu Lian has begun to believe in the ice girl, and she said, I understand, don't worry, I will pretend to obey him first, and then find an opportunity to join forces to kill him. Yes, that's it. Save your life first, leave a useful body, and then wait for the opportunity to kill him to avenge ourselves and our dead compatriots in different dimensions. The ice girl said righteously. Fortunate to meet you. Yu Lian nodded again. And again. By the way, you must not try to escape, he has left an evil curse on us, once we escape, he will launch a curse, and our bodies will fester a little, but not die, until the body is riddled with holes and mourned in pain for 3 years before he can die. The ice girl continued to fool Yu Lian. In Yu Lian's mind, Zhou Wen's level of evil has skyrocketed, and he is already a invincible super perverted demon king. You have to be patient for a while, I will soon find a way to let him let you out first, then you must not disobey his orders, or you will lose all your achievements. Before the ice girl left, she also specially told Yu Lian. I see, thank you. Yu Lian's eyes were full of gratitude. When did I do those things to you? After releasing the ice girl, Zhou Wen looked at her coldly and said. I can't help it, just to be able to make a statement. Now we can be sure that she is likely to be the daughter of the flower god, but she sneaked out. The flower god doesn't know that she has come to Earth. Also, she may have overheard the news about the Earth companion pet from the flower god, and knows which dimension field has the strongest Earth companion pet. The ice girl spoke about it. Zhou Wen can also hear these things, so she doesn't need to say it again. I'm afraid if the god of flowers does come, I'll take the blame for you, right? Zhou Wen pouted and said. If the god of flowers really comes, you will be dead anyway, so it doesn't matter if you carry a little more back, said the ice girl. I wrote it down first. If you can't find out the news of that dimension field from her mouth, I will try the torture you just said on you. Zhou Wen said lightly. The ice girl's face changed, and then she forced a smile and said, I will try my best. It's not about trying, but definitely. Zhou Wen had to figure out what was going on in that dimensional field. If it is really like what the other dimension said, there is the place where the Earth's companion pets are, and they must be protected. No matter what, and those guys in the other dimension must not be allowed to succeed. If the companion pets in the Earth are really lured out, the Earth will be finished. Leaving this kind of brain-busting thing to the ice girl, Zhou Wen himself began to study the absolute field, and the absolute field now has the ability of more than 10,000 times the space. However, the volume of absolute space has always been 1 cubic meter, and it has not continued to increase. It seems that this is the limit. 10,000 times is only 10,000 meters. For light, this distance is nothing. It doesn't even have time for Zhou Wen to react, let alone avoid it. It seems that the pure fear level absolute space, even if it reaches the peak of the fear level, I am afraid that there will not be enough space. Is there any other way? Zhou Wen felt that he couldn't just put his hope in the absolute field, thinking there is not much hope of promoting it to natural disaster. Of course, Zhou Wen did not give up the research, and was still trying to deduce and improve it as much as possible, but at the same time, he also began to look for more possibilities. It's also a fear-level skill of the space system. If you combine stealing the sky and changing the sun with absolute space, I wonder if it will be possible? Zhou Wen has been thinking about this problem. Stealing the sky and changing the sun can exchange matter regardless of spatial distance, and absolute space is similar to space bubbles. Zhou Wen feels that there should be some possibility between the two, but he has not yet thought of how to combine the two to be practical. During the few days of staying in Luoyang, there were no major problems in the military governor's mansion. Usually, Qin Wufu was in charge, so Zhou Wen didn't need to deal with the details. Ding! This day, when Zhou Wen was brushing the Venus dungeon, another golden god of war companion egg exploded. Now he is only short of Type 1 and Type 4, and he can collect 6 golden god of war. Can the 6 fear-level golden war gods be combined into a natural disaster-level companion pet? Zhou Wen was looking forward to it. If you can get a natural disaster-grade companion pet, then all problems will be solved, and you don't have to be so troublesome as now. The Rubik's Cube moved again, and a strange creature appeared on the platform of the Venus dimensional field. It was a red-skinned dwarf, only about 1 meter tall at most. He was wearing something like a grass skirt, and there was a green leaf growing on his head, which looked very weird. After he entered the Venus dimensional realm, the metal guard immediately launched an attack. The bullet came in front of him, and the dwarf suddenly opened his mouth, revealing serrated teeth, and bit the bullet. Click! The bullet was actually bitten by his teeth, and the dwarf clenched his upper and lower teeth quickly, shattering the bullet in a few bites, and then swallowed it with his neck up. Before the metal guard could fire a second shot, the dwarf rushed in front of him, bit off half of the barrel of the gun, chewed it twice, and swallowed it again. What happened next surprised those who watched the battle through the Rubik's Cube. The dwarf swallowed the metal guard alive, and he didn't know how. His small figure could fit the huge body of the metal guard. Groups of metal guards rushed out, but the dwarf seemed like a tiger entering the flock, and his body moved like a ghost, biting the metal guards to death. The golden god of war's bullet was also bitten by the dwarf, whether it was freezing or flame, or burst and lightning bullets, they were all bitten and swallowed by the dwarf, unable to injure his body at all. This mouth is really good, Li Xian said with a shudder. Zhou Wen, who was watching the live broadcast with Li Xian, looked at the dwarf thoughtfully, frowning, wondering what he was thinking. Hey, what are you doing? Talk to me? Li Xian reached out and shook it in front of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen came back to his senses and said, "Why is this dwarf's body so small that it can swallow so much metal? Perhaps there is an organ similar to a storage space in the body, or its stomach has a superablation function that dissolves all those metals?" Li Xian guessed. It's all possible, but I think so, see if it's right. Zhou Wen glanced at the dwarf who was still eating the golden god of war, and continued, he is like a garbage disposal, or a shredder. After everything was smashed through his body, it ended up in a garbage bag. This doesn't conflict with my guess. The garbage bag should be an organ similar to a storage space, capable of holding a lot of things. Li Xian didn't understand the difference between Zhou Wen's explanation and what he said. But what if the garbage bag is full? Zhou Wen asked. It seems that it is not so easy to fill up now. Even if It is really full, you can stop eating it. You can eat it after you have digested it. Li Xian still didn't know what was the meaning of Zhou Wen's words. If it's full, do you have to eat it? Zhou Wen asked again. It goes without saying, of course it will break. Li Xian said. Zhou Wen shook his head and said, we said earlier that if he is a shredder and the garbage is full, then the garbage bag needs to be replaced. Just change a garbage bag. Li Xian felt that what Zhou Wen said was somewhat inexplicable, and the dwarf was not a real shredder, so how could there be a new garbage bag to replace? Zhou Wen seemed to be talking to Li Xian, and seemed to be muttering to himself, where am I going? To find a second garbage bag? Do I make a second garbage bag? But even if there is a second and third one, even the 10th garbage bag can't be satisfied. By the way, wheels, if it is in wheel mode, it can be recycled. Old Zhou, what are you talking about? Li Xian listened for a long time, but he didn't understand what Zhou Wen was talking about. Zhou Wen ignored him, and stood up to gather strength with his hands, as if he had done something on his chest. Li Xian only saw that the space in front of Zhou Wen seemed to be distorted, and he didn't know what he was doing. This guy, why does he only think about these weird things all day, and he doesn't know how to enjoy life at all? Li Xian knew what Zhou Wen was thinking about in terms of cultivation. If you disturb him again, help him watch by the way, so as not to be disturbed. Zhou Wen has been thinking about the issue of absolute space during this period of time. Under normal circumstances, a fear-level absolute space can never block a bullet at the speed of light. It is difficult to even delay time, so another way must be found. I just saw the picture of the dwarf devouring the metal guard, and I suddenly thought of this problem. I thought that maybe we could create multiple absolute spaces, arrange them like wheels, and then turn them quickly, which would allow bullets to repeatedly pass through many times. This absolute space can never reach Zhou Wen. Of course, the speed of the wheel itself is a problem. If the transfer speed of the absolute space is not fast enough, it will not be able to connect to an absolute space, and it is impossible to achieve a cycle. However, Zhou Wen also has the skill of stealing the sky and changing the sun. If the positions of 3 or more absolute spaces can be continuously exchanged, this problem may be solved. Of course, this is only a theory, and whether it can actually happen depends on the actual operation. Now he is trying to create multiple absolute spaces, but the result is not so optimistic. It is not easy to create multiple absolute spaces. In fact, it's not that Zhou Wen's vitality is not enough, but the characteristics of absolute space itself are very strange. Zhou Wen can only maintain the existence of one absolute space, and there is no way to create a second absolute space. There seems to be some kind of force that restricts the existence of absolute space, and a second absolute space cannot exist at the same time. There is no way to create a second absolute space, then let an absolute space rotate by itself? No, this is wrong. You must create multiple absolute spaces. Zhou Wen stopped and fell into meditation again, thinking about how to solve the problem of multiple absolute spaces. He flipped through the book in Xing Sent, hoping to get some inspiration from it. After thinking about it for a while, I couldn't find a solution. When it came to the live broadcast, the natural disaster grade bullet had been fired, and it hit the dwarf in the face with a bang. The dwarf's body flew out and slammed into the metal wall. People thought he was killed, but after a closer look, he found that the dwarf's teeth actually bit the natural disaster grade bullet. There was still smoke between the teeth and the bullet, and it seemed that the friction was very strong, but the natural disaster-grade bullet was actually bitten. This tooth, so hard. People only felt a burst of sore teeth. Next, the dwarf rushed into the gate, and the bullet shot again, and was bitten by him again, but his body was also thrown upside down by the force of the bullet, and hit the wall again. Superior. Time and time again, the first 6 bullets were all bitten by the dwarf's teeth. He seemed to be a flexible beast. No matter which direction the bullet came from, it would be bitten by him without the slightest deviation. People are watching the live broadcast screen nervously. Although the first 6 bullets are powerful and beyond the reach of humans, several creatures have proved to humans that they can be avoided or even resisted head-on. But the 7th bullet. Until now, it seems that no creature can compete with it head-on. Bang! When the 7th shot rang, everyone trembled involuntarily, and when they looked again, they found that the dwarf's body hit the wall again. Only this time, even the metal wall was dented, forming a circular pit. The dwarf's body was embedded in the circular pit, and the powerful shock wave caused his hair to fly upside down, blood all over his mouth, and between his teeth, a bullet like fire, spinning rapidly, and his teeth rubbed, and there was a sour screeching sound and smoke. Just looking at that picture makes my teeth tremble. The dwarf bit the bullet, but the bullet was still spinning, like a drill. I was afraid that as soon as he let go, the bullet would shoot into his head and pierce it directly. This is the first time that humans can see the 7th bullet more clearly, but it is only relatively clear. In fact, because the rotation is too fast, the fire on it is too strong. What does the bullet look like? Can't see clearly, only a rough outline can be seen. Completely different from the first 6 bullets. After the first 6 bullets are fired, the power will slowly disappear. However, the power on the 7th bullet has not disappeared, as if it will never stop without killing people. The power is still continuing, and there is no sign of decay. The dwarf's teeth were smoking all the time, and the gums were bleeding even more. He supported it with his hands and feet, jumped out of the pothole with difficulty, bit the bullet, and walked towards the gate step by step. Bang bang! The sound of shooting sounded again. The bullet biting by the dwarf hadn't been resolved, and the 8th and 9th bullets came one after another. This time he didn't have the ability to bite again. Because his body was fighting against the 7th bullet, it was difficult for him to move quickly. He only avoided the 8th bullet. The 9th bullet hit his arm, and blood immediately flowed out. Bang bang! The bullets were fired continuously. The dwarf was punched with bullet holes one after another, and the blood soon stained his already red skin. The dwarf finally couldn't bite the 7th bullet. The strength of his teeth loosened a little, and the 7th bullet bounced off his tool and shot into his head. The sound of the head bursting made people feel a chill in their hearts. He was as strong as a dwarf, and he died under the 7th bullet after all. With the death of the dwarf, the 7th bullet also disappeared, as if it was a death god who had achieved the task of harvesting life. Because there were no outside creatures in the dimensional field, the Rubik's Cube stopped the live broadcast, and I didn't know if anything fell from the dwarf, and no one dared to go in and watch it at this time. It seems impossible to resist the 7th bullet head-on with brute force. Zhang Chuanqiu sighed. It now seems that there are 3 ways to resist the 7th bullet. The first is to reach the Golden Palace before the 7th bullet is fired, so that the 7th bullet has no chance to come out. The second is to find someone to replace it. If you die, as long as the 7th bullet kills you, it will be considered a disaster. There is another method, just like the king of picking up leaks, relying on hard enough objects to forcibly block the bullet and make the attack route of the bullet deviate. But this method can only delay for some time, the bullet will still fly back again, it is just an expedient measure. Xia, Lu Chuan said. Zhang Chuanqiu nodded slightly. After this battle, the major forces have almost grasped the ability of the seventh bullet. I believe that it will not be long before someone will start to enter the Venus dimensional field. Which method do you think they will use? Xiao Luchuan asked. Zhang Chuanqiu shook his head and didn't speak. As his old friend, Xiao Luchuan already understood what he meant. I'm afraid that the second method will be used by the most people, and some people will take their lives to fill in and forcibly rush to the Golden Palace. Forward. After all, only the seventh bullet is sure to kill, and the other bullets can find a way to deal with it. In the Taklamakan desert, Lu Yun's body was buried in the sand and motionless, as if it was integrated with the desert. Several streamers in the air were loosely worn nearby several times, and finally disappeared in the distance. Grandson Turtle, I want to arrest your grandfather the thief, you are still very young. Lu Yun crawled out of the sand and spat fiercely in the direction where Lu Guang was gone. Suddenly, Lu Yun's body froze, and his face became extremely ugly. A sword, I don't know when it was on his neck, but Lu Yun didn't know who was standing behind him, holding the sword. Friend, don't joke, there is something to discuss. Lu Yun said with a smile. I never like to joke, said the man behind. When Lu Yun heard the voice, he was slightly startled. He carefully turned around and looked at the person holding the sword. He saw that it was a young man, clean and white, with neat features, wearing a purple windbreaker, giving him an evil vibe of beauty. Junior brother. Zhong, you scared me to death, don't make such a joke if it's okay, people will be scared to death. Lu Yun recognized who was in front of him and wanted to push his sword away with his fingers. As I said, I never like to joke. Zhong Zia didn't mean to withdraw the sword, the blade was closer to Lu Yun's neck, and immediately cut into the skin, and the blood flowed down the blade. Senior brother, there's something I can't talk about, is it necessary? Lu Yun stiffened and forced a smile. I'll give you two choices, help me do something, or I'll tie you up and throw you to the headquarters of the Guardian Alliance. Zhong Zia said. Then you might as well just kill me. Lu Yun said depressedly. Anyway, you are my senior brother, so it's not good to kill you personally. Zhong Zia said. I thank you. Lu Yun had the urge to vomit blood, and he rolled his eyes and said, you want me to help you go to the Venus dimensional domain, right? Not bad. Zhong Zia nodded. I can promise to help you, but I have one condition. Lu Yun said. Speak. Zhong Zia said. I want my junior brother to accompany us. Lu Yun said. He can't go. Zhong Zia directly denied Lu Yun. Why? Don't you think that the success rate will be much higher if the younger brother goes together? Lu Yun wondered. He can't die, you can. Zhong Zia said. I thank your family, you are really my good junior brother. Lu Yun said through gritted teeth. For half a month, nothing major happened. The Federation and overseas seemed to be very quiet. Except for the numbing news that there was a large-scale ban on dimensional creatures, the world was still calm. Zhou broke out too. More Golden War gods these days, a resurrection pill, and the Golden War god type I. Now there are 6. Golden War Gods. Zhou already has 5, and the only thing missing is the Type 4. Although Zhou has the intention to find out the dungeons of the First Emperor's Mausoleum, Cheesy Mountain, Laojun Mountain, Ant City, etc. But recently his mind is not on this, and he has been studying issues in the absolute field. Under his continuous research, the problem that 2 absolute spaces cannot appear at the same time has been solved. Using the delay function of spacetime stealing, Zhou successfully made 2 absolute spaces appear at the same time. This is the result of the experiment, and Zhou doesn't know the reason. He first released an absolute space with spacetime stealing. Because of the delay, the absolute space did not appear immediately, and he released an absolute space without using spacetime stealing. When the delayed absolute space appears, the 2 absolute spaces can coexist. However, only 2 absolute spaces can exist in this way. If several absolute spaces are continuously released during the time and space robbery, only one absolute space will appear after a delay, and it will disappear in chronological order, leaving only the last delayed appearance. That absolute space. With and without delay time, only these 2 absolute spaces can coexist. Having 2 absolute spaces, although it is still too little, already has the possibility of operation. Now the new question is, how should the 2 absolute spaces be rotated, and the speed of moving the absolute space must not keep up with the speed of light, so special methods must be used to allow the 2 absolute spaces to be converted and docked. The method of stealing the sky and changing the sun can only exchange the positions of 2 absolute spaces, and there is no way to form a wheel pattern unless a 3rd absolute space appears. Moreover, the time to use stealing the sky is too long, and it is difficult to achieve the effect of seamless connection. How can 2 absolute spaces achieve automatic seamless connection? Zhou could only continue his research. He also watched the Battle of the Dwarfs later, and knew that if his space skills could succeed, it is very likely that the 7th bullet will be trapped in the reincarnation of space, and the 7th bullet that will kill him will not be able to hurt him no matter what. With the efforts of the Ice Girl, Yu Lian has been completely brainwashed. In Yu Lian's mind, Zhou is an evil human pervert, and she has placed an irreversible curse on her and the Ice Maiden, so she can only pretend to be a snake and obey Zhou orders first. Recently, in the dimensional field near Luoyang, there have been many large-scale breaking of the ban on dimensional creatures. Zhou just asked Ice Girl and Yulian to help Qin Wufu deal with it, so that she will not always sway in front of his eyes. Although Ice Girl really wanted to go to Cheesy Mountain, she also knew that Cheesy Mountain was too terrifying. She wanted to use Zhou power to enter, but she had no intention of running. With her looking at Yu Lian, Zhou Wendao is very relieved. Ice Girl is an ambitious woman, and will not give up the bloodline catalog of the demon god so easily. And since learning about Yu Lian's news about Earth's companion pet, Ice Girl has been thinking about how she can get the words out of her mouth. Cheesy Mountain. Cheesy Mountain actually exists here. No wonder you came here. So you have already made up your mind. When Yu Lian came to Cheesy Mountain to help the Sunset Army clean up the forbidden creatures, she saw Chess Piece Mountain suddenly exclaimed. The Ice Girl suddenly realized that the location of the Earth companion pet that Yu Lian mentioned should be Chess Piece Mountain. The Ice Girl was pleasantly surprised, but her face remained calm. You'd better not talk nonsense. Yu Lian now believes very much in Ice Girl, thinking that Ice Girl must also know the news, so she whispered, "This is a good opportunity. We can go in and have a look." Maybe we can really find the strongest companion pet on Earth, have it. With that kind of existence, there is no need to be afraid of that evil human being. Don't worry. There are many dangers in Chess Piece Mountain, and there must be natural disasters in it. With our current strength, even if we go in, we can't get any benefits. Maybe we have to keep our lives inside. Ice Girl said. Then what should I do? Yu Lian didn't think about it. The Earth has become so scary now, and some of her knowledge of the Earth only exists in the previous Rubik's Cube ranking battle. Don't worry, I have already figured out a way. As long as we operate properly, we can introduce that evil human into Cheesy Mountain. At that time, he and the creatures in Cheesy Mountain will lose both, and we will be able to profit from the fisherman. Bing said the woman. Can you really do it? Don't get the strongest companion pet by that evil human. Yu Lian said worriedly. So we need to wait for the opportunity. The plan must be thorough, and there can be no mistakes. The ice girl continued to flicker. That's the only way it can be. Yu Lian is a little distressed now. Knowing that this is the case, she shouldn't have sneaked over by herself. At least she must bring a helper of natural disaster level. After the Rubik's Cube was silent for more than half a month, the creature finally appeared on the screen again. The major media immediately rushed to report, and when people saw the person appearing on the Rubik's Cube screen, they were all stunned. Human is a human. Isn't that a thief? What is he running for? No, look at that man with horns on his head, he's not human. Ah. That's the bull devil of the Holy Spirit Society. Oh my god, there are Fairy Peacock and Jinwoo, is that guy? That's. Yeah. Holy Spirit Society is all out of the elite. Is this trying to pass through the Venus dimensional realm? It's too reluctant. Although they are all fear-level powerhouses, it is still too difficult to pass through the guards of natural disaster-level creatures. Those people were quickly recognized. Although the major forces had expected that someone would want to break through the barrier, they did not expect that the Holy Spirit would be the first to move. There was a lot of discussion. Although the Holy Spirit Society was all half-human, because of Ye's relationship, people did not absolutely reject the Holy Spirit Society. The Holy Spirit Society is also a very strange organization. At least most people don't have much hatred or resistance to the Holy Spirit. But because the Holy Spirit Society has been trying to kill the Guardians and subvert the Federation, it has been classified as an evil organization by the Federation, and it has always been propaganda like this. It's just that the publicity effect is not very good, and people also don't like the Guardian Alliance, and they don't think what they say must be true. At this time, the main characters of the Holy Spirit will appear one by one, and they are all at the top of the wanted list, which makes people feel very strange. A group of wanted criminals from the Federation are not pure human beings. Can they represent human beings? The Holy Spirit did not enter the Venus dimensional realm by dripping blood, but directly teleported into the dimensional realm with the help of Lu Yun. Lu Yun first brought the bull demon into the room. At the same time, as the metal guard fired the bullet, the bull demon's tall body suddenly burst into flames, and the bullet and the metal guard exploded with one punch. The more powerful people in the Holy Spirit Society, the more reward they will be offered on the Federation's wanted list. The bull demon is undoubtedly the one with the highest reward in the Holy Spirit Society other than Ye. The number of guardians he killed was probably 3 digits, and most of them were members of the Guardian Alliance. Yeah, Fairy Peacock, and Jinwu were also sent over by Lu Yun. And the bull demon had already started a killing ring inside. The metal guards who came out of the 6 gates were killed by him one by one, punching one by one, as if crushing them. General pressure ants. There is no need for other people to do anything at all, and the bull devil has solved all the metal guards. The golden god of war. I came out of the door, and it was a freezing bullet at the bull devil. The bull devil was short-tempered and had no intention of backing down. The body wrapped in armor tore the air, and his fist hit the freezing bullet. The fist collided with the frozen bomb, and the frozen bomb was smashed into pieces, and it turned into a large piece of ice fog. Punch after punch bombarded the golden god of war. The collision between metal and fist, the metal body of the golden god of war, could not stop the fist of the bull devil. The whole body was smashed, fist marks were everywhere, and finally the chest was shattered by a punch, and even the energy source was destroyed. Blow up. What a terrible power. Xia. Luchuan said. Zhang Chuanqiu thought for a while and said, the bull demon's original name was Zhang Jing. He was originally the son of a local chaebol. Back then, his father's influence in the local area was not inferior to that of Tianzhua in Luoyang. It's a pity that he didn't know what happened later. The family collapsed after saying it, and the Zhang family was almost dead. Zhang Jing disappeared at that time. When he reappeared, he was already a bull devil of the Holy Spirit Society. The guardian of his fusion should be pure strength and physique. There is no long-range attack method, but the strength, physique and speed are all amazing. After a pause, Zhang Chuanqiu said again, according to some clues, it is inferred that the fall of the Zhang family may be related to another dimension, but it has not been confirmed. You know it clearly. Xiao Luchuan smiled. After all, they are all surnamed Zhang, so I paid a little attention. Zhang Chuanqiu said. While the two are talking, the bull demon king has already killed 3 golden gods of war in a row, and the power of bravery is awe-inspiring. Is this the strength of the Holy Spirit Society? A bull demon is already so terrifying, that I don't know how strong it is now. After all, she is a strong man who was once able to become famous on the battlefield with the emperor. Ye's strength is definitely not trivial. Ye was able to defeat the natural disaster grade that came through the body back then, and now she may be able to defeat the real natural disaster grade. People are very curious about Ye. Outsiders only know Ye, but they don't know that he is Zhong Zia, a student of Wang Mingyuan. In the Guardian Alliance, the Blood Witch's face is not very good looking, and the eyes of staring at the Bull Devil are a little scary. In the past few days, the Guardian Alliance and the Holy Spirit Association have played against each other. The Blood Witch and the Bull Devil are old rivals. The fighting methods of the two are somewhat similar. They both fight by themselves. The Blood Witch has never been able to occupy the Bull Devil. Too cheap. My lord, if the Holy Spirit Association can really make a name for itself on the list this time, its influence on the Federation cannot be underestimated, and it is very detrimental to us, the hermit said. They found Pirate Saint one step ahead. There is no space system powerhouse at the level of Pirate Saint. We have a lot of trouble entering the Venus dimensional domain. Don Sure said. Actually, we can use Zhou Yue. The hermit said. If it can be used, it has been used long ago. Zhou Yue has a good impression of the Holy Spirit. Although he is a guardian, he has always refused to join the Guardian Alliance. How can it be? Used? Do you dare to use it? Don sure said. There will be a way, my lord, please leave this matter to me, and I will definitely be able to make Jiuyue work for us. The hermit asked Tian for his life. Tian said lightly, if you want to pass the Venus dimensional field, you need to cooperate without any mistakes. This subordinate understands that Jiuyue will be willing to use it for us. The hermit understood the meaning of Tian and assured him. While speaking, Niel Morin has already destroyed 6 golden gods of war with his own power, which amazes people. But everyone understands that this is just the beginning, and the next step is the real test of the strength of the Holy Spirit Society. Not everyone can stop a natural disaster-grade bullet. As soon as the 6 golden gods of war died, Ye led people towards the gate. Fairy Peacock and Jinwu were beside him on the left and right, but the bull demon walked behind, and Lu Yun followed behind. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Ye, wondering how he was going to resist the natural disaster-grade bullet. Bang! A gunshot rang, and when people saw it, they found that the ancient immortal sword in Ye's hand was already in his hand without knowing it. Blocked. How is it possible? It was blocked? How did he react? Li Xian, who was watching, opened his mouth in surprise. Zhou Wen was also watching the battle, pointed to Fairy Peacock and Jinwu, and said, that's not the power of Ye alone, he is blessed by the power of 2 other people, and they seem to have some kind of power similar to the halo. That's it, I don't know what the power they gave to Ye, but it allowed you to react in such a situation, and to draw a sword to block bullets. Li Xian did not pay attention to the Peacock Fairy and Jinwu next to him, and took a closer look. Found that there are indeed some problems. Most people can't see that Fairy Peacock and Jinwu played a major role. They saw that the immemorial sword in Ye's hand quickly slashed and blocked 3 bullets. Damn it, it's too powerful, I feel more alive than those natural disaster-level creatures. There are also fierce people among us humans. This looks more fierce than the dwarf and the dragon turtle. This is too strong. Is Ye already a natural disaster grade? Jinwu is a talent. When everyone was full of admiration, Zhang Chuanqiu glanced at the cracked ground beneath Jinwu's feet and said lightly, that Peacock Fairy is also a bit interesting. Xiao Luchuan looked at the folding fan in the Peacock Fairy's hand and seemed very interested. The faces of the Guardian Alliance are not very good-looking. It seems that the Holy Spirit Society is well prepared and may really be able to make a name on the list. But everyone knows that the 7th shot is the real test, and whether or not the 7th shot can be blocked is the key to whether it can rush to the Golden Palace. Zhou Wen was a little worried about Zhong Zia. He naturally saw that Zhong Zia was only at the fear level, and was not able to advance to natural disasters. He also used special skill combinations and designs to be able to stop the bullets, but this method was not suitable for the 7th. Zhou Wen doesn't know if the bullet is effective. However, their battle this time gave Zhou Wen some hope. The natural disaster level creature has been shooting at Ye, and has not attacked Fairy Peacock and Jinwu on the side, indicating that the creature still follows the same behavior pattern as in the game, and will kill creatures with stronger levels and strengths first. If this is the case in reality, then his companion pets, such as the number 10 Death God, can come in handy, and can be used to block bullets at critical times. Of course, maybe it was just that the creature was in a better mood and didn't want to kill them directly. The group of the Holy Spirit Society had already rushed into the passage, blocking the bullets as they moved forward, and quickly blocked the first 6 bullets. Everyone held their breath, their hearts were beating wildly uncontrollably, like prisoners awaiting trial. Whether they were friends or foes, they all wanted to know whether the Holy Spirit would be able to block the crucial seventh shot. It's impossible to block the deadly seventh shot with fear-level power. I'm afraid they can only fill it with their lives. I don't know who will die, the hermit said with a sneer. The vast majority of people who know the inside story almost all think like a hermit, and the seventh shot can only be filled with life. Although the seventh shot can be filled with life, the attack power of the natural disaster level is not qualified to fill in anyone's life, and the life of the fear level may not be able to fill this hole. The general fear level, by the after shooting, the power of the bullet will definitely not disappear so directly, it still needs some special fear level to fill this hole. Judging from the abilities of those people, the bull devil should be the most suitable to fill this hole, people in the pit, said the blood witch. The bull demon is the backbone of the Holy Spirit Society. It seems impossible to sacrifice the bull demon for a ranking, right? Donsher said. It's not impossible, the things in the Venus dimensional field are not comparable to a bull devil. Blood witch said. Bang! When they were talking, the seventh shot rang out, and everyone was stunned for a moment. They quickly looked at Ye and the others, wanting to know what the outcome would be, and who would take their lives to block this shot. When everyone saw clearly, they found that the bull demon stood in front of Ye at some point. This result did not seem to be unexpected. From any point of view, the bull demon seems to be the best person to block the gun. But when people looked at it carefully, they couldn't help but look in astonishment. It was true that the bull demon was standing in front of Ye, but he was not hit by the seventh bullet, and his body was intact and uninjured. And in front of the bull devil, there is actually a creature. The creature looked like a guardian, with a majestic body, wearing radiant heavy armor, and his hands, feet and body were bound by chains, but he could no longer see what it looked like, because his head had been shattered by bullets. That's giant armored god. Donsher stood up suddenly, staring at the screen. Angrily, his eyes almost spewing fire. The giant armored god is a very important member of the Guardian Alliance. Unlike the guardian sent from the Tower of Babel, the giant armored god is a guardian who grew up on the earth. Its position in the League of Legends is second only to the four heavenly kings. Even if his head was blown up, Donsher still recognized the giant armor god at a glance, and that armor and strong physique could not be imitated by ordinary people. Those bastards of the Holy Spirit Society. The hermit's eyes also flashed with cold light. The giant armored god has always been in charge of the field work of the Guardian Alliance. This time he just left the headquarters for 2 or 3 days. Who knows that he was caught by the Holy Spirit Society, and also used as a shield. The physique and defense of the giant armored god are not inferior to the level of the bull devil. Although the overall strength is not as strong as that of Neomorin, it is not too weak. Using him as a shield, he successfully neutralized the 7th fatal bullet. The bull demon grabbed the corpse of the giant armored god with both hands and threw it to the side. Yeah, fairy peacock. And the others continued to quickly rush to the location of the Golden Palace. The gunshots sounded again, and the power of the 8th bullet returned to the level of the first 6 shots, and was blocked by Ye's Taiku Immortal sword again. Everyone rushed in while resisting the bullets, but they were still far away from the Golden Palace. Seeing that the 6th shot had ended, the sure kill 7th shot was coming. The giant armored god is dead, and without the vitality and strength of the giant armored god, even if the body is still there, it is impossible to block another shot. Without the giant armor god, who else can stop the seventh shot? People are speculating whether the Holy Spirit has captured other guardians, and who else will be used to block the gun. A powerful guardian, like the giant armor god, cannot be found casually. It is even more difficult to catch it. It is hard to believe that the Holy Spirit will be able to catch the second one. The gate of the Golden Palace is already in sight, and it seems a pity to give up at this time. This is a matter of belonging to the companion pet of Venus, and it is impossible for anyone to give up at this time. As long as you block the gun again, you can reach the gate of the Golden Palace, and among them, there is a bull demon who can block the gun. His physique and ability are not weaker than the giant armor god, or even stronger. The giant armored god can offset a shot, and the bull devil should also be able to. It seems that the only option is to exchange a bull devil for the possibility of obtaining a Venus companion pet. The bull demon gritted his teeth, rushed in front of you again, and shouted, "President, I'll open the way for you, and use my life to exchange for a chance for the Holy Spirit to become the ruler of the earth. It's worth it. If there are no people, what's the fun in ruling this world?" Ye said indifferently, putting her palm on the shoulder of the bull devil, and jumping up with strength, flying over the top of the bull devil's head, like a royal, like an immortal with a sword, he turned into a Chonghong and shot at the gate of the Golden Palace, by himself. No way, although this speed is fast, it is not as fast as a natural disaster-grade bullet. Just now, he used the power of Fairy Peacock and Jinwu to block the 6 bullets in front of him. Now, without the blessings of Fairy Peacock and Jinwu, let alone the 7th shot, even ordinary natural disaster-grade bullets, he can't stop it. Live? It's stupid and naive, but I like people like that. As expected of ya, the man who fought against different dimensions by himself, if he hadn't been forcibly kicked out of the game, maybe you would have won the first place without the need for the Emperor to take action. There was a lot of discussion, with disdain, contempt, and admiration, with a variety of emotions. Zhou Wen's heart was already in his throat, and he could naturally see that Ye's speed could not rush to the Golden Palace before the 7th shot. Even if he wanted to rush to Venus to save people now, it was too late. After all, his teleportation skills are not accurate enough to be directly teleported to the Venus dimensional field. Bang! The sure-kill 7th shot sounded again, and Ye's figure was at least 100 meters away from the location of the Golden Palace. This 100 meters was probably just a few meters away for him. Impossible to stop. You must survive. Kill him. Different people have different roars in their hearts, and different desired results. People's attention was focused on Ye's body, and seeing Ye's figure falling down quickly made the hearts of his supporters sink. And Ye's head also burst open, and even the body exploded. When some people were ecstatic and others were sad and disappointed, they suddenly saw another elegant figure in front of the gate of the Golden Palace. The white trench coat swayed with the shock wave, and the long hair danced with it. There aren't many times when a man can be described as beautiful, but now Ye can be regarded as not only a beautiful word, but also a wild word. His wild and evil beauty is like a famous knife, beautiful art, but it is uncontrollable and terrifying. The gate of the Golden Palace opened, a metal ball fell on Ye's hand, and the picture of the Rubik's Cube was transformed into a ranking list, and Ye's name stood on it impressively. Ye's name appears in the 3rd place. The name is a character of Ye, and after the character of Ye, There is a golden star. Ah. Only one star? What are you thinking? It's good to have a star, let alone get a star. Look at the entire Earth, which human being can make the list through the Venus dimensional field? Yeah, is too awesome. This can go up, but even 2 natural disaster level creatures were planted before. The Holy Spirit will be invincible. The entire Federation's network seemed to explode, and they were all discussing Ye's ranking on the leaderboard, but Zhou Wen was a little worried. Others may not be able to see it, but Zhou Wen saw some clues. Ye's stand-in skills were not able to completely block the fatal shot, and he was injured. It's just that Zhou Wen didn't know what happened to Yashang. Putting his name on the leaderboard from the Rubik's Cube shows that he should not be dead. But even if he didn't die now, it didn't mean that his injuries weren't fatal. Maybe he just didn't die immediately. Zhou Wen is more worried that it should not be just him who sees that Ye is injured. If the Guardian Alliance also sees it and takes this opportunity to hunt down Ye, maybe he may not be able to come back alive. Just now, Ye's behavior of using the giant armor to block the gun must have angered the Guardian Alliance. It is not impossible for the 4 heavenly kings and even the legendary immortal to be dispatched. Although Lu Yun's teleportation ability is very strong, it is not an easy task to bring people to Venus. When they went to Venus before, Lu Yun could take them over slowly one by one, and it would be fine for a longer time, and no one knew that they had passed. But now, in this situation, the Guardian Alliance already knows that they are on Venus, and it is impossible to teleport back to Earth immediately, so the chances of being able to block them are still very high. Now Zhou Wen only hopes that there is no way for the Guardian Alliance to reach Venus quickly. But Zhou Wen always felt a little uneasy in his heart. After thinking about it, Jade Rabbit called out and let it stay in the governor's mansion, and then left a sign of stealing the sky on a brick next to the garden. After doing all this, Zhou Wen directly teleported to Venus, wearing the Dragon King armor. The people of the Holy Spirit Society have just been sent out of the Venus dimensional realm, appearing on the platform of the hemispherical metal building. Before he could leave, he saw a figure floating in the air, staring at them. The others hadn't found the figure above. But Zhong Zia seemed to sense something and looked up. Everyone felt a little puzzled. They followed Zhong Zia's eyes and immediately found the figure floating there, all vigilantly gathering their strength to prepare for battle. The figure's armor is close to pure light, as if the purest light between heaven and earth condensed into crystals and turned into armor to wrap his body. There is a halo, like a fairy and a Buddha, flowing on his body, and the whole person seems to be blessed by the gods, surrounded by circles of halo, like a holy god. He just stood there in the air, looking at Zhong Zia without saying a word. "Who are you?" the bull demon asked, staring at the holy figure. At this time, the screen of the leaderboard had ended, and he returned to the screen outside the Venus dimensional domain. Immediately, he saw a group of members of the Holy Spirit Society, and the figure as holy as a god. The question of the bull devil is exactly what they want to know. At this time, such a figure suddenly appeared, and he dared to block the way of the Holy Spirit Society. Obviously, he came with a purpose. However, the Holy Spirit Society has just been on the list, and it is full of momentum. If they dare to provoke them at such a time, I am afraid that the background is not small. The figure, like a saint and a god, did not answer the bull devil, and still looked at Zhong Zia so calmly. The bull demon was ignored, and he was suddenly furious, and he was about to get up and slam into the figure with his condensed strength. But before he moved, Zhongzia pressed his shoulders. Are you a fairy? Zhongzia asked while looking at the figure. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked. Almost all the people of the Guardian Alliance had heard his name, but there were not many outside the Guardian Alliance who had actually seen him. Many people in the outside world are rumored that the immortal is likely to be the guardian of the natural disaster grade. The life of the giant armored god, you have to pay it back. The figure finally spoke, although he did not directly admit it, it was also tacitly agreed. How do I pay it back? Zhongzia asked. 10 times. Tian said. Zhongzia smiled and said, that's really not worth it. There are only 5 of us here. Don't count me, I'm not a member of the Holy Spirit Society, it has nothing to do with them, I was coerced by them. Lu Yun quickly corrected. Pay back 5 first, and you can owe the rest first. Tian ignored Lu Yun and counted his head, making Lu Yun very depressed. It's not too much debt, since you can owe it, let's owe it all. Zhongzia said. I'm afraid not. Tian's voice had no emotional changes at all, like a robot. You all go back to work first, and I will have a good chat with this Lord Tian. Zhongzia ordered the bull devils and the others. Niu Morin and others were about to follow the order, but they heard Tian say, you are too injured, you have no ability to fight, your life is mine, and they are the same, they have to keep their lives. President Niu Morin and the others were all shocked and looked at Zhongzia suspiciously. Did such a little trick make you mess up? Zhongzia held the primordial immortal sword, pointed at the immortal, and said nonchalantly, go to your own affairs, the immortal of the Guardian Alliance, I want to see what the means are. The voice of the speech, the sword intent above the ancient immortal sword rose into the night, terrifying and unimaginable. Old Niu, a mere guardian, it's not worth the president to do it himself, you just go and get him. Fairy Peacock, who had never said anything, suddenly said. At the same time, she patted the bull demon with one hand, and a force immediately poured into the bull demon's body. The bull demon was slightly startled, and Jinwu on the other side also patted his shoulder on the other side, and a strange power was injected into his body as well. Although the bull devil is not as smart as the peacock fairy, but seeing her and Jinwu doing this, he suddenly understood something, and he didn't look at Zhongzia, but gathered his strength and burst into the air, blasting towards the fairy in the air. The bull demon knew very well that Fairy Peacock and Jinwu had no loyalty to Zhongzia, and would never disobey Zhongzia's orders, unless it was as Tian said that Zhongzia had been seriously injured. Under the blessing of Fairy Peacock and Jinwu, the power and speed of the bull demon were pushed to a height that is usually unattainable. Fairy. The power of this punch is so strong that it is afraid that it has surpassed the extreme level of fear. The pure power causes a large range of space to vibrate and distort. This punch is not only terrifying in strength, but also incredibly fast, almost approaching the speed of light. The power of Fairy Peacock and Jinwu is really useful. They can actually increase the power of the bull demon to this level. Although it is not really comparable to the natural disaster level, it is not too much. Xiao Luchuan was amazed. Road. Before he could say more words of admiration, Xiao Luchuan opened his mouth and couldn't close it. Such a terrifying punch from the bull demon actually missed. What's outrageous is that Tian stood there and didn't move at all, and then Niu Morin punched him from the side of his face, without touching Tian at all. Damn it, this can't be hit, it's too fake. Isn't the bull devil a spy planted by the Guardian Alliance in the Holy Spirit Society? The bull demon is definitely a traitor, and this is too fake. Brother, can't you focus on your acting skills? Even a strong man like Xiao Luchuan was a little puzzled, not knowing why Niu Morin missed this punch. They thought of 10,000 possibilities in advance, and even thought that the Niu devil might be suppressed by Xian Yiji, but they never thought that the Niu devil would miss the punch. The next thing that was even more outrageous happened. The bull demon attacked violently with one punch after another. Even if it was a planet, if it was bombarded so frantically by him, he was afraid that it would be smashed by half. But Xian didn't do anything at all, he didn't even move his hair. All the attacks of the bull demon, the violent fists, all brushed past Xian, as if they were deliberately missed. At this time anyone could see that something was wrong. The power on the bull demon's fist was not fake, nor did it seem to be acting, and it looked like it could not be beaten at all. But Xian hasn't moved at all, how could he not be able to hit him? Everyone felt that the bull demon should not be able to hit, but every punch that the bull demon made with all his strength was hit in the air, as if he had deliberately avoided the immortal. It is said that the saint is blessed by God, all methods cannot be touched. Could it be that the immortals of the Guardian Alliance are already powerful enough to be called saints? Xiao Luchuan muttered to himself, looking at the immortals who were like saints and gods. I don't know if he is a saint, but this kind of power is really terrifying, and it makes the opponent completely unable to attack him. This kind of power is very similar to a certain power in our Zhang family legend, but there is no one in the Zhang family. I have practiced that kind of power, Zhang Chuanqiu said. What power? Xiao Luchuan asked, curiously. Zhu Xia retreats, Zhang Chuanqiu replied. On the Rubik's Cube screen, Xian finally moved. He just raised a hand like that. The movement was not fast. The thumb pressed the middle finger and flicked at the head of the bull demon. The bull devil's eyes were horrified, and he attacked even more desperately, but his attack still seemed to be avoiding the fairy on purpose, and he didn't even touch the corner of the fairy's clothes. Bang! Immortal's middle finger flicked on the bull demon's forehead, and the bull demon flew out like a cannonball, smashed heavily on Venus, and smashed a big pit on the rocky ground. The shock wave continued to roll outwards, like a nuclear bomb explosion. After the airwave passed, people saw the powerful body of the bull demon. At this time it was twisted and fell into the rock pit. The forehead bone was sunken in a large area, and blood was everywhere on the body. After struggling a few times, the bull demon managed to get up from the pit, but after only taking 2 steps, another staggered and fell to the ground. Everyone was silent. Such a tyrannical bull devil, who didn't even catch Xian Yi's finger, and almost lost his life. Pirate Saint, take the president away first. Fairy Peacock and Jinwu rushed to Zhong Zia, protecting him behind them, and roared to Lu Yun at the same time. It was only after their words were finished that they suddenly discovered that the immortal, who was still far in the air, just now had arrived in front of them at some point. And his eyes were less than a foot away from theirs. Clap clap. Xian stretched out a hand, slapped the front and back, and slapped the peacock fairy and Jinwu directly on the faces. On the ground was knocked out of 2 deep grooves that were several kilometers long. Puff. Jinwu struggled to get up, his face was covered in blood, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The peacock fairy, on the other side, was even worse. She couldn't even move. She was buried there by the gravel, and she didn't know if she was dead. In just an instant, the three backbones of the Holy Spirit Association, who accompanied you to the top of the ranking list, were so vulnerable that they were beaten by the Immortals. It's so strong. Everyone only felt that. Their scalps were numb, and the Immortals were strong, with a kind of domineering that made it difficult to compete with them. Is he a natural disaster grade? I think he's more like a god, an omnipotent god. It's just like the addition of a god. Even the enemy's attack will automatically avoid him. What a miracle. Ordinary people are just simply amazed, but those who want to break the rule of the Guardian Alliance, after seeing the horror of the Immortal, their hearts are unbearably heavy. Lu Yun was also horrified. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he teleported behind Zhong Zia, and was about to teleport away from Venus with Zhong Zia. But he hadn't touched Zhong Zia yet. The ancient immortal sword in Zhong Zia's hand had already touched his throat, making Lu Yun have to stop. What are you doing? I'm helping you. Lu Yun shouted angrily. Find a chance and take them away. Zhong Zia said in her mouth, but her eyes kept staring at the immortal, the immemorial sword in her hand, and her body exuded an unimaginable terrifying sword intent. His aura kept rising, almost no weaker than that of a fairy. But in his heart, the white robe was gradually dyed with a touch of blood red, and the blood red bloomed on the white robe like a flower, apparently still inside constant bleeding. As expected, he was injured. Even if he used the avatar technique, it was not so easy to dodge the seventh shot. Zhang Chuanqiu seemed to have seen some clues long ago, and sighed. If he didn't get hurt, he might really be able to fight Xian. Now, I'm afraid it's just desperately delaying for some time, but I don't know how long it can be delayed. Xiao Luchuan shook his head and said. Xian looked at Zhong Zia, whose chest was already blood red, and said. If you continue, you don't need me to take action, and the injury will kill you. I don't like the person I want to kill, who will die in front of me. Not in my hands. Really? Then accompany me. To hell to see the scenery there. Zhong Zia continued to do everything and continued to explode the residual energy in her body, so she had to give up suppressing the injuries on her body. Boss, do you need to call for service? A voice suddenly appeared. King of picking up leaks, what is he doing here? Doesn't he just like picking up leaks? Is there any leaks here to pick up? You didn't hear people say, are you going to fight on your behalf? Fighting on behalf of? How? Fighting on behalf of whom? Will you fight the Guardian Alliance on behalf of the Holy Spirit? You're crazy, you dare to take advantage of this kind of cheapness, so you're not afraid to take money and spend it with your life? I won't say if you can do it like a terrifying immortal. Even if you can do it, you will offend the Guardian Alliance in the future. Have a good time? What about the Guardian Alliance? If even Shandu is defeated, who else can the Guardian Alliance move him? If you go, you will die. The one who appeared on Venus was naturally Zhou Wen, but he did not want to participate in the battle between the Guardian Alliance and the Holy Spirit Society as himself, lest the Guardian Alliance target his family. Although he was not afraid, it would be troublesome. Save trouble. Zhou Wen appeared in the middle of Xian and Ya. Intentionally or unintentionally, so that the two people's originally imminent battle was postponed a little, and the momentum on both sides was restrained. King Pickup, are you also a member of the Holy Spirit Society? Xian looked at Zhou Wen and frowned. At the beginning, Zhou Wen used his sword to block the seventh bullet of the natural disaster grade. Even if he was an immortal, he would not dare to ignore his existence. Of course not, I have always been alone, and I have never given half of my money to others, so how could I join an organization and share money with others? Now I am undertaking the business on behalf of others, starting from a mythical companion. Egg, I wonder if Sir Xian, are you interested? Zhou Wen said in a changing voice. Xian didn't speak, just looked at Zhou Wen. He was already winning, and naturally he didn't need to ask Zhou Wen to fight on his behalf, but if he said he didn't need it, the Holy Spirit Society, which was in a very unfavorable situation, would definitely need such a strong aid. The problem is, Xian doesn't know what the origin of this person is. He may be a member of the Holy Spirit Society at all, just pretending. It doesn't matter, you can think about it carefully. Zhou Wen said and looked at Zhong Zia again and asked, Master President, do you need to call for service? The price is fair, and the old man is innocent. What price? Zhong Zia asked indifferently, without withdrawing the sword in her hand. It depends on who you want to fight. Zhou Wen said. That nasty guy on the other side. Zhong Zia said. That's a big man in the Guardian Alliance, he's very powerful. Zhou Wen seemed to be a little scared. Don't you dare to answer? Zhong Zia asked again. As long as you give the money, you will receive it, but the price is definitely not cheap. Zhou Wen smiled. Tell me the price. Zhong Zia said again. It just opened today, I'll give you a real price, don't bargain, a fear level companion egg, pay first and then do things. Zhou Wen said. Yes. Zhong Zia stretched out a companion egg and threw it directly to Zhou Wen. Fear level Flame Monarch, you can inspect the goods first. No need, I can trust the president of the Holy Spirit Society. Zhou Wen caught the companion egg and fondled it. I received my companion egg, it's time to do something. Zhong Zia said. Don't worry. Zhou Wen held the companion egg, then turned to Xian and said, Sir Xian, you also saw that President Yi spent a fear-level companion egg and asked me to help fight it. If the price is low, then you can make a high point, and I will help you beat him. Damn it, it's too shameless, this guy is blatantly raising the price. What is raising the price? It is called extortion, okay? The king of picking up leaks is too shameless, and he has no professional ethics at all. Shameless has the advantage of being shameless. Look at people, you have already got a fear-level companion egg, and at least you can earn a fear-level companion egg. We are afraid that we will never have the chance to encounter such a high-level thing in our life, people. You can earn it in 3 or 2 sentences, that's what it is. Although he has the ability, it is really shameless. When people were discussing, Xian looked at Zhou Wen and said without any fluctuations in his voice, how do I know that if you take my things, you will definitely do things for me? Whoever gives the most benefits, I will do things for whomever, but don't worry, I also have professional ethics. As long as I get the benefits, I will definitely do things. If I can't do it, I will refund the full amount. Guarantee of his reputation, otherwise he will be annihilated, thundered, and dead without a corpse. Zhou Wen pointed to the heavens as an oath, and said it with seriousness. I don't have a fear-level companion egg. There is a fear-level skill crystal here, which is produced by the space creature, Conmingbird. It must be a space skill, and its value is only above the Flame Lord. Xian took out a skill crystal and said, People were a little surprised when they heard Kongming Bird's name. Kongming Bird comes from overseas. It is only said that it is a kind of bird that never falls. It soars above the sea all its life. Moreover, it is said that Kongming Bird has the ability to travel to the future. As long as it is where the Kongming Bird appears, tomorrow maybe appears in the big storm, so the empty bird is also called the bird of prophecy or the bird of disaster. Although there are some people who want to hunt the Kongming Bird, it is a top-level space creature and has a very strong ability to travel through space. Several overseas bigwigs tried to catch the Kongming Bird, but they failed in the end. Tian actually took out Kongming Miao's skill crystal, which naturally means that he has killed Kongming Bird. Good things are good things, but after all, they are only things of the same level. And the Flame Monarch's companion eggs are not too different. Would you like to add more, Lord Tian? Zhou Wen said. Take it if you want, or do it if you don't. Tian said calmly. Okay, I'll take over this job, give the money first and then do the work. Zhou Wen said. Immortal threw the skill crystal to Zhou Wen expressionlessly, and looked at Zhou Wen coldly to see what he was going to do. Zhou Wen caught the crystal, stroked it twice, put it away directly, looked at Tian and asked, Don't worry, Sir Tian, I have taken the things. I will definitely help you to do things well. I will definitely beat him down and let him go. He can't get up, what do you think? Okay. Tian replied. Zhou Wen got a positive answer, then turned to Zhong Zia and said, President Ye, you also heard that the other party's price is higher than yours, why don't you add more? No more, give me the companion egg. Zhong Zia stretched out her hand and said. However, Zhou Wen put away the companion egg of the Flame Monarch in an instant, and said with a smile, How can I return the business that has already been completed to you? What do you mean? Zhong Zia frowned. Not only Zhong Zia, everyone was startled, not knowing what Zhou Wen wanted to do. Zhou Wen continued with a smile. I received your favors, and I will naturally help you beat that Tian, but I also received good things from Tian, and the benefits he gave are better than yours, so I can only first beat you up, wait until you're done, and then beat him again. Both things don't get in the way. I'm the most honest person, I've always been honest, and the next business will definitely make the customer 10% satisfied. Everyone opened their mouths wide and didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Black, Tu Nima is black, this is to eat both sides. He is not afraid of dying, and offends the Guardian Alliance and the Holy Spirit Society at the same time. Can he still hang out on Earth in the future? Everyone has been mixed with Venus, so there is no need to mix with the Earth. This is no longer shameless. It's just a fool. He doesn't really want to put the President of the Holy Spirit Society and the Lord Tian of the Guardian Alliance on the ground at the same time, right? Anyway, I don't believe it, it's too ridiculous. Not to mention that you was injured, that Lord Tian is like a god. It's hard to say whether he can beat him or not. People reacted, and the network was suddenly detonated. Various messages were constantly refreshed, and the barrages overlapped layer by layer. Later, it was impossible to see what messages were there. Hi. It's really high. You can eat both sides, and you can confidently say that you are honest. I can't have the face. Lu Yun sighed. Zhou Wen had already moved, and in an instant he rushed towards you like a phantom. Zhou Wen held the Emperor's sword in both hands, and slashed at you with a sword. Although Zhou Wen wanted to help. Yeah, but because he helped ya, people couldn't mistake him for being a member of the Holy Spirit Society, and it couldn't make people think that the king of picking up leaks was Zhou Wen, so he went to great lengths to create the image of the king of picking up leaks. Fortunately, because of the things he picked up in the Venus dimensional domain before, the reputation of the king of picking up is not very good, so it is easy for people to accept the current image of the king of picking up. When the Taiku immortal sword in Ye's hand blocked Zhou Wen's heavenly sun's sword, but because he was too seriously injured, the strength he had just accumulated had begun to decline again. Whereas Zhou Wen's opponent, he was slashed and flew out with a single sword. It looked like it was as if it was blown away by Zhou Wen's sword. Zhou Wen showed no mercy, the emperor's sword in his hand, like a violent storm, slashed towards Ye madly. Ye held the Taiku immortal sword and tried her best to fight Zhou Wen, but his injuries were too severe, the blood from his chest continued to flow out, and the bleeding was second. The injuries caused by the natural disaster-grade bullets made his body more and more alive. Weak strength and speed naturally began to be greatly weakened. Bang! Ye's body was smashed by Zhou Wen's sword, turned into a broken puppet. Ye couldn't resist Zhou Wen's offensive, so she could only use the substitute technique. This is just an ordinary substitute technique, which is not the same as the substitute he used to block the seventh spear of the natural disaster. Ordinary doubles can be used to block the 6 shots in front, but it is impossible to block the sure kill 7th shot. Although the natal double blocked the 7th shot, it was very reluctant, and it also caused Ye's real body to suffer heavy damage. If it is against others, Ye's avatar is very useful, but Zhou Wen also knows very well about avatars. He can also draw avatars himself. Although it is not as powerful as Ye's avatar, it is the same principle. So Zhou Wen is very aware of some subtle signs of the avatar technique. When you used the avatar puppet again, Zhou Wen bypassed the avatar puppet and arrived in front of the real Ye in an instant. He stabbed Ye's chest in the opposite direction. When he saw the injured chest, then he kicked Ye out, blood spurted from Ye's chest, and her body flew out backwards, hitting Venus hard, knocking the rock on the ground into a big crater, like a meteor falling to the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded. I didn't expect that the king of picking up leaks would be so straightforward. He said he would fight. The president of the dignified Holy Spirit Society was beaten in a blink of an eye. President Niel Morin struggled to get up, trying to fight Zhou Wen, but he was too injured, rushed a few steps, fell to the ground, and tried desperately to get up again, looking at Zhou Wen's eyes, as if he was going to eat his flesh. Shenwu struggled and couldn't stand up, but when he saw that Ye was pierced through his chest and spurted a mouthful of blood, he was so angry that he fainted. Lu Yun was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect Zhou Wen to be so cruel. Even Zhong Zia was killed. However, Lu Yun felt that something was not right, frowned and pondered. Master Xian, are you satisfied with the work I did? Zhou Wen turned back and flew to Xian, and asked with a smile. Not bad. Xian said. As long as you are satisfied, I have completed the transaction with you. Now it is time to complete the transaction with President Ye. I am the most honest person, and I must do a good job when I receive a business. Don't you blame me? Zhou Wen said. The emperor's sword in his hand had already stabbed at the immortal. His sword was a little different from the swordsmanship he used to fight Ye. Having seen the battle between Xian and Niel Morin before, Zhou Wen has already seen some clues. Xian is also a space system, even if it is not a pure space system vitality art. at least it has the ability of space system. With such terrifying punching power, the bull demon was unable to touch the immortal, and it seemed as if he had actively avoided the immortal. In fact, this is not the case. Zhou Wen, who is quite proficient in the power of the space system, knows that it is not the bull devil who avoided the immortal, but the immortal who used the space ability to distort the space outside his body, looking like a bull devil. Avoiding him, it was actually the space that was redirected. Being able to do this, Xian's space ability is quite terrifying, but his space ability is obviously not in the same direction as Zhou Wen and Lu Yun. Zhou Wen stabbed out this sword, and the Heavenly Sun's sword already contained the power of the Singularity universe, positioning the immortal's location. Even if he distorted the space, he could not change the final point of the Heavenly Sun's sword. After Tian Zijian approached the immortal, it also seemed to deviate from the track like a bull devil. However, when fighting with the bull devil, the immortal who stood there and let the bull devil attack and did not move, but just because of Zhou Wen's sword, his body moved, and his body shifted sideways, avoiding Zhou Wen's attack sword. The king of picking up leaks is really strong. It's not just as simple as picking up leaks. The bull demons punched so many punches, and the immortals don't even move. The king of picking up leaks is only a sword, and the immortals have to avoid it. This is the gap. Who the hell is this guy who picks up the leak, and why there is no sign before, as if it popped out of a crack in the stone? This is too strong. I don't know. Anyway, among the human beings I know, apart from the emperor, this king is the strongest. When people were talking about it, Zhou Wen's swordsmanship had already unfolded, slashing towards the immortal like a rolling river. Xian's figure was elegant and calmly avoided Zhou Wen's offensive. Zhou Wen's swordsmanship could not touch the corner of his clothes, but under the pressure of Zhou Wen's swordsmanship, Xian could not find a chance to counterattack. Zhou Wen's heart-defying swordsmanship can do whatever he wants, and he will not stick to one of the artistic conceptions. Even if it is freely swayed, others will not recognize it. At this time, the sword, meaning Zhou Wen used, was like a rolling river. One sword stabbed out, and the following sword styles were continuous. Coupled with the lock of the space force of the Singularity universe, the space distortion of the fairy lost its effect and could only be used with Zhou Wen head-to-head to decide the winner. Immortal's movement is also extremely subtle. A seemingly inadvertent little movement seems to contain many unexpected and wonderful things, so that Zhou Wen has never been able to touch and hurt him. A sword stabbed into the air again. Zhou Wen moved in his heart, and threw the emperor's sword in his hand. Xian avoided this sword, and his figure had reached an unavoidable position. Seeing the sudden arrival of the Tian Zijian, he had no time to dodge, so he could only reach out and slap the Tian Zijian. Seeing that Xian's palm was about to be slapped on the body of Tian Zijian suddenly turned into Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen met Xian's palm with one palm, and the other hand turned into a fist, bombarding his waist. Bang! Bang! Zhou Wen's palm collided with Xian's palm, and the fist was blocked by Xian's other hand, making a dull sound. Zhou Wen only felt that his fists and palms seemed to hit the tough and soft rubber, and the force was absorbed very seriously. Taking a closer look, Zhou Wen found that his palms and fists did not actually touch Xian's body. The halo on his body, which was like a god's body protection, blocked Zhou Wen's punching power, like a spring, completely removing the powerful fist. Zhou Wen's hands kept turning into a violent storm, bombarding Xian's body continuously. Although the circles of halo on Xian's body can resist Zhou Wen's punching power, Xian still blocks Zhou Wen's moves, and does not relax his vigilance, because of this. Snapped. Zhou Wen only attacked, but not defended. And bombarded wildly all the way, like playing a sandbag, pouring all the strength of his body on Tian. Ordinary. People looked at it, and it seemed that Zhou Wen had the upper hand, suppressing the Immortals and retreating again. And again, and exclaimed that the king of picking up leaks was so fierce and powerful. However, the real masters among human beings all have doubts on their faces. Although Zhou Wen's attack was fierce, because he gave up defense and blindly attacked, there were too many flaws in his body. And Zhou Wen can't really break the defense of the immortal. As long as Tian ignored Zhou Wen's attack and directly seized his flaws to counterattack, Zhou Wen would definitely be miserable. However, Tian did not counterattack, and was still only defensive, and the defense was airtight. What are these two people doing? One is desperately attacking, the other is desperately defending. Xia Xianhua looked at Xiao Luchuan and asked with some doubts. She also felt that the current situation of King Pickle was very bad, but for some reason, Xian did not fight back. Xiao Luchuan said, Xian's counterattack is based on the fact that the king of picking leaks can't break his defenses, but the king of picking leaks deliberately sold him the flaws, as if telling him, come and beat me, you come and fight I have hidden skills that can break your defenses. But this makes Xian dare not act rashly. Then, can the king of picking and leaking break the immortal's defensive ability? Xia Xianhua asked. Who knows, maybe it can, maybe it's just bluffing him. I'm afraid no one knows about it except for the king of leaks. Xiao Luchuan said with his hands out. Both of them are very patient. Xian is really like an immortal without a hint of firework, no matter how Zhou Wen seduces him or shows his flaws, he just doesn't fight back, and doesn't give Zhou Wen any chance. Zhou Wen is even more extreme. If you don't fight back, then I will attack more thoroughly and expose more flaws. In the eyes of ordinary people, Zhou Wen is like a demon descending to the earth, suppressing the immortals and hitting the immortals back again and again. The king of picking up leaks was too explosive, and completely suppressed Lord Xian. The Tao is 1 foot high, and the devil is 1 zhang high. After all, the immortal is still not as powerful as the devil. The king of picking up leaks should be human, right? What does it have to do with demons? I can't see his true face. Who knows if he is a pure human being? Even if he is a pure human being, he should be a magic word for what he has done. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a devil. Speaking of which, the nickname of the king of pickups really doesn't seem to suit him. I used to think he was picking up leaks, but now it seems that people's strength is terrifying, and even Lord Xian has been suppressed into a dog. Such strength, and is it basically invincible on Earth? The 3 words of the king of picking up leaks are indeed a bit inappropriate. But what this guy does is really not like a serious person. It doesn't seem to be suitable for him. People were talking a lot, and Zhou Wen's strong performance was an eye-opener for ordinary people. Seeing that he was like a god before, and instantly defeated the immortals of the Holy Spirit Society, and now he is suppressed by Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen seems to be a little higher in people's minds. However, his previous actions in the past could not make people respect him like a human emperor. The host of the live broadcast and Professor Gu are also talking about this issue. Professor Gu said, "This person is really strong, not by luck, but his thinking is a bit different from ordinary people, and some weird say he is the king of leaks. That is definitely wrong. People rely on real talents and real learning, but if he is said to be like a god, it doesn't seem to be the case. After pondering for a while, Professor Gu added, his style of behavior is somewhat similar to that of Thief Saint, so let's just call him Thief Saint in the future. Saint Thief? This name seems a bit indecent, the host said with a wry smile. A thief is not necessarily a thief, stealing the heart and stealing the country is a thief. Since ancient times, there has been a saying of an elegant thief. Although this one can't say a word of elegance, it shouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he is a thief, right? Professor Gu said with a smile. The host murmured, his behavior seems to have nothing to do with the saint, and the king of thieves is similar. Unexpectedly, this king of thieves quickly became popular and became Zhou Wen's very well-known new nickname. When everyone was talking, there was finally a change on the battlefield. Under Zhou Wen's constant oppression, Tian finally shot and attacked a flaw revealed by Zhou Wen. The flaw was too big, Tian's hand reached Zhou Wen's lower abdomen inconceivably, like a straight knife, to pierce his lower abdomen and rip him apart. And Zhou Wen has no plans to back down or defend. In fact, even if he defends now, it is too late. His attacking force is too old. Zhou Wen's palm also slapped Xian's forehead at the same time, trying to smash his head into pieces. It seems that Zhou Wen is also determined to win this blow. Zhou Wen was a step behind after all, seeing that Xian's palm was about to pierce his lower abdomen first, even if Zhou Wen really had the ability to break through Xian's defense, it would be useless at this time. Just as Xian's finger was about to touch Zhou Wen's body turned into the heavenly sword again, and Zhou Wen appeared where the heavenly sword was. Immortals' reaction was also very fast. In the moment when his finger was about to collide with the tip of the sword, he changed from stabbing to grasping, and grabbed the Emperor's sword in his hand. But when he grasped it, he found that what he was grasping turned out to be Zhou Wen's arm, and the Emperor's sword was gone. Zhou Wen's other palm slapped Xian's forehead, the distance was too close, Xian didn't have time to dodge and resist, and was hit directly on the forehead by a palm. But at this moment, the corner of Xian's mouth showed a strange smile. When Zhou Wen's palm touched the armor on Xian's head, an incredible scene happened, and the bodies of the two people exchanged strangely. This exchange does not refer to the exchange of, but the position of the two people is exchanged. Originally, Zhou Wen's palm patted the top of Xian's head, and Xian was unable to dodge, but now it has become Zhou Wen standing in Xian's original position, and Xian appeared in Zhou Wen's position. Even the movements are exactly the same. Zhou Wen stood there, his hands were far from the top of his head, and Xian's palms had already touched the top of Zhou Wen's head. Everyone's heart is cold, and Xian is also proficient in the art of exchange, which is very similar to Zhou Wen's stealing the sky and changing the sun, but his exchange is an exchange with his opponent, which is actually somewhat different from Zhou Wen's stealing the sky and changing the sun. Because everything happened so suddenly, even if Zhou Wen wanted to use heaven and earth change at this time, it was too late, and Xian's palm was already on his head. Bang! Xian Yizhang took it, but found that what he was photographing was actually the sword of the Emperor that was exchanged. Because Xian is also proficient in similar techniques, he knows that this exchange technique requires a certain amount of time to prepare in advance. Zhou Wen was able to exchange the Emperor's sword, obviously he had such a plan before. Xian's face changed slightly. If all this had already been within Zhou Wen's calculations, he would be in danger now. Xian just wanted to move. but only felt a severe pain in the back of his head. The pain inside his head was more like an explosion, and his body fell forward involuntarily. While Zhou Wenming was still far away, he switched to the position of Tian Zijian just now, but there seemed to be an invisible clone that slapped the back of Xian's head with a palm. Zhou Wen slapped it with a palm just now, and actually used time and space to kill, and this move, Ash Palm, was delayed in time. Xian switched to Zhou Wen's position, and attacked Zhou Wen in the past, which naturally replaced Zhou Wen's position, and the delayed Ash Palm just shot on the back of his head. Immortals made all kinds of calculations, but in the end, he was one move away from chess. He was hit by this Ash's palm, and the strange force penetrated the halo and helmet outside him, almost shattering his brain. This is also because Zhou Wen's Ash Palm level is only mythical level, although it implies the power of the singularity universe of the fear level. It is a little worse after all, otherwise this palm might be able to smash the fairy's brain. Ash Palm is a skill that Zhou Wen used in the early days. It was often used in the past. Later, there were more powerful skills, and Ash Palm was rarely used. The level was only upgraded to the mythical level at will, and there was no special training. But even so, the extremely soft characteristics of the Ash Palm can still help some of the power of the singularity universe penetrate. It sounds troublesome, but in fact all this happened between lightning and flint, and the fear level powerhouse can still see a general idea. Those ordinary humans only saw Zhou Wen slap the top of Xian's head with a palm, and then Xian was shot and flew out. Immediately after Xian was slapped, Zhou Wen teleported over and slapped Xian with one palm after another, taking advantage of his illness to kill him. Xian's brain is injured. I am afraid it is difficult to react. This is the best chance to kill him. Zhou Wen was right, unless there was a creature that didn't need the brain to think, the brain would be severely damaged, let alone thinking, and would not be demented. In such a battle, it was basically a dead end. But Xian actually endured the pain of his brain, and his body reacted instinctively. Although he was not able to block all of Zhou Wen's attacks, he protected his head and prevented Zhou Wen from hitting him on the head again. Zhou Wen slapped Xian's arm with one palm, and continued to fly the Xian upside down. The other palm slapped on his chest, and his figure teleported close again, bombarding continuously in the air. Bang bang! Bang bang! Zhou Wen slapped the immortal's body one by one, abruptly protecting the halo like a godlike immortal. The last palm directly hit the immortal and disappeared, as if the immortal was knocked into nothingness. With one palm, and the immortal disappeared like that. People stared blankly at the Rubik's Cube, not knowing what to do for a while. The two strongest forces on Earth, the Holy Spirit Society and the Guardian Alliance, the president of the Holy Spirit Society was pierced by Zhou Wen's sword, and he still doesn't know whether to live or die. The thief is strong. I don't know who said that, and this sentence has become the most frequently used catchphrase to describe the strong in the future. The name of the King of Thieves also officially resounded on the earth. And in different dimensions. Zhou Wen naturally knew that he still failed to kill the immortal after all. Under such circumstances, the immortal still instinctively protected the key points, and when the brain could think for the first time, he used the secret method of void to escape. Really amazing guy. Zhou Wen praised in his heart. The next time he encounters a fairy, the same trick will definitely be useless. This time, it was Xian's miscalculation, and it was also because he didn't know that Zhou Wen was still good at the ability to kill in time and space. And it would be impossible to hurt Xian again next time. I have to practice ash palm well. Next time I have a chance, I will make him an idiot with one palm. In contrast, I still like harmless idiots. I don't know such smart people. Zhou Wen didn't look at Venus either. The Holy Spirit above will wait for people and return directly to the earth. Naturally, he didn't really kill Ya. Not only did he not kill him, but he also used the power of the Emperor to heal Ya's injuries. The Emperor's sword could not be drawn, and it had almost no ability to kill. It was similar to holding an iron rod, but it was surprisingly able to be used with the power of the Emperor. The power of the Emperor can generally only be used by Zhou Wen's fists, and it is difficult to transmit it to the weapon. The Emperor's sword is currently the only weapon that can match the power of the Emperor. But I don't know why, the Emperor's sword can transmit the power of the Emperor, but there is still no way to pull it out. The sword that Zhou Wen pierced through Zhong Ziya's chest looked like it killed him, but it actually treated his wounds, but outsiders couldn't see it. Even if they knew that Zhong Ziya was still alive, they would just think it was Zhong Ziya. Ziya has a secret method to save her life, so she won't suspect Zhou Wen. After this battle, the name of the King of Thieves spread all over the earth. The battle between him and the Immortals was analyzed frame by the major forces, which was called a textbook war. After all kinds of super slow play analysis, people realized that so many things happened in that blink of an eye. The Immortal and the Thief King made various calculations and psychological games. In the end, the Thief King had the last laugh. However, even the reaction of the Immortals when they were defeated can be called a textbook version. Many academies later quoted the analysis video of this battle for teaching, and taught those students the difference between using brute force and skill. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen teleported to the earth, and then used the sky to change the sun, exchanged with the brick in the garden, and returned to the garden by himself. If you do not exchange directly, you are afraid that others will see clues from the brick. After returning, Zhou Wen continued to study his absolute space. After seeing Zhong Ziya and the others' customs clearance process, Zhou Wen felt that it would be useless to pass through the Venus dimensional field reluctantly. It would be useless to get 1 star and 2 stars. The Venus companion pet. The moon reading. The Fallen and the Holy Spirit Society used 3 different methods to reach the Golden Palace. In terms of speed, the moon reading is the fastest, and the Fallen are also faster than the Holy Spirit Society. If calculated in this way, the amount used before reaching the Golden Palace is the less time you spend, the higher the star rating you are likely to get. However, the time gap between the Fallen and the Holy Spirit Society is not that big, but the Fallen one has 4 stars, and the Holy Spirit Society has only 1 star. Besides, there should be other criteria for evaluation. Zhou Wen analyzed various possibilities to facilitate his own clearance in the future. The major forces are also analyzing this issue, but they have more to analyze than Zhou Wen, which is the battle image of the Thief King and the Immortal. Because Yabin has already suffered heavy losses, everyone knows that the battle is not Ye's real strength, and it is useless to analyze, so basically they are analyzing the battle between Zhou Wen and Tian. No matter how many times I watch it, I still feel that these two are too strong. It's just a mistake that doesn't count as a mistake, and the battle is over. Xia Xianyue looked at the battle images repeatedly and couldn't help but admire. People who are good at space ability are difficult characters. Xiao Luchuan said. It's not just a matter of space ability. Guys like this, no matter what department they belong to, will be very scary. Zhang Chuanqiu said. That's true, but that thief king is really shameless. He takes everything from both sides and takes the benefits of both sides. People on both sides also want to kill, so don't be too ruthless. Xiao Luchuan said. Brother, who do you think this thief king is? Xia Xianyue said thoughtfully, she always had a faint feeling that this thief king gave her a familiar feeling. But it was only a little bit of feeling, and Xia Xianyue didn't know why she felt this way. Who knows, in this world, there are too many powerful guys, we have to be careful. If we are not careful, maybe our Xia family may also sink into this, and there will be no day to turn over. Xiao Luchuan sighed. Although the heritage of the 6 major families is still there, it is still the top power on earth, but it no longer has the absolute advantage it used to be. Do you think the emperor and the king of thieves are the same person? Xia Xianyue thought for a while and said she was not sure whether her familiarity was because of these two people, because the familiarity was too vague. Probably not. If the thief king is as domineering as the emperor, he can directly destroy the immortals, so why bother? Xiao Luchuan felt that the possibility was not high. The major forces also have similar guesses, but after analyzing and analyzing, they feel that the possibility that the thief king and the emperor are the same person is not high. At home, Zhou was playing with the Flame Monarch's companion egg and Kong Mingbird's skill crystallization. Fire King, Fear Level. Fate, King of Fire. Soul of Life, the Power of Fire. Wheel of Fortune, Fire Nation. Fearful, Eternal Fire. Strength, 86. Speed, 93. Physical Fitness, 91. Vitality, 99. Talent Skills, Fire Cage, River of Fire, Burning Fire, Path of Ashes. Associated State, Flame King Sword. This is a very pure flame-type companion pet. Its attack power is on the table, and its lethality is huge, but its shortcomings are also obvious. If a pure fire-type companion pet encounters a companion pet, it is easy to be restrained. But in some special environments, companion pets like the Flame King will also be invincible. Zhou was about to hatch the Flame King, but suddenly heard a bird chirping. A golden streamer came out of thin air, flashed past Zhou and the Flame King. Companion egg in Zhou hand disappeared. Zhou was startled, and quickly prepared to fight, but after a closer look, he found that a golden bird had landed on a branch in the garden, holding the Flame King companion egg in his mouth. I saw it, flicked its head, and threw the Flame King companion egg into the air. Then raised its head and opened its mouth, swallowing the companion egg that was 2 or 3 times bigger than its head. Little bird? Zhou looked at the bird in surprise. The breath was like a bird, but he wasn't sure. This little bird is only the size of Apero, with pale golden hair. It is much smaller than the size of the bird before, and it does not look as fierce as before. Now it is not like an eagle, but more like a parrot. Moreover, the bird is in the Chaos Orb. Without Zhou power to open the Chaos Orb, even if the bird has evolved to the fear level, it should not be possible to come out. The little bird swallowed the Flame King companion egg, hiccuped, heard Zhou voice, and spread its wings. Zhou didn't even see its movements clearly. It had already landed on Zhou shoulder, and dawdled affectionately with its small head on Zhou neck. It's really a bird. Zhou was a little depressed. If you said you come out and ate the Flame King's companion egg, but it was finally tricked to get it. back. Fortunately, Zhou knew that the bird was much more useful than the Flame King, and he didn't care too much. He held the bird in his hand and looked carefully, and found that the guy had feathers on the top of his head, and the tail feathers at the back also became longer. It looks like a parrot, but a little different. This guy seems to be slowly getting closer to the appearance of the phoenix. Is it necessary to be promoted to the natural disaster level, to be able to change back to the appearance of the phoenix? Zhou was secretly shocked. The bird jumped up and down, flew to Yer again, and played with Yer. Suffering from the loss of the companion egg, Zhou could only reluctantly took out the skill crystal of the empty bird. What kind of space skills will it be? Zhou was looking forward to it. After all, it was the crystallization of the skills of the space system, and it was still fear level, which was too rare. I took a picture with my mobile phone, and it really showed the crystal of the empty bird. At the same time, running the demon god Ji, and stealing the heavens and changing the sun, Zhou tried to absorb the skill crystals, and easily inhaled them into the body, opening up a new vitality circulation route. When the skill crystal was completely absorbed, Zhou expression became strange. Wings of tomorrow, wings that fly to tomorrow. What kind of situation is this? Is this a space skill? No matter how you look at it, it's a time skill. Zhou was a little unconvinced. This thing can really fly to tomorrow. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version reading website. Zhou carefully studied the skill of Wings of Tomorrow, but he couldn't figure out what kind of skill it was. Literally understood, it seems to be some kind of skill to travel to the future, maybe to see the scene of tomorrow, or really go directly to tomorrow. But Zhou is very clear that such a thing as a shuttle to the future, let alone a fear level, may not be able to do it even a natural disaster level. If it is said that a fear level empty bird can travel through the future, Zhou does not believe it. And when absorbing skills, the information from the skill crystals seemed to indicate that this was a shuttle ability, which made Zhou a little puzzled. You'll know if you try it. Zhou wanted to give it a try, but on second thought, let's wait for Sheng and the others to come back and try again. In case this skill can really shuttle to tomorrow, whether it can come back, when it will come back is a question. Suppressing the curiosity in his heart, Zhou continued to study the absolute space. The two absolute space movement problems have not been solved until now, and the exchange method of stealing the sky has not been able to form an effective cycle. During the previous battle with Tian, Zhou had new ideas. Tian used an exchange technique, which is very similar to stealing the sky and changing the sun, but the object of exchange is the enemy. If it is possible to exchange the position of the bullet with one of the absolute spaces, is it feasible? Zhou tried several times and found that it was impossible. The method of stealing the sky and changing the sun needs to be marked first. If you want to mark the bullet at the speed of light, it is simply an impossible task. At least now Zhou definitely can't do it. This one doesn't work. Zhou can only think of another way. While researching, the mobile phone message rang. Zhou picked it up and took a look, and found that the message was actually sent by Lu Yun. Little brother, there is a big deal. Lu Yun sent a message. Zhou lazily replied to his news. Zhou didn't believe it would be good for this guy to find out. Someone wants to clear the Venus dimensional domain and is going to ask me and the Thief King for help. Are you interested? Lu Yun sent another message. Zhou continued to study his skills, but still did not return to him. Absolute tyrant, as long as the thief king is willing to take action, it is guaranteed that their family can be listed, even if it is only 1 star, and the price is negotiable. Lu Yun hasn't given up yet. Zhou Wen thought to himself that he was already considered a local tyrant. Even if the 6 major families did not have as many fear-level companion pets, what family Lu Yun said. No matter how arrogant, could he come up with something that made his heart move? Seeing that Zhou Wen hadn't responded, Lu Yun sent another message, although the other party is not the kind of existence of the 6 major families, he is also at the level of a soil emperor, and his status is similar to that of your families in Tianzhua, and he is richer. The price you offer will definitely satisfy you. Have you heard of the Goddess of Luck companion pet? It's from that place, and the whole earth is the only one. If you can help them get on the rankings, they are willing to use the Goddess of Luck companion pet as a reward. Lu Yun's last message caught Zhou Wen's attention and made him a little moved. Of course, Zhou Wen has heard of the companion pet of the Goddess of Luck. There are very few companion pets of the lucky type, and the Goddess of Luck is the best among them. It can be regarded as a famous one. Even if Zhou Wen wants to know it, it is very difficult. However, the so-called companion pet of the Goddess of Luck is not a real goddess, but a lucky elf with transparent wings on the back and a body as small as a finger. The companion state of the lucky elf is a necklace. The necklace is very gorgeous. The pendant part is a beautiful girl elf statue, which looks like a goddess statue, so it is also called the lucky goddess necklace. I heard that after wearing that necklace, going out to hunt dimensional creatures, it is easy to find companion eggs and crystals. Although I don't know how much luck is added, it is currently recognized as one of the best companion pets with added luck. There is also one in the East District that is comparable to the Goddess of Luck necklace. I heard that it is called Fuxing, and it is in the Zhang family. However, no one has really seen what it looks like. It is just rumored that the Zhang family has such a companion pet. The other party is really willing to take the Goddess of Luck necklace as a reward? Zhou Wen replied with a message. It's 100% true. I've seen the Goddess of Luck necklace with my own eyes, and it's on the neck of that big man. He said that as long as you can help them get on the list, he will find a way to put the Goddess of Luck necklace directly. I'll transfer it to you. Lu Yun replied immediately. If it's the Lady of Luck necklace, it's really a big deal. If I get that necklace, it can increase my luck a lot. Maybe just brush it at that time and I'll be able to get a lot of fear-level companion eggs. Although Zhou Wen really wanted to get the Goddess of Luck necklace, it was a pity that he didn't have the ability to clear the Venus dungeon, and he didn't have the ability to get it. I don't have that ability, let him find someone else. Zhou Wen replied. If you can find someone else, they won't be looking for us. They really have no choice, so they will take the risk to ask us for help. Lu Yun replied. What do you mean there's really no way? Will they die if they don't go to the Venus dimensional field? Zhou Wen was a little puzzled. That's not enough, but that big local tyrant made a bet with others, and he must be on the list within 3 months, otherwise he will kowtow to others and admit his mistake. Now the big local tyrant is going crazy, and he is looking for help everywhere. Lu Yun explained the details of what happened. Zhou Wen originally thought that he should be from the West District to own the Goddess of Luck necklace, because that necklace was originally produced in the West District. But after listening to Lu Yun, I realized that the person who owns the Goddess of Luck necklace turned out to be a native of the East District. That person's name was Song Wujia, and because Song Wujia's name was a bit unpleasant, he gave himself the nickname Siju. Zhou had really heard of this name. In a certain area of the Eastern District, the name of the Fourth Lord is as scary as in Tianzhua in Luoyang. Unlike in Tianzhua, the Fourth Lord has a very good relationship with the 6 major families, and the popularity is very good. There are not so many things in the Yin family. Zhou felt that if he was as rich and generous as Lord 4, he would also make friends all over the world. As far as Zhou knows, there are many companion pets such as ginseng dolls produced in the dimensional realm of Lord 4, and each one is extremely expensive. There are also many kinds of similar companion pets, all of which have healing abilities. Like this kind of companion pet with healing power, no one doesn't want it. Even if you can't buy the top one, you can just get one. Legend has it that Lord 4 has a fear-level ginseng doll. Even if it is a dead person, as long as he drinks a mouthful of blood from the ginseng doll, he can recover his soul from the Lord of Hell. TXT download address, phone reading. Things are good things, and you must have the ability to take them. Although everyone outside is called Zhou. Thief King, Zhou himself is not a person with no bottom line, and he will never do anything he is not sure about. After rejecting Lu Yun's invitation, Zhou decided to study it. No matter how many stars he could get in the end, he would clear the Venus dungeon first. To be honest, Zhou is really envious of the lucky goddess necklace, and there are too few companion pets with luck. If you are lucky, not only will you have a higher chance of spawning companion eggs when you dungeon, but maybe Tian's evasion effect will also be stronger. If I don't want to fight against the bullets of the positive disaster grade, but just clear the customs, is there a better way? Zhou frowned and thought. In fact, there really is a method, but Zhou is not sure whether this trick will work in reality. Before, Zhou always wanted to kill the natural disaster that shot the bullet, so he studied the method to fight the 7th bullet, but if you just want to reach the Golden Palace, you don't actually need that much trouble. Number 10 Death God can hold 6 shots, and the 7th shot will find a fear-level companion pet as a dead ghost, and then there will be another 6 shots. Such a long time should be enough to run to the Golden Palace. Of course, the premise is that the natural disaster level bullets are the same as in the game, and the highest level creatures are prioritized. In this case, it is still necessary to sacrifice a fear-level companion pet before it is possible to reach the Golden Palace. Zhou thought about it. There is only one way for the time being, and he still needs to try. In the game, there is a reward before reaching the Golden Palace, and the door of the Golden Palace is not opened. It seems that the natural disaster grade creature must be killed. However, Zhou felt that the problem of customs clearance in reality was not a big deal. After watching the customs clearance of the Holy Spirit Society, it was basically certain that natural disaster grade bullets would hit the strongest intruding creatures first, but special circumstances could not be ruled out. Lu Yun sent a few more messages, still persuading Zhou. I can take this job, but there are 2 conditions. Zhou thought about it and replied with a message. You said. Lu Yun was overjoyed, although he said that the 4th Lord was mainly to invite the Thief King, but if the matter is completed, he, the Thief Saint, can also get valuable benefits. I want the Goddess of Luck necklace, and I will also prepare a fear-level companion pet for me. I need to get things first and then do things. And I am only responsible for issuing instructions. If I do not follow the instructions, I will not take any responsibility for the results, nor do I guarantee absolute safety. Zhou Wen said. The general rule is to take half first, and then take the other half after everything is done. Lu Yun said. This is my rule. If you want to do things with me, you have to follow my rules, or let him find someone else. Although Zhou Wen really wanted the Goddess of Luck necklace, he would not give in because of it. Besides, this kind of thing can't be accommodated. Since he wants to bring people in, he still hopes to bring people out alive. Okay, I'll talk to the Fourth Lord and see what he has to say. After Lu Yun sent this message, he didn't send a message for a long time. Zhou Wen is not in a hurry, anyway, he has to do some preparations, safety first. If the Fourth Lord really wants to go, he must prepare more avatars, and life first. How can I find a way to pass through the 6 paths behind Huangquan City? Try to see if you can brush some celestial clothing. Putting the celestial clothing inside the armor may really save lives at a critical moment. Zhou Wen always wanted to go to Huangquan City, but the last 1,000 years dream, he can't eat a little too. Zhou Wenjing was about to take out a paper and a pen, and try to see if he could draw some stand-ins. The pen hadn't even moved when he heard the message on the phone ring again. Your conditions, the Fourth Lord has agreed, and I hope to meet with you for a detailed discussion. The time and place are all up to you, and the Fourth Lord will come alone. Lu Yun's news came so fast? Zhou Wen frowned. Based on what I know about the Fourth Lord, there shouldn't be much of a problem in this matter, but it's important to guard against others. You'd better choose a place where you can ensure your own safety. Lu Yun understood Zhou Wen's concerns and sent this message. A message. Zhou Wen thought about it and sent a message. I don't have time recently, I will contact you when I have time. He promised Enxing that he would take good care of the house. Before Enxing and the others came back, they could not leave casually, and it was not too late to wait until they came back. Then when do you have time? The Fourth Lord is in a hurry. Lu Yun said. Zhou Wen didn't reply to the message. Lu Yun was a little depressed, and he couldn't tell the Fourth Lord clearly, so he could only send a message to the Fourth Lord, saying that the Thief King had something important to do recently, and when he was done, he would contact him to meet. The Fourth Lord is very refreshing, saying that he will wait when the Thief King is free. He has prepared the Goddess of Luck necklace and the fear-level companion pet, and the Thief King can whenever he wants. Lu Yun sent a message to Zhou Wen about the meaning of the Fourth Lord, but he still didn't get a reply. Zhou Wen brushed the dungeon every day, researched and studied the use of absolute space, and waited for Enxing to come back. Enxing did not come back, but someone else challenged the Venus dimensional field. This time, Venus was challenged by the Guardian Alliance, but among the people who came, there was no immortal. Toshi, now Yusuji, and another Kuyu, only these 3 people appeared in the Venus dimensional field. People are very puzzled, why the immortal did not come. He is the core of the Guardian Alliance, and it seems that he did not come for such a big impact on the Venus dimensional field, which seems to be too hasty. But the performance of the next 3 people let people know that there is more than one way in the world, and there is more than one way to solve problems. After Dongshi and Kuyu had blessed Now Yusuji with the power of time and space, Now Yusuji's own guardian of the Great Tenma showed unparalleled speed. After the 6th Golden God of War was killed, Now Yusuji, or the Great Tenma, rushed into the passage like a phantom. After the calamity-level gunshots, rang out, the great demon was not hit, and seemed to have avoided it. Because the speed is too fast. Few people can see clearly how to escape. Next is Now Yusuji's performance time. Now Yusuji, who is really like a demon, like a phantom, dodged the bullets again and again, and rushed to the Golden Palace before the seventh bullet was fired. Won the golden ball in the Golden Palace, and at the same time ascended the leaderboard. Everything happened so fast that people didn't react at all. The name of the great demon had already appeared on the leaderboard, and there were actually 2 stars behind the name. How did you do it? Everyone's eyes widened, looking at the third name on the list in disbelief. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. This is the background. The Holy Spirit Society spent so much to be able to get on the rankings. The Guardian Alliance did not even come out with the most powerful Lord Tian, so it was on the list, and it was still in the Holy Spirit Society, received 2 stars. Sure enough, the Guardian Alliance is still too strong. It can't be said that, with so many precedents ahead, the Guardian Alliance can formulate corresponding strategies, and it cannot be said that their strength is necessarily stronger than that of the Holy Spirit, but the people and skills are just right. That's what I said, but it's still too strong after all. Arrived at the Golden Palace so fast, but only got 2 stars. It seems that the speed of reaching the Golden Palace does not seem to be the standard for getting a star? People are a little surprised at the rapid listing of the Guardian Alliance. Whether it is strategy or strength, to be able to achieve this level, no matter what the reason is, it can only be said that they are too strong. Zhou also looked at their customs clearance method. This method is not very useful for reference, because it is a method that requires the cooperation of 3 abilities: time, space, and the speed of the great demon. All 3 are indispensable. Zhou has the speed of a big demon, not slower than her, and has space ability, but not time ability, unless he can find a time powerhouse like Dongshi to help him and bless him with time ability. He will be able to rush in before the 7th shot, reach the Golden Palace. In the game, Zhou has tried many times, and it is difficult to reach the Golden Palace before the 7th shot comes out purely based on speed. Unfortunately, there is no reward for reaching the Golden Palace in the game, and the door cannot be opened. Zhou has no interest in this method, so he still has to find a way to crack the 7th bullet and then kill the hidden natural disaster level creature. After the Guardian Alliance was on the list, no other creatures continued to be on the list for the next period of time. There are only 4 creatures in the ranking list: Yuedu, the Fallen, the Great Demon, and Ya. I don't know how many stars the Rubik's Cube will give to kill that natural disaster creature. Zhou thought to himself. The sound of a text message sounded. Zhou thought it was Lu Yin again, but who knew that when he opened it, it turned out to be sent by Hui Haifeng. Zhou, is there a way to reach the Golden Palace? Hui Haifeng's message was very direct. Yes. After watching the battle between Tianma and the others, Zhou was more certain that the real Venus dimensional field is the same as in the game, and natural disaster level bullets will only shoot creatures with the highest life level. Do me a favor and lead the team up, Hui Haifeng said. Why go up? Zhou asked suspiciously. He didn't know why they all liked being on the list so much, knowing that they couldn't win the first place, so why did they go up? Hui Haifeng explained, the current Federation people's sense of belonging to the Federation has become weaker and weaker. If there is no more action, who will be proud of being a Federation person in the future. Maybe it will be a few more years. People only know the Guardian Alliance and the Holy Spirit Society, and there is no Federation in their hearts. Is there any problem with this? Zhou himself had no sense of belonging to the Federation, so he didn't think there was any problem with it. Hui Haifeng sighed. Human beings are aggressive creatures. They want to fight for everything. With the federal system in place, all parties can still coordinate some things. If one day, this fig leaf is gone, and all parties will tear it apart, who do you think will be the most unlucky person to fight for dominance? Zhou understood what Hui Haifeng meant. Once such a situation happened, all forces would compete for the hegemony, and he did not know how many people would be killed or injured. The worst victims were ordinary people. I can only find a way to get on the list, but I can't guarantee that my grades will be good. Zhou didn't want that to happen. It's enough to be on the list. Why can't you take care of so much now? Hui Haifeng said. When can I go and what do I need to prepare? Let me think about it again. There are some places I haven't figured out yet, and I need to be fully prepared. Zhou thought for a while and said, Okay, give me a list of what you need. Hui Haifeng is not short of money, and controls the business of mythological liquid. The Hui family is one of the richest families today. Just talking about money, the Hui family may have more money than the 6 major families, but the background and accumulation are not enough. Even if you have money and myth fluid, you may not be able to buy some things. Is there a lucky companion pet? Zhou asked. Lucky companion pets are relatively rare. If you look for them, you can find them, but the highest one is mythical. No matter how high you are, you won't be able to find them. Hui Haifeng said. Any level will do. Zhou still wanted to try it out and see if he could gather a set of lucky equipment. Okay, wait for my news. Hui Haifeng hung up the phone. Zhou knew that this was not easy. The Fourth Lord did not have high requirements. As long as he could be on the list, it would not be difficult to help him on the list. But if you want to help Hui Haifeng on the list, it is not that simple. If the ranking is below the Guardian Alliance and the Holy Spirit Association, then the significance of being on the list is actually not that big. After 2 or 3 days, Hui Haifeng did not send any messages. It is estimated that lucky companion pets are really hard to find. Even if others have them, they will hatch by themselves, and they will rarely be sold. The only good news is that Xing and Tianzhua have finally returned, and Zhou can no longer stay in the governor's mansion. It's over? When Zhou saw Xing, he didn't seem very happy to see Xing. It's done. The Yuanjing mine was indeed found there, but the reserves are much less than expected, and it is estimated that there are tens of thousands of cubic meters. Xing said. Is this still a little? Zhou heard that there were tens of thousands of squares, and couldn't help but look sideways. For ordinary people, it is indeed a lot, but for an accelerator, the material extracted from tens of thousands of square crystals is enough to make a half shot. Zhou was greatly surprised when he heard the words. He only knew that the accelerator must consume a lot of power, otherwise it would not have such great power, but he did not expect that it would cost so much, and tens of thousands of Feng Yuanjing could only shoot half a shot. It would take 2 or 3 shots. Not bankruptcy. But it's better than nothing. Take your time. After all, the accelerator is only a deterrent, and there are not many opportunities to use it in the future. Zhou Wen didn't need to stay in the governor's mansion. He contacted Lu Yun and asked him to arrange a meeting with the Fourth Lord. The place to see the Fourth Lord is naturally impossible to be near Luoyang. Fortunately, Zhou Wen's teleportation ability is very strong, and it is not difficult to change to a far place. In the end, Zhou Wen chose Dosiri Island in the Western District to meet the Fourth Lord. That island is very close to the mainland and is one of the few islands controlled by the Federation. There is a dimensional field that produces lucky birds, and Zhou Wen intends to take the opportunity to take a look. The Fourth Lord readily agreed, and Zhou Wen decided the time and place. Zhou Wen didn't tell him the location first, but only told him where and when to go, and he would only tell him the specific location when they met. Fortunately, nothing happened. When Zhou Wen saw the Fourth Lord, he couldn't help being a little surprised. It's a little different from what Zhou Wen imagined. The Fourth Lord should be an old man by name. However, the Fourth Lord Zhou Wen saw was a middle-aged man. Character. We meet again, the Fourth Lord said with a smile. Jing Daoxian? Zhou Wen was shocked when he heard his voice. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network Mobile version reading website. Yes, you can still hear my voice, the Fourth Lord said with a smile. I didn't expect that the famous Fourth Lord, who has a wide range of friends, turned out to be the great devil of the Federation, Jing Daoxian. Zhou Wen stared at him vigilantly and looked up and down, and felt more and more that this person was Jing Daoxian. He has a special temperament. That's something no one else can learn. No one else would have. Imagine that the famous, well-known, overpowering Holy Spirit Society and the Guardian Alliance are currently wanted by both Black and White, and the first thief king on the reward list will actually be you, Zhou Wen. The Fourth Lord learned Zhou Wen's tone. Said. Zhou Wen knew that his identity should have been seen through by Jing Daoxian long ago. Wearing the Dragon King armor, even changing his voice was useless, and he didn't know why he recognized it. How? Do you know it's me? Zhou Wen asked. You have been very successful in changing your temperament, posture, voice, and even personality. It's like you've changed your personality. Naturally, others won't recognize you, but I'm different. The two of us are just the two of us. Back then, I used the means to transfer the Lost Immortal Sutra to you. Although I didn't practice it, I still knew a little bit so that I could see some clues from you. Fourth the Lord paused and said, you should just call me the Fourth Lord. At present, Jing Daoxian is not suitable to appear. Are you afraid too? Zhou Wen was a little curious, not knowing who a big devil like Jing Daoxian would be afraid of. It's not that I'm afraid, it's just not suitable. The Fourth Lord explained very patiently, before I met you, I was seriously injured and almost died before I was caught up by the supervision bureau, otherwise you wouldn't be able to see it. Speaking of that injury, a large part of the reason was because of the Book of Lost Immortals. In my whole life, whatever I want to do, I have to do it. But there are two things I haven't done. One thing is that I lost to that prudish person. And the second thing is that I didn't get to practice Mystery the Book of Immortals. Pretty serious? Zhou Wen was slightly startled. It's the hero king of the Zhang family that you mentioned, the Fourth Lord said. Zhou Wen suddenly understood, and it is estimated that Jing Daoxian said that he lost to the King of Heroes, which should be referring to the matter of the most beautiful woman in the Federation. The Fourth Lord continued, in the past, All the people who have been in contact with the Immortal Sutra are either crazy or stupid, but I just don't believe in this evil. What others can't do, I want to do it. What others can't do, I do. It's fun to do. Originally, I thought that it was just a piece of vitality art, even if he cultivated. For the immortal Emperor Buddha, I can still find a way to make it work for me. In the end, I didn't expect that I couldn't tame it after all. He almost left his life in the Holy Land because of it. The fourth lord said with some sigh. You entered the Holy Land back then? How did you get in? Didn't you say that only low-level humans can enter the Holy Land? Zhou has always wanted to enter the Holy Land again, because the old principal is likely to be in some kind of temple in the Holy Land inside, but never found a way to enter the Holy Land. As long as I want to go, naturally, there is a way. The fourth lord smiled and said, but don't go, even if you have the power to. Suppress the Guardian Alliance and the Holy Spirit Society, go to that kind of place, still enter. Can't get out. What's in there? What the hell is going on with the 6 temples? Zhou has not been able to figure out the relationship between the 6 temples and the other dimension, only that it seems to be the contact point of the other dimension on the earth, similar to the temples and temples in the world. Do you know the word concession? The fourth lord did not answer, but asked instead. I've heard of a relatively old word, which seems to be an office leased by a certain country in another country. Zhou thought about it for a while before remembering what this word was about. When he was studying history, the book it was mentioned, but only in a few words. Holy Land is equivalent to the concession of different dimensions on the earth. Everything there is not restricted by the rules of the earth, and different dimensional creatures can come freely, even if it is a natural disaster level, or even an apocalypse level, it can reach there and show it there. Their power. You have been there before, but fortunately, you were not qualified to let them take a look, so you can come back alive. If you go again now, there will be no such good thing. Fourth Jew Grandpa said. Zhou was suddenly shocked. If this is the case, then he was lucky to be able to come back alive. You can come back alive, why can't I? Zhou was not convinced, wanting to know more details from Jing Daoxian. The fourth lord looked at Zhou playfully and said, I can come back alive, that's because I'm so cruel, I'm afraid you won't be so cruel at that time. What do you mean? Zhou looked at him puzzled. If you really go in the future, you will naturally know. The fourth lord was obviously reluctant to say more about the Holy Land. He should have done something unspeakable there. Zhou thought about it for a while, but he didn't understand. What he said was so ruthless that he wanted to do it. You came to me, don't you just want to talk to me about this? What do you want to do? Zhou said. I didn't let Lu Yun tell you long ago, I want you to help me keep my name on the leaderboard. The fourth lord said. Why don't you go yourself? Zhou asked. The fourth lord doesn't have the ability to go up. Fourth lord said. What he said was a bit sloppy, but Zhou still understood it. What he meant was that, as the fourth lord, he should not be able to go up. If he really did it, he would definitely be suspected by others. Did you really bet with someone? Zhou asked. I bet. The fourth lord nodded. What did you bet for? Zhou asked again. Within 3 months, I must have someone on the list, otherwise I will kowtow and admit my mistake. The fourth lord said very casually. Who are you betting with? Zhou has been listening to Lu Yun saying that the fourth lord is betting with people, but who he is betting with has never been known. Zhou was not very curious before, but knowing that the fourth lord is Jing Daoxian, Zhou was a little curious. Jing Daoxian will definitely not do some useless things. He bet with people, there must be some calculations, so if you know who he bet with, you may be able to know what he wants to do. The person who made a bet with me, I heard that you called him teacher. The fourth lord looked at Zhou with a half-smiling smile. Who are you talking about? Zhou stared at the fourth lord with wide eyes. His eyes were about to pop out, his face full of disbelief. He naturally knew who Jing Daoxian was talking about, but he couldn't believe it was true. Please remember this book's first domain name. 4. Novel Network mobile version reading website. His reputation on Earth is not better than mine, let alone name. The fourth lord took out 2 boxes and placed them in front of Zhou and continued, in these 2 boxes, there are lucky elf and 1 fear level. Black bear spirit, you can take it at any time. You are so sure that I will help you? Zhou looked at him and said. The fourth lord smiled, why don't you help me? Because the person who made a bet with me is your teacher? Do you still recognize him as a sinner like that? Recognizing him or not has nothing to do with helping you or not. Zhou said. Then you should help me even more. Aren't these what you want? The fourth lord pointed to the 2 boxes and said. Zhou looked at the fourth lord strangely, not knowing what he was thinking. Zhou naturally wouldn't want Wang Mingyuan to lose. An old and sophisticated guy like Jing Daoxian must know that, but he told Zhou in advance that he was betting with Wang Mingyuan. Could it be that he didn't really want me to clear the customs? Or, the bet he made with the teacher was not as simple as clearing the customs? Zhou thought about it, but couldn't think of a reason. It's not as complicated as you think, it's just a bet. If you don't do it, someone will do it. It's just that it's not that difficult to get on the list, said the fourth lord. What? If you win? Zhou asked, with a frown. If I win, he will give me something to prolong my life, said the fourth lord. Zhou just remembered that Jing Daoxian has always had the problem of insufficient life expectancy. Before, he wanted to let Banana Immortal help him refine medicine, but in recent years, he has not come to Zhou to talk about medicine refining. It is estimated that he failed to find enough material to do or not to do? The fourth lord asked again. Zhou is still a little hesitant, just like what Jing Daoxian said, it is not so difficult to get on the list. Even if he doesn't do it, with Jing Daoxian's ability, it is indeed not impossible to find a few people to help him get on the list. But even if someone else can help Jing Daoxian on the list, that person shouldn't be Zhou. Zhou thought about it in turn, what if you take Jing Daoxian's stuff, but don't help him get on the list and delay the time? Seemingly seeing through Zhou thoughts, the fourth lord said with a half-smile, if you want something, you can take it at any time. It can be done or not. Zhou was slightly startled, what do you mean? I gave you the thing, it's yours, you can keep it or throw it away. There are still 2 months and 8 days before the betting deadline. My people are at Liuxiang, waiting for you. For 2 months and 8 days. God, come if you want, or not if you don't want to. After the fourth lord said, he turned around and left. What do you mean? Zhou looked at the back of the fourth lord, wondering what he wanted to do. The fourth lord ignored him, returned to the boat, and let the boat leave Dosiri directly. Zhou Wen looked at the two boxes in front of him and wondered if Jing Daoxian had put a bomb in it, so he left in such a hurry. However, such a box is no different from a transparent one in front of Zhou Wen. After listening carefully, he knew that there was indeed a necklace and a companion egg inside, and there was no bomb. That necklace should be the Goddess of Luck necklace, with a seal on it. It seems that it was forcibly stripped from the original owner by some method. There is also a card under the necklace with the method to recontract. The companion pet in the other box is a black fur ball. Jing Daoxian said it was a black bear spirit. Zhou Wen didn't know what kind of companion pet it was, but the breath of the companion egg itself made it known that it was definitely not a low-level thing. Could it be that Jing Daoxian is lying? The content of their bet is not about being on the list at all, but about me? If I choose not to go, will the teacher lose? Zhou Wen had to wonder. This matter, it's so weird. Who is Jing Daoxian? The biggest devil in the Federation, is that the one who is willing to suffer? Now he even gave Zhou Wen such precious two things at will, and he also said that it was up to Zhou Wen to be happy if he did things or not, which was really unreasonable. But on the other hand, this may also be a trick that Jing Daoxian gave him, deliberately making him think more, just to take advantage of his psychology. It would be great if I could see the teacher. At least I could figure out whether the teacher made a bet with Jing Daoxian. Zhou Wen was a little suspicious of Jing Daoxian, and he suspected that the person who bet with Jing Daoxian might not be Wang Mingyuan at all. It is also possible that Jing Daoxian said this on purpose, to make Zhou Wen tangled, so as to achieve his goal. Zhou Wen thought about it for a while, but couldn't come up with a reason, so he simply put away the Goddess of Luck necklace and companion eggs first. It's definitely a good thing, and it won't be a problem if you take it. Let's think about other things slowly. After Zhou Wen put away the things, he turned around and went to the dimensional field on Asiri Island. After walking around the island, he killed a lot of avian dimensional creatures, but he didn't see the lucky bird or the little hand pattern, so Zhou Wen could only go back angrily. On the way back, Zhou Wen kept thinking about Jing Daoxian's affairs. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was not right. It really didn't make sense that Jing Daoxian gave him such a big benefit for no reason. Could it be that there is something wrong with these two companion pets? Zhou Wen took out the Goddess of Luck necklace and the Black Bear Essence companion egg, and studied it carefully for a while, but found no problems. It's really strange, Jing Daoxian suddenly changed his temper? Zhou Wen felt that this was unreliable. Lu Yun, do you know who the fourth lord is? Zhou Wen sent a message to Lu Yun, trying to find out whether Lu Yun knew the truth of this matter. The fourth lord. Is the fourth lord, what's wrong, there is a problem? Lu Yun quickly replied. Nothing. Zhou Wen didn't ask again. If Jing Daoxian didn't want people to know it was him, Lu Yun couldn't see that it was normal, even. Zhou Wen didn't see it at first, or Jing Daoxian deliberately used his own voice to speak, and Zhou Wen only heard it. What happened? Are you okay? Lu Yun sent another message. It's okay, I'll let you go about the fourth lord's business first, and I'll notify you when I need to do it later. Zhou Wen thought for a while, and then sent another message. Do you have any way to contact the teacher? No, you might as well ask Zhongzia, maybe he has a solution. Lu Yun replied. Got it. Zhou Wen clicked on the address book, found Zhongzia's, and sent a message. Is there a way to contact the teacher? No. Zhongzia responded. Quickly, just 2 simple words, and said nothing else. Zhou Wen sent the same message to Hui Haifeng and Jiang Yan. Hui Haifeng said that he hadn't seen Wang Mingyuan since that time in the Holy City. Jiang Yan has not responded to the message, and he does not know how he is now. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading website. Wang Mingyuan couldn't be contacted, and Zhou Wen had nothing to do. He felt that this was very strange. If Jing Daoxian really made a bet with Wang Mingyuan, it would make no sense that only Jing Daoxian would come to him, but he could not even see Wang Mingyuan's face. Zhou Wen could only put this matter aside first, intending to test the Wings of Tomorrow skill, to see what happened. Zhou Wen also knows in his heart that fear-level skills are unlikely to be able to travel to the future, let alone tomorrow, even a minute later. I am afraid it is unlikely. Zhou Wen used the Wings of Tomorrow skill, and only felt a force in his body spurting out from behind, like a rocket's thruster, pushing his body to fly. The altitude of the flight is very low, like a swallow sweeping the low altitude, but it is very fast. This kind of speed, even in the fear level, is extremely fast, not slower than Zhou Wen's use of Fei Fei Xian. Is that just it? Zhou Wen was a little disappointed. Although this speed was fast, it was not fundamentally different from his flying immortal. Zhou Wen wanted to stop, but he was suddenly horrified to find that he couldn't stop the vitality of the body. The Wings of Tomorrow seemed to be out of control, and took his body forward like a cannonball. What's the situation? Zhou Wen was in a state of surprise, and hurriedly ran the vitality art, trying to stop his body from continuing to fly. In his field of vision, a big mountain appeared. Flying down at this speed, it only took less than a minute for him to hit the big mountain. But the more Zhou Wen circulated his vitality, the faster his body flew, as if his vitality would be automatically absorbed by the Wings of Tomorrow. Not only could he not stop it, but instead became its help. Zhou Wenjian couldn't stop trying to change his flight path. At least not let himself hit the mountain. The result is still the same. After trying several methods in a row, the body is still flying straight forward, getting closer and closer to the mountain, and the granite mountain wall is already in sight. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Zhou Wen released the Dragon King of the Seven Seas and placed it in front of him, trying to use its body to stop him. The Dragon King of the Seven Seas sprayed white mucus at Zhou Wen, trying to stop Zhou Wen from continuing to fly. Seeing that the white mucus had already landed on Zhou Wen's body rushed over and was not stuck. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and was about to hit the Seven Seas Dragon King, but with a flash in front of his eyes, his body actually drilled through the Seven Seas Dragon King's body again and slammed straight into the mountain wall. Stop for me. Zhou Wen waved his fist, boom, to the front of the mountain. However, he found that the vitality in his body was completely taken away by the Wings of Tomorrow, and there was no vitality to provide him with other skills, and his body still collided. It's over. Am I going to be the first human to use skills to kill myself? Zhou Wen was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. But the speed of the body flying was too fast, and he didn't give him any time to think about it, and he had already hit the mountain wall. Zhou Wen closed his eyes subconsciously, condensed his whole body, and prepared to endure the pain of the impact, but the pain of the impact did not come. Zhou Wen opened his eyes and saw that he was actually walking through the mountains. The strange picture was somewhat similar to the Earth escape technique of the Earthling beast, but it was not exactly the same. Zhou couldn't tell if the mountain had turned into a phantom or if his body had turned into a phantom. When the two overlapped, there was no collision, as if the images projected by two projectors overlapped. Each is changing, but there is no collision. What's going on? The power of Wings of Tomorrow? Zhou was surprised. His body kept flying forward, unable to stop, rushing through mountains, through forests, and even through a dam. But all of this can't touch Zhou body. Zhou body seems to have transformed into a ghost. No matter what he encounters, he will pass through. Soon, Zhou discovered something even more terrifying. Because he couldn't control his body, he naturally had no way to choose a flight route. And crashed directly into the dimension field. This dimensional field is deep in the mountains, and Zhou has never been there, and it seems that no one has come here. He saw groups of strange dimensional creatures. It looked like a cat, but it was as big as a tiger. They were basking on the grass in groups, and they didn't seem to notice Zhou flying over their heads. Soon, Zhou flew over from this dimensional field. The dimensional field was not able to restrain his body, and he did not need to go through the door at all. The skill of Wings of Tomorrow is a bit interesting. Does it mean that it uses tomorrow's body to do today's things, so it won't be affected? Zhou thought about it, but felt it was wrong. Even if it is tomorrow's body, it is impossible to cross the mountain wall without collision. The mountain wall has been there for hundreds of millions of years, and will exist for a long time in the future. Whether it is yesterday or tomorrow, it cannot suddenly disappear, and it will never come. Might go through it. What the hell is going on with this skill? Could it be that I want to fly like this until tomorrow? Zhou thought of a possibility, but felt even more depressed. He kept flying, and his body passed through one dimension field after another. He flew in the dimension field for a long time. Because the speed of the ordinary area is too fast. It will not take much time to pass through, so it will cause Zhou to have continuous dimensionality. The illusion of flying in the field. In those dimensional fields, Zhou saw terrifying giant snakes like dragons, giant beasts as big as mountains, and groups of bizarre tree spirits. Zhou himself is well informed. He has experienced many dimensional fields and seen many dimensional creatures, but the dimensional creatures he has seen today are more than the sum of the years before him. Fortunately, no matter what dimension field it is in, Wings of Tomorrow will fly over with Zhou like a ghost, without attracting the attention of any creatures. Although I don't know what's going on with this skill, it seems a bit interesting. If this trick can't even be found by natural disaster level creatures, can I use this trick to get the ranking of Venus? Zhou is now somewhat relaxed. Anyway, no one can find him, and there is no need to worry about hitting something, just keep flying, and it seems that it has no effect on him except for the movement of the position. Zhou even had the urge to take out his mobile phone and play games while flying, but before he could actually get his mobile phone, he suddenly heard a bang. Zhou felt as if his head was about to be blown up, his whole body bounced back. Venus shot straight in front of him, his brain was buzzing, and he almost fainted on the spot. After finally waking up a bit, his vision was still blurry. Zhou tried his best to widen his eyes, trying to identify exactly where this was. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading website. It was as if he had jumped into the sun from the darkness. Zhou's vision gradually became clear from blurred, but when he saw the scene in front of him, his hair stood on end, and the pimples on his body instantly rose. Swish! Zhou jumped up quickly and stepped back, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. In front of him was a creature that was even bigger than a Tyrannosaurus rex. It was a white-haired ape with snow-white hair on its body, but its skin was as black as cast iron. It is probably not more than 100 meters tall, and it is unimaginably majestic. Its hands are raised high, as if it is holding something, like a giant that lifts the sky. Zhou didn't know what level it was, but just now, he almost stopped when he hit it. He almost blew his head off, but it didn't do anything at all, just the strength of its body already showed its extraordinariness. At this time, the white giant ape was staring at Zhou Wen, with eyes like the devil looking at mortals. Zhou Wen was horrified, and his figure retreated quickly, but not long after he retreated, he bumped into something again and had to stop. Because the wing of tomorrow was interrupted. Zhou Wen had regained control over his body. Under this collision, he felt that his back was soft, as if he had hit a mollusk, and he immediately retreated back in fright. When he turned his head, he saw that behind him, there was a golden light. It was a leg covered with golden hair. Zhou Wen looked up, and soon saw the owner of the leg, who was also a giant ape, with a body similar to that of a white ape, except that it was covered with satin-like golden hair, and its skin was yellowish. Because Zhou Wen bumped into it, at this time it had eyes like golden crystals, like a white ape, and was also staring at Zhou Wen with extremely cold eyes. Sorry, I must pay attention to the road next time. Zhou Wen turned around and wanted to run to the side, but found that there was also a giant ape there. The hair on the giant ape was black and gray, which looked even more terrifying. No way. Zhou Wen glanced around, as he imagined, there is a giant ape in each of the 4 directions here, and a red-haired giant ape in the other direction, and the other 3 giant apes, like an ape, they all raised their hands, as if they were holding something, and stood there motionless and looked at him. Zhou Wenqiang calmed himself down, and first carefully looked at the 4 giant apes and the situation here. Looking at this, I was even more suspicious. This is a huge underground cave, surrounded by a lot of seawater, like an underground sea. The place where Zhou Wen is standing now is not an island, but a huge turtle shell. The 4 giant apes stood on top of the turtle shell, each in one direction, with their hands raised high, and together they held up a stone-like object. Zhou Wen couldn't tell what it was. It was carved from gray stone and looked very rough, a bit like a tripod or something, but it was too huge. The 4 giant apes are all over 100 meters high, and the stone tools that they can lift together can only be imagined how big the stone tools are. What's even weirder is that Zhou Wen found that each giant ape had an iron collar on its neck, and several chains were attached to the collar, connecting their bodies to the turtle shell and the stone tool. Where the hell is this place? Zhou Wen ate a rejuvenation pill, feeling a lot more lucid, and even more uncertain in his heart. Because he found that in that stone tool, there was a cocoon of a stone guardian. There is actually a guardian here. Zhou Wen used truth, listened to scan the stone cocoon in the stone tool over and over again. There is indeed no mistake, there is indeed the guardian's cocoon. Although Zhou Wen was curious, he knew that the 4 demon-like giant apes were by no means good, and he did not have the habit of risking his life. When Zhou Wen did not hesitate, he directly used the teleportation ability of demon god Ji, and wanted to escape first. But he was clearly moving towards the sea of the underground sea, but the man still appeared on the tortoise shell. After trying several times in a row, the result is the same, whether it is teleportation or the interstellar teleportation ability of the Singularity universe. When Zhou finally appears, it will be above the turtle shell. Apes should be vegetarian animals, right? They shouldn't want to eat human flesh, right? Zhou looked at the 4 apes and walked carefully between the legs of one ape, wanting to try, can he walk directly go outside the turtle shell? As Zhou walked, he kept looking at the golden-haired ape. Among the 4 giant apes, the golden-haired ape seemed to be the most kind-hearted. Zhou thought that maybe it didn't like eating meat. When Zhou moved, the bodies of the 4 giant apes didn't move, but their eyes kept following his figure, and the golden-haired giant ape was no exception. Zhou stubbornly walked towards the middle of the golden ape's legs, and all the strength was condensed on his body. If the golden ape suddenly attacked, he could only fight. Although Zhou didn't like this kind of unknown battle very much, he also knew that in the face of unknown opponents, preempting talent was the best strategy. So Zhou has already made a plan. As long as the ape changes slightly, he will immediately attack with all his strength and deal with one first. Boom! Before Zhou walked to the legs of the golden-haired giant ape, he suddenly felt the ground of the tortoise shell under his feet vibrate, and the surrounding sea water churned, as if something had happened. Zhou quickly summoned his fear-level companion pet and surrounded himself in the middle. There is a golden god of war on the front, back, left and right, with a banana fairy sitting on a banana leaf above his head, holding a magic baby in his arms, ready to work hard at any time. The surrounding sea water churned for a while, but it did not affect the turtle shell. After a while, the turtle shell stopped shaking and the sea water gradually calmed down. When Zhou Wenjing was wondering what was going on, he suddenly saw one of the golden-haired giant ape's paws put down, and only one paw was used to hold the stone tool. The claw it put down volleyed towards the direction of the sea. Just listening to the rumbling sound, the sea water blowing out thousands of meters away, a flood dragon burst out, like a loach caught by a fish, twisted and struggled, but could not break free. That kind of jiaolong was sucked into the claws of the golden-haired giant ape from the sea thousands of meters away. The dragon breath, gushing out from the dragon's body, its strength is probably not inferior to the real blood demon dragon, but in front of the golden-haired giant ape, it is like a loach. It grabs its mouth and bites it down. After biting it down, I took a few bites, the dragon's blood spilled out, and the keel broke. For a moment, a flood dragon was swallowed alive like this, eating the entire stomach of the golden retriever giant ape. Please remember this book's first domain name for Novel Network mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen's scalp was numb. Although there are indeed many creatures that feed on dragons in the ancient myths and legends of the Eastern District, hearing about it and seeing it with his own eyes are two different things. Seeing a jiaolong being swallowed alive by his own eyes dashed Zhou Wen's previous hope that the monkeys were vegetarians. And a jiaolong was sucked out of the deep sea alive. Zhou Wen asked himself that he couldn't do it. A golden-haired ape is already so terrifying, and there are 4 such monkeys here. He is still under the eyes of others, surrounded by 4 terrifying apes. Zhou Wen feels very bad. Fortunately, the 4 terrifying apes have not yet attacked him. You have to find a way to get out of this hellish place. Zhou Wen looked at the legs of the golden ape, but at this time he didn't have the courage to get out of there again. Now, people have no plans to start. Maybe they plan to stock up on food, if he wants to run away. With this food, they may not be happy. Who doesn't feel bad about losing more than 100 pounds of meat? Anyway, Zhou didn't dare to take risks now, and he didn't dare to move around when he stood there. Even with the 4 golden gods of war surrounding him and the banana immortal sitting above his head, Zhou still had no sense of security. Zhou didn't move, and the 4 terrifying apes didn't move either. They just stared at him like that, as if they really didn't intend to do anything. Did they really plan to stock up on food? That's not right, I only have so little meat. For them, I'm afraid it's not enough to even put in the gaps between their teeth. All the dragons were eaten in one go. What are you doing? Zhou vaguely felt that things were a little strange. I knew I should bring the ice girl, and I had a discussion. Maybe she knew what the 4 apes were. Zhou regretted that he should not have left the ice girl and Yu Lian in Luoyang. Among the myths and legends of the Eastern District, there are many apes, and the most famous one is naturally the Monkey King, who made a havoc in the Heavenly Palace. But looking at the appearance of these 4, it should have nothing to do with the United States. The Monkey King is the Lingming stone monkey, and among the 4 monkeys in the mixed world, there are also 6-eared macaques, gibbon monkeys, and red horse monkeys. There are also 4 apes here, which makes Zhou think of the 4 monkeys in the mixed world. Zhou looked at them carefully, wanting to see if he could find the characteristics of the 4 monkeys in the world. After watching for a while, Zhou did not find any monkey with particularly long arms, nor did he find any monkey with 6 ears. These 4 monkeys don't seem to be like the 4 monkeys in the world, and I haven't heard of any monkey standing on the back of a turtle holding a stone tool in mythology. Thinking of the stone tool, Zhou couldn't help but be a little curious. These 4 apes are definitely fear level, and may even be stronger. The cocoon of the guardian guarded by the 4 of them together, what kind of powerful guardian should it be? Zhou has also heard before that there is still a gap between guardians and guardians. Some guardians may have the potential of fear level, and it is difficult to go further, while some guardians may reach natural disaster level or even end-of-life level. The most peculiar thing is that, according to Sheng, it seems that the potential of the guardians hatched on the earth does not seem to be too low. On the contrary, it is a guardian sent directly from a different dimension. If it comes at the fear level, it seems that there is no growth potential. The strength will basically stagnate, not to mention the promotion level. There are very few examples of even a little growth. In fact, Zhou has always been unclear about the relationship between guardians and dimensional creatures. Most of the guardian cocoons on the earth are guarded by a powerful dimensional creature. But Zhou had seen so many guardian cocoons, and felt that those dimensional creatures did not seem to be as simple as pure guardianship. Just like when he and Jiang Yan went to the contract burial. With Jiang Yan, the dimensional creature suspected of Bai Zhe didn't seem to care too much about the burial he guarded and gave up easily. Of course, it doesn't rule out that Bai Zhe really has a serious cleanliness addiction. And he had to leave because he was disgusted by the 2 of them. With no one else to discuss, Zhou asked the demon baby to release the demon killer. This guy is well informed, and he might be able to recognize these 4 monkeys. Even if he doesn't recognize the monkey, he is also a guardian, and maybe he can see some clues about the guardian's cocoon. I'm suffocating, can you let me come out often in the future? Anyway, I used to be. After the demon came out, he protested a little unhappily, but when he saw the scene in front of him clearly, the words on his lips stopped abruptly, and he faced with a look of horror. She quickly stepped back, wanting to return to the magic sword. But without the demon infant's order, how could he go back? It looks like you know these 4 monkeys? Zhou was surprised and delighted when he saw the reaction of Killing Demon. The good news is that the demons seem to know them, and the surprise is that the reaction of the demons undoubtedly shows that these 4 monkeys are probably very terrifying existences, and it seems more difficult for him to escape alive. Killing Demon stood there with a very unsightly face. Although his legs were not trembling, he could see that his legs were a little soft. Why did you come to such a ghost place? Can't you live a good life? Killing Demon has always been the eldest and second child of the demon infant. And he doesn't even care about God. At this time, he spoke in such a tone, letting him Zhou felt even more uneasy. Zhou thought to himself, you think I'd like to come to such a ghost place? No matter how busy I am, wouldn't it be good for me to play a game at home? Who wants to come here to die? It's not that I didn't expect that Wings of Tomorrow's broken skill would be so powerful. Weird. Stop talking nonsense, what the hell are these 4 monkeys? Zhou naturally wouldn't tell Killer, he used his skills to get himself to such a place, and it would be too embarrassing to say it. Killing Demon said depressedly, I don't know what they are, but for sure, they are all natural disaster-level creatures, and they may even be more terrifying. What do you mean? Zhou groaned inwardly. The collars and chains on their bodies are obviously a means of confinement, and their strength must be suppressed, but even so, the fluctuations of vitality emanating from them are still at the level of natural disasters. I really don't know, if it is not suppressed, will it go further? When Killer spoke, his eyes looked at the 4 apes from time to time, and he seemed to be really a little scared. You mean, they are apocalyptic? Zhou said in amazement. I'm just saying. It's possible, the end of the world level is not so easy to achieve, but it must be the top existence in the natural disaster level. Killing Demon explained. Zhou expression became more complicated. The top natural disaster was locked here to guard a guardian's cocoon, and that guardian's cocoon must have something unusual. Anyway, Zhou has never seen it before, which guardian cocoon has such an extravagant guard lineup. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading website. I don't know why, the ape who was able to swallow the flood dragon just stared at Zhou and didn't do anything. Although they didn't move, Zhou was still uneasy, feeling like a baby who fell into a tiger's den and was surrounded by a group of tigers. Killing Demons is also trembling. Although he is not afraid of the sky and earth, he is only a fear level. If he wants to compete with the existence of the 4 monkeys, there is no comparison at all. Only the ignorant are fearless, and the more they understand the more fearful they will be in their hearts. Killer Demon is obviously a sensible person. He knows how terrifying these 4 fierce monkeys are. Can you recognize the cocoon of the guardian of what race it is? Zhou asked Killer Demon again. The killer was slightly startled, and only after Zhou's prompt did he realize that there was a guardian's cocoon inside the stone tool above. Strange. Killer didn't dare to look close, but just peeked from below, but his expression became a little puzzled. What's weird? Zhou asked. Killing Demon frowned and said, that guardian's cocoon is a bit strange. Generally speaking, after being teleported to the earth, the guardian's cocoon will be sent to the dimensional field that matches its attributes for breeding. The power of the dimensional field will have a certain impact on the guardian's cocoon, causing the guardian's growth to have a certain mutation. but even so, it will not change his basic attributes. For example, if it is a guardian made from the genes of the angel family, then no matter how the guardian mutates, whether it mutates into a fire angel or an ice angel, he will still be in the form of an angel. Killing Demon looked strange. He continued, but this companion pet is a little different. What's the difference? Do you know what race is the guardian in the guardian's cocoon? Zhou must be peeping at the guardian's cocoon, but he couldn't see anything. Killer shook his head slightly. I can't see what's in the guardian's cocoon, but the power on the guardian's cocoon is obviously incompatible with the power attribute of this dimensional field, didn't you find it? Zhou felt that the guardian's cocoon was a bit strange before, but he just kept thinking about the way to get out without thinking too much. Now, after being prompted by the killing demon, he looked at it again, and he found that the attributes of the guardian's cocoon were indeed similar to this dimension. The properties within the realm are somewhat out of place, although I can't see what the attributes of the guardian's cocoon are. It is rejecting the vitality in the dimensional realm. Killer looked at the for apes, he went on to say, and generally speaking, the dimensional creatures that stay next to the guardian's cocoon are all voluntary, but these 4 guys seem to be locked here and have to guard the guardian cocoon. There must be a special reason for a situation like this. What could be the reason? Zhou didn't know much about the guardian, so he could only ask Killing Demon, the guardian. Killer shook his head. There may be many reasons. Maybe someone didn't want this guardian's cocoon to hatch, so they locked it in such a place that was incompatible with the guardian's cocoon's attributes, to prevent it from hatching. The role of the 4 apes may be to prevent someone from contracting the guardian's cocoon or take it away. It may also be that there is something special about the guardian's cocoon, which can only be hatched in such a place. It's possible that someone found the guardian's cocoon elsewhere and moved it here. Killing Demon said several possibilities, but he couldn't be sure which one it was. I imprisoned 4 natural disaster level creatures and placed the guardian's cocoon in such a place. With such strength, it should not be human, right? Zhou said thoughtfully. That's maybe. During the war in the ancient times, some human beings reached the natural disaster level by combining with guardians, and even Killing Demon suddenly seemed to realize something, and suddenly stopped talking. Even at the end of the world? Zhou looked at Killing Demon with great interest. He thought before that this guy might not be just arrogant. Now it seems that he at least knows a lot of things, most likely from ancient times. A powerful guardian who survived. I heard that there is. Killing Demon was obviously perfunctory. Seeing that Killer didn't intend to continue, Zhou didn't ask any further, and instead asked, then do you think this guardian's cocoon might be a guardian who survived from ancient times? It's not like this should be the cocoon of a guardian that hasn't hatched. After a pause, the killer continued, but it's really possible that it was left over from that time. Only in this environment is it possible. Going through so many years without being hatched. How far are you talking about the ancient times? Zhou asked. For you humans, that is the age of prehistoric mythology. Killing Demon suddenly frowned and said, strange. What's wrong? Did you find anything special? Zhou didn't find anything unusual, and the 4 fierce monkeys were still just staring at them, without any special action. It's weird that there's nothing special about it. No matter what the possibility is, these 4 guys are locked here to guard the cocoon of the guardian. We've been here for so long, and they haven't reacted at all. this is too strange. Killer said. Zhou thought it strange before. They must be here to protect the cocoon of the guardian, but they turned a blind eye to his intruder, which is obviously strange. Could it be that it has been suppressed for too long and has lost the ability to do it? Killer pondered. I saw the golden monkey with my own eyes just now. With one hand, I grabbed a dragon from the sea and swallowed it alive. Zhou denied the claim of killing the demon. That's weird, then why didn't they attack us? It doesn't make sense. Killer frowned. Could it be that they were restricted by some forbidden power and could not do anything with the creatures on the turtle shell? Zhou said. Impossible, no one would be so stupid unless. Killer seemed to have thought of a certain possibility, but he wasn't sure. Unless what? Zhou asked. Unless among us, there are people who can hatch the cocoon of the guardian and meet the conditions of the person who designed all this, they will not attack. The person that the killing devil is talking about naturally refers to Zhou, and he is a human here. No? Zhou didn't quite believe it, that there would be such a coincidence, and he happened to meet the conditions for hatching the guardian's cocoon. Other than that, I really can't think of any other possibilities. The more killing the demon, the more he felt that it was right, and he said to Zhou, you don't have to belittle yourself, you can be favored by the master, and you can't be too bad, maybe it's even possible. There was something wrong with Zhou's words about killing the demon, as if he was complimenting him. But it was a bit wrong. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading. Website. Zhou thought about it and felt that it was the same. If he didn't meet the conditions, how could these beast-like guys turn a blind eye to him? Since their mission here is to protect the guardian's cocoon, whether willingly or involuntarily, the people who designed it all must have a way for them to wipe out everyone who comes here. They have no intention of doing anything until now, and there seems to be some truth to what the demon said. However, Zhou lost his mind without the speculation of killing the demon. He felt that it was only a possibility. If he guessed wrong, he would touch the guardian's cocoon at will. We'll turn around. But it's not a problem to be trapped here all the time. Zhou intends to explore the way first. As soon as his mind moved, a poisonous bat was summoned by Zhou and flew towards the gap between the golden monkey and the black-gray ape. Zhou was very nervous in his heart, and his nerves were always tense. If the poisonous bat angered the four apes, he could only do his best, and he could only use the immortal killing sword again. However, with a single blow from the sword of immortal slaughter, could he kill all four apes? Zhou had no clue in his heart. After all, his strength was too weak, and he could only exert the most basic abilities of the sword of immortal slaughter. Fortunately, what Zhou was worried about did not happen. The poisonous bat flew out of the tortoise shell, and the four apes did not attack it. Zhou was overjoyed when he saw this, and tentatively let the poisonous bat fly along the sea for a distance, but the four apes still did not respond at all. There's a show. Zhou was not at ease, and tried to let out a few different types of companion pets, but the result was still the same, people ignored him at all. Even the jade rabbit was released by Zhou. The guy was running around on the sea, and he didn't see the four apes attacking it. Zhou was half at ease now, and now he tried to go out by himself. God bless, if I can go back safely this time, I promise to take 3 incense sticks every morning and evening, take a bath and fast for a month. Zhou felt uneasy in his heart. Although the four apes did not touch him, their eyeballs followed his walking trajectory. Look at it, don't do it. We are all gentlemen don't do anything, ba, don't move. Zhou suddenly thought of the fate of the dragon. He quickly changed the words in his mind. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Zhou moved out. Little by little, keeping his eyes on the reactions of the four apes. If they reacted unhappily, Zhou would immediately stop the current action and think of another way. But the four apes didn't respond, they just watched him move out a little bit. Following Zhou's killing of demons, a cold sweat broke out in his palms. If the four apes were angered differently than he guessed, their fate would be miserable. Finally, Zhou walked to the side of the golden ape, walked past its legs, and finally left the island-like turtle shell. Zhou flew to the sea with joy in his heart. He doesn't care whether he meets the conditions or not, since he can come out, he will escape first. Because of the previous lessons, Zhou did not dare to use teleportation, for fear that he would return to the tortoise shell again, take back his companion pet and the jade rabbit, and unfold the flying immortal body technique, turning into a streamer of light, heading towards the sea. It flew away, and flew thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. Zhou Wenjing was so excited that he finally escaped, and then he just had to leave this dimensional realm. But just as his smile lifted, he suddenly felt the world spinning, and when he came back to his senses, he found himself on a furry paw. The owner of that paw was the black gray-haired ape. Zhou was horrified. He clearly felt the power of space just now, and it was still more advanced than his singularity universe and demon god Ji. Being able to move him directly from thousands of meters away is something that Zhou can't do. Even if it is to change the sky for the sun, there must be a mark, but the black and gray ape abruptly moved him into the palm of his hand, which is much more difficult than changing the sky for the sun. Zhou is a living person, someone who has fear-level power and is good at the space system. Zhou had already made desperate plans, and his figure quickly flew out of the ape claw, grabbing the hilt of the slaughtering immortal sword with both hands. However, the black-gray ape had no plans to continue, and withdrew its claws, returning to the posture of holding a stone tool with both claws. Zhou was stunned and thought, "What do you mean? Take me back and leave me alone. Do you think it's too boring to be trapped here, and you want to stay and chat to relieve the boredom?" That big brother ape. "If you need any help, just say something, and I will try my best to help you," Zhou said tentatively to Sea Ape. No one answered him. The four apes seemed to have not heard him at all, and stood there expressionlessly, their eyes still staring at him as before. What does this mean? Don't you want to talk to me? Could it be that the demon killer is right? I'm a qualified person. And I must contract a guardian before I can leave? Zhou gritted his teeth and tentatively left the turtle shell again. The four apes still didn't stop him, but when he wanted to get away, the black-gray ape grabbed him back with one paw. The space technique of the black and gray ape is much more slippery than Zhou Wen and Lu Yun, and it is obviously a higher level of existence. Don't let me go, don't kill me. And allow me to leave the turtle shell. It seems that in all likelihood, I really want to make me a contract guardian. Zhou felt a little depressed in his heart. Zhou secretly guessed that it is very likely that once the guardian is hatched by the contract, the four apes will get out of trouble, and after finally encountering a qualified human like him, they will keep him. Brother ape, do you want me to be the guardian in the cocoon? Zhou asked again, staring at them, trying to see something. But people just didn't say a word, and there was no expression on their face. That appearance was comparable to that of an old monk who was in meditation. Except for staring at Zhou, there was no other movement. Zhou figured it out. These four guys didn't treat him like a human at all, and they didn't plan to communicate with him at all. Anyway, they don't seem to want to kill me, so let's try it. Zhou left the turtle shell again and flew out from among the four apes, but this time he didn't flee, but flew towards the stone tool above. When I came to the top of the stone tool, I really saw the guardian's cocoon inside. The guardian's cocoon was also a stone, similar in color to the stone tool. If I didn't look carefully, I thought the stone was part of the stone tool. Please remember this book's first domain name for Novel Network Mobile version reading website. Zhou landed on the edge of the stone tool and glanced at the four apes. They didn't move at all, and they didn't seem to mind what Zhou did. Really want me to contract the guardian? Zhou looked at the stone cocoon inside the stone tool with a gloomy expression on his face. The contract guardian itself is not difficult, as long as the guardian's physical requirements are met. Only a drop of blood can complete the contract. Even if the requirements of the guardian are not met, as long as the guardian is willing, he can also contract. However, Zhou has no interest in contract guardians, and even rejects them a little. After all, guardians are tools used by different dimensions to colonize the ball. It's a bit similar to the biochemical humans that humans once fantasized about. With such a biological contract, they may be betrayed at any time, which is not a good feeling. It is mainly because Zhou has too many secrets. If the guardian learns such a secret and secretly informs the different dimension, God knows how the different dimension will deal with him. If there were other ways, Zhou would never contract a guardian. Even if he wanted a contract, it would have to be a master-servant contract. Like a demon baby and a demon killer. But now that Zhou thinks about it, it seems that there is no other way to go. This dimensional field is really weird. Now that there is no contract, it seems that there is no way to get out. Zhou thought about it and felt that if he could go out, he could make a contract first. Anyway, the contract of protection is an equality contract. You can escape first, and then find a way to cancel the contract. The equality contract is good for this. It is not particularly difficult to cancel it, and we can still think of some ways. Life is the most important thing. Zhou thought of this, and skillfully gathered his fingers, pierced a pinhole-like wound on the finger of the other hand, squeezed out a drop of blood, and prepared to drip into the stone cocoon. Before the drop, Zhou deliberately glanced at the four apes below, and seeing that they had no intention of stopping him, he was cruel and dripped the drop of blood on the stone cocoon. Hey, I'm also forced to be helpless. I don't really want the contract guardian. All ancestors don't want me. If you want to blame me, you have to blame your genes for being too good. Zhou thought sadly in his heart. The blood had already dripped on the stone cocoon, and it was too late to regret it. But in the next second, Zhou was embarrassed to find that his blood fell on the stone cocoon, like a drop of water falling on a frying pan, and it slid down with a swipe, and it didn't stick to the stone cocoon at all. Zhou opened his mouth wide and didn't come back to his senses for a while. What's the situation? Don't you want me to contract? When Zhou calmed down, he became more puzzled. If it wasn't for him to come to the contract, what would? you do with him? The 4 apes obviously agreed to let him come over. Such performance should show that they are still very optimistic about Zhou Wen. However, his blood was completely unable to cause the Guardian's cocoon's response, indicating that he had not been recognized by the Guardian's cocoon, or that his bloodline and attributes could not meet the Guardian's requirements. Could it be that the 4 apes missed their eyes? Zhou Wen muttered to himself in his heart. But after taking a look at the 4 apes, he felt that the idea was wrong. If Zhou Wen was one of those apes and found that he had missed his eyes, he would have swallowed it directly, so as not to be embarrassed, but those apes had no such plans and were still waiting for something. What's going on? Zhou Wen looked at the stone cocoon again, and if he looked closely, he found that the stone cocoon was indeed somewhat different. Zhou Wen had discovered before that there were some faint gray patterns on the surface of the stone cocoon, which did not look very conspicuous and could not be seen unless you looked closely. Zhou Wen thought that those gray patterns were the natural patterns of the stone cocoon. After looking carefully for a while now, he found that it did not seem to be the case. He found that the gray lines seemed to be painted by someone. Zhou Wen didn't know what kind of paint it was. The gray ones were like burnt paper ashes. They were very closely combined with the stone cocoons and had similar colors, so Zhou Wen thought before that those gray patterns were part of the stone cocoons. However, if you look closely, you will find that there are many places in the gray pattern, all of which are traces outlined with a pen. It is the kind of brush used in ancient times in the Eastern District. The painting is a bit like an ink painting, but it is much lighter. It seems it is the baptism of the years, and it is almost blurred. Drawing on the Guardian-esque cocoon? Zhou Wen felt that this would not be done by people who have nothing to do, and the painting on it should have some purpose. I circled around the edge of the stone tool and carefully studied the gray pattern on the Guardian's cocoon. Although it was very light, it could still be seen clearly. But Zhou Wen did not understand it, and found that those gray patterns were a strange symbol, like a string of digital passwords painted all over the surface of the Guardian's cocoon. Those symbols are very unfamiliar, and they are not some kind of words or symbols that Zhou Wen knows. But Zhou Wen had a vague feeling that this string of symbols, like a circle of chains, wrapped around the stone cocoon, as if locking the stone cocoon. Zhou Wen secretly guessed, could it be that these gray patterns seal the stone cocoon, so my blood cannot be absorbed by the stone cocoon? The more he thought about it, the more correct it became. Zhou Wen planned to try it out to see if he could erase the gray lines, and then try to see if he could make a contract with it. Brothers, do you want me to wipe off those gray lines before contracting the Guardian's cocoon? Zhou Wen asked first, afraid that he would anger the apes if he touched the stone cocoon. But they still didn't say anything, as if they didn't hear Zhou Wen at all. These 4 guys are so hateful. They clearly want me to do things, but they don't say anything or express anything. Zhou Wen wished he could kill them all. It's better to explode the 4 companion eggs. In the future, I will buy a car without wheels and let the 4 of them carry themselves around every day. After thinking about it, but seeing no response from them, Zhou Wen felt that he should be able to give it a try, so he carefully flew into the stone tool and slowly approached the stone cocoon. While flying, he was still paying attention to their reactions. Seeing that they had no intention of stopping, Zhou Wen finally landed on the stone cocoon. The diameter of this stone cocoon is estimated to be 4 or 5 meters, and it is not small. I don't know what kind of guardian is inside. Since there are 4 apes guarding it, it is estimated that there may be a stone monkey inside. The legendary Monkey King seems to have jumped out of the stone. Could this guardian be the Monkey King, right? Zhou had some expectations in his heart. As a native of the East District, it seems that no one does not like the Monkey King. Among the 4 monkeys in the world, it is much more famous than the other 3. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading website. Zhou wore the prisoner dragon armor and landed on the stone cocoon. He didn't feel any power fluctuations, and the gray lines didn't respond. This made Zhou have some doubts about his judgment. If the gray pattern really seals the stone cocoon, there should be a protection mechanism. Now there is no reaction at all, but Zhou has no bottom in his heart. He squatted down, bent down, and reached out and stroked the cocoon. It turned out that he just wanted to wipe the dust, so that he could observe the gray lines more clearly. But when he touched it with his hand, he actually wiped off a lot of the gray lines, which shocked Zhou. When Zhou was startled, and flew up again in an instant, looking at the stone cocoon, the stone tool, and the 4 apes vigilantly in the air. He remembered watching some film and television works before. Once some seals were destroyed, the big boss inside would be released. At the same time, it would be accompanied by some cool light and shadow effects, and there might be some earthquakes and mountain collapses. But after observing in the air for a while, nothing happened, the 4 apes didn't respond, and the stone cocoon was very stable, just like before. Are these gray patterns really seals? How can they be wiped off? I have no strength at all. Zhou looked strange, returned to the stone cocoon again, and tried to wipe it again. Those gray streaks are like really just dust, and they are wiped off lightly, and it does not seem to have any effect. After wiping out a small area, the top of the stone cocoon was very clean, and Zhou dripped another drop of blood on it, thinking in his heart, I should be able to do it this time. Chill. Zhou blood slid down again, and it didn't mean to penetrate at all. Zhou eyes twitched, which was not at all what he imagined. I don't believe it anymore. Zhou gritted his teeth, reached out and wiped off the other gray lines one by one, observing the reactions of the 4 apes and the guardian's cocoon while wiping. There was no response, making Zhou wonder if these gray lines were really just dust, not what Zhou thought at all. As the gray pattern was wiped away, the ape-inch cocoon didn't react, but Zhou suddenly felt that the earrings were getting warmer. This kind of heat is very peculiar. Unlike the previous role of listening, which transformed power such as curses into vitality, Zhou did not sense that listening was transforming vitality. Instead, it was listening itself. Some ideas came up. Zhou stared at her cocoon blankly, and then felt the idea of listening to the truth. Could it be that it's not me that the 4 apes really liked, but the listening? Zhou thought, and summoned the listening hearing, who was as small as a golden monkey, came out and landed directly on the stone cocoon. Without waiting for Zhou to issue an order, Ting actually grabbed her cocoon with one paw. Its claws are extremely sharp, and even if it doesn't break the earrings, it still has the power of the pinnacle of mythology, but when this claw hits the stone cocoon, it only hears a bang, sparks splashing between the nails and the stone cocoon, but it can't hit the stone cocoon. Leave traces. Listening to the truth seemed to be in a hurry, and without Zhou order, an earring was automatically broken. With the shattering of the earrings, listening to the truth began to change, becoming huge and ferocious, completely different from the cute appearance of the miniature before. Bang! Listening to the stone attacked the stone cocoon again, but the result was still the same, leaving no traces on the stone cocoon. Without hesitation, he shattered the second earring again, and listened to the more ferocious and ghostly appearance of his body. Zhou watched Jinting attack the stone cocoon. Although he didn't know what was going on, he could see that he seemed to be very interested in the guardian in the cocoon. I just don't know if its interest is a blessing or a curse for the guardian inside. When Jinting attacked Sure cocoon, Zhou had been observing the four apes below. Although the four apes still did not move, their eyes were obviously different from before, as if they were shining. And their eyes finally stopped staring at Zhou, but stared at Dilly. No, it should be said that what they were staring at from the beginning was true listening, but true listening was always on Zhou's ears, so Zhou mistakenly thought they were looking at him. I should have thought that, of course monkeys only look at monkeys, how can they appreciate the beauty of humans? Zhou rubbed his lips, mockingly, feeling a little dry. In the past, Truth Listen had to break more than 4 earrings to completely lose control, and did not obey Zhou's orders. But this time it broke the earrings on its own, which was a phenomenon that had never happened before. After the earrings were broken one by one, Zhou felt that the connection between himself and truth listening was getting weaker and weaker, and he couldn't help but worry. If it goes on like this, if it is completely out of control, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get it back. Zhou was hesitating in his heart, should he forcefully take it back now, while still being able to get it back? Click! The fourth earring was shattered, and Jinting was already as terrifying as the ancient demon gods, and his strength instantly reached the peak of fear level, and he was only one line away from being promoted to natural disaster. And this time, its claws finally pierced the stone cocoon. Zhou saw a golden light shining through the crack of the stone cocoon, and the golden light was crystal clear, pure, and trembling. Purity makes people feel beautiful, but if it is too pure, it makes people feel fear and evil. 4. Example, a believer with a pure heart, piety will make people feel that she is beautiful and kind, but if she purely regards doctrine as the only criterion in the world, it will make people shudder. The golden light in the stone cocoon gave Zhou this feeling, pure and frightening. However, it seemed that he was enjoying hearing it. He saw that its nostrils twitched, and the golden light that came out of the cracks in the stone cocoon, like smoke, condensed towards the nostrils of listening to the truth, and was sucked in by it. The golden light penetrated into the body, and the golden hair on Jinting's body seemed to have come alive, and was dyed with a layer of pure glazed golden halo. Zhou was surprised to find that the connection between him and truth listening seemed to have recovered somewhat. Jinting seems to be able to control his brutal consciousness. Is it the effect of that golden light? Zhou frowned at the golden light in the stone cocoon, not knowing whether it was a blessing or a curse. Jinting twitched his nose and inhaled the overflowing golden light into his nose, while frantically attacking the stone cocoon with his claws, digging the cracks in the stone cocoon bigger and bigger, and more golden light leaking out. Zhou stared at the crack, hoping to see what was inside. But apart from the pure golden light, nothing can be seen. It is obviously only a small space, but it is deeply shocking. Click! Jinting broke through the cocoon and tore a big hole, and his strong body drilled directly into the broken stone cocoon. Please remember this book's first domain name for Novel Network mobile version reading. Website. The light inside is too deep, but after listening to the truth, the light inside is drastically weakened. After a While, the golden light in broken cocoon dimmed, but instead the golden light on Ting's body became stronger and stronger. Under the reinforcement of Brahma, Zhou Wen's sight has been able to penetrate the golden light and see some of the situation inside clearly. Within that golden light, Zhou Wen did see something, but he did not have the imagined guardian. Zhou Wen only saw an eyeball like a golden crystal. The golden light in the cocoon came from that golden eyeball. The eyeball itself is even more pure and chilling, as if it is the purest holy thing in the world. When Zhou Wen stared at the eyeballs moved a bit, as if sensing Zhou Wen's sight, and the golden pupil inside turned to look at Zhou Wen. Just being glanced at, Zhou Wen felt that his entire body was stripped naked, as if a nude model was standing there for others to observe and paint, and subconsciously raised his hand to protect the vital parts of his body. Roar. Listening to the roar like thunder, golden light bloomed on his body, and stretched out his claws to grab the golden eye. It's just that the light outside the golden eyes has almost condensed into reality. When it was nearly a foot away from the golden eyes, the claws could no longer advance half a minute. Click. The fifth earring on Ting's ear shattered, and the claws continued to advance, but only after advancing a dozen centimeters, the speed slowed down again. Until finally, he could no longer move at all. Finally, the last earring of truth listening also shattered and fell, turning into golden light and scattered. Zhou Wen saw the truth listening with the 6 rings broken, and the figure did not continue to grow huge, but shrunk a lot. The golden hair on his body released a dazzling and pure golden light, almost condensed into substance, just like a super scion transformed. Now Ting is only about half a head taller than Zhou Wen. His fingernails seemed to be golden daggers, breaking the golden light outside his eyes and piercing the eyes abruptly. As the golden eyes were pierced, the golden light in the stone cocoon seemed to have lost its support. He listened to the light and took a breath, like a rolling river, rushing towards his nose. But this time, listening truth was not trying to suck the golden light, it was just smelling the smell of the eyes. Listening to the middle finger with eyeballs on the nails, put it in front of the tip of the nose to inhale. That appearance is very similar to Zhou Wen when he was masturbating. Then Zhou Wen saw that Ting opened his mouth and shoved his eyeball into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and then swallowed it. Next, he opened his mouth and madly swallowed the golden light in the stone cocoon. In a blink of an eye, he swallowed all the golden light inside. The golden light on its body has also reached a peak. The strong golden light made Zhou Wen unable to see it. Looks like, just faintly, I can still feel the connection between myself and the listening. This time, listening to the truth did not completely get out of control, and still maintained a faint connection. Click. Click. While the eyeballs and golden light were being swallowed by Dilly, cracks appeared on the stone tool with the stone cocoon. Not only the stone tools, but also the chains connected to the stone tools, as well as the collars on the 4 apes, as well as the huge turtle shells under their feet, began to crack. Roar. The 4 apes roared excitedly in unison, and the 8 claws suddenly exerted force. The stone tools that were already cracked and intertwined were split open by teleportation, and the chains on their bodies were also broken. The sea and the entire underground space were affected by their power. The sea water poured. The stone dome shattered, and rays of sunlight entered the sky, as if breaking the barrier between hell and the world, making the sunlight fall into hell. The horror of the breath that erupted from the 4 apes was simply unimaginable, Zhou had never felt such a terrible breath. This power, isn't a natural disaster grade? In that terrifying breath, Zhou body trembled involuntarily. It's not because of Zhou fear, but Zhou is not afraid anymore. Because fear is useless, and now his mind is spinning fast, just thinking about how to live. That trembling is the instinct of life, the instinctive reaction of the body when faced with an irresistible disaster. It is the body spasm caused by powerlessness and despair. Without any hesitation, Zhou directly used interstellar teleportation to teleport directly to Venus. Because of the loss of the suppression of tortoise shells and stone tools, there was no space lock, and Zhou's singularity cosmic power played a role, allowing him to come directly to Venus. But before Zhou could stand firm, he only felt that the world was spinning, and he shouted in his heart that it was not good. He quickly transferred all kinds of forces, hoping to get rid of the current predicament. Then in the next instant, Zhou's figure appeared in the claws of the black-gray giant ape again. Its pair of ape arms have become as huge as 2 iron towers due to the use of power, as if it can crush the earth and stars with one paw if it wants to. Take the sun and the moon, shrink thousands of mountains, move the stars. For battle. This guy is a gibbous monkey. Are these 4 monkeys really the 4 monkeys of the world? Zhou was horrified and was able to grab him directly from Venus. And it still exists in the form of an ape. Zhou can only think of that gibbous ape. The black-gray giant ape, which was suspected to be a gibbon monkey, pinched Zhou body with his fingernails, and the prison dragon armor with absolute defense ability. That Zhou wore was cracked by its strength and severely deformed. Even Zhou body was almost crushed, his chest collapsed, and blood spurted out of his mouth. However, it seems that the gibbon monkeys haven't used much force. Just holding Zhou at will. Fuck you. Zhou scolded, suddenly burst into strength, pulled out the immortal killing sword, and slashed at the black and gray giant ape's face. Killing immortal sword cut halfway, but it was frozen in the air, and the other paw of the gibbous monkey held the blade of killing immortal sword. In a flash of light and shadow, the demon baby and banana immortal rushed out of Zhou automatically. Banana immortal held a banana fan and fanned out the chaotic wind towards the gibbons. The magic sword in the magic baby's hand also disappeared, and it appeared strangely in the ear of the gibbon monkey, stabbing its ear hole. But the chaos wind, blessed by the first wind of the 3 realms, was only able to blow the hair of the gibbons upside down, without hurting it in the slightest, nor making it move a step. At the moment when the magic sword was about to pierce the ear hole, it suddenly lost control, deviated from the track, disappeared in an instant, and when it reappeared, it was already in the paw of the gibbons. The gibbons didn't seem to take all of this into consideration at all, picking up Zhou body in the wind and throwing it into his mouth. The code is still very slow, and there is no way to make it up today. Sorry, good night. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading website. Zhou felt that he didn't believe in evil, and every time he entered the dimensional realm in reality, there would be an accident. This time, I was even more wronged. I just tried a skill and made such a big thing. Now I am afraid that I will take my life into it. Zhou had no time to think about anything else. Seeing that he was about to be thrown into his mouth by the gibbons, Zhou's last thought was to cancel the contracts of all his companion pets and let them return to freedom, so as not to be buried with him. Like the devil baby and the banana fairy, it is better to escape one by one than to die with him. It's just that the gibbon monkey's movements are too fast, and Zhou Wen only has such a thought in his heart. Boom! A golden light flashed like a phantom, and the teeth of the gibbons were clenched, but they were empty. The streamer phantom, a golden figure, appeared on the opposite side of the gibbon monkey. The golden figure was wearing a suit of armor like glazed gold crystals, with a slender and straight body, but it gave people a sense of explosive power and majesty all over the body. His long golden curly hair hangs down to his ankles, a pair of golden eyes, pure as flawless crystal, and his face is more like a spotless and peerless beauty. It was as if everything in the world had fallen on this man. And so was Zhong Tiandi's Ling Xiao. The perfect combination of power and beauty is like a perfect god that exists only in fantasy. But such a pure and perfect man gave people an extremely evil feeling, as if he would fall into the devil world if he looked at him one more time. At this time, the man held a person with his hands in the posture of a princess, and it was Zhou Wen who was almost swallowed by the gibbons before. Zhou Wen stared blankly at the man's face. He already knew who this man was from the breath of the man and the connection between the two, but he still couldn't believe it. Ting Ting turned out to be like this. Zhou Wen was stunned. If the contractual connection between the two was not still there, Zhou Wen could hardly believe that the man in front of him turned out to be Ting Ting. Roar! The gibbon monkey roared at Zhou Wen his anger, and the roaring sound blasted the sea water, forming a tsunami-like wave that spurted all around. Its pair of sky-reaching arms slowly lifted. It seems that he is going to attack Zhou Wen and Di Ting. Zhen Ting hugged Zhou Wen, the golden light on his body swayed like a flame, his long silky hair fluttered with the flame, and his eyes stared firmly at the gibbon monkey. The giant arm of the gibbon monkey waved and disappeared in an instant. Zhou Wen knew that it didn't really disappear, but the power and speed of the gibbons were too strong and fast, and they had broken through the limitations of space. Boom! Di Ting felt like he was hit hard, and his body flew out like a golden streamer, crossed the sea, and slammed into the swaying and shattering mountain wall, causing a large piece of the mountain wall to collapse. Di Ting had golden blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and his body broke apart from the gravel and stood up, holding Zhou Wen out with both hands, but Zhou Wen was not injured. Roar! The gibbons roared again at Dilison. Listening to the truth didn't seem to hear anything, just stood there holding Zhou Wen, staring coldly at the gibbons. The gibbous monkey roared a few more times, as if to tell Di Ting not to meddle in his own business, but Di Ting ignored it and still protected Zhou Wen. The gibbon monkey seemed to be irritated by listening Truth's persistence and rudeness, and raised its ape arm again, wanting to take another shot. It's just that it's not as decisive as before, and it seems to be a little hesitant. Boom! A loud noise shook the 4 fields. The sky seemed to be split in half from the middle, and the sunlight poured in, making this apocalyptic world a little warmer. The gibbon monkey looked up, and the sunlight fell on its face, making its fierce face seem to be much gentler. The other 3 apes were all screaming in the sky, and that long howl was filled with indescribable excitement and madness. After the golden-haired ape roared, he glanced at Di Ting and Zhou Wen, and even said a word of thank you. The white-haired ape also looked at Di Ting and Zhou Wen, but it didn't say anything, just shook its head, and then disappeared as soon as it turned around, like a ghost. The gibbon glared at Zhou Wen viciously, but he didn't make any more moves. He stretched his arms and pulled both sides of the rift-like stone sky with his claws. Cracked, his feet suddenly exerted force, shot into the sky like cannonballs, and disappeared in an instant. Under its feet, the earth cracked, the waters poured, and a scene of doomsday. Zhou Wen looked at the red-haired ape. All three monkeys left, only it hadn't left yet, suspended in the air, with a pair of yin and yang monkey eyes, looking at Jinting and Zhou Wen, with a very humane distressed expression between his brows. After a long time, the red-haired ape suddenly sighed, looked at Ji and heard, "If you exchange your life for his life, will you regret it?" Listening to the truth did not speak, but the firm look in his eyes already explained everything. Forget it, life and death are all fate, and it is not up to you. Remember, you have only one life, and you can only live one. The red-haired monkey said, and walked slowly to the sky. Under its feet, as if there were invisible stairs, the red-haired monkey walked 49 steps, and the more he walked, the lighter his figure became, as if it had disappeared into nothingness. Puff. After the red-haired monkey disappeared, Ting Ting put Zhou Wen on the ground, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spewed out of his mouth. The golden light on his body quickly subsided, and his body gradually changed from a human to an ape. The earrings appeared out of nowhere, and returned to the ears of the listener one by one. When the sixth earring returned to his ear, he had already turned into the appearance of the six-eared golden monkey again, and he could not see the god at all. A normal man. Zhou Wen took out the dragon tiger elixir, and wanted to feed it to Jinting, but Jinting shook his head, and suddenly turned into a streamer and returned to Zhou Wen's ears, turning into earrings again. When the earrings came back, Zhou Wen only felt that the world had suddenly become extremely complicated. All kinds of sounds entered his ears, and the noise made his head explode. Countless voices entered Zhou Wen's ears, many of which were incalculable, far and near, far and very far, as if they came from the end of the sky, and very close, as if there were countless people whispering in their ears. The variety of sounds is unimaginable. If a drop of water is used to represent a different sound, then in 1 second, Zhou Wen will receive more sounds than the water in the Pacific Ocean. The sounds of heaven and earth are all within one ear. Zhou Wen realized this magical power, but at the same time he also found that this motherfucker may not be a good thing. There are too many useless voices, and trying to find the voices you need to hear among the massive voices is no different from finding a needle in a haystack. At least Zhou Wen has not been able to adapt to this state. TXT download address, phone reading. Zhou Wen has not yet adapted to the state of receiving the voice of heaven and earth, but he is not in the mood to think about it now, and plans to go out first. Flying out of the torn stone sky, Zhou Wen looked back and opened his mouth wide. The place he flew out from was originally thought to be a huge underground space, but now when he looks back, he realizes that it is just a gourd-shaped stone, only about a foot high, and looks very rough, like a natural formation, full of edges and corners. Right in the pebbles, by a small stream. At this time, the gourd-shaped stone has been broken in half, and you can see that water is flowing out of it, but the amount of water flowing out is only a small amount, which is estimated to be the amount of a bottle of mineral water. I was in this thing just now? Zhou Wen couldn't believe it, walked to the gourd stone that was broken in half, and reached out to pick them up. But no matter how Zhou Wen looked at it, it seemed to be just a very ordinary stone, with nothing unusual except for its peculiar shape. Zhou Wen squeezed it hard, and the stone actually shattered and fell to the ground. Did I have a dream just now? Zhou Wen looked around, only to see the gurgling stream, the green bamboo, and the bright sunlight shining on people, making people feel a little bit warm and unable to tell whether it was reality or a dream. Soon, Zhou Wen knew that he was not dreaming, and The sound of heaven and earth in his ears made Zhou Wen very uncomfortable because of the amount of information. And he couldn't even distinguish the sounds that were close at hand. Zhou Wen first tried to locate himself. Unexpectedly, there was still a mobile phone signal in this place. Using the mobile phone positioning function, he found that this was still the East District, but it was in the south of the East District. There was a human city, more than 100 miles away. Zhou Wen followed the mobile phone map and quickly came to the human city, confirming that the location of the mobile phone was correct. On the way, Zhou Wen had been trying to turn off the power of listening, but he couldn't turn it off. Those voices kept pouring into his ears. Ordinary people can distinguish what sounds are coming from based on the size and position of the sound, but the current mode of listening to sounds is somewhat different from that of ordinary people. No matter the location, whether the sound is loud or small, even if it is far above Venus, Zhou Wen can hear it clearly, and there are so many unimaginable sounds coming from the same location. Obviously there is nothing in front of him, but Zhou Wen heard countless voices coming from there. Now Zhou Wen, if he wants to hear a certain sound clearly, he has to switch to a certain fixed channel like a TV channel, so that he can hear the sound accurately. Otherwise, his brain would not be able to handle so many sounds, and the result would be the same as hearing nothing at all. But there are only a few hundred TV channels at most, and Zhou Wen has to face as many choices as countless Hingsha. It is not an easy task to make the right choice, and he needs to adapt slowly. Zhou Wen knew that this was because his own ability was too weak and his listening ability was too strong, so he had this difficulty in hearing. When he could match his listening ability, he should not have such troubles anymore. He took out his mobile phone again and glanced at the information about listening to the truth. Listening, fear level, evolvable, fate, the eyes and ears are open to the sky. Soul of life, transforming evil. Wheel of fortune, nirvana of the ultimate hell. Fear, holy evil. Strength, 99. Speed, 99. Physical fitness, 99. Vitality, 99. Innate skills, listening, immortal golden body, exorcism, Jyoji. Associated state, earrings. The level of evolution of truth listening is far lower than Zhou Wen imagined. The existence of the gibbons and monkeys is already at the apocalyptic level, and the truth listening can block its blow head-on, but it is only a fear level, which is really unexpected. Zhou Wen thought that this time it should be able to jump directly to natural disasters level. But if you think about the 6 earrings you listen to, you know that this guy's fear level should only be the level after being sealed by the earrings. Listen, what is the origin of this guy? Zhou Wen was in shock. He planned to go back to the little Buddha temple to see if he could find some clues. Zhou Wenlai wanted to go back as soon as possible, but found that something was wrong around here. Although the weather in the south will be warmer, it can't be so hot, right? On the streets here, people are wearing shorts and vests, but they are still hot and sweating profusely. Looking up at the sun in the sky, it seems that it is not that poisonous. Zhou Wen counted the days. At this time it's not yet summer, so it shouldn't be so hot. The situation outside is even worse. The rice fields are all dried out, and the soil is cracked. The rice that has been planted with great difficulty has not yet grown and has been dried in the ground. Is the weather here always this hot? Zhou Wen found a small shop, bought something, and inquired while paying. But at a close distance, Zhou Wen couldn't hear what the shopkeeper was saying, because there were too many sounds coming from his position, the sound of bacteria squirming in the air, the sound of dust colliding, and all kinds of sounds that were difficult to hear. Imagine. Zhou only saw that the shop was talking, but he didn't know what he was talking about, and he was a little anxious. I couldn't find the right channel for a while, and I wanted to try to see if I could tell what he was talking about from the mouth shape, but Zhou was disappointed. Zhou couldn't read it. Zhou looked around and saw that there was a pen and paper on the counter that the shopkeeper used to keep accounts, so he took it and wrote on it, "I'm deaf, can you tell me in writing? Deaf people? That's really rare. Generally, deaf people should be mute, right?" The shop owner wrote on the book. "Acquired deaf," Zhou explained directly. "That's no wonder. Because there was no business and the owner was very busy." He chatted with Zhou for a while. Only then did Zhou know that the weather around here suddenly became hot, which is about half a month ago. In the past few months, although there have been several very hot abnormal weather, it will not last long. It usually takes a few hours to return to normal. But this time recently, it has been hot weather for half a month, and the hot people are about to die. In this kind of weather, most people are afraid that they will be overheated to death. Many people have already begun to migrate to other areas. It is strange to say that this kind of dry and hot weather only affects the nearby hundreds of miles, not the whole south is hot. As long as you leave this area, you will be fine. There are many people who speculate that there is a large dimensional field nearby that has broken the ban, so they have fled. Like this city, there are basically not many people, so the shop owner is so idle. A few hundred miles nearby? Zhou's heart suddenly froze. Zhou quickly took out his mobile phone, checked the map again, and confirmed that he remembered correctly. The Zhang family is within this area. Zhou opened the address book and sent a message to Zhang Yuji. "I happened to be near your house on something, do you have time to meet?" "What's the matter?" Zhang Yuji replied quickly, which surprised Zhou. The Zhang family has done too much to protect Zhang Yuji, and it is rare for Zhang Yuji to communicate with others. "Is there something wrong with the magic grave?" Zhou asked directly. "There is a problem," Zhang Yuji replied. "Need help?" Zhou didn't feel very well in his heart. Although Zhang Yuji said it easily, Zhou knew that once there was a problem with the magic grave, it would definitely not be a small problem. The one inside is likely to be the legendary drought. If she is born, there is a chance that she will be accompanied by natural disasters. Unlike ordinary guardians, she is a guardian who survived the age of mythology, and her level is very high. Although Zhou is not sure whether a guardian of natural disaster level will cause natural disasters, but according to legend, when the drought was born, it is indeed 1,000 miles away. And the weather in the nearby area does seem to be affected, which is terrifying. You'd do's 100 ghosts. Night walk is already very scary, but compared to the drought, it's nothing. It is 1,000 miles away, and everything will turn into scorched earth, and there will be no grass left. As long as the drought passes through the area, human beings are afraid to die. However, judging from the current situation, the drought should not have been born yet, otherwise it would not be as simple as just getting hotter. It's just a small problem. The family is trying to solve it, but it's rare for you to ask for help, so I'm welcome. I just want to ask someone for help. Come to my house first. Zhang Yuji finally sent a playful message. Wink emoji. Okay. I'll go right now. Seeing that Zhang Yuji seemed to be in a good mood, Zhou Wen couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the problem really wasn't a big deal. When Zhou Wen arrived at Zhang's house, Zhang Yuji was already waiting for him at the door, along with Zhang Yuji and Zhang Chuanqiu. Zhou Wen, it's really hard to see you now, Zhang Yuji said with a smile. I didn't come here by myself. Zhou Wen is not easy to explain. In the past few years, Zhang Yuji sent him a lot of news. But others were trapped for 5 years and had no chance to read the news and return the news. Just because quiet replaced him for 5 years, Zhou Wen is not easy to break the matter. Brother Zhang, how is the situation of the magic tomb now? Zhou Wen was very concerned about the matter of the magic tomb. Because once the drought is born, it will affect not only the Zhang family, but also one city and one place. Maybe the entire eastern district will suffer a terrifying natural disaster, and it is impossible for Zhou Wen and his family to stay out of the way. I'm trying to solve it, and the scope of influence should not be too big, Zhang Chuanqiu said. Seeing Zhang Chuanqiu also say the same, Zhou Wen felt a lot more at ease. And after thinking about it, he asked for advice. Brother Zhang, I only heard that the birth of natural disaster level dimensional creatures will be accompanied by natural disaster visions, and I don't know about natural disaster level guardians. Or if you are born, will it also trigger natural disasters and visions? Zhang Chuanqiu said ponderingly. Generally speaking, in fact, all natural disaster-grade creatures will not cause natural disaster visions. Only when creatures are promoted to natural disasters will they trigger natural disaster visions. No matter what kind of creatures, they are actually the same, and the guardian is no exception. Listening to Zhang Chuanqiu's words, Zhou Wen felt that this matter should not be serious. The drought should have been a natural disaster level in the age of mythology, and it is impossible to trigger the phenomenon of natural disasters again unless she uses the natural disaster field herself. But looking at the attitude of Zhang's family, it should not be so easy to be born, otherwise they should have evacuated long ago, and it is impossible to stay here and wait to die. Are you here to help, or are you here to chat? Zhang Yuji said with a smile. Whatever needs my help, as long as I can, I will do my best, Zhou Wen said. Then come with me. Zhang Yuji turned around and entered the Zhang residence. Go, I still have something to do, so I won't accompany you. Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Chuanqiu, and Zhang Chuanqiu said with a smile. Only then did Zhou Wen follow Zhang Yuji into Zhang's house, because the Zhang family's love for Zhang Yuji couldn't be more, plus Zhang Yuji's own reasons. Generally the Zhang family did not allow outsiders to contact Zhang Yuji. Zhou Wen followed Zhang Yuji through corridors and courtyards and came to a small courtyard. This yard is not very big, but it is very elegantly arranged. There are a lot of flowers and plants in it, but it will not make people feel complicated and redundant, as if every grass and every flower should be there. Zhou Wen doesn't understand the way of flowers and plants, but he can see that the person who decorates this yard is very powerful, and he is the kind of extraordinary person who has the mystery of mountains and rivers in his chest. Is my garden not bad? Zhang Yuji asked Zhou Wen proudly. You arranged this? Zhou Wen asked in surprise. Why, can't you? Zhang Yuji pouted and said. No, it's great, I didn't expect you to be so accomplished in this area. Zhou Wen said sincerely. He always wanted to learn the way of nature, and wanted to use the way of nature to understand the true meaning of the killer, because Zhou Wen always felt that the root of the killer should be more than just killing. To live to death, perhaps the root of the killer is related to the way of life. The Slayer was unable to become fearful for a long time, and Zhou Wen had the idea of the way of nature, but he really was not the material in this regard, and he failed to achieve anything. It's really rare to get your compliment, but your level of compliment is really not very good. Zhang Yuji said happily. I'm really not good at those, so let's talk about what I can help with. Zhou Wen said. You are really boring. I don't think you have any friends, right? Zhang Yuji pouted and said. It's true. I don't have any friends. Zhou Wen thought about it carefully, and it seemed that it was really the case. If you really want to say the word friend, I really can't think of a few. Does this have anything to do with the favor? You asked me to help? Zhou Wen asked again. You're really helpless, wait for me here. Zhang Yuji rolled his eyes at him, then turned around and walked into the house, and came out with a bucket and a short while. Come on, help me plant flowers today. Zhang Yuji took out a shovel from the bucket and handed it to Zhou Wen. You want me to help, just to plant flowers? Zhou Wen was slightly startled. What? Don't you count what you said? Zhang Yuji looked at Zhou Wen with a smile and said. Okay, do what you say. Zhou Wen felt that this was also a good thing. Zhang Yuji was so relaxed, indicating that the matter of the demon grave should not be too serious. So under the command of Zhang Yuji, Zhou Wen started his gardening career. Loose those soils. Why are you so stupid? It's about loosening the soil, not digging a hole. Pour some water over there, let you water it, not eye drops, you pour it out drop by drop. When will it be poured? Why did you pour it all in? Do you want to drown my poor little flower? Please remember this book's first domain name for Novel Network mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen always smiled, as if he didn't care what Zhang Yuji said. In fact, Zhou Wen basically didn't hear what Zhang Yuji was saying. Along the way, he was trying to get used to listening to the voices of heaven and earth brought to him. But it's too difficult, let alone receive all the voices, even if it's just the voice in front of him. Zhou Wen can only listen to the right channel occasionally. When he listened to Zhang Yuji's words, he basically got 2 points of listening and 7 points of guessing, and the other point was all due to blindness, so he always did the wrong things Zhang Yuji asked him to do. Otherwise, with his control over power, even if he doesn't know how to grow flowers, he won't make so many mistakes. Zhou Wen thought that Zhang Yuji would be angry with him for such a behavior. After all, this garden looked like a lot of hard work. Every plant and tree seemed ordinary, but they were all carefully selected. However, although Zhang Yuji kept talking about Zhou Wen, he was not really angry, but patiently told Zhou Wen what to do. But because Zhou Wen can basically understand less than half of it even by listening and guessing, it seems very clumsy. Often, Zhang Yuji has said it several times, but Zhou Wen still can't understand the situation. Zhang Yuji was not in a hurry, and seemed to take it as a pleasure to teach the stupid Zhou Wen how to plant flowers and talk. Zhou Wen is not in a hurry. Anyway, he has to practice adapting to the ability that truth listening brings to him, but he always does some things that don't match the mouth of the donkey, which makes Zhou Wen feel a little embarrassed. On this day, Zhou Wen did nothing but helped Zhang Yuji to the garden. No, it should be said that it is destroying the garden. Zhou Wen didn't quite understand it. He made a lot of mistakes, such as the water that should be poured on the roots, but ended up pouring on the leaves, etc. Although it was innocuous, it made a lot of mistakes. The originally perfect and exquisite garden was a little out of taste. Zhang Yeziming knew this, but he refused to do it himself, and still commanded Zhou Wen there. Until the sun went down, Zhang Chuanqiu came to ask them to eat, and Zhang Yuji let Zhou Wen go. Although Zhou Wen has always talked less and listened more, Zhang Chuanqiu and Zhang Yuji are extremely smart people. And naturally, they can see that Zhou Wen's hearing seems to have some problems. But Zhou Wen didn't say it. So they didn't ask, and still chatted with Zhou Wen with a smile. Even if Zhou Wen's answer was wrong, they could still chat, as if they didn't find Zhou Wen's abnormality at all. It's getting late, I should say. Goodbye too. After eating, Zhou Wen planned to go back to Luoyang. Isn't it, the garden work hasn't finished yet. So you just left? Isn't this halfway done? Zhang Yuji said with his eyes wide open. Even if Zhou Wen didn't hear what Zhang Yuji said, from her expression, she could see what she said. Zhou Wen found that not being able to hear what the other party said was actually sometimes not necessarily a bad thing. Some people said that if you close your eyes and listen to the world, you will find many, many beautiful things that were overlooked in the past. In fact, the reverse is also true. Without a voice, you can't hear the other party's language, and you lose the decoration of words. If you just look silently with your eyes, you will find many things that were difficult to find before. The original human expressions and body language were so interesting. Zhou Wen found that he used to ignore the other person's emotions easily, and only judged the other person's thoughts from the other person's language. But now I find that language can deceive people in many cases, but the emotions reflected by body language will not deceive people. During the time when he couldn't hear what the other party said, Zhou Wen's ability to read body language was growing rapidly. I can't stay here all my life to help you take care of the garden? Zhou Wen said. Being able to read human emotions does not mean that Zhou Wen will become high emotional intelligence. In fact, reading comprehension and instinctive reaction are two different things. At least fix the parts you destroyed before? Zhang Yuji said. Zhou Wen heard this sentence. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that it also made sense. He clearly came to help, but it was really not good to make the garden look like that. Okay. Let's continue tomorrow. Zhou Wen thought to himself, he already knew about the habits of those flowers and plants today. And it shouldn't take much time tomorrow to get things done. Zhang Yuji's body still didn't seem to be very good. After eating, Zhang Chuanqiu asked her to go back to rest. You don't want to cheat and run away. Before leaving, Zhang Yuji turned around and teased Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen didn't hear what she was saying, and couldn't guess what it meant from her expression, so she could only respond with a smile. Zhang Yuji let out a chuckle, then turned around and left. Zhou Wen was helpless. He didn't know what Zhang Yuji was saying, let alone what Zhang Yuji was laughing at. He felt like a fool. I'll take it to your guest room. After Zhang Chuanqiu brought Zhou Wen to the guest room, he did not leave immediately, but sat down beside the table. Zhang Chuanqiu stretched out his index finger, dipped some water in the teacup and wrote, Zhou Wen, do you need help? Thank you, I'm fine, I'll recover after a while. Zhou Wen was not surprised. Zhang Chuanqiu couldn't see that there was a ghost. I have something to do, and I really need your help, Zhang Chuanqiu wrote. Could it be that the situation of the demon grave is bad? Zhou Wen was shocked and asked quickly. Zhang Chuanqiu shook his head and wrote, I hope you can stay at Zhang's house for 4 more days. Why? Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Chuanqiu puzzled and wanted to let him stay, but didn't tell him what to do, which made Zhou Wen feel very puzzled. In these 4 days, help me protect my little sister. The little sister Zhang Chuanqiu was talking about was Zhang Yuji. Because there is only a woman like Zhang Yuji in the Zhang family, Zhang Chuanqiu, and the others are used to calling her little sister. Is Yuji in danger? Zhou Wen's expression also became serious. Zhang Chuanqiu nodded. There is something wrong with the Zhang family. I'm afraid that someone will be unfavorable to the little sister. You should understand that at this time, it is not convenient for me to use my own family. 4 days, no problem. Zhou Wen thought about it, but in this case, it shouldn't be difficult. Although the Zhang family is strong, there is no natural disaster-level powerhouse after all, so it shouldn't be too difficult to protect Zhang Yuji's safety. Thank you. Zhang Chuanqiu said these 2 words with his mouth. Zhou Wen just heard this sentence, shook his head and said, Yuji is my friend, and he has saved me, this is what I should do. Zhang Chuanqiu said nothing, smiled at Zhou Wen, got up and left his room. After Zhang Chuanqiu left the courtyard, Zhang Xiao walked over and said inexplicably, why do you want to keep Zhou Wen at this time? Little sister has sacrificed too much for the Zhang family in this life, and she doesn't even have a normal friend. Since she is happy, let Zhou Wen stay with her for a few days. Zhang Chuanqiu sighed. Zhou Wen's kid is just an idiot. Since you want to make the little sister happy, you should tell him the matter and let him do his best to please the little sister, otherwise Zhou Wen's temperament will only make the little sister unhappy. Zhang Knight said. Do you question Xiaomei's IQ, or do you think Xiaomei is the kind of person who will happily accept pity? Zhang Chuanqiu gave Zhang Xiao a cold look. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. Zhang Xiao was shocked, and quickly lowered his head and said, I'm too impatient, and I also hope that my little sister will be happy. Are you happy? I really hope she can be sad. Zhang Chuanqiu looked up in a certain direction and said with a complicated expression, she was born in Zhang's family, she is not even qualified to be sad. If she can, I hope she can understand something. It's sad, so at least she's still a little sister. Zhang Xiao said sadly, if I had a choice, I would rather bear this on behalf of my little sister, but the one in the devil's grave. Shut up. Zhang Chuanqiu, who had always been warm as jade and seemed not to be angry, suddenly became furious and stared at Zhang Xiao like a knife. Zhang Xiao was startled, his body trembled and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Although they are brothers of the same age, Zhang Xiao has a deep awe for Zhang Chuanqiu in his heart. Usually, he may dare to contradict Zhang Chuanqiu, or even deliberately argue with Zhang Chuanqiu. But once Zhang Chuanqiu was serious, Zhang Xiao didn't dare to say anything. Zhang Xiao had never seen Zhang Chuanqiu's anger like this before, and he was so frightened that he almost didn't dare to look up at Zhang Chuanqiu. Zhang Chuanqiu stared at Zhang Xiao coldly and said, you have to remember that your life was brought back by the younger sister, and you are not qualified to say anything to replace her. Everyone in the Zhang family is the same, and the younger sister does not owe any of the Zhang family people, only the Zhang family owes her. If you really want to save her that much, then leave your life behind. Without the Zhang family, and without us, the little sister would not have to bear all that. Brother, I know, that's not what I meant. Zhang Zhao's face turned pale for a while when Zhang Chuanqiu said it, but he didn't dare to refute, and even his words were incoherent. Zhang Chuanqiu didn't say anything else, didn't listen to Zhang Xiao, turned around and left. After waiting for Zhang Chuanqiu to disappear from Zhang Zhao's sight, Zhang Zhao's face gradually returned to normal, and he gritted his teeth and muttered, "You're not the same, what right do you have to be angry with me?" The next day, Zhou Wen came to Zhang Yuji's garden again. Today's Zhang Yuji seems to be a different person from yesterday's Zhang Yuji. Yesterday, she dressed very formally, like a lady from a family. When she was in front of outsiders, she was very decent when dealing with people and things. At first glance, she came from a famous family, and seemed to be a high-ranking princess. In fact, it is not an exaggeration to say that Zhang Yuji is a princess. The Zhang family's sphere of influence is much larger than that of an ancient country. But today's Zhang Yuji has a ponytail, he was wearing jeans, a short-sleeved black t-shirt, and a hat with a long brim on his head. Although the figure is still very good, the slender legs are very attractive, but it looks different from yesterday. What is that? Zhou Wen noticed that there was a pile of things in the center of the garden, covered with a large black silk, and he didn't know what it was. Zhou Wen still remembered that yesterday, there were no such things in the garden. This is a good thing. Have you ever heard of the saying that music makes plants happy? Zhang Yuji said, with blinking eyes. Zhou Wen didn't hear what Zhang Yuji was saying, and couldn't see what she was saying, so he could only be silent. Zhang Yuji seemed to have long known that Zhou Wen would have such a reaction, so he continued mysteriously, in ancient times, after some people's research, plants could grow better after listening to good music. According to their studies have shown that ordinary vegetables that listen to the beautiful tones played by musicians will grow more flexible and more vigorous than those of the same kind that have not listened to music. Zhou Wen could occasionally hear just a few words, but he only knew that Zhang Yuji seemed to be talking about things like vegetables, music and happy, but he couldn't figure out what it meant. Let's start working, Zhou Wen said helplessly. Zhang Yuji pouted and seemed very dissatisfied with Zhou Wen's reaction, but she still pulled Zhou Wen to the pile of things, and then lifted the black silk cloth. Only then did Zhou Wen see that it turned out to be a set of drums underneath. Didn't you say you want to clean up the garden? What are you doing with these things? Zhou Wen asked, while looking at the drum. The concert makes flowers and plants happy. Zhang Yuji sat down in front of the drum kit with sly eyes and said to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen finally heard this sentence, and what Zhang Yuji said before, he immediately guessed a general idea. Let me perform for you now. The musical skills I have practiced meticulously. I have a nickname in the Zhang family, the little Mozart of the Zhang family. Zhou Wen didn't hear what Zhang Yuji was saying, and didn't know who Mozart was, so he could only listen to the drums she beat. Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Yuji, and his expression became more and more strange. Zhang Yuji was very devoted to playing, but even if Zhou Wen didn't understand music, even if he had never listened to drums before, even if he could only occasionally hear such a small number of pieces now. But this did not affect his belief that Huachao would not be happy after listening to such music. No, that shouldn't be called music, it's more appropriate to describe it with a voice. However, Zhang Yuji seemed to be very intoxicated. While knocking hard, he seemed to be shouting at Zhou Wen. But Zhou Wen didn't hear a word this time. The sound of the drum set caused a great obstacle to his hearing. Not only the sound of the drum itself, but the sound of the drum affects all kinds of plants in the garden, petals, leaves, grass blades, bugs, and even dust and bacteria make more sounds due to vibrations. The amount of voice information in Zhao increased geometrically, so that Zhou Wen could not hear what Zhang Yuji was saying, and it was difficult to capture her voice information in the cluttered and massive voice information. Zhang Yuji said a lot, but seeing Zhou Wen didn't react at all, not only was he not angry, but a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Stopping the drumstick in his hand, Zhang Yuji said to Zhou Wen, you are really smart as, Wen. Zhou Wen listened to Zhang Yuji's voice with all his attention. Because the drum stopped and the amount of voice information was greatly reduced, he was lucky to catch Zhang Yuji's voice and heard her speak. But when Zhang Yuji was speaking, he knocked again, and the sound immediately disturbed Zhou Wen's hearing, and he didn't hear what Zhang Yuji said next. But from what I said earlier, it should be praising him for being smart. Thank you, you have won the prize, Zhou Wen said. Zhang Yuji listened to Zhou Wen's words. Her expression was very serious, but her eyes became crescent-shaped, because the last thing she said just now was smart like a pig. Please remember this book's first domain name for Novel Network Mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen, you are a big fool, with a simple mind, developed limbs, and stupid like a pig. Wen Zhang Yuji cursed, his face was full of admiration. But while she was talking and beating the drums, Zhou Wenjin didn't hear what she was saying, and she felt a little depressed. It wasn't until Zhang Yuji didn't continue to play the drum that Zhou Wen finally listened to half a sentence. I really admire you. Zhang Yuji's voice finally reached Zhou Wen's ears. I'm not that good either. Zhou Wen scratched the back of his head embarrassedly, but he didn't expect Zhang Yuji to be praising him after talking for so long. Zhou Wen thought that maybe Zhang Yuji was too embarrassed to praise him directly, so he used such a euphemistic method. I really admire you, you can be so stupid. Zhang Yuji continued to play the drum again. Seeing Zhang Yuji talking while playing the drum, Zhou Wen seemed innocent and kind, but Zhou Wen always felt that something was wrong. No, I have to find a way to hear what she's saying. Zhang Yuji kept talking to Zhou Wen, but Zhou Wen couldn't hear anything, which made him very depressed. He didn't really want to talk to Zhang Yuji, but he just didn't feel right. Zhang Yuji was playing the drum, obviously interfering with his hearing. However, it was difficult to capture Zhang Yuji's voice, and it was even more difficult when the drum set interfered. Zhou Wen tried again and again, but the results were very unsatisfactory. Because the interference was too severe, it was almost impossible to capture Zhang Yuji's voice. It's impossible to capture sound information by luck like this, but the location and sound intensity cannot tell the source of the sound. Is there any other way to lock a certain sound? Zhou Wen first thought, of course, the frequency of the sound. Using the frequency method, it is indeed possible to determine some sounds of special frequencies, but the frequency of human voices is too common, and will be covered by the frequencies of many sounds. Even if Zhou Wen locks the frequency of Zhang Yuji's voice, he will still receive a large number of sounds information. Finding Zhang Yuji's voice is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Frequency is not good. Does sound have other characteristics? Frequency, pitch and timbre. Within a certain range, the recognition of human voice is indeed very high, but this information is hidden in the massive sound information, and there are too many similarities. Now, there are billions of human beings alone, and the interference is too serious. Zhou Wen could only listen to Zhang Yuji's voice again and again. I hope to be able to find other sounds that are different from it, but it turns out that it is not so smooth. Human Voices are not so highly recognizable among the massive sound information. Zhang Yuji didn't play the drum all the time. When he wasn't playing, he would instruct Zhou Wen to take care of those flowers and plants. At this time, Zhou Wen can easily capture Zhang Yuji's voice information, so as to continuously compare and judge. Although Zhou Wen basically couldn't hear her voice when Zhang Yuji was playing the drums, but in normal times, his ability to capture her voice became stronger and stronger. Zhou Wen spent the next few days at Zhang's house. Zhang Yuji played with Zhou Wen by changing his method. In the morning, he played a drum set, and in the afternoon, he turned into a piano, and in the evening, he turned into a violin. No matter how slow Zhou Wen is, he knows that Zhang Yuji must have said something he didn't expect, but he just doesn't know what he said. For a few days, the progress has not been smooth, whether it is frequency, tone, or timbre. From all aspects, there is no way to really lock a sound. Although with his proficiency, Zhou Wen can occasionally hear a voice he wants to hear, but it requires a certain amount of luck and a relatively quiet environment. If Zhang Yuji made some complicated voices, Zhou Wen would basically not be able to hear anything clearly. The overlapping voice information was too confusing. For 4 days, the situation has not improved, and Zhou Wen has never been able to hear what Zhang Yuji said when he made his voice. But there is one thing Zhou Wen Dao is very clear about: Zhang Yuji doesn't know those musical instruments at all. Time passed in a blink of an eye, and the time agreed with Zhang Chuanqiu soon arrived, but Zhou Wen felt a little strange. Zhang Chuanqiu was afraid that someone would harm Zhang Yu. But nothing had happened in the past 4 days. Except for Zhang Chuanqiu and a few others, no one had approached the garden at all. Of course, Zhou Wen didn't want an accident either. Zhang Chuanqiu came to Zhou Wen and told Zhou Wen that the matter had been resolved, and he could leave Zhang's house. When Zhou Wen went to the garden to say goodbye to Zhang Yuji should have known that Zhou Wen was leaving today and was waiting for him in the garden. I still have the last musical instrument I'm good at. Let's go after listening to it, Zhang Yuji said to Zhou Wen. Hearing this, Zhou Wen felt a little helpless and wanted to leave. Zhang Yuji was still thinking of teasing him. When Zhou Wen was still thinking about how to reject Zhang Yuji had already sat down in front of a guzheng. Closing his eyes, Zhang Yuji's fingers hung on the strings, and after a while, he finally plucked the strings. She kept her eyes closed, her fingers dancing like a dance, beating on the strings of the piano. Even if she couldn't hear the sound of the piano, she just watched the rhythm of Zhang Yuji's fingers. Zhou Wen knew that this time, Zhang Yuji was not playing blindly. She really knew how. After playing for a while, Zhang Yuji spoke again, but this time, instead of talking, he was singing. Looking at Zhang Yuji playing and singing with her eyes closed, Zhou Wen suddenly wanted to know what she was playing and what she was singing. I don't know why, Zhang Yuji made so many musical instruments and voices before, and the expressions on his face were so rich. Zhou Wen didn't feel anything, but this time, looking at Zhang Yuji with his eyes closed and almost no expression, Zhou Wen seemed to have something in his heart. Some kind of touch. Looking at it, Zhou Wen suddenly heard a soft voice. The voice seemed very light and weak in the cluttered voice, but Zhou Wen gradually felt that the sound like a tide around him was gradually weakening, and that voice, but it's getting clearer. The person in the dream, the familiar face, you are the tenderness I wait for, even if the tears drown the world, I won't let go, every moment, Dugu's waiting, just because I made a promise. Zhou Wen finally heard what Zhang Yuji was singing and playing. The music and singing were very moving, but for some reason, in Zhou Wen's eyes, Zhang Yuji gradually turned into a little girl, with his hands on his knees. And curled up, shivering in the boundless darkness. There is no light in her world. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen stared blankly at Zhang Yuji. Zhang Yuji was still the same Zhang Yuji. In his pupils, Zhang Yuji was still playing the zither, closing his eyes and immersed in his singing. But for some unknown reason, in Zhou Wen's mind, a picture of a little girl curled up in the dark appeared, and he could even hear the little girl's trembling and sad voice. Since God has destined me to go to the dark, then exchange my darkness for everyone's light. This is also the end I deserve. They all regard me as a friend. I would rather die than let me. I was hurt a little, but I killed them. I am so dirty. I don't deserve to embrace the light. Zhang Yuji, you deserve to die. What is there to be afraid of? The little girl raised her head, tears rolled down her cheeks, she looked up and looked forward. In front of her, there was a ray of light in the darkness. Zhou Wen was slightly stunned. The light actually came from a figure, radiating light like an angel, but without wings or an angel's ring, just the appearance of a human, and that appearance was exactly the same as Zhou Wen. The little girl looked at the figure and seemed to want to reach out and grab something, but her hand was only halfway there, but she slowly retracted it timidly. People like me will only bring misfortune to my friends, will only harm them. I don't deserve to have friends. The little girl glanced at the figure reluctantly, slowly retracted her palm, and finally slammed. He buried his head in his arms, curled up there and wept softly. The only figure with a ray of light was also shattered in the darkness, and the world instantly returned to a hopeless darkness. At this time, Zhang Yuji's song had also been sung. She opened her eyes, and the image of the little girl in Zhou Wen's mind disappeared, as if everything just now was just a dream. The various sounds that disappeared just now came back to Zhou Wen's ears, making Zhou Wen fall into a sea of noisy sounds again. How is my singing? Zhang Yuji asked Zhou Wen. Perhaps it was because the sea of voices had just come in and had not fully occupied Zhou Wen's hearing. Zhou Wen could hear this sentence clearly. I didn't hear clearly. Zhou Wen shook his head. Strange to say, he did hear Zhang Yuji's singing, and he heard it quite clearly, without being affected by the sea of voices, but he couldn't remember exactly what she was singing, and the only thing he remembered in his mind was the image of the little girl. And sound. The big idiot who doesn't know how to appreciate art, looking at it makes people angry. Let's go. Don't let me see you again. Zhang Yuji looked very unhappy, got up and went back to her own small building. Sorry, Yuji has been spoiled by us and is a little willful, but she has no malice, don't blame her. Zhang Chuanqiu said to Zhou Wen. I know. Zhou Wen was surprised to find that the probability of him being able to accurately capture the sound became much higher. I will send you. Zhang Chuanqiu said. Zhou Wen hesitated. For a moment, looked at Zhang Chuanqiu and asked, is it really okay over there? Don't you think the weather has gotten a lot cooler these 2 days? Zhang Chuanqiu didn't answer directly. Zhou Wen understood what he meant. The scorching hot weather had gradually returned to normal in the past few days, which seemed to indicate that the magic grave should be under control. If it was before, Zhou Wen would not have any bad thoughts, and would feel that this matter should be over. But when he recalled the picture of the little girl he had seen before, he felt that something was wrong. The picture I see is not an illusion. If it feels right, it should be the ability that I listen to. It is said that I can listen to the voices of heaven and earth, hear the good and evil of people's hearts, that is, I have the ability to hear the voice of the heart. What I heard was probably Zhang Yuji's inner voice. Zhou Wen secretly guessed in his heart. But I don't know why, just now Zhou Wen could hear Zhang Yuji's voice, but now he can't. He tried and couldn't hear the voice of Zhang Chuanqiu and others, which made Zhou Wen doubt whether his judgment was true or not. Right, maybe that's really just an illusion. My hearing has not fully recovered, can you let me rest here for 2 more days and leave after I recover? Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Chuanqiu and asked. I also want you to stay for a few more days, but Yuji said she didn't want to see you. If I look back at you, I will definitely lose my temper. Zhang Chuanqiu said. What did you say? Zhou Wen didn't hear Zhang Chuanqiu's words. I also want you to stay for a few more days. Zhang Chuanqiu had to repeat it again. But he only said one sentence, and Zhou Wen said, I can't stay for too long. I have something to do when I go back. If it really won't work for a few days, just stay for 2 more days. No, I'm saying that Yuji doesn't want to see you. If I look back and see that you haven't left, I will lose my temper again. Zhang Chuanqiu said. What? Are you going to lose your temper? I really have something to do, I can't stay for too long, at most 3 days, no more. Zhou Wen said, and dragged Zhang Chuanqiu out, saying as he walked, I didn't expect Brother Zhang, you are so hospitable, I knew this earlier, I used to come to you often. You are such a nice person. Zhang Chuanqiu looked at Zhou Wen, wondering if he really couldn't hear it. What's going on? Why hasn't Zhou Wen left? After Zhang Chuanqiu and Zhou Wen separated, Zhang Xiao came over and asked. His hearing hasn't recovered yet, so he wants to stay for 2 or 3 more days. Zhang Chuanqiu replied. How about that, the day after tomorrow is? Zhang Xiao stopped and didn't say any more. It's okay, just ignore him, Zhang Chuanqiu said. What the uncles mean is that they are afraid that Zhou Wen will get in the way of business. If something goes wrong, the Zhang family will never have a peaceful life. It's better to let him go early. Zhang Xiao said. I can't drive him away, and I don't think he will get in the way of business. If you think there is something wrong with him, just drive him away yourself. Zhang Chuanqiu said, then turned and left. Zhang Xiao looked at the yard where Zhou Wen lived, but did not dare to actually go there, so he could only go back and tell the elders what Zhang Chuanqiu said. The elders of the Zhang family are also worried. If they were ordinary people, the Zhang family would chase away people if they wanted to, but now the person living in the Zhang family is Zhou Wen. The Zhang family still has some understanding of Zhou Wen's strength. If Zhou Wen did not leave, they would not dare to use force to force Zhou Wen out of the house. Uncle, I see that Zhou Wen, maybe he really just wants to improve his hearing before leaving. It should have nothing to do with our Zhang family. When Uncle Zhang asked Zhang Xiao to drive Zhou Wen away, Zhang Xiao hesitated. Say it at once. Even Zhang Chuanqiu couldn't drive Zhou Wen away, so what did he use to drive Zhou Wen away? Forget it, there's nothing in the way. Just let him stay there. Zhang Xiao finally said something, and the matter was over. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen was in the house, trying to enter that state again. In that state, he can directly hear his inner voice, or even turn his inner voice into an image. As long as he has that ability, maybe he can find out the truth of the matter from the Zhang family. But I don't know if the ability of listening truth has not really reached that level, or whether Zhou Wen's own strength is not enough to match the listening truth. Anyway, he has tried many times, but he has not been able to enter that state again. However, since hearing the voice of his heart, Zhou Wen's voice capture ability has become much stronger. The distance and strength are not a problem for Zhou Wen. As long as he finds the right channel, no matter how far the distance is, no matter how small the sound is, even if someone is on Venus whispering above, Zhou Wen can hear it clearly and word by word even on Earth. Since there is no way to use the voice of the heart, Zhou Wen wanted to try to see if he could find the voice channel of the Zhang family and overhear something from them. This is obviously not an easy task. When face to face, Zhou Wen has not been able to accurately capture the sound, not to mention that there are so many people in the Zhang family. Zhou Wen does not know which person's words are useful, and it is easy to miss. There is no way. Zhou Wen can only try slowly. Anyway, he also has to practice listening control, just treat it as practice. After listening to it for a long time, occasionally I can really hear some of the Zhang family's words, but some of them are only a few words, and I can't find any useful content. Zhou Wen could only continue to practice. He found that since he heard Zhang Yuji's voice, his ability to control sound information has become stronger and stronger, and his progress has been very fast. Yuji, have you rested? Outside the small building, Uncle Zhang said with a light cough. Uncle, what's the matter? Zhang Yuji opened the door and looked at the uncle of the Zhang family, and asked suspiciously. It's okay, I just feel uncomfortable and want to chat with you. Uncle Zhang said. Uncle, sit down. And I'll pour you a cup of tea. Zhang Yuji was about to get the teapot. No, I'll do it myself. Uncle Zhang took the teapot first and poured himself a cup, but he didn't drink it. Putting down the teapot, Uncle Zhang sighed and said, Yuji, it's really hard for you. If there is a way, we will not agree to her conditions. If possible, I would rather go to her place instead of you. Anyway, I have already. You are old and useless, you are still young and talented, and the Zhang family will still count on you in the future. Uncle, you don't need to say, this is my life, I accept my fate, what she wants is me, and I will not affect the family. Zhang Yuji lowered his head and said, whatever is involved or not, we are a family. Uncle Zhang said, I just hate myself for being useless, unable to replace you, and unable to save the Zhang family. Yuji, if you need anything, just tell the uncle, even if it is to fight for this old life, and the uncle will definitely help you complete it. Thank you, uncle, I'm fine. Now, I don't need anything else. Zhang Yuji shook his head. It's alright, when you think of it, just tell the uncle. Uncle Zhang paused, and said excitedly, Yuji, you know, this time is related to the life and death of our family. We must not, if there are any mistakes, we old guys will be fine. If there is something in the spring and autumn period, how should I explain to the ancestors under the Jiuquan, and what face will I have to meet the ancestors? Uncle, did something happen? Zhang Yuji asked, with a frown upon hearing Zhang Chunqiu's name. What are you still doing here? Early the next morning, Zhou Wen just opened the door when he saw Zhang Yuji standing outside, not knowing when he came. What? Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Yuji with a puzzled look on his face. I've let you go, don't stay here to be Annoying, why can't you understand people's words? Zhang Yuji said again. Zhou Wen dug his own ear hole and said. Helplessly, my hearing is getting worse and worse, what are you talking about? Zhang Yuji stopped talking, took Zhou Wen's hand and walked out, as if he wanted to forcibly pull Zhou Wen out of Zhang's house. Zhou Wen saw that Zhang Yuji was really coming, and it was useless to pretend to be deaf and dumb. When Zhou Wen was thinking about what to do, he suddenly found that the sea of voices around him was gradually receding, and he had entered the state where he could hear the voice of his heart again. I knew that the last time was definitely not an illusion. The power of listening can really hear the voice. Zhou Wen was overjoyed, and quickly listened, wanting to know what he could hear this time. This time Zhou Wen didn't feel that Zhang Yuji became a little girl, she still looked like that, but Zhou Wen heard two voices from her. A voice came from her mouth, Zhou Wen could hear it, but he didn't seem to remember much. Another voice, also from her, was weak at first, but became more and more clear. Zhou Wen, let's go, never come back, staying here will only hurt you, I don't want to kill my friend again. I don't deserve to be your friend. Zhou Wen heard more and more clearly, and his expression changed. Is getting weirder. Go back quickly, don't mess around anymore. Zhang Yuji pulled Zhou Wen out of the door, gritted his teeth, turned around and went back after speaking, and the guard of Zhang's family closed the door. Zhou Wen looked at the closed door, turned and left Zhang's house. When the Zhang family saw that Zhou Wen had really left, many people breathed a sigh of relief. They are not afraid of Zhou Wen, but they are afraid that Zhou Wen will hinder their affairs. Standing next to a stone pavilion, Zhang Chuanqiu sighed lightly when he looked at Zhang Yuji, who was sitting in the garden. 2 days later, many people in the Zhang family looked nervous, and people kept leaving Zhang's residence and went to the magic tomb. At noon, a car was pushed out from Zhang's house. The reason why it is said to be launched is not because the car is out of gas, but because it is a wooden car at all. The style of the wooden car is very strange. Even the axles and wheels are made of wood. On the top of the car, there is a white cloth similar to a bed curtain covering the body of the car, and it is impossible to see what is being pulled on the car. If you can see through the white cloth, you can see that there is a large black wood coffin parked inside, and there are many yellow paper talismans on the coffin. Under the escort of the Zhang family, the wooden cart with the coffin was pushed all the way to the location of the magic grave. Please remember this book's first domain name for Novel Network mobile version reading website. If Zhou Wen saw the appearance of the magic tomb now, he would definitely be surprised. It can no longer be called a tomb. Not only is there no tomb, but there is a big pit that looks like a bottomless pit. The flames in the pit rose, and the white flames spewed out dozens of meters high. If it wasn't suppressed by the seal set by the Zhang family, I am afraid that the flames would have already risen into the sky, and the world would know it. Even if it was suppressed by the seal, the flame was still terrifying and unimaginable, making the bottomless pit look like the entrance to purgatory, and the burning flames turned the surrounding rocks into crystals. Weird light. The wooden cart stopped not far from the deep pit. The core members of the Zhang family had basically arrived. Under the leadership of Zhang Xiao, they came to the edge of the seal. The last time Zhou Wen saw Zhang Xiao was 5 years ago. If Zhou Wen saw him again now, he probably wouldn't recognize him. Today's Zhang Xiao looks a lot older. It's not that his face has changed a lot, but his mental state looks very bad. Zhang Xiao looked at the deep flame pit like the entrance to purgatory. and was dazed for a while, and seemed to be in a trance. Patriarch, it's time to start. Uncle Zhang. Reminded that although he was Zhang Xiao's eldest brother, at this time, he could only respectfully call Patriarch. Zhang Xiao seemed to be waking up from a dream, and glanced at the deep pit of flames again, then withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the wooden cart. The Zhang family's eyes followed Zhang Xiao to the wooden cart, and their expressions were extremely complicated. Patriarch, the time is almost up. Uncle Zhang reminded again. Forget it, lift it down. Zhang Xiao said. Uncle Zhang waved his hand when he heard the words, and immediately 8 Zhang family members lifted the coffin from the wooden cart and brought the coffin in front of them. Zhang Xiao walked to the coffin, stroked the yellow paper talisman on the lid of the coffin with his fingers, and said with a strange expression, since the ancestor of the celestial master was granted by heaven and founded my line of celestial masters, the Zhang family has never had such a shameful disgrace. Uncle Zhang said, Patriarch, you can't say the same, since the ancestor Tian, our Zhang family has been entangled with her, and we have been guarding the magic tomb. Due to her aura, the Zhang family has long been in the blood. The anger is deep, this is the cause that our Zhang family planted, and it is also the fruit we deserve. If she really was born like this, all of our Zhang family would be enchanted, and Yuji would be no exception. Everyone in the Zhang family was sad. Although the uncle of the Zhang family was right, the Zhang family was deeply affected by the drought, and the drought could no longer be suppressed, and it was imperative to be born. As long as the dry scorpion is born, the Zhang family has been guarding the magic grave for so many years. Infected by the aura of the magic grave, the demonic nature hidden in the body will explode, and at that time, they will become monsters that are neither human nor devil. Having experienced the erosion and inheritance of demonic energy for endless years, that kind of demonic nature has penetrated deep into the bones of the Zhang family. As long as the drought is born, even if the Zhang family escapes to the ends of the earth, it will be useless. Originally, the Zhang family had been looking for a solution to this problem, but there was no good solution. Seeing that the magic tomb was changing day by day, the drought was about to be born again. When the Zhang family thought that this time they were afraid that they were really going to exterminate their clan, who knew that the drought and the demon grave had put forward a condition. As long as Zhang Yuji fuses with her, even if she is born, it will not trigger the demonic nature in the Zhang family, so that the Zhang family can always maintain their human nature. It is fusion rather than contract, which makes many people in the Zhang family unacceptable. In the contract, at least Zhang Yuji will still be alive, but the fusion is equivalent to the reverse operation of Wang Mingyuan's fusion of the Guardian. The Guardian will be the main body, and Zhang Yuji's body will be fused. Although some of Zhang Yuji's characteristics will still be preserved in Han Xian at that time, his thoughts will be complete Han Xian thoughts, and Zhang Yuji is no different from complete death. But the reality is cruel, the whole family died. And only Zhang Yuji died. Although this multiple-choice question was difficult, the answer was obvious. Patriarch, let me take my little sister for the last ride. Zhang Chuanqiu said in a low voice. Can you? Zhang Xiao was slightly startled, looking at Zhang Chuanqiu, and asked. The Zhang family dotes on Zhang Yuji very much, and Zhang Chuanqiu is the one who has the best relationship with Zhang Yuji. Originally, Zhang Xiao didn't want Zhang Chuanqiu to come, but he insisted on coming. I want to accompany my little sister on the last part of the road. Zhang Chuanqiu said. Let Chuanqiu send her. Chuanqiu and Yuji have the best relationship. If Chuanqiu sends her off, Yuji can feel more at ease. Uncle Zhang persuaded him. In fact, the uncle of the Zhang family was willing to speak for Zhang Chuanqiu, because many people in the Zhang family did not agree to use Zhang Yuji to trade with Hanyu. If Zhang Chuanqiu, who has the best relationship with Zhang Yuji, personally sends Zhang Yuji to Han, the others will have nothing to say. Go ahead, no matter how difficult the road ahead is, you have to go on, take care of yourself. Zhang Xiao patted Zhang Chuanqiu on the shoulder and said. Chuanqiu understands, you are the same. Zhang Chuanqiu respectfully saluted, then walked over to the coffin, stroked the coffin and said, little sister, I'm here to see you off. I'll accompany you on this last journey. After all, Zhang Chuanqiu reached out and lifted the coffin, and carried it on his shoulders. The person who originally carried the coffin wanted to come up to help, but was stopped by Zhang Chuanqiu. I can do it myself. After all, Zhang Chuanqiu carried the coffin and walked towards the deep flame pit step by step. When the coffin reached the crystallized rock, the flames in the deep pit suddenly exploded, instantly burning the seal set by the Zhang family to fly ash. Thousands of yellow paper talismans rose in the flames and turned to ashes. The blazing white flames rose into the sky, like an aurora, illuminating the nearby mountains, and at the same time, the scorching power scorched all the plants, and ordinary animals were not spared. And in the flame column, there appeared a huge flower that seemed to be condensed from flames. The flower looks like a lotus, but it is a little different. Each petal is white and crystal clear, and there is no trace of impurities. However, the powerful power contained in it seems to be able to turn the whole world into flames. With just one petal. Purgatory in general. Put her in the flowers, and the grievances between me and the Zhang family will be wiped out. From now on, you don't need to endure the suffering of demonic nature. A strange woman's voice came from the deep pit of flames. Zhang Chuanqiu carried the coffin, stared at the flower, and said calmly, it is said that the dreadlock was originally a goddess who helped the Yellow Emperor defeat Feng Bo Yushir. Because he was unable to return to the heaven in time, he could only live in the north. The power of fire was too strong, and everywhere it passed was scorched earth, and because of this, it was cursed by people, and finally the gods punished him and made him turn into a corpse and buried deep in the ground, never seeing the light of day. It's just a legend. The woman's voice actually answered Zhang Chuanqiu. Zhang Chuanqiu nodded, and continued, in my Zhang family, there is another legend circulating. When the ancestor Tian was dying, he once said that if the scorpion wants to return to the world, 3 conditions must be met. I don't know. Is it true? Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading website. Chuanqiu, what are you doing? Do what you should do. Uncle Zhang felt that something was wrong. Zhang Chuanqiu ignored him and didn't hear the woman's answer, so he said to himself, the earth fire, the corpse peanut, and the living dead, only when these 3 conditions are met, the goddess of drought can be born. Even if I were not born, it would be easy to destroy the Zhang family. The voice of the goddess of drought finally came out again. She said this as if she had acquiesced in the 3 conditions mentioned by Zhang Chuanqiu. Zhang Chuanqiu continued, that's natural, if you want to destroy my Zhang family, you don't need to be so troublesome, you just need to arouse the demonic nature in my body. But I heard that the fire of the earth is the fire of the cathode. It is not an exaggeration to be the fire of the nether hell, the corpse flower. Born in the fire is the source of all yin, and it is the most suitable for your power. You are suppressed here, half of you are suppressed, but the other half, I am afraid that you want to use the power of the fire and the corpse to make yourself better. These are also the last words of that surnamed Zhang, asked the goddess of drought. Zhang Chuanqiu didn't answer, he just continued talking. Now it seems that you have almost succeeded, but this kind of extremely yin power, the power that can't break the rules, exists in the world, then it is not in this world. There should be power, so you must use a human body to come back to this world. But this person is not an ordinary person. What you need is to be able to withstand extreme yin fire, but not a pure yin physique, and this kind of physique is very rare, even if you suffer from demonic energy in endless years. The Zhang family that invaded, I am afraid that only my little sister has such a physique. So what? The goddess of drought did not deny it. So no matter how strong you are, even if you don't even need to move your fingers, you can destroy our Zhang family, but if you can't get my little sister's body, then you can't really stand in the world, and you can still only hide. Go live in hiding. Zhang Chuanqiu said. Chuanqiu, what are you doing? Uncle Zhang's voice was excited, obviously. He was very angry. If the goddess of the drought is provoked, then the entire Zhang family, even the Zhang family who lives abroad, will not be able to escape the catastrophe, because the devil has already penetrated into the genes of the Zhang family. Patriarch. Seeing that Zhang Chuanqiu ignored him at all, Uncle Zhang wanted to ask Zhang Xiao to order to stop Zhang Chuanqiu from talking nonsense. Zhang Xiao just said lightly, Chuanqiu is a child who understands proportions. He knows what to do and what not to do. Uncle Zhang wants to say something else. The goddess of drought over there spoke again, and he could only endure it temporarily. What you said is right, then. Do you dare to use your family's life to prevent me from being born? Said the goddess of drought indifferently. Don't dare, I just have a small condition. If you can be born, my Zhang family has no credit or hard work. It's not too much to mention a small condition? Zhang Chuanqiu said. Tell me, what conditions do you have? Asked the goddess of drought. I want to make a contract with you. Zhang Chuanqiu seemed to have already thought about it and blurted out. This is really a small condition. The drought goddess sarcastically said, don't you know that once I integrate the human body, I don't need to contract with humans like an ordinary guardian, and I can also break through the restrictions of the Earth's rules. I know, you don't have to make a contract. But that doesn't mean you can't make a contract. My condition is that you want to make a contract with me and become my guardian. It's limited to 10 years. After 10 years, you can stay on your own. Otherwise, even if the Zhang family is dead, you will never get her. Zhang Chuanqiu said while stroking the coffin. Zhang, Chun, Autumn. Uncle Zhang was shocked and angry. He never expected that Zhang Chuanqiu would have such a plan. This is to use the life of the entire Zhang family to satisfy his own selfish desires. Do you think that you are still qualified to negotiate terms with me now? Said the goddess of drought. Yes. Zhang Chuanqiu said decisively, if you can forcefully take her away, you don't need to negotiate terms with us. Since you negotiate terms with us, then we naturally have the value of negotiating terms, are you right? Call. The ground fire sword, instantly covering the surrounding area. Not only Zhang Chuanqiu, but also everyone in the Zhang family was covered by the ground fire. Strangely, the Zhang family was not burned to death, and even their clothes were not set on fire, but the hair And eyes of many Zhang family members began to turn blazing white, and their fingernails also became jade-like. Still growing. Fast. Many Zhang family members fell to the ground holding their heads in pain, as if something was gnawing at their brains. Zhang Chuanqiu was the first to bear the brunt. Others' hair was only slowly turning white, but his hair was completely white in an instant, and his eyes became as white as jade. From a distance, he looked like a blind man. Zhang Chuanqiu's body trembled violently, but he didn't scream like the others, and he didn't fall to the ground holding his head in mourning. He still stood there carrying the coffin, enduring everything silently. His hair, his eyes, his fingernails, and even his skin all turned snow-white in the blazing flames. Under the burning of the flames, it seemed that even his vitality was rapidly draining. 30 seconds, you will die. The voice of the goddess of drought came out again, like a king aloof. Chuanqiu, stop fooling around, you'll kill us all. Uncle Zhang endured a splitting headache and wanted to rush over and send the coffin into the corpse flower instead of Zhang Chuanqiu. But just as he stood up, he was held down by Zhang Xiao next to him. Second brother, what are you doing? Do you want our Zhang family to be the last? Zhang family uncle said angrily, not even calling the head of the family. Zhang Xiao said with a blank face, the Zhang family only has people who live standing up, and there are no ghosts who die kneeling. It's okay to negotiate conditions, but it has to be fair. She took away our Zhang family, so she must to return one. Nonsense, go and bring Zhang Chuanqiu back. Zhang Xiao ordered his cronies. But as soon as his cronies stood up, they were stopped by Zhang's family. You don't want to live anymore? Uncle Zhang was shocked and angry. Our Zhang family has ancestors and kings of heroes. Just like the owner of the family said, since ancient times, only the living Zhang family are heroes, and there are no Zhang family wastes who die on their knees. Even if they become demons, the Zhang family must do it. That devil king, not the lingering devil dog. An old man from the Zhang family, who was about to die, was paralyzed on the ground. Grabbing a cane with both hands, he forced his upper body to support himself, and shouted to Zhang Chuanqiu, child, let it go. Zhang family members can be afraid of death, but those who cannot die are useless, and they will die happily. The old man has opened the way for you. Bang! The old man raised his walking stick and smashed it hard on the top of his head. Immediately, blood flowed from his head, and he fell to the ground on the spot. Please remember this book's first domain name for novel. Network mobile version reading website. Do you want to watch the Zhang family die? The voice of the goddess of drought sounded again. 20 years. Zhang Chuanqiu's voice was still firm as iron. Every time a person in the Zhang family dies, it will be 10 years longer. What you took from the Zhang family must be returned. You still have 10 seconds. The indifferent voice of the goddess of drought floated again. Seconds by second passed, but Zhang Chuanqiu was unmoved. His palm was already on the coffin, and he said to himself calmly, little sister, brother will take you on the road together. Seeing that Zhang Chuanqiu was about to become demonized, he was ready to destroy the coffin, but the surrounding fire suddenly subsided. Although the symptoms of Zhang's demonization did not recover, it did not continue to worsen. 20 years, I'm sure. After all, the goddess of drought gave in. Just like Zhang Chuanqiu said, if she had the ability to take Zhang Yuji directly, she would not negotiate with the Zhang family. It's easy to kill Zhang Yuji, but if you want to merge with her, you need Zhang Yuji to cooperate with her voluntarily. Then make an oath of heaven and earth. Zhang Chuanqiu was still so calm, not having the joy of escaping death. Do you really want to die? The drought heavenly girl said coldly. I just don't want to die. Zhang Chuanqiu said lightly. I swear. In my name I am willing to make a contract with this human being for 20 years. If I violate this oath, the world will hate it. After all, the dry man was unable to resist the temptation to escape. And made an oath. Little sister, don't blame brother, brother can't do anything about it. After listening to the oath of the goddess of drought, Zhang Chuanqiu carried the coffin and walked towards the corpse flower. The corpse flower was snow white and crystal clear, and it seemed to be spotless, but it exuded a strange aura that made people look terrified. Uncle Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Although the process was very thrilling, the Zhang family was finally saved, and they were able to contract with an existence like Hanji for 20 years. The Zhang family's takeoff was just around the corner. In the future, it may even become the real ruler of the earth. Not just one of the 6 heroic families. At this time, Uncle Zhang suddenly felt that although Zhang Chuanqiu's move was a bit too risky, he also gained huge benefits. Under everyone's attention, Zhang Chuanqiu carried the coffin to the front of the corpse flower, and slowly placed the coffin on the corpse flower. Seeing the corpse devour the coffin, Uncle Zhang thought that it was a foregone conclusion, but suddenly saw a golden light in Zhang Chuanqiu's hand. Tai Shang Lao Jun is in a hurry. Heaven and earth are boundless. Qiankuan borrows the law. Wu Lei Tian Gang. Zhang Chuanqiu's white hair and robes were flying, and he was still guarded by a heroic spirit, and the yellow paper charm in his hand was golden light. Big release. He was too close to the corpse flower, and no one came to stop him. The golden light released the yellow paper talisman, and the moment it touched the close corpse flower, a golden thunder and lightning broke out. The golden thunder and lightning carried a kind of power that was just as strong as the sun, and instantly smashed the corpse flower into coke, and it turned into fly ash when it touched it. Uncle Zhang opened his mouth wide, everyone was stupid, and he muttered nervously, No. No. Impossible, how could this happen? No. Impossible, we can't die, can't die. Many people in the Zhang family were also a little surprised. They didn't expect that Zhang Chuanqiu would dare to do this, and no one knew that Zhang Chuanqiu would do it beforehand. Zhang Xiao seems to be relieved. The 5 thunder talismans left by the ancestor Tianshi were originally left to Zhang Chuanqiu to save his life. Zhang Chuanqiu used it to destroy the corpse flower, although he did not inform Zhang Xiao. However, Worry felt that this should be Zhang Chuanqiu. Although he knew that the Zhang family would not escape the catastrophe, he did not blame him. Do you know what you're doing? Came the cold voice of the goddess of drought. Earth fire, corpse peanuts, and living dead, all 3 are indispensable. Now that you don't have corpse flowers even if you have living dead, it's useless. I only know that you can't be born. Zhang Chuanqiu was still so calm. Your impulsiveness will cost the entire Zhang family. The goddess of drought said again. Death? It doesn't matter, what I want to do has already been done. Even if everyone in the Zhang family dies, one will not die. That's enough. Zhang Chuanqiu's white robe encouraged his hands violently, pressing it on the coffin. Golden light, like a net, covered the coffin, causing the coffin to disappear in an instant. I'm afraid that death will only be an extravagant hope for you. With the voice of the goddess of drought, the fire soared again, shrouding the Sioux people of the Zhang family. Let's go as far as you can. Although Zhang Xiao knew it was useless to run away. It was better than standing and waiting to die. Some people in the Zhang family fled, some were still hesitating. But they saw the seventh uncle, who had committed suicide, but climbed up from the ground, wiped a handful of blood from the top of his head, and flew back quickly, while flying back. He shouted, "What are you doing? Why don't you run fast? The Zhang family has always been the only one who catches ghosts. Do you still want to become dead ghosts?" Everyone was stunned, then overjoyed, and escaped with the seventh uncle. It's a pity that, although they escaped fast, how could they pass the existence of the goddess of drought quickly? Numerous Zhang family disciples fell to the ground one after another. Their hair, skin, nails, and pupils were rapidly turning white, and they were all demonized. Zhang Chuanqiu didn't run away, he knew that he couldn't escape either. Looking at the suffering and demonized Zhang family, Zhang Chuanqiu felt a little guilty, but he didn't regret his decision. He did what he wanted to do, save the people he wanted to save, and it was enough that the Zhang family could survive alone and not be affected by demonic nature. Everyone in the Zhang family will become demons, because of your actions. They will no longer have human feelings, they are neither human nor ghosts, they eat blood like their lives, and they eat their own kind, for one person, and sacrificing everyone. Do you regret it now? The drought goddess asked coldly. Even if you know you're a demon, there are things you have to do, why should you regret it? Zhang Chuanqiu said calmly. Really? Some people may not think so. The goddess of drought seemed to point. Zhang Chuanqiu's face changed slightly. Because he had already seen that Zhang Yuji, who was sent away by the method of 5 ghosts, actually came back. Yuji, don't come here, leave here immediately. Zhang Chuanqiu wanted to rush towards Zhang Yuji, but his body was so demonized that he fell to the ground instead. Zhang Yuji looked at the Zhang family members who had changed like ghosts, and came over and said with tears, "Brother, if I live like this, my whole life will be more painful than death. Confused, even if you come back now, it's useless. Without the corpse flower, the scorpion can't be born, and she won't let us go. You'll die in vain when you come back." Zhang Chuanqiu said. That's not necessarily the case. The voice of the goddess of drought was full of mockery, and along with her voice, in the flames, corpse flowers condensed again. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version. Reading website. Zhang Chuanqiu's face instantly turned ashen, and he looked at Zhang Yuji in despair. Yuji, don't. Zhang Chuanqiu tried hard to stand up and stop Zhang Yuji, but his body was so demonized that he couldn't even stand up. All you want is me, let them go, I promise to merge with you. Zhang Yuji said. Of course, to me, they are no different from the ants on the roadside. It won't do any good to trample them, but it won't hurt either. As long as you merge with me, I will keep them safe and sound and recover as before. Said. Child, let's go, you have done enough for the Zhang family. Now you are the only one in the entire Zhang family who is not affected by demonic nature. You are the one who should live in the Zhang family now. Zhang Xiao said. Yuji, don't. Zhang Chuanqiu's eyes were full of despair, because he knew that with Zhang Yuji's character, it was absolutely impossible for her to leave now. Brother, I am an ominous person. I should have died a long time ago. I can do something for you at the end. I am content. Zhang Yuji walked towards The corpse flower with tears in her eyes. Don't. Zhang Chuanqiu struggled desperately, his fingers pressed against the ground. He was about to break, and the blood on his fingertips stained the ground. Zhang Xiao and others were also shouting loudly, but they couldn't stop Zhang Yuji from walking towards the corpse flower. It's not you, but those who make you cry. A voice came from not far away. Everyone was stunned, turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound, and saw a figure in armor. The whole person seemed to be bathed in brilliance, walking towards the demon grave step by step. Human sovereign. Someone suddenly recognized the origin of the figure and couldn't help but be overjoyed. The dragon prisoner armor on Zhou Wen's body and the immortal slaughter sword on his waist are so conspicuous that almost no one on earth knows it. Zhang Yuji turned his head to look at Zhou Wen, and after seeing it clearly, he was slightly startled, with a surprise in his eyes, and a bit of weirdness. Zhou Wen walked step by step and stepped into the ground fire. The strange ground fire did not cause any damage to his body, as if the ground fire did not exist at all. Walking past Zhang Yuji and walking towards the corpse flower, Zhou Wen held the hilt of the slaughtering immortal sword while walking. Who are you? The voice of the goddess of drought came from the deep pit. It doesn't look good to you, someone who wants to kill you. Zhou Wen said. Why are human beings always so ignorant, always saying some self-righteous things? There was an anger in the voice of the dry goddess, and it seemed that she was really angry. That's because there are too many idiots, it's too euphemistic, they don't understand. Every time Zhou Wen took a step, the sword intent on his body became stronger. The scabbard, just the sword intent, seems to have condensed into substance, about to split the earth. In the flames, a figure appeared, and the corpse flower automatically flew to the position of the figure's eyebrows, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. The figure was dressed in a white dress and wore a white gauze on her face, so she couldn't see what it looked like, but listening to her voice, she was naturally a goddess of drought. Even in the age of mythology, when there are natural disasters everywhere, no one dares to speak to me like this. The goddess of the drought was cold, and she was obviously really angry at Zhou Wen. Then I'll be a little more euphemistic. If you can take my sword and not die, I will spare your life and allow you to continue to be imprisoned in the devil's grave. Zhou Wen said. Death. The goddess of drought was extremely angry, and the flames on her body turned into a monstrous force, turning the entire sky into a flame, as if there were only flames left in the whole world. The endless sky fire turned everything in between to scorched earth. The fire of the goddess of drought can incinerate all things, even if it is not inferior to the real fire of the sun. It is even more bizarre and terrifying. Watching the monstrous flames devour the world and oppress the emperor, under the fire that day, the glorious figure of the emperor seems to have become much smaller. The Zhang family were all worried whether the emperor could stop the fire from the sky, the terrifying flame that was said to be able to defeat the two gods, Feng Bo and Yu Shi. You don't. Zhang Yuji looked complicated and seemed to want to say something. But before her words were finished, the sword in Zhou Wen's hand had already been drawn. At the moment when the sword of slaughtering immortals was unsheathed, everything in the world seemed to freeze. The rainbow-like sword energy cut through everything in the void, directly severing the sky fire into two halves, as if to open the sky. A sword smashed through the 9 nights. Zhang Yuji and the others only saw a flash of sword light, and the sky covered by the fire was divided into two from the middle, revealing the original clear sky. When he looked at the scorpion again, he saw that on the scorpion's snow-white clothes, a purple liquid like magma appeared on the chest, dripping on the ground. The purple liquid dripped on the ground, and each drop carried scorching energy, and the crystals it touched were immediately scorched through, forming a deep, invisible pore, and it was unknown where it ended up dripping. Danji is injured. Everyone in the Zhang family was both surprised and happy. I am glad that the Zhang family may be saved, but I am shocked that the emperor actually slashed the legendary, almost invincible drought with one sword. If he took a few more swords, wouldn't he be able to behead the goddess of drought? Zhou was a little startled at this time. He originally wanted to use the power of the immortal slaying strike and the immortal slaughtering sword to severely injure or even kill the Drupe heavenly maiden. However, when he cut down with this sword, he only injured the goddess of dryness, let alone killed. He couldn't even do the heavy damage. Zhou could feel that the injury of goddess of dryness was not serious. As expected of the legendary goddess of drought, she is really strong. Zhou secretly exclaimed in his heart. At this time, the goddess of the drought glared fiercely, staring at Zhou fiercely, as if she was going to eat people. Even in the age of mythology, fighting against other tyrannical guardians and other dimensional creatures, she has never been injured, but she was injured by Zhou at this time. Although a very important part of it is because she failed to integrate with human beings, and was severely suppressed by the rules of the earth. She was unable to fully exert her own strength. But the goddess of the drought still couldn't bear such a result, and her heart was full of murderous intentions, and she was determined to kill Zhou. Naturally, the goddess of the drought is a person who knows goods. Seeing the extraordinariness of the slaughtering immortal sword, she is a little jealous. Zhou knew, however, that the sword of immortal slaughter was just a decoration in his hands. It's rare to be able to take my sword and not die. It's not easy to evolve to this level. It's a pity to kill, so I'll spare your life. Zhou put the slaughter sword back on his waist and glanced at the goddess of the drought. Said it casually. Zhou words almost blew up the lungs of the goddess of drought. Even in the mythical age of countless strong men, no one dared to speak to her like this. Please remember this book's first domain name for Novel Network mobile version reading website. Zhou has tried to anger the goddess of drought from the very beginning, not because he is really arrogant, nor because he really thinks he can surpass natural disaster-level creatures. The sword of immortal slaughter is very strong, yes. But Zhou own strength is too weak to exert all the abilities of the sword of immortal slaughter. Occasionally, a sword is fine, but if it fails, he basically has no ability to fight again. The reason why he wanted to anger the goddess of drought from the beginning was because of his ability to listen. During this time, Zhou has basically figured out the ability to listen to the truth. Just as he imagined, the listening of the truth does have the ability to hear the voice of the heart. However, this ability is not perfect. Under normal circumstances, the voice of the other party cannot be heard. Only when the voice of the other party's mood swings is particularly large, it is possible to hear the voice of the other party. Where did the goddess of dryness suffer from this kind of anger? At this time, her mood swings were very serious. Zhou finally felt that the sea of voices around her was gradually fading. Although the goddess of dryness did not speak, a voice came from her. I want to roast him inch by inch, let him taste the pain of the world. He can't live without death, he regrets being born in the world. But the sword in his hand is a bit evil, and it can actually hurt my body, and I didn't merge with the human body, and I was suppressed by the rules of the earth, so I couldn't leave the magic tomb. The heavenly lady of drought did not say a word, but her inner voice betrayed all her thoughts to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen listened to the voice of the goddess of the drought, and was overjoyed in his heart, but his face was like an ancient well without waves, with a calm and clear look. He was still thinking just now that he couldn't succeed with this sword, and he couldn't summon it if he listened to it. It was really difficult to compete with the natural disaster-level creatures. At most, it is to take Zhang Yuji and escape together. With only so much ability, he can only do so many things. Now that I know that the goddess of drought can't leave the tomb, and her strength is suppressed by the rules of the earth, there is no way to fully play the battle, and my heart is suddenly stabilized. Zhou Wen thought to himself, since you can't get out, you can't use all your strength. And I can hear your heart, there may be something to do with this. At this time, the goddess of the drought was thinking in her heart, that sword is a bit strange. Even my body can be cut through, which is really powerful. However, the human's own strength should not have reached the level of natural disasters, but only with the help of the power of the sword. Forget it, I don't have to fight that sword, as long as I kill that human, the sword will be useless. The goddess of drought scrutinized Zhou Wen, and then thought, I don't go out, if I use a large area of sky fire, it may not be able to hurt him if the speed is too slow. It seems that the only way is to consume some of the life essence and directly use the slaughter technique to directly kill the human being. The goddess of drought stared at Zhou Wen, her vitality flowing between her fingers. Zhou Wen felt that the voice of the goddess of dryness was slowly weakening, and he knew that it had been a while, and the goddess of dryness was tending to stabilize. So he continued to stimulate. Why are you still standing there? As I said, you can't kill with one sword. I will spare your life. But the death penalty is forgiven, and the living sin is hard to forgive. You should think about it when you return to the tomb of the devil. As long as I am alive, I will never be born. Go. The anger in the heart of the goddess of drought just eased some emotions, and was instantly picked up by Zhou Wen. The goddess of drought is a grumpy temperament, otherwise, in the age of mythology, she would not have defeated the two terrifying existences, Feng Bo and Yushi, with one enemy, and two. But it was precisely because of that battle that the goddess of the drought was severely damaged, and she had to cultivate in the fire of the earth, and was later sealed by the ancestor of the Zhang family. The technique of killing, give me death. The goddess of the drought was already extremely angry, and one hand became invisible, and she grabbed at the void. At the moment before the goddess of the drought, Zhou Wen's figure moved sideways, gracefully. After he moved away, the rock on the ground where he was standing, which was burned into crystals, suddenly broke apart, and a cylindrical crystal with a diameter of several meters was broken. The stone was forcibly pulled out of the spar. The crystal column was pulled out a few hundred meters high, and then disappeared like that, leaving only a circular deep hole several hundred meters deep on the ground. The goddess of the drought was startled. Her killing technique was unique in the world. Killing people was invisible. When the shot was taken, the enemy would not be able to detect it. Until the killing technique came, it was too late to escape. At that time, the goddess of the drought swept the earth with the technique of killing, and I don't know how many terrifying guardians and other dimensional creatures were killed, which made people terrified. The name of the goddess is almost synonymous with death. Even if someone can resist, it is a very small number of powerful beings. Almost all of them are invincible powerhouses in An era, but most of them can only forcibly endure the charm-killing technique. There was only one person who was able to escape like Zhou Wen in the memory of the goddess of drought. Could it be that this guy has anything to do with that female emperor? The goddess of drought looked at Zhou Wen in astonishment. However, judging from the fluctuations of vitality emanating from Zhou Wen's body, it has nothing to do with the one imagined by the goddess of drought, or two completely different forces, which have nothing to do with it. Is it a coincidence? The goddess of drought launched the slaughter technique again. She never thought that the reason why Zhou Wen was able to avoid her killing technique was because she had already told Zhou Wen the timing and location of using the killing technique. Zhou Wen only needed to avoid it one step ahead. If only relying on his own sensing ability, Zhou Wen would not be able to escape the killing technique. The killing technique of the goddess of the drought was naturally avoided by Zhou Wen again. Impossible. The goddess of drought was shocked when she saw that Zhou Wen had escaped again. I said, if you can take my sword and survive, you will spare your life. But if you insist on seeking death, it will not be good or not for you. Zhou Wen walked slowly towards the goddess of drought, and said as he walked, when you walked to the demon grave, you haven't gone back to face the wall and thought about it, so you don't need to go back. Horrified and angry, the goddess of the dreadful scorpion was ruthless and caught out with one after another slaying technique. It's a pity that all her thoughts have been heard by Zhou Wen, and she has even formed an image in her mind, knowing where her next blow will land. So I saw that Zhou Wen's figure was as elegant as a fairy, like walking in a leisurely court. Every step just avoided the killing technique of the goddess of dryness, and the crazy attack of the goddess of dryness failed to touch Zhou Wen at all. Seeing that Zhou Wen had already walked to the devil's grave, the goddess of drought at this time was already extremely horrified. Does he really have a great magical power? It's just that he is too powerful and hides it very deeply, so I can't see it. Otherwise, if he being able to evade my slaying technique so easily, it's like a prophet. Zhou Wen's way of dodging the slaying technique reminded the goddess of the goddess of the goddess. Although the vitality fluctuations of the two were completely different, the way of evading the slaughtering technique was very similar, so he was even more suspicious. Please remember this book's first domain name for Novel Network mobile version reading website. Everyone in the Zhang family was extremely excited when they saw that the emperor didn't even have a sword, so they just walked around like that, and dissolved the ghostly attack of the goddess of drought. It's just that some people disapprove of the emperor's actions. They feel that the emperor should not be a woman, and just kill the goddess of dryness. Why should she give her a chance? The goddess of the drought also had some doubts in her heart. If she said that the person in front of her was really strong, why should she talk nonsense with her? Just draw her sword and kill her. Why should she give her a chance? Seeing Zhou Wen approaching step by step, the goddess of the drought was still hesitant. Anyway, she was once invincible. In that era, human beings were not as good as ants in front of her. At a glance, tens of thousands of human beings were roasted into coke by the fire that came with her, and it was just her unconscious behavior. In this day and age, she was asked to bow her head to a human being and admit defeat, and she had to go back to face the wall and think about it. She couldn't swallow it, no matter what. The goddess of drought even thought that even if this emperor really has the ability to kill her, the big deal is to fight to the death. It is a dream to make her bow to a human being. Of course Zhou Wen didn't really want to kill the goddess of drought, even if he really wanted to kill, he didn't have the ability. The ability to listen carefully. It's okay to bluff the goddess of dryness, but if you really want to fight, he is definitely not the opponent of goddess of dryness. Seeing that the distance to the magic tomb is getting closer and closer, and there are only a few steps left, the goddess of drought has not stopped and returned to the magic tomb. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Zhou Wen was already standing in front of the devil's grave, but the goddess of drought still had no intention of going back, and was still attacking, apparently making up her mind to go all out. Seeing this situation, the Zhang family felt that the emperor might only have to fight against the goddess of dryness, and they even had some expectations in their hearts, whether the sovereign would be able to kill the goddess of dryness. Zhou Wen's hand held the hilt of the slaughtering immortal sword again, but he didn't pull it out directly. Instead, he sighed and said regretfully, I am the only one in the sky and the earth, and all the gods and demons in the sky want to worship me. Do I still suffer? Shouldn't you say goodbye? Everyone in the Zhang family was slightly taken aback when they heard Zhou Wen suddenly say such a sentence. Although the emperor is powerful, he is recognized as the #1 master of human beings, but if they say that I am the only one in the sky and the earth, and all the gods and demons in the sky want to worship him, then it's too much, and it's a bit too arrogant. And anyone can see that the goddess of drought is ready to fight to the death. How could she possibly worship him? But when the goddess of drought heard this sentence, her body trembled, and she stared at Zhou Wen with wide eyes in disbelief. She was very familiar with this sentence. The empress was also standing in front of her, and said such a sentence. Although she couldn't see Zhou Wen's face, Zhou Wen's tone and demeanor when he spoke were very similar to the appearance of the empress at that time, and this matter, only she and the empress were present. No one should know about it. For a time, the spirit of the goddess of drought was a little dazed, as if she saw the original female emperor again. Why are you still standing there? Can't you wait for me to see you off? Zhou Wen said that because he overheard her voice and knew the scene with the empress. This sentence made the goddess of drought even more like being struck by lightning, looking at Zhou Wen with a complicated expression, as if she had seen a ghost. An unexpected thing happened. The goddess of drought, who had been preparing to fight desperately, although she did not really worship, she bowed to the emperor Ying, and then turned around and disappeared into the magic tomb. The soaring earth fire also quickly subsided with the disappearance of the drought goddess. In a moment, all the flames in the sky returned to the magic tomb, and only one voice echoed in the air, I'll wait for the day you die. Zhang Xiao and the others were greatly shocked. This remark by the goddess of dryness was tantamount to acknowledging what the emperor had previously said. As long as the emperor did not die, she would not be born for a day. With the return of the goddess to the demon grave, the signs of demonization on the Zhang family have also improved, but they have not been able to fully recover, especially those with severe demonization such as Zhang Chuanqiu, who have basically not changed much, and are still full of white hair. Eyes and nails are as white as jade. It's just that his face looks much better, not as pale as before, as pale as a dead person. Your Excellency, the Zhang family has nothing to repay. If there is a place for the Zhang family in the future, it only needs a word. As long as it does not violate human ethics, Zhang Xiao will come. Zhang Xiao finally said his own the name, but did not say Zhang family. This remark may sound like an understatement, but on the other hand, it is also a serious commitment. I hope that the Zhang family can be as you said in the future, only the Zhang family who were born standing. After Zhou Wen finished speaking, he glanced at Uncle Zhang's, then turned around and walked away, instantly disappearing into a stream of light. Uncle Zhang's face was all red. He was undoubtedly the representative of the Zhang family who wanted to live on their knees. Zhang Yuji supported Zhang Chuanqiu and looked in the direction where Zhou Wen disappeared, as if thoughtfully. Human sovereign is really beyond what I can wait for. I used to think that human sovereign was just one step ahead of me. Sooner or later, I would be able to walk side by side with him. Looking at it today, this is more than a step. Zhang Chuanqiu sighed in admiration, and then turned to smile and said, "It's fortunate that this is the case, otherwise our Zhang family will be finished. This emperor is indeed interesting. I don't know if his true identity is a pure human, if it is pure human. The name of the emperor is worthy of the name. Is it?" Zhang Yuji's eyes were complicated, and he was a little absent-minded. On the way back, Zhang Yuji suddenly thought of something, took out his mobile phone, and sent a message. Zhou Wenjing was riding on a soil beast on his way, and happened to arrive at a place with a signal. Hearing the sound of the message, he took out his mobile phone and looked at it. I found out that it was sent by Zhang Yuji, and when I opened it, I almost fell off the back of the beast. Lord Human Sovereign, come and help me plant flowers next time. Listen to the song. Probably guessed it? Zhou Wen was surprised, wondering how Zhang Yuji saw that he was the emperor, and quickly replied with a message. Is it sent to the wrong person? Do you know the emperor? After Zhou Wen sent the message, he waited anxiously for Zhang Yuji's reply, but after waiting for a while, his message turned out to be sinking into the sea, and there was no response at all. Zhang Yuji looked at the message replied by Zhou Wen on the mobile phone, with a sly smile on the corner of his mouth, closed the dialog box, held the mobile phone and put his hand on his chest, closed his eyes, and muttered to himself with a smile on the corner of his mouth, "With you here, I'm no longer afraid of the dark." Zhang Yuji's mind kept echoing the phrase, "It's not you who shouldn't die, it's those who make you cry." Please remember this book's first domain name for Novel Network mobile version reading website.